The sword suddenly pierced straight through Mention's body, causing him to cough up blood in agony.
Was the new Star King just stabbed by it? Who is that? A hero, huh? Impressive. The hero of mankind. Wait, why is my mouth speaking on its own? The god of war. Damits couldn't believe he met such a powerful warrior in a dimension this far away. Hero, I hold your abilities in high regard. I want to hear your name. Shin quickly realized, wait, does that mean am I the god of war? Dama twos.
The year 2020 in the city of Seoul, a large structure suddenly appeared and the first great cataclysm began.
The gate opened again. Monsters swarmed everywhere, sweeping the world into chaos. However, superhumans who hunt monsters, also known as hunters, appeared.
As soon as the Hunter Association established its position, humanity began to feel secure.
The second great cataclysm erupted. The celestial realm and the demon realm began a great war against each other.
From the demon realm, the demon king of hell, Deimos, led the army of darkness to invade Earth. The elves of heaven appeared to stop them. As they fought against the demon race, the world gradually turned into hell. The reason the Great War ended was not because of the brave elves or the cruel demons, but because of the state of the armies and many saviors of humanity, the appearance of a hero who possessed extraordinary power. Power among the superhumans allowed them to defeat the demon king and end the war. It has been 30 years since that day. The statue of a hero is being displayed in a place of honor at the Seoul National Museum of Art. Sha, currently a student at Korea University, let out a bored sigh amidst the crowd. Group projects are such a pain. Only the professor doesn't know how useless group assignments are. Can I even have my day off in peace? The voice of a teacher leading a tour group ahead rang out. Everyone pair up, hold hands, and follow me. Which made him quickly realize it was crowded because a school was on a field trip. This place has always been a favorite spot, huh? 20 years ago, Minion also came here on a tour with his classmates. He listened intently to the teacher's introduction. The hero was a person of extraordinary power among the hunters. If it weren't for him, the war would still not be over. Unfortunately, he passed away during the second great cataclysm after defeating the demons. But this monument was erected so that we will never forget him, nor the contributions and sacrifices he made for humanity. Minion looked at the statue and thought to himself, I want to be strong like the hero, too. His train of thought was suddenly interrupted by a flurry of questions from his classmates. Teacher, if we study hard, can we become hunters? I want to be a hunter like the hero, too. The teacher's hesitation made Min Chinyan quickly realize that he couldn't answer our questions for a moment. It's very difficult to become an official hunter because it requires both skill and luck. Becoming a hunter was almost impossible since we were too young. That was a huge shock to our weak and fragile hearts. He looked at his phone screen and wondered, it's almost time for the appointment. Right after, two hurried voices came from behind. Mention you're so early. We're here to someday. He joked. I was just about to cross all your names off the list. The group went to the special exhibition of the hero Makino and saw the sword that pierced the demon king. The friends following him joked among themselves again. Mention is so handsome, but he's too cold. This made him. He had to stop and remind them, I can hear you. You know, don't cut in line. Minion glanced around and couldn't help but be amazed. He knew the hero's sword was on display today, but for a weekday, it was incredibly crowded. Then Minion's gaze focused in one direction. The hero who saved the world, he had been gone for a long time to save the world, which had turned into a battlefield after the Demon King's invasion and the celestial race's intervention as allies. He sacrificed his own life to pierce the Demon King's heart with his sword. And today, the sword that pierced straight through the Demon King's heart, the Sword of Ending, will be displayed for the first time at the exhibition. Mention's group continued to move as instructed by the guide. Next visitors, please come inside. As he walked, he silently thought, this exhibition should give me enough material to write my report.
Then Minion's eyes widened in amazement
when he saw the scene before him.
Is that the sword, Kallax? It's definitely the hero's sword. No, it's like an aura is radiating from it. Am I seeing things? It looks like the sword is moving. An aura began to appear again, causing Mention to silently wonder, what's going on? Is this a special event or a performance?
The sword is flying straight towards me. And so, an impalement scene just like the beginning of the story occurred. So, the hero gripped the sword tightly. Then, he rushed forward, decisively plunging the sword into Daimos' body. Then he heard his opponent's question.
It seems you don't want to tell me your name, do you? However, calm down because we will meet again.
As soon as Daimos finished speaking, he gradually vanished into thin air. At that moment, Mayan suddenly realized my head.
It feels like it's about to explode.
His friends also called out in panic. Their faces were all filled with worry.
As he regained consciousness, he silently wondered, what happened? Did I faint? My head hurts so much. It feels like it's about to split open.
Mention's friends kept asking if they should call an ambulance.
He calmly asked, did I faint?
But just now, the sword suddenly flew over and stabbed me.
One of his friends deliberately probed, what are you talking about?
You just suddenly fainted after staring at the holy sword for a short time.
Were you daydreaming? Mention was startled again. Was it all an illusion? It didn't feel like an illusion at all. The moment I saw the holy sword, Kallax, I could remember everything.
23 years later, the being that descended and led the world to destruction, the Demon King. He is one of the Forgs who rule hell. The king of the belligerent demons, the god of war, Damits.
After regaining his composure, Minion felt bewildered. Damn it, how did things turn out like this?
The words I said in my past life were meant for me. At the end of the semester, Minion's group couldn't stop expressing their gratitude to him.
Spee, you did great.
I never expected us to get a perfect score from such a strict professor. He just mumbled the response, everyone did well. Seeing Minion's pale face, everyone tried to persuade him. You should go to the hospital for a checkup. But Minion stubbornly refused.
I'm fine. I'm just overthinking. I'm leaving. Another classmate walked over and called out, Men, where are you going? What about the end of semester party?
You're refusing a drink.
Is something wrong? As he continued to walk away, Minion thought to himself, a party? My mind is a complete mess right now. A model citizen like me is actually the reincarnated Demon King.
Damadus killed and harmed so many people when he invaded Earth. I spent my whole life criticizing him and yet I am him. As a young boy, Minion had made a bold declaration. Miss, I want to defeat the Demon King and yet he himself was once the Demon King. I can't go back to being the Demon King, nor do I have his powers. Why did I suddenly remember all this? And also after me, the Demon King died. That body was only temporary. So when he died, his soul returned to its original body. And it seems the hero warrior at that time died along with me. Why am I suddenly thinking about this? It's such a waste of time. There's nothing I can do about it now. The first difference between Daimos and Mention is mana. Demons belong to the upper realm. So sensing mana is like breathing to them. Humans belonging to the lower realm can only sense a small amount of mana. But I still remember the method. Breathe deeply and concentrate. A notification quickly appeared. Mana detected. Conditions have been met. All right. Now I just need to slowly figure out how to use mana. The system also announced updating status window. Awakener Mention will receive the title player. This made him feel extremely happy. A question was quickly raised.
Is awakening really this easy?
Then Mention became dejected again. Finding out I was the Demon King in my past life was already a shock.
Now I've awakened to I don't know whether to laugh or cry.
The system gave a command say status window to check your attributes. Mention finally nodded in agreement.
All right, I'll check. He currently possesses strength 7, agility and stamina 6.
Oh, I also have the True Eye skill, which lets me observe a target's information through their profile. Regarding attributes, the player has the ability to change the world with accumulated points which can be gathered by hunting monsters.
Mention was amazed by this attribute.
Then he concluded, change the rules, I get stronger just by hunting.
It's like a game.
Wait, the upper and lower realms are divided by something called accumulated points.
In the demon realm and celestial realm, those in the upper realm have more accumulated points.
They are much more powerful than those in the lower realm from the start.
Humans from the lower realm could never compare.
That's why someone going from the upper realm to the lower realm has to use a different body.
That is the rule of the realms. That's why the Demon King had to use a different body. A power that can reform that rule.
Shin clenched his fist with determination.
I can overcome that limit. So as mentioned, I can't do anything for humanity. I'm not the Demon King anymore.
Pandemonium and Elysium have agreed to a ceasefire and have also compensated for damages. If the news that the Demon King has been resurrected spreads, those who have experienced that pain will once again fall into panic. If I am to live as mentioned, I will only use the information from my past life. To become stronger and contribute to humanity, that should be enough to atone, right? In my past life, my goal was also to become stronger.
This is truly killing two birds with one stone. Well, then first I need to improve this mana with Daimos' memories. I can easily increase my mana. I need to learn that. By now, it was dusk. After some moving and searching, Minion was able to let out a sigh of relief. I finally arrived. This is a magic circle passed down through generations of Demon Kings. It can absorb mana from the surrounding area. There's nothing that can activate it. I place this neutralizing stone here. A notification immediately appeared. E-grade Mona stone is being used to power the Grand Monoray. Grand Monoray has been activated. Mana finally increased by 450%. Can be maintained for 5 minutes. Minion seized the opportunity and quickly sat down to absorb it, and he suddenly realized there's so much mana that it's piercing through my body. This is the best opportunity to practice key techniques. Absorbing mana from nature into the body. That is the basic element of current key techniques. But what I learned is a key technique that allows me to accumulate energy from the stars and create a miniature universe in my mind. The demonic cult. When I was Damitz, I visited a world called Murim by making a deal with the heavenly demon. There I learned an ancient martial art that only the leader of the demonic cult could learn. Even harder than the heavenly demon's secret art, the ancient star crystal technique. I stayed in that world for a while and learned many types of martial arts. So, my combat skills surpassed even those of the demon race. Thanks to those martial arts, I was able to dominate the demon race. Therefore, my answer is already clear. He continued to absorb with his eyes closed. The amount of mana appearing grew larger and larger. Absorbing the flow of the stars, Jin's body immediately had an unexpected reaction. He kept reminding himself, if I lose focus for a second, my body will be torn apart. He watched intently. At the next stream of power, he was absorbing. His body began to tremble from exhaustion, but Jin kept reminding himself, if I stop here, I will either die or go mad. No living creature can withstand this terrifying amount of energy. But I was the Demon King in my past life. This is nothing. 5 minutes passed quickly. The time needed to absorb the Grand Mono was over. Mention immediately achieved the ancient star crystal technique. He also reached the 1-star level. His body was also upgraded thanks to the effects of the ancient star crystal technique. All skills received a plus 5-point bonus simultaneously.
The ancient star crystal technique is a skill of breathing through mana, thereby forming a microcosm in the higher consciousness. Mention stretched and continued to complain.
My whole body is still. Have my other techniques been converted into skills yet?
The system quickly announced a new power has formed. Magical power has converted to chaotic power.
Mona can now also create chaotic power. While Menhwa was looking through the information, his eyes widened in amazement. Chaotic power.
He immediately returned home right after that.
The status window now also displayed that his chaotic energy was 210.
The other stats were also on an upward trend.
This isn't a reason why organizations. This made Ninchin quickly realize.
So, it's because of magic power that I have chaotic power, gaddic strength, and chaotic energy.
All terms I've never heard before.
It seems this ancient star crystal technique uses the power of both light and darkness. I wonder if I only absorb the power of the dark nebula because I used to be a demon. If I can really use this technique, it's a dream come true.
And I can even absorb power from both the light and dark nebel. In that case, in this dimension, I'm the strongest.
The next morning at the Hunter Profession Registration Center, Minion was there with the thought to be able to operate as a true awakener. I first need to register with the Hunter Association. This is a place where you can easily see the joy of those who have been able to awaken and also those who were rejected.
Mention was being evaluated. Mention quickly received the notification that his result wasn't qualified. This is a tragedy.
While he was engrossed in reading the notice, he heard a question.
You're Frank, aren't you? I rank is the lowest.
Minion looked at her and asked, why do you look so embarrassed?
You've already seen my results, haven't you?
But the association can't detect chaotic power here.
There's only magic power then. Mention boldly inquired, excuse me, evaluator, may I ask a question? What are the numbers in the parentheses next to my stats?
She quickly explained, that's your potential as a superhum. Superhumans grow by absorbing power from the monsters they defeat in towers and gates.
In other words, that's your growth limit.
This made him silently realize, so, a hunter's growth has its limits. The evaluator added, although they are a minority, there are some hunters who can possess power that surpasses the limit.
Determined by the association.
If you register as a hunter, it doesn't have to be in a tower or a gate.
There are many other areas for you to hone your skills.
So, don't be too disappointed.
Menchen could only reply awkwardly. Thank you.
As he stepped out the door, he heard a welcome. The Yangzhen Guild will welcome and provide thorough guidance to new superhumans.
Hey, superhuman, come to our guild.
Our guild is called the Whirlwind Guild.
This was not outside Mention's expectations, just as I thought. These representatives will do everything to pull new superhumans into their guilds.
To people from a guild approach, Mention, please read this and consider our guild. Their enthusiasm surprised him.
Did the news that I only got earrings spread here already?
Information travels fast, but that's actually a good thing.
I hate these kinds of bothersome things. Except for magic power, my other stats are earring. You could say I'm so talented that no guild would want me.
He suddenly received a text message. It was from the Hunter Association with instructions for the Hunter License examination.
Congratulations. Mention on becoming a superhuman. To all superhumans who have completed their awakening.
Registration. In order to operate as a superhuman, you must officially register with the Hunter Association. The association will hold an examination to determine if you are capable of venturing into gates and towers. A license will be issued based on results, time and date, the second Monday of each month. The message made him wonder.
A license exam.
So, there are about 10 days left.
I guess I'll have to postpone leveling up for now. Hunter License Examination. The test will be randomly selected from 5 available sample tests. The common point among these sample tests is the ability to assess both the combat and survival skills of the candidates.
Mention was extremely flustered. With my current abilities, I'll be eliminated right from the start. In other words, if I want to pass, physical fitness is the top priority. His strength, durability, and stamina were all increasing. After stopping to rest, Mention silently resolved. I will try using the ancient star crystal technique as a breathing method to improve my physical condition. After all, I still have memories from practical experience in my past life. As long as this body can handle it, it'll be fine for 3 days. It will be physical strengthening exercises. His physique was also upgraded thanks to the effects of the ancient star crystal technique, pushing himself to the absolute limit. At night, it would be growth through cultivating the ancient star crystal technique. 10 days later, Minion requested to open his status window. Look at these numbers. This past week, I've shed blood, sweat, and tears. And the result is unexpectedly satisfying. But the stat that has grown the most here is a breathing skill through mana, a power born from the collision between the light nebula and the dark nebula, creating chaotic energy. When I train with only the dark nebula in my past life, it took me over a year to reach the second crystal level, but now it only took a week. And if my physical condition has improved this much, then unlocks Bill 7 Drifting Stars Fist. A 7-second punching technique passed down through countless generations of unknown nomads. Now strengthening body parts but using internal power to practice martial arts. A martial art that is easier to grasp than any other. Combined with movements that suit my instincts, it all creates a wonderful martial art for myself right now. The system quickly announced. You have learned the 7 Drifting Stars Fist. It can use internal power to strengthen a part of the body, or it can be used to increase latent power, thereby exponentially increasing combat ability. The next day, as Minion was on the move, he kept wondering. I wonder what other people will think of the martial art I'm learning. It seems the way to adjust this skill is similar to the ancient star crystal technique. Compared to the ancient star crystal technique, it's a much lower level. It's understandable. After all, this is just a basic martial art. If I could choose, I'd want to learn a higher martial art, but learning a higher art without a foundation is. Should I learn cloud stepping? This is a basic key technique after all. Although the movement technique I usually use isn't cloud stepping. Looking at my physical condition, this is the most suitable movement for me. Cloud stepping feels like walking on clouds. Although it's not the type of key technique used to suppress opponent. But it supports counterattacks while maintaining the original posture. Its limit depends on mana increasing movement speed by 50% and amplifying power by 10%. Let's give it a try. His movement speed immediately increased by 50%, consuming 2 chaotic energy per second. This thing astonishment mentioned this is completely different from what I remember. It's too fast. Is this cloud stepping at just 1 star? Isn't this the speed of a 4-star level or even higher? Not only that, it's not just faster. No matter how strange my movements are, I can still stand firm. Could it be that martial arts using chaotic energy are much stronger than those using magic power? He continued to experiment. Then he smiled with satisfaction. Should I try something? Jin used all the strength from his hands with an impact on the ground, creating an incredibly violent tremor. He pulled his hand back and laughed. Not only did I break it, I crushed it into 100 pieces. Basic martial arts are already at this level. If I could master the ultimate martial art I possessed in my past life, but before I can master it, my body might fall apart if I use it with my bare hands again. I have no choice but to use that. He also received an Awakener license certified by the Hunter Association. Shaw was then notified that he was allowed to enter. As he peeked through the door, he heard a welcome. Thank you for visiting the Yanzhen branch of the Star Alliance. Could you please tell me the reason for your visit?
I will assist you.
The Star Alliance is both an army and a merchant guild created by races from different dimensions. They are one of the three most powerful organizations in the multiverse, trading items and providing mercenary services regardless of dimension or race.
Their influence is enormous.
No race dares to challenge their power.
An organization that no one dares to trifle with.
Simply put, there are dirty merchants profiting under the guise of a neutral organization.
Menchen made a request.
I want to see the branch manager.
She hastily asked, sorry, could you repeat that? Minion answered confidently.
Kodar, is that enough to call the branch manager? The man appeared in a hurry, causing the crowd to buzz with gossip.
Isn't that the branch manager, Nathan?
He rarely shows his face except for extremely large deals.
A big shot who runs an entire federation. What's going on?
As soon as he saw Menchen, he proactively greeted him.
Are you the code client?
Pardon our shortcomings because such VIP clients rarely visit this remote branch.
I heard you want to use the multi-dimensional warehouse.
Correct.
Please, this way. I will lead the way. Minion was a little surprised.
Then he suddenly discovered Muthun.
Han is a 311-year-old dwarf.
His characteristic is monetary sense and natural financial luck with the ability to sense high-value products. Mention silently acknowledged. He looks like a worldly old man, but he's just a youth by dwarf standards. To hold the position of branch manager like this, he must be very skilled.
Nathan announced, this is the multi-dimensional warehouse.
Mention continued to follow him inside.
Transactions between dimensions usually cost a lot of money and time.
The multi-dimensional warehouse is a revolutionary technology created by the Alliance, which has significantly reduced the time needed for transactions due to its high cost and advanced technology. It's necessary to verify whether the user is a manager level or a VIP client of the Alliance. There are only 24 VIP clients, but their identities are top secret, meaning that even the staff here have no way of knowing my identity.
A request was quickly made. Please input the magic pattern for code. Mention immediately stepped into position to perform the request. The status window also displayed the message calculating reverse encryption. The multi-dimensional warehouse quickly shifted. Nathan, who was watching intently, announced its opening.
The magic password has been confirmed.
You are granted access to the multi-dimensional warehouse. There is only one item stored by the client. Mention let out a sigh of relief. Nice. Give it to me. That thing.
If I had known I would be reincarnated, I would have stored more items.
The multi-dimensional warehouse quickly gave the next announcement. Client's item has been successfully transferred to Earth.
Mention observed the item and silently noted at first glance it looks no different from an ordinary stone.
Now awaken Dark Star.
Dark Star is a weapon forged from a dwarf star. It can recreate many myths and legends.
The user can freely change the weapon's form. This artifact is temporarily sealed. Dark Star is an item that can become very strong or weak depending on the user's karma. Now, as a human, I'm much weaker. Because I was a demon, I have no accumulated karma. I can't even use half of its maximum potential. But that's okay.
The most basic function of the Dark Star still remains.
The ability to transform into 10,000 different weapon forms. Once I have this, the hunter test will be a piece of cake. This is a great weapon for someone like me who can use many martial arts. A phone call immediately took place right after. I'm not sure, but it's a real VIP code.
The person on the other end of the line replied to Nathan, a VIP code.
That guy just looks like a normal human. He confirmed once more.
I saw with my own eyes that the VIP code was confirmed as genuine.
Muthun, hearing this, curiously asked, what do you think about this? A human from Earth, a low-level dimension, has a VIP code.
This means that a high-level entity who doesn't want their identity revealed is hiding their power by coming to Earth as a duplicate. I can smell that this transaction will bring a lot of profit, she agreed. You're truly quick-witted, Nathan explained. If they bring money, they are customers. You should learn from me as quickly as possible. My life would be easier if I had a capable subordinate. She asked curiously, so, you just want me to observe the situation, not investigate? I won't let the other branches know. Nathan happily agreed, all right, I'll leave it to you. Earth is a place that has attracted the attention of high-level races. After that tower appeared, it took Muthan a lot of effort to get the position of regional director near the tower, but that wasn't enough. He was determined to hold on to this client and climb to a higher position in the alliance. The next day, Minion appeared at another location with eyes full of astonishment. It's really big, he thought. The hunter certification test was taking place. Mention held the paper in his hand and silently recalled. They said, I just need to go to the waiting room at noon. It must be around here somewhere. The chaos before him made him extremely angry. What are these crazy reporters doing? The person who just appeared was relentlessly pursued by them. Mizumi, is it true that you are taking the hunter certification today? Mr. Dongyo, please give us an interview. The chatter erupted again. Zumi, isn't she the daughter of Ambassador Vanaheim? I heard she's half-elf. In Norse mythology, Vanaheim is where the Vanir gods live. The gods of fertility, wisdom, and the ability to see the future. It's rumored that she can use spirit magic. Have you heard about Dongyu? He was recruited by the War-On Guild after the aptitude test. Isn't that the #1 guild in the country? What were his starting stats? One of these two will be the top scorer in this test. You'll see. The announcer's voice suddenly came on. Hello, candidates. Please be informed that the 55th Hunter certification exam will begin in 10 minutes. Each candidate will be assigned to a hunter match by the judges. Once you have been assigned, please proceed to the gate with your match number. Mention follow the instructions. And wondered, this isn't natural terrain, an artificial gate. The announcer's voice came again. The theme for the 55th test will be announced now. The theme is survival. You must score 100 points before the test ends. Detailed information will be displayed on the Hunter Watch. Mention was examining number 511. The current score for surviving until the end is 50 points. Each candidate will receive the same amount of shield energy. When there is a collision, the shield will decrease. Any candidate whose shield energy is depleted will fail and be automatically removed from the competition area. Mention checked it over and felt satisfied. This is quite convenient. The 3 ways to pass the test are to hunt 50 regular monsters, participate in a raid on the boss monster marked on the map, or eliminate other candidates. Mention that noticed something strange. He focused his listening and observation, then deduced the strategy. Basically, if you want to accumulate more points, you have to defeat a certain number of monsters. It's inevitable that some people will be short on points. Therefore, they have no choice but to attack other candidates. They set up traps to make other candidates kill each other. Even if there are people who want to cooperate. Acting in a group is annoying and it doesn't suit my style. Above all, the one I'm aiming for is the boss. Is there nothing interesting to watch? How boring. Watching others fight is the fun part. The clash of metal is someone fighting. This is a chance to witness the skills of other candidates. Besides, how can a good fight happen without me? After walking a bit further, Nshin noticed something was off. A giant monster was standing right next to him. Nshin showed an enthusiastic attitude. Perhaps I should start with this guy first. Dark Star Spear form. Change of plans. As he got into position, the status window displayed a notification. Chaos has covered your entire body.
All stats except chaotic power are increased by 40%.
Using flowing cloud steps, Chin quickly lunged forward.
The monster also appeared extremely ferocious,
which made him freeze for a moment.
Even though it's just a virtual monster, its killing intent and brutality are incredibly real.
A thick, sturdy hide along with superior muscular strength. It was all too much for this weak body. After the first strike, the monster safely attacked him from behind, which made Mention silently realize
melee weapons don't seem to be very effective because of this tail.
Well, then he quickly regained his composure and fought the monster. Seeing it baring its sharp fangs, Shinyan became even more determined. Right now, using Demon Spear technique, Breakthrough consumes 8 chaotic ki. The Demon Spear technique was unleashed. It struck the monster with an incredibly terrifying force, causing it to die on the spot.
The system updated with a new notification. You have defeated a monster. Gain 10 points.
At this point, Mention silently assessed. The quality of this dungeon seems higher than I imagined.
A named monster is worth as much.
The boss should be something to look forward to.
At the same time, a sound came from behind. He got it.
He took the named monster we were planning to hunt. The leader of their group shouted angrily.
How dare you steal it so blatantly in broad daylight? Looks like you haven't learned your place yet, kid. Do you know who we are?
We are the famous three brothers, the Dark Trio. Mention silently observed them.
Are these guys challenging me?
It seems they were the ones in the fight I heard earlier. They plan to steal points from other candidates after they've been weakened by fighting. He used True Eye to probe all of their status windows. Their physical stats are several times higher than mine, and their potential isn't bad either.
Young Jin, looking indignant, said, "Big bro, is he smiling? Does he understand his current situation?"
Jin confidently replied, "I don't know if you're the Dark Trio, the Supreme Trio, or whatever."
Stop spouting nonsense. I'm leaving.
The three of them challenged him in unison.
You bastard. Bro, let me smash his face in.
Well, let you go if you give us the points. But first, you need a lesson.
Don't you die.
The three of them began to attack Minion. He quickly used the Dark Star Dagger and then displayed a few basic moves in front of them. Young Jin confidently thought, running right up to my blade to die.
What an idiot. It mentioned silently assessed.
Even though their teamwork is good, but he decided to use the Scattering Flower and Flowing Water technique, the beauty of creation, causing Young Jin to cry out in pain. Scattering Flower and Flowing Water technique reduces the opponent's damage by 30%.
When parrying, the attack direction will be changed. Consumes 5 chaotic.
Increases damage of critical hits by up to 50%.
Consumes 3 chaotic ki, seeing his youngest brother screaming in panic, "Get away! Stay away from me!"
The eldest brother confidently thought, he's getting that close. So, it'll be hard for him to use magic. Then, he charged forward with a threat, "You bastard!
Get away from my brother!"
Seeing Minion successfully dodge the blow, he roared, "You're finished." Minion stood still, unmoving. He quickly observed the raging flames.
Then, he gave a sinister smile.
Then he unleashed a weapon to counter it. That is the 5-tiger decapitation technique. It's a special move of the Habison House, a military family famous for using swordsmanship in real combat, causing the other to look on with terrified faces. Minion maintained an extremely calm posture, preparing to step onto the spear, and then flew straight towards the opponent's position. The eldest brother was still bewilderedly asking what when Mayan had already confidently declared, "It's over,"
causing him to scream in frustration, "Impossible."
He also collected another 15 points, bringing his accumulated score to 45.
Then, Mention silently mused, "This guy saved up a lot of points, huh?" Yong-Su rushed to his teammate and whispered, "Big bro has been defeated."
"That guy, his weapon?"
Yong-Jing confidently asserted.
He must have infused his true ki into it. It's dangerous, Minion observed them and confidently thought. They clearly have no way to pull their earned points onto one person with their current skills. He confidently declared, what starts must also end, right? How many points can you guys give me? The announcer's voice rang out with information. Candidate for 150 Yenju shield energy has reached 0. The candidate is eliminated from the test. In the guild viewing room, everyone was buzzing. A member of the Dark Trio was eliminated. Their rookies being nurtured by the second-ranked guild in the country. Who defeated the trio? Dong Yu went a bit too far, didn't he? The guild master's words are never wrong. Discovered by the second-ranked hunter in the country. The most promising rookie directly trained by him, Duong Yu. The 3 rookies from the Chanzhen Guild are just small fry to Duong Yu. The announcer's voice came again. Candidate for 151. Yang Su's shield energy has reached 0. Candidate for 150 to Yang Jin's shield energy. Everyone gasped in astonishment. The Dark Trio was defeated by just one person. The woman laughed proudly as expected of Du Songyu, the pride of Harem. She suddenly froze for a moment. Then she exclaimed in shock, "Who is that?" Then she fell silent in confusion when she realized it was Mention. In that case, at this moment, the other candidates were being eliminated one by one with extremely decisive and painful moves. The announcer reported again, candidate 686 shield energy has reached 0. Mention's accumulated points had reached 172. Then he silently thought the named monster, but in the end, I didn't see anything. There isn't much time left. We've now entered the crucial phase of the test. I have to finish this first. Let's go meet the boss. This is the only path into the Rocky Mountain that leads to the boss. A narrow path just wide enough for 1 or 2 people to pass through. At the end of the path is a golem, high defense stats, an unruly warrior, and the ability to self-heal. Chin asked out loud, "Are you guys trying to make this monster invincible? If I take one hit from it, I'm done for, and I can't give it a chance to heal either. I just have to keep tearing it apart." Minion rushed forward, swinging his sword towards the golem. He could feel the hardness of the monster. The system announced no damage dealt. The golem punched the ground hard. Attack failed. Please try again. Minion smirked confidently. Oh my. Are you going to tell me what you're about to do? How friendly. Things have been pretty boring since I faced that trio of brats. And now it's a tough fight. Using the 5 tiger decapitation technique again would be too much for my body. So I'll use this Dark Star Giant Axe. The system announced you are using the special technique. Axe of Destruction consumes 15 chaotic power. Mention decisively swung the axe cleaving into the golem's arm. The axe technique can only be used by players who use mana or chaotic power. The technique simply maximizes the axe's characteristic of chopping and slashing, but still exudes overwhelming power. The golem's body gradually cracked into small lines. The system confirmed the attack was effective, countering. Mention smiled with satisfaction. It's working. The size of the wound doesn't matter anymore. He continued to slash at the monster repeatedly. If I can't land a finishing blow, I'll just chip away at it 10 times or even 100 times until it's dead. You may happen to witness the entire fight. She stood frozen, staring at me. It seems someone got here first. Was startled with fear. It's almost dead and someone is coming to kill Steel. If Yumi uses spirit magic to attack me now, I won't be able to handle both her and the golem. And if I attack her, the golem will heal itself. Either way, I'm screwed. Yumi asked, "Hey, need my help to beat it?" Mention was stunned. What did she just say? I've been fighting it until it's low on health for a while now. He pouted and replied, "You fought it until it's almost dead, and now you want to come in for the easy kill, princess.
Yumi said bluntly, not at all. I don't think you can beat it. Minion thought to himself, I see.
If I do this right, there's still a way out of this deadlock.
He turned to Yumi and asked, want to make a bet? She asked curiously, a bet?
Minions started to entice her.
Just a little bet for fun. If I can defeat this monster in 10 minutes. Yumi interrupted and said, hey, there's no way you can beat it alone. Besides, there are only 20 minutes left. Why should I bet with you? What do I get?
Menshin said clearly, I'll give you all my points.
He gave a sinister smile.
The number of points I have is more than what she gets from fighting the boss.
Yumi also carefully considered if the benefit is greater than fighting the boss.
Of course, I'd be tempted, she asked further.
And what if you win? Just as Mayan was about to answer, the golem began to self-heal. Fear was evident on his face. I was too busy talking. It's starting to heal in a panic.
He told her, Amile, treat me to a meal.
Yumi was quite surprised.
A meal, Menshin said hastily.
So, it's a deal. Okay, I'm going now.
She immediately agreed.
All right, but if you're about to lose, I'm jumping in. Minion arrogantly replied, you can say whatever you want because that's not going to happen.
She asked curiously, but why are you talking to me so familiarly?
We've never met before. Minion said, if you feel awkward about it. He smirked for a few seconds. Then he continued, then just talk familiarly with me, too. Time flew by and the test ended. Everyone was brought back to the outside world.
A worried guy shouted, Mechel team is here.
Emergency treatment for candidate 370.
The students here are also in critical condition.
Bring a potion over there. Menshin sat dizzily on the ground. He let out a long sigh. I'm so tired. That was exhausting.
My chaotic power and HP are almost gone.
It's all because that golem healed almost completely. I almost lost the bet. Yumi stood still as a statue. She just silently watched Mayan from behind, while people around them were constantly gossiping about him. Why does that guy look completely unharmed? He probably just hid the whole time. Yumi was astonished. Unbelievable. I guess I really have to treat him to a meal.
That guy could read all of the golem's attack patterns. Menshin's eyes showed clear determination, and he could even time his attacks perfectly.
If I fought him, could I win?
When I fought Sun Yu, he was quite strong, too.
But that was it. If we had a rematch, I'm confident I could beat him.
Everyone's eyes widened in shock when they received the results.
The top scorer of the 55th Hunter certification exam is examinee number 511. Menshin congratulations. The crowd buzzed. Menshin Sun Yu is ranked third.
Sun Yu muttered under his breath.
Unacceptable. Reporters surrounded him. Hey, Mr. Sun Yu, please share your thoughts on your ranking. He bluntly pushed everyone's hands away. Sorry, I have no comment. The bodyguards announced sternly, we will not allow interviews so he can rest. We will provide detailed information to the media soon. People started to turn their attention towards Minion. Examinee 511 is him.
He's the top scorer. He thought to himself, I should sneak away before I get noticed.
He grabbed the door.
The moment he swung the door open, the sea of people outside roared, he's out.
Hunterman Menshin is over here. He quickly turned his head back. I have to use another door.
But the group of reporters was already there.
Hunter Ion, please give us an interview. How do you feel about becoming the top scorer?
He felt like he was in a difficult situation.
At this rate, how am I supposed to get home? Minion suddenly shouted, there's one condition before I join any guild. He held up 5 fingers and declared, 500 million. I'll join any guild that offers 500 million. Everyone present was stunned. You may be a good fighter, but your basic stats are rock bottom.
So things might be different if your basic stats were a rank, but there's no real reason to offer that price to someone with no growth potential.
Chin chuckled and said to himself, well, I wasn't planning on joining any guild anyway.
I just set a high price to make it easier to go home, because who would pay 500 million for some random guy who fell from the sky? Suddenly, a voice rang out. I'll pay that price.
Minion was completely stunned. Wait, for real? A guild is paying 500 million to recruit a newbie. What kind of lunatic is this? Minion looked around frantically. Which lunatic is it? I need to see his face.
A hand was raised.
Calling out, Hunter Minion, over here.
He stared blankly at the hand.
That fat guy. Isn't that the branch manager at a magnificent splendid castle?
Mention spoke seriously to the manager.
What is this all about?
Just to be clear, I was just saying that I don't plan on joining any guild.
He laughed and said, I know. I just wanted to help my client. Minion was surprised. You want to help me? He took out a contract
and said, I want to invite you to be a freelance mercenary for the Star Alliance.
You may just be working for the Alliance, but you will be rewarded for your contracts split evenly with the Alliance. With this, you won't be bothered by anyone. Not only that, you can also work for the Alliance.
You will also be directed to clients supported by the customer care team and get a tax reduction.
All items you obtain while hunting will be sold at the highest price. Mention considered it. Honestly, the terms are pretty good with a lot of great benefits. He spoke up. I didn't know the Star Alliance also did volunteer work like this.
In the language of this alliance, there's nothing good that doesn't come with a price, and all these terms in exchange for nothing.
You think I'm a kid, he bluntly said.
It seems I'm wasting my time here, the man called out.
Hunter mentioned, all we want is your trust. Upon hearing this,
he was quite surprised.
What? Trust? Minion smirked and thought. Trust, huh? It seems he believes I'm some huge powerhouse after seeing my VIP code. But what you see is all I've got. Maybe I've stumbled upon a great deal. Why would I refuse?
Finally, Chin made his decision.
All right, I'll sign. Sunlight streamed into the room. The secretary asked worriedly, is a freelance mercenary contract like this okay? He gently said, I don't do anything without calculating it first. Go back and prepare to welcome the client.
Usually, mercenaries of the Star Alliance are very powerful people, at least of noble rank or equivalent.
That's why freelance mercenaries need the approval of management or a major figure in the Alliance.
Although, just a VIP code isn't enough for easy approval.
I can't let this opportunity slip by. I've prepared everything.
Now, all that's left is to discuss it with the general director. A strange man appeared.
Good. A mercenary contract. Is it? I approve.
The manager was quite surprised.
Really? Is it that simple?
The man continued.
Give him all the benefits.
If anything arises, report to me immediately and keep this confidential.
Is there something wrong?
He quickly replied, nothing, sir.
Thank you, General Director. What just happened? When I told him about the client, he didn't react at all.
But after watching his match, he completely changed.
Confident movements without a single wasted motion.
The 20th General Director of the Star Alliance, the Dragonoid Nuxer, was watching the match intently. It feels like I'm watching that person fight, but it can't be that person because that person is already dead.
But there was a knock on Minion's door, startling him awake.
He sprawled on the bed with a sleepy face.
What time is it? Why didn't the alarm go off? Why is my phone off? Who is it? A voice came from outside.
Hunter mentioned, "It's Ellie from the Star Alliance."
He replied, "Wait a moment. A high-ranking person coming to a shabby place like this. You should have called before coming. Isn't this the fat dwarf secretary?" Ellie smiled and replied, "I thought it would be fine to meet you and then talk. Besides, I already sent you a message." He glanced at his phone. "Sorry, I didn't get it." She understood the problem with a phone like that. "It's no wonder you didn't get the message."
Minion remembered he didn't get the message because his phone kept ringing non-stop.
"Who got my number and keeps calling like that?"
He offered an invitation to Ellie.
"It seems like this will be a long conversation, so come inside." She didn't hesitate to reply. "Yes, I'm coming in." Is this what they call a commoner's life? It looks simple for a VIP. Mention asked uncomfortably. "What do you mean by simple? Haven't you looked into how I live?" Ellie giggled. "Of course not, Mr. Client.
We do nothing that would displease Hunter Mention," he asked while hastily tidying up the room.
"So, what's the matter today?" Ellie said, "When you presented your identification at the Alliance headquarters as a superhuman, that's all I could find out, huh?"
Minion silently praised her.
"She's good.
She chooses her words carefully to not anger me.
If she's this sharp, it'll be easier for me."
She cautiously handed him an item into the main point.
Minion asked, "What is this?"
She quickly answered, "A work phone and a card with a deposit in your bank account." Minion slowly opened it to look at the deposit.
"How much did I demand last time?"
He was completely shocked when he saw the number.
4.7 billion. Ellie added, "Due to taxes, we couldn't give you exactly 5 billion. Minion couldn't believe his eyes.
"You guys really paid this much?"
Ellie smiled brightly and said, "Of course, I didn't expect you to be so shocked."
Minion retorted, "You were the one who said I lived in poverty, and this is why I chose to merge finances with the university student." Mention Ellie moved on to another topic. "There's also another reason I came to see you so early.
It's about forming a support team for Hunter Mention and reminding you of the terms, as well as arranging the gates." He said, "I think a loot collecting team is good enough." Ellie suggested, "What about tanks and marksmen? They could be very helpful to you."
He said confidently, "I'm enough on my own," Ellie calculated.
"Then let me arrange for a survival expert and a porter for you." Minion cut her off and asked, "Wait, when do I start raiding gate?" She explained.
As soon as the gate selection and team formation are complete, Mayan became weary.
"That'll probably take a while, won't it? My body is getting restless. I really want to try out my hunter privileges. I've upgraded my attributes, but haven't even had a chance to test them." Ellie stood up abruptly and said, "It won't be long because I'm very competent at my job."
3 hours later, she took Mention to a place gate among terrain, tropical forest, monster types, hornboars, smart monkeys, carnivorous creatures.
Minion was stunned. "You're talented enough to do that." She said proudly, "I told you I was good." Minion could only give a wry smile. "You have a reason to be confident, huh?" A man appeared and asked, "Is this the rookie who caused a stir at the last exam?" Ellie quickly greeted him. "Hello, Captain. Let me introduce you. This is your support team."
The man introduced himself. "I'm Dong Hayan, captain of the support team."
"Nice to meet you." Minion smiled. "I'm Minion. I look forward to working with you."
The two of them shook hands. Everyone started to divide the work.
"I will be the one hunting in this gate.
And after I'm done, everyone can go inside and collect the items."
Dong Hayan watched Mention step inside. "I joined because Section Chief Ellie requested it." Everyone asked uncomfortably, who is he to summon us like this? Dong Hyen was stunned. Mention, I've never heard that name before.
A young man recognized him.
Isn't he the top scorer from the recent certification exam?
The test was just yesterday, so it's understandable that you don't know, Dong Hyen said angrily.
I see. Are you crazy? Even if he's the top scorer, how can an inexperienced rookie clear a gate alone? Has greed blinded him?
He can hunt as much as he wants, then go call another team.
Minion easily dispatched a monster today.
I don't think there's any need to waste time on this. The monster fell to the ground with a thud, causing everyone to gasp in horror.
He took down a notorious Dirong thorn boar in a single blow.
Jin smirked and called out, "Hey boys, it's going to get busy from now on, so stay close to me."
The system announced, you receive 3.3% experience points. Receive 7.55% experience points. You received 4.5% experience points. Mention got more and more fired up.
My experience points are increasing, still increasing.
The system announced you have leveled up. Open the status window to upgrade your stats.
In just a short while, Mayan had dealt with all the monsters.
I finally leveled up. He grinned and told them. Let's rest here for a bit. Everyone was exhausted. I'm dead. Finally, a break. Hey, what time is there to rest? Don't you see how many items are left to pick up? Mention's hunting is no joke. Hey, you don't let your guard down.
The wind rustled. Mention stood silently, reading the status window.
Stat points, huh?
Whenever a player levels up, they receive 5 stat points. You can use these points to upgrade your desired stats.
What's there to calculate?
I decided which stat I wanted a long time ago. I'll put everything into my main source of power, chaotic power. Mensch was extremely surprised.
This is insane. My chaotic energy increased by 10% after just 30 minutes of hunting. It seems getting stronger won't take too long. Inside the forest, the smart monkeys launched an attack on Minchin.
But with just 2 slashes, he dealt with them. His experience points continuously increased to 6.1%.
The screams of the monkeys echoed, "Someone, help!"
They could only watch as Mayan happily dealt with each monkey one by one.
Dong Hyen had to exclaim, "What an impressive fighting demon!" What did they say?
A kid with no combat experience. This fighting style is honed to near perfection through hundreds of battles.
It seems I'm responsible for supporting an extraordinary child. It's hard to believe those skills belong to a new hunter. Mention leap high.
Chasing after the monkey, he mercilessly plunged the spear right into the top of its head.
Dong Hyen was eagerly waiting. I want to see how far he can go. The system announced, Chaotic power and chaotic energy have both increased. Minions silently asked, only the boss monster is left alive, right?
He called out to Dong Hyen, "Captain, I'm going to try to raid the boss immediately."
Are you okay? He could only force a smile and say, "All right, go with your plan." His teammate turned to Dong Hyen and asked, "What's wrong?"
You seem hesitant, he explained.
I guess you don't know since you're new.
Normally, people attack the boss after 2 to 3 days of exploring behind the gate without enough information.
You shouldn't risk your life in a gamble like this, right? The man smirked. Why are they wasting time worrying about that? In that case, I'll go fight the boss right now.
To eradicate, you need to destroy its core. Looking at the place where the core's energy emanated from, you can find the boss monster. Upon arriving, Jin could only exclaim, "Oh my god, Kit, the leader of the smart monkeys."
Jin wondered, if it's the leader of the smart monkey, is its main magic and skills would probably be enhancement magic, right?
Dong Hyen warned, Hunter Minchin, entity is a formidable.
FO, you must be careful when facing it. Minchin rushed forward. You don't have to worry. Just don't give it time to use its magic.
At first, the monkey was still laughing cheerfully. A few seconds later, its expression changed to one of horror as it saw someone rushing towards it.
A pillar rose from the ground.
The system announced, "You have entered the range of the Force nest.
The Force curse is penetrating your body. Speed reduced by 3 points." Minion muttered. How annoying. He used his flowering god sword technique to split the pillar in two.
Eddie was even more astonished.
The subordinate monkeys started to rush out.
Mention silently sneered, "Fools. This failure was determined the moment you charged head-on without realizing your own weakness." With just one swing of his sword, he annihilated the entire group of monkeys.
Eddie couldn't believe its eyes.
The rage within it surged.
Eddie let out a loud roar. Dong Hyen could only laugh helplessly. A twice-enhanced body much stronger than a regular Eddie.
The others were terrified.
"Leader, one person can't fight that. We need to go help him now." Minion stood there and asked, "What the hell are they talking about?" "They want to help me."
Eddie furiously leaped towards Mchin.
He sent it back home. He immediately used the 5 Tiger Blades skill.
This weak body, in an instant, he split its body into halves.
Everyone gasped in complete shock.
The system announced gate raid complete.
He was extremely surprised to see Ellie standing outside.
The moment she saw him, she praised him.
Hunter mentioned, "You did a great job."
He asked curiously,
"Have you been waiting here all this time?" Ellie answered excitedly.
"Of course, I had to watch everything. It's your first gate raid after all." Menshin said to himself,
"I want to get to the next gate quickly." He asked, "When's the next gate?"
Ellie said, "In 3 days.
Minion smiled and said, "Good thing it's not tomorrow. I'm definitely busy tomorrow."
Also, in today's help me arrange 1 raid per day.
Ellie asked worriedly, "Is that okay?"
People usually take 3 to 4 days per raid because each one is very exhausting.
He said in a firm tone, "I'll be fine. Oh, and can you introduce me to an equipment crafting expert?"
I feel I should at least wear protective gear.
When I was the Demon King, I was covered in enhancing energy that acted as demonic protection.
So, I didn't need to worry about trivial physical damage. But now, I'll be in big trouble if I keep going unequipped like this.
Ellie replied, "I know an expert in the Alliance. I can contact for you right away. I'll let you know after I've arranged a meeting. It won't take long." He replied eagerly, "I'm looking forward to it." Scene mentioned, the guards hastily greeted him. "Thank you, sir. Please come here anytime you like."
On his face, he seemed lost in thought. I spent a whole for 100,000,001 on equipment.
I didn't think the expert they introduced would be so chubby. He doesn't seem very reliable. He said confidently, "You won't be disappointed." He wondered. I think he's a good person. But how are these two things related?
Since that expert is so confident, maybe it's okay to trust him. The driver suddenly noticed a strange gate right in front of him. What the mention was still lost in thought. I should retrain my mind after I get back.
A sudden gust of wind blew up. Everyone on the bus panicked. Traffic in the city became chaotic.
Mention was bewildered.
What's going on? A sudden accident. Did he hit someone?
A terrified scream rang out.
A gate suddenly appeared. A gate appeared right in the middle of the city.
Mention looked outside to check and it's black, too.
The one I saw yesterday was blue. The monsters also gradually appeared.
It bared its sharp fangs, unknowing of what was happening.
The pedestrians were so scared they couldn't speak. Monsters. A monster. A monster appeared. Honey, run. Everyone scrambled to escape.
The monster showed its craving.
Humans' food. Everyone fell into a panic. When will the Hunter Association get here? Run.
In the middle of the street, a child was crying loudly.
Mommy, where are you?
A monster appeared right in front of a little girl.
Human food. It shot an arrow towards the little girl.
At the same time, Mshin rushed in.
How dare you wreak havoc here?
He quickly embraced the child and then used his other hand to fight the monsters.
You disgusting monsters.
The spear pierced the wolf's body, killing it instantly, Minion said angrily. You're not even worth using martial arts on. Just die and increase my stats. The system confirmed.
You have received a 5% experience points. Minion complained, these monsters are too low level. The experience is barely anything.
The system popped up again. Chaotic energy detected in the opponent you just defeated.
You can now absorb chaotic energy. Minion was a bit stunned.
Absorb chaotic energy?
The monsters appeared in ever denser waves. MSU used his shield to try to block their attacks. He shouted loudly, fire arrows.
The monsters continuously fired thousands of arrows towards Mitsu.
Mijin was also getting tired. ABA, there are too many of them. My mana is depleted.
MSU also said helplessly, my shield can't hold out
any longer. This bunch is also different from the ear-rain kobolds in the blue dungeon.
The two of them screamed in fear, we're going to die. While they were in despair, Mchin appeared like a hero.
This one is mine. He continued to plunge his spear into the monster's head.
The other monsters all looked up.
Mchin raised his leg to kick off.
He unleashed a series of masterful slashes, clearing them all out.
MSU gasped in horror. Who are you?
Mchin stood proudly like a savior. Ancient Star technique level has increased by 1.5%. Your chaotic energy has increased by 0.3%. He turned to the two of them and said, you go help evacuate the civilians.
I'll hold them off. Mijin forced a smile and replied, yes, thank you.
With that, Mchin turned in another direction, and now you bastards will become my stats. The scene changes to a coffee shop.
Menshin was sitting and talking with a man.
He cautiously handed him a business card.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Hunter Nim. My name is Suni.
I heard that you handled that gate by yourself. The gate that suddenly appeared in the middle of the city without any warning.
It would have been a great loss if we couldn't stop it in time. Thanks to Hunter Mchin, we were able to keep the damage to a minimum. I want to thank you on behalf of the Hunter Association. Thank you sincerely. Minion replied awkwardly.
Well, it was just what needed to be done, saying he added, the association will reward you for clearing the gate break and there will also be a cash reward for the monsters you defeated.
Menshin sat and pondered.
So, he's also a hunter in the Hunter Association security team.
Based on his mana, he's probably A or B rank. I don't think I'll need True Eye. I probably won't see this guy again. I'm not very interested in him. I'll have Ellie handle everything. It'll probably take a while.
That's what I thought. A week later, Suni came to find him again.
Hunter mentioned, it's good to see you again. He smiled and replied, you're Suni? I didn't expect us to meet in this situation. How did things turn out this way? To know we have to go back to days.
Shin's opponent this time was a C-ranked headed werewolf. He only needed one slash to take care of it. Shin worked quickly and efficiently without a single waste in motion. The system confirmed.
You have reached level 11. It's been a week since the gate break.
Thanks to fighting here every day, I've reached level 11.
However, leveling up is getting harder and harder.
I need to quickly get fully prepared and start raiding higher level dungeons. Dong Haen appeared and said, "My goodness, you're starting your training again." He replied while doing push-ups. "It's best to train while I'm focused like this." Dong Haen could only give a wry smile. "So, Arrogate, please give us a break." Ellie called out, "Are you done with your training?" Jin replied sheepishly, "I made you wait again." Ellie smiled and said, "Supporting Hunter Chin is my job." He asked with concern, "Aren't you tired after working at the association, and you still take the time to wait for me?" Ellie replied, "Just consider this the branch's way of showing its concern for you." In Minion's mind, he pictured Muthun. "The way they used to treat me is worlds apart." "Are you really that chubby uncle's subordinate?" Ellie added, "And the equipment you needed is ready. So the branch chief is looking for you, too." Mention decided, "Is that so? Then maybe I'll skip tomorrow's raid. After all, I don't know how long it will take to look over and test the equipment myself." Suddenly, he heard cheering. People were so happy they cried. "We finally get a day off." Does anyone remember how many centuries it's been since our last day off? You guys are amazing. Fighting here every day. You must have worked so hard. Mention was frozen. What's with this attitude? Ellie giggled. Gate raids usually last about 2 to 3 days. Dong Haen took the chance to complain. This heartless merchant just keeps making us work. Ellie explained, "These people have been operating at 2 to 3 times their normal capacity. But they don't complain much because the pay is good. But eventually they'll get exhausted. Resting is an important part of the job." Minchin could only reply sheepishly, "Sorry, I'm not as normal as other people." How did these two get on the same page so quickly? So annoying. Before leaving, she didn't forget to say goodbye to him. "Well then, see you later. Mr. Minchin, I'll come to escort you tomorrow." At the Star Alliance branch. As soon as Mshinyan got out of the car, a group of reporters rushed towards him. The reporters are swarming again. A barrage of questions was thrown at him. Hunter mentioned, "May we ask a few questions? It seems you contributed a lot during the gate break incident. What about the contract between you and the Star Alliance?" He hesitated in his reply. "Wait a moment about that. I'm sorry." He quickly tried to find a way to escape, but it was all thanks to her. Ellie had to stay behind and take the heat for him. Hunter mentioned, "The one who performed a great service in the incident, has the association finally made a decision?" He breathed a sigh of relief as he stepped inside the castle. "I almost got stuck out there." A girl cheerfully came out to greet him. "Welcome, Hunter Mansion." Nathan rushed towards him at top speed. "Welcome. I have prepared everything thoroughly." Menchin was extremely eager. "Really? I really want to take a look." He laughed and replied, "You will definitely be satisfied." The curtain was drawn to both sides. The armor set promise of the knot and the leg armor. Trust of the god the knot. Menchin thought to himself, "It's not that I trust this uncle, but this is beyond my expectations." There were also the wind spirit earrings and the vow of Vulcan. After putting on the armor, Mchin had to exclaim in admiration, "This is absolutely amazing." He laughed and asked, "You like it, don't you?" He also shared, "Honestly, it's perfect. To be honest, it's far beyond my expectations." The man said sadly, "If I had more time and funding, I could have done even better. If only I had more support." "What a pity." Menchin said, "No need. The contract didn't mention anything about crafting support. This is more than good enough because I want to maintain a positive transaction with the association anyway." Muthun was curious. "A positive transaction," he explained. "Yes, that's right, branch chief." Muthun's eyes lit up. "Here I am. Is there anything else you need?" he asked wordly.
am I being noticed by a VIP? Hello.
Arrange for me to go to a B rank gate.
Nathan shouted in alarm. What? That's impossible right now?
He asked, puzzled.
Why? He explained.
Creating a beer rank gate is already difficult, but the bigger problem is the items that drop from it. The quality is very high, which means the competition is extremely fierce.
That's why gates from B rank and above have conditions imposed by the association.
The requirement to enter a B rank gate is to have completed about 40 or more D rank gates and 30 or more C rank gates.
Mention calculated.
So if I raid the gates a day, it would still take more than 2 months. Mathun revealed, however, there is another way, although it's not very common.
He asked curiously, what way is that? Nathan replied, it's to fight in a rank hunter from the association.
If you win, you'll be granted a license. Mention silently blamed him. Why didn't you mention such a convenient method sooner at the Hunter Association, one of the international organizations with power and authority comparable to the United Nations?
Minion asked sheepishly.
Ellie, are you still mad at me?
Because I left you with that group of reporters. You're not holding a grudge, are you?
She replied gently.
Leaving me alone and running away. I'm never angry at people like that. He stated firmly. She's definitely angry.
Ellie smiled and said.
Just kidding, but will you be okay? I don't know how fast you can get stronger. But this is a fight against an rank hunter. Chin reassured her. I'm not the type to risk my life. It'll be fine. It's not arrogance.
If we only consider my skills, this would be very difficult.
But with equipment and experience, things will be different.
In training room number 1, a man placed his hand on the door of training room number 1. The instructor came out and announced, the result of the certification test will be decided based on a match against an ranked member of the association.
Minion asked carefully, if I defeat my opponent, I'll pass, right?
He replied, defeating an A rank hunter.
Good spirit.
However, whether you pass or not will be up to the referee's decision.
Minion asked further, so, how is the score calculated?
He said, I can't disclose that because it's confidential information.
He had to admit, that's pretty strict.
Ellie whispered into Mchin's ear, it will likely be based on basic skills. Reaction speed and decision-making ability in dangerous situations.
That's usually how it is. He felt enlightened. I see. He instructed, preparations for the test are complete. Please go this way.
Minion was a bit surprised.
This is the examination room. It looks just like the place near the gate. A voice spoke up. I've been waiting for you.
Minion's eyes widened in recognition.
You are?
He smiled and introduced himself. I'm Sonny and a rank hunter, a member of the Association Security Bureau.
I've been assigned as the examiner for today's test.
He grumbled under his breath.
So that's how it is.
Suni drew his sword and said.
If you maintain your usual performance, I think you'll pass easily. Are you ready? Minchin replied cockily. Why don't you guess? Sonny declared.
Then the hunter's certification exam begins now. Minion swung his spear towards him.
Suni quickly parried the attack. People often say that all things are impermanent. Songi threw the sword back at McCann. He smirked and said, just this. This is still too easy.
Suni suddenly lunged forward at an incredible speed, leaving Chin completely surprised.
Well, then can you block this one, too? Sun unleashed a series of decisive slashes. Minion was stunned. Wait, he. Ellie watched from the sidelines.
I never knew Hunter Chin's skills were at this level. With skills that good, he should pass easily. The swords clashed against each other.
Suni fell back in surprise. As expected, you're doing very well now.
I understand why you were able to single-handedly stop the invasion. In that case, you pass, Jin requested of Sangdi.
You fight me with all your strength, he asked back, stunned. What? Jin's face took on a demonic expression.
If not, don't blame my blade for being merciless.
The battle was over. But Mayan was still burning with fighting spirit. That attitude made Sun bewildered. Hey, candidate. I think there's been a misunderstanding here. Why is he angry when I told him he won?
Jin smirked mockingly and said, a misunderstanding.
If you weren't looking down on me, how could I have dodged that blow of yours so easily? This Sun's stats are almost 4 times higher than mine.
With such a difference in stats, it would be difficult to dodge an attack unless he went easy on me. Thinking he was being looked down on like this, he clenched his fist in anger. I'm not afraid of losing, but I can't let myself be underestimated like this. The fire of anger blazed, Jin said coldly.
I'll only say this once.
Use your full power.
Sun, he was so nervous he swallowed hard. You know what? He couldn't retreat. He had to accept.
All right, I think nothing I say now will work.
7 swords. My skill allows me to control up to 7 swords at will. 7 swords can fully utilize the power of 7 blades with just a thought. Mention was satisfied. Good.
Worth waiting for. You should have used it from the start.
He immediately took a stance from me. In a rank is currently a very high wall.
That makes it all the more worthwhile to challenge him. Mitchell immediately attacked, saying he stood still, assessing the situation. The clash of 2 swords was deafening. Jin attacked with all his might, only to be repelled. Sani, as fast as a leopard, had appeared behind him at some point, but Jin had already quickly bent down and dodged his sword strike. He quickly turned to face Sani. A glint of light from a sword hidden in sand reflected into his eyes.
Jin was worried. I thought this was just the opening.
But it turns out he hid a 4th sword as a trap. And for such a small sword to have so much power shows how strong his ability is.
But why does he limit his power by just using swords?
The 2 sides clash powerfully with great effect. Sun, he was extremely confident. You don't look tired at all these past few days.
You've really surprised me. Mention feeling bewildered. Retorted. You're not done being surprised yet. Don't worry. He's fast, so it's hard to dodge everything. I can't last much longer in this fight. Sun's speed was no joke.
He readied his sword and powerfully struck towards Mchin's face.
The swords clashed again. Minion was very satisfied. This is it. Finally, he's taken it seriously. Based on strength alone, there isn't much of a difference.
If I try to exploit it, there will definitely be a chance.
Suni reminded him.
Don't let your guard down, Hunter.
Menchin.
Suddenly, from behind Minion, a sword flew at him with lightning speed. He was sweating profusely from the effort.
Damn it. I can't dodge this.
The sword flew straight into Mchin's body.
A terrifying explosion shook even the ground.
Michelle's body slammed into the wall, causing it to crack wide open.
Suni was also out of breath. He gasped. Is it over? But then those feet stood firm again. Suni was bewildered. Hunter mentioned that blow could have easily taken an arm. How? Could you be unharmed after that attack? Could it be he created an explosion to escape that situation?
Minchin emerged from the cloud of dust, putting Sun high on guard.
Who on earth are you? Minion emerged from the cloud of dust, putting Suni on guard.
He also felt like he died and come back to life after that attack. His face was drained of all color.
Damn, that hurt.
The idea of dodging with an explosion was good,
but if I didn't have this armor, I'd be in pieces right now.
Before that, Minion had quickly used his armor.
Promise of the knot.
Armor skill, you have used the heavy armor.
Promise of the knot. Armor skill will use your mana to enhance the armor and its physical defense.
Things seem to be going as I planned, but it's still harder than I thought.
Now that I've experienced the difference in stats for myself, I can't overcome it. I need a stronger martial art.
Shin began to focus his power into the sword in his hand. You have obtained the 7-star demonic sword. His eyes immediately widened.
That menacing aura made Sun Tzu's whole body tense up. This doesn't look good. He immediately went on the defensive. I apologize in advance. I brought all the swords I have.
So, this is 100% of my power.
Minion laughed powerfully. It's fine. That's just what I wanted. He didn't hold back either. He shouted, I'm using my full power. Unmentioned sighed. He was also extremely cautious. You are using the 7-star demonic sword first form setting sun.
Those sword strikes made Sani panic and he fought back with all his might.
Chin's power caused Suni's sword to crack and then shatter into dust.
Minion's sword grazed his face.
He laughed with excitement and then quickly added a few more slashes. Sani, having lost his initial confidence, fought back with disheveled hair.
Finally, the remaining swords were also shattered. He looked extremely disheveled.
A few slashes are not enough.
In that case, I still have a little bit of chaotic energy left.
Next will be.
As he prepared to attack again, Minion suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and then slumped to the ground, dry heaving. Sun Hai, on the other side, was no better. His whole body was trembling at this moment.
Someone ran out from inside. Ellie rushed over. Hunter mentioned, "Are you okay?" Hunter Sani. Both young men said, "This should be my victory. Since I went through the trouble of bringing out the 7 swords, I have to win."
After they finished speaking, both of them suddenly burst out laughing. Having just fought and now sitting and laughing, it made the other completely confused.
What the hell is going on? Mention wondered.
So, what's the result?
He laughed heartily. Of course, you won. After that fierce battle, it's been 3 days since I passed the verification test.
Minion continued to practice martial arts on the rooftop, but his fists had become stronger. His kicks were also full of passion.
Minchiant was very satisfied. It seems I've fully recovered. Now I can raid B-rank dungeons. The Jinho Gate. With its plateau terrain. When Ellie heard this decision, she was extremely bewildered. Are you really okay? You still want to fight in this condition? You should get treated before going back. And yet, you still decided to go in without any consideration. And you're even entering a beer rank gate. Mention listened to Ellie's nagging while putting on his fur coat. Didn't I tell you? I'll recover faster without treatment because the ancient star technique can change one's physical constitution. Strength increased by 0.3. Agility increased by 0.2. I've become even stronger. If I get injured and keep recovering, then I really have no choice but to rest. But I want to fight right away. And my body has recovered well.
A group of people passed through the spatial gate, entering a frozen land.
It's so cold. Hey, Captain. I think this place is colder than anywhere else. Hey, you're not cold at all.
The people who were shivering from the cold were shocked to see Minion looking completely fine. He looked very comfortable in this harsh climate.
The wind isn't very strong. It's actually quite cool. Minion was resistant to the cold thanks to his chaotic energy. To be honest, I was thinking of taking off this coat since it's not doing much. Hearing this, everyone got worried. Oh my god, don't laugh. It'll get even colder. Hearing that, he laughed. "Hey, gentlemen, how can you help me in this condition?" One person in the group spoke up. "I think it would be better to stop and set up camp." Chinyan agreed. "Then I'll go scout around while you guys set up the tents. Don't go too far." Minyan walked alone on the thick snow. "This place is bigger than I thought." Ahead, a furry creature seemed to be waiting for him. Minyan still hadn't seen the danger ahead. "Why haven't I encountered any monsters after walking for so long?" Behind him, the furry creature leaped out of the snow. It bared its hideous fangs at him. Yeti strength 120. Menchin was excited. "Speak of the devil." The Yeti buried itself in the snow again. Mencha was surprised. "It can camouflage itself with that size. How strange." Then it immediately struck, clawing twice. He quickly drew his sword to fight back. Minchin was very calm. "I was a little worried since this is a high-ranked dungeon, but if it's like this," Minchin used his eel move. 5 tiger decapitation, beheading the Yeti in one strike. "Easier than I thought." He coldly turned his back after defeating the monster. "The system announced you received a 7% XP. Minion couldn't stop grinning. A D-rank dungeon only gave 0.2 to 0.3 experience. The difficulty is the same, but the experience is 10 times more. I was right to decide to conquer a higher level dungeon. I should also thank him for this equipment." At the Hunter Association, a resignation letter was already on the table. She sighed wearily. "What the hell are you doing?" Songi bowed respectfully. "I'm sorry. I went through all the trouble of turning you from a reckless fool into a calm person just for you to resign like this. Sonny, we've worked together for over 10 years. You should give me a good reason for this." Sun stammered. "It's a long story. A few days ago during the verification test I met Hunter Minion." Hearing this, Gunike was surprised. "Mention? You mean the one who quelled the gate break incident?" "Yes, Mayan. He was initially evaluated as an E-rank awakener, but he was able to single-handedly clear a gate to save people. Even though he handled an entire gate alone, I was still confident that I was stronger than him. But I was too arrogant. He taught a conceited person like me a lesson and brought back my hunter's instinct." 3 days ago, when the test ended, the two shook hands. Hunter mentioned for a veteran hunter. "I let you see my bad side. It's okay. Everything is fine." Saying, he laughed self-deprecatingly. "I learned a lot from this match. Will you continue to get stronger?" "Of course." "Will you continue to get stronger?" "You just wait. I'll catch up." Saying, he issued a challenge. Shaw didn't understand. "Sure, your best. What does this guy want to catch up to? For someone who awakened their abilities like me, it's hard to get stronger in the usual way. But I can still surpass my limits through that method. Section Chief, I want to become even stronger. No, I must become stronger. Therefore, I will enter the tower." Suni clenched his fist. Gaik also saw his determination. Looking at his eyes, it seems he's made up his mind. A giant tower appeared in the heart of Seoul along with the first great earthquake. Anyone who could overcome the challenges could become stronger. But the risk was their very own lives. Suni is a hunter who has almost reached his maximum potential. He doesn't need to go through that again. The section chief thought carefully. Then he suddenly tore the resignation letter in half in front of Sani. "You didn't see any letter. Because you've worked so hard, you're allowed to have a vacation. When you're done, come back to work." Suni understood. He was deeply moved by Gaik's attitude. He bowed low. "I will return after my vacation and find you, sir." Gun even joked. Don't forget to bring me back a souvenir.
Yes, sir. He's probably determined on his path to seek strength.
I won't back down either. Hunter mentioned in the B-rank dungeon. Day 3. Time remaining, 40 hours and 30 minutes.
If I don't kill the boss, monsters will keep appearing near the gate. When the monsters stop spawning as much, this is the right time to go hunting. Mention continuously searched for monsters to level up.
He received a lot of XP.
You have reached level 15. The system announced to trace the soul's mark.
Your new ability has been awakened. You have awakened seduction. You have awakened hellfire.
Mention was surprised.
What is this? Dong Heian, hearing him talk to himself, was curious. What's wrong? Mention denied it. Nothing. Let's rest a bit then continue. The authority of sin.
There is an ancient castle known as the Hall of Sins in the depths of hell. And there is a group of entities that have reached the pinnacle in hell, known as the 70 Demon Lords. The Hall of Sins is where the Demon King of Bones reigns. An omnipotent entity so powerful it could shatter creation itself.
That is the power of the authority of sin.
But before that, in my previous life, this body was just an ordinary human, not a demon anymore.
I shouldn't be able to connect with the authority of sin anymore, right?
And neither of these authorities belong to daimos.
The authority of hellfire is the ability of the demon Jontrax. It can use hellfire to destroy everything. The previous owner of hellfire, Jontrax, was rank 11. The seduction demon lord, Seraph, Aini previously ranked 55. Deadly charm is the ability of the demon Seraphini to seduce all creatures and make them lose their minds. These are the abilities of the demons that I killed.
So it means my human body can possess the abilities of those I killed in my past life.
It's telling me to choose one of the two abilities. No need to think. Seduction. How can I even use that?
Mention boldly chose the seduction ability.
You have chosen hellfire.
The authority of hellfire is being synchronized with your soul.
You can now possess both dark and light energy. The authority of hellfire is transforming into Shadow Abyss. Mention froze upon hearing the announcement. What? It transformed again. I want to try my new special move right away. Just then, 3 monsters appeared.
Oh, the white-headed monkeys.
The 3 Idas were so angry they almost changed color. Let me try my special move on you guys. Recently, the common sense I once knew is shattered into 100 pieces.
I was reborn in a human body and a human like me possesses a demonic relic, the authority of sin, and has a new power. Mention immediately used it on the Itiz. Using hellfire consumed 150 mana, hellfire spear. A type of authority that can create spears of fire from light, darkness, and chaos. The shape and type of fire will change based on the user's will. I know about hell, but what is purification? Mention threw fire onto the Yeti's head. The flame engulfed its entire body, making it scream in agony. The authority of the demon Jontrax is hellfire. This hellfire will burn the target forever. As long as I have enough mana for it, I still remember seeing their comrade burn until only a skeleton remained. The other Yetis turned pale with fear. Mention was still confused. So what is sanctification? From the name, it sounds like some kind of holy power. The Yetis took the chance to flee from him, but Nchinian had already decided. I guess I have to use it to see what it's like. I can't believe I used to be a demon, and now I'm using holy power. Using sanctification. Sanctification. Hellfire spear. Holy power can only be used to repel evil, so I can't use it as a direct attack. A flame erupted in front of the 2 Yetis, but holy power will increase the user's physical strength when cast on their body. Therefore, it can still support the user in battle. The 2 Yetis were split in half by Nchin's power. He gently concluded his performance. The Yeti collapsed onto the snowy ground. It's effective, but maybe because I used to be a demon, I suddenly feel a chill.
Wait, this belongs to that bastard. The Archangel Michael.
In my past life, I killed him, too. So perhaps I now possess the powers of those who died at my hands.
How ironic.
Martial arts mostly focus on close-range attacks.
So I thought raiding dungeons would be more difficult.
But who would have thought I'd now possess long-range attack power and blessings like this?
Enough hunting for now. I need to kill the boss and close this gate. Die, you human. The powerful ice spirit shouted and then surprisingly attacked Minion's group. They were so scared they almost fainted. How dare you?
The ice spirit's attack was blocked by Nkayan. These bastards were chasing the support team. Good choice, but with me here, you're out of luck.
That flame also burned the ice spirit's head. It cried out in agony. The entire group continued on their way.
Standing before a tall mountain, Shin ordered everyone, let's rest here for a bit.
Dong Hai wondered, are you planning to handle the boss of a beer gate by yourself?
Shin smiled confidently.
I have no intention of coming back to this place again. Dong Hai could only pray for his safety. Don't die.
If you die, we'll be done for too, Hunter Minion.
Shin's face was very trustworthy. I will return. Shin entered the cave alone. A voice came from ahead.
Just one person, another hairy ape, but this one was black.
It was the Yeti leader, Nanan. It was lounging on a block of ice. Shin didn't hesitate to reply. You're alone, too, aren't you?
Nan opened its blood-red eyes and laughed perversely.
Are you talking to me? Call out the slaves.
Immediately, several Yetis stood in front of their leader.
Nan ordered the Yetis, destroy the one who has invaded our territory. Shin laughed contemptuously.
So, you called these fools here so you could just lie there?
I'll make you regret it and get up right now.
Using cloud stepping, Shin moved like the wind, leaving the Yetis dumbfounded.
Then he used the great axe technique to cleave into the Yeti's back.
Nan was also surprised by his power.
The remaining Yetis' faces were contorted with anger.
One of them blew a blizzard towards him. Shin used hellfire again to break through the wind. The two opposing forces created a huge explosion. Before the smoke had even cleared, a figure appeared. Shin flew out of the smoke and swung an axe at the Yeti's head and then followed up with a series of quality strikes on the remaining ones.
Nan couldn't lie still any longer. It angrily thought this bastard. All of its subordinates had been defeated. Shin smirked. So you want to join the battle now? Nan was about to burst with anger. Talk less. I will kill you myself.
It used its giant body to leap high into the air and then stomp down with great force. Shin quickly jumped onto Nan's back and cursed.
Why do you keep charging at me like an idiot?
He combined hellfire with his axe to strike Nanan. His eyes looked extremely determined. A stream of fresh blood spurted from Nan's head.
It went berserk. You short bastard. How dare you?
The Nanan immediately created a snowstorm.
Hundreds of sharp ice shards were aimed at the main character. He became vigilant. This attack will be hard to defend against with hellfire. Die! Nolan shouted.
And with that, hundreds of ice shards attacked Shin at once. At this moment, his sword was drawn. Like a baseball player, he hit one after another. The number of ice shards was immense, and his face was already injured, but in the end, he had slashed through all the ice shards.
He taunted Nanan. Is that all you've got?
The system announced, Holy fire has healed your wounds.
Nanan's eyes were about to pop with anger.
It lost control. You shorty, I will crush you. While it was out of control, Minion took charge of the situation. He used the star-slain sword and then rushed towards it. Fresh blood quickly shot out. Neen collapsed to the ground with a thud.
Minion was fully satisfied with his performance. I warned you that you would regret it.
After returning, Ellie encouraged Minion with a bottle of water.
You've worked hard. Chin had to agree. Indeed, this time was a bit tough. Ellie had to admit, you're extraordinary. It's not simple for one person to clear a B-rank dungeon alone.
Minion replied, I'm pretty sure Suni could do the same thing by himself.
Ellie suddenly frowned, standing with her hands on her hips.
Hunter mentioned, even if you were a rank, no one goes hunting alone or even completes a dungeon in such a short time. She shouted in his ear.
You should realize how much danger you put yourself in, right?
Face with a roaring lioness. Minion didn't dare to retort, wondering if she was worried about him or just venting her anger.
I don't do things beyond my limits.
You don't need to worry about me.
Hearing this, Ellie suddenly became embarrassed. Worry? What are you talking about?
I mean, the Hunter Association would be in trouble if something happened to you, Hunter mentioned.
It's not a personal matter at all. Just as things were getting intense, Dong Heian appeared from behind. Sorry to interrupt.
Seeing him, Ellie suddenly forced a laugh.
Captain, why did you come here?
I don't know why I'm so excited all of a sudden.
Dong Heian presented a sharp piece of ice. Could you take a look at this? I got it from the boss monster's corpse.
Ellie asked, what is this?
Dong Heian replied, I don't know either. It's a crystal shard I've never seen before, and I can't analyze it either.
Seeing this ice shard mentioned felt a bit of a jolt.
This thing looks like a piece of ice.
It looks like a useless crystal, but it's a fragment of the 100-year Drenga key, a legendary item.
A fragment of the key that allows entry into Drenka's challenge.
A hidden area is somewhere on the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials.
This is an item related to the tower.
Mention stepped forward and pointed at the ice shard.
Would you mind if I kept this? Dong Heian didn't make it difficult for him. It's no trouble at all.
Besides, you're the one who has the right to own it.
Do you know something about this? Minion immediately denied it flatly. No, I just want to keep it as a precaution. Please let me know about it when you've analyzed it. I'm dying of curiosity about it.
All right. Even with the memories of my past life, this tower is still a mysterious entity.
I don't have a single clue about it. Since this thing is related to the tower, of course, I need it before parting ways.
Mention instructed Ellie, contact me if you find a C rank gate or higher.
B rank would be even better.
Yes, the branch manager is working hard, so it won't take long.
Please rest until then.
Okay, you rest, too.
Who has time to rest? I'm going to train more.
While training, Minion's eyes suddenly lit up since I finished the Jinho game.
I haven't missed a single training session. Strength has increased by 0.4. There are a few C rank or higher dungeons, so this is my only option. The 5 Tiger Decapitation skill has been upgraded.
It's better to train myself than to rush into a D rank dungeon. While he was training, someone suddenly called him.
Yes, this is the branch manager. I'm listening.
The other side replied excitedly.
We found a B-rank dungeon you can participate in. Oh, what perfect timing. But there's something I didn't foresee. What couldn't you foresee?
He announced that a very large gate had opened in Korea, but the association had designated this case to be handled by a coalition of guilds.
You mean I have to cooperate with other hunters? That's right. But since you only hunt solo, I will decline this request. It doesn't matter. Of course, it doesn't matter. Huh? Nathan was shocked by Mention's attitude. He accepted the offer. This is also a good opportunity for me to observe other hunters.
Besides, if it's a B-rank dungeon, it's a chance to test my skills against other hunters.
Nathan announced, there will probably be a race. I just need to defeat the boss before the others, right? A dungeon race, huh?
It's no problem if I show them who has the best skills.
Back. Gagdong dungeon mission.
Mention was overwhelmed.
This thing is seriously huge. I can't even imagine how big this dungeon is inside. Ellie quickly replied, they say it's almost half the size of Jeonju. What?
As big as half a city with a population of 600,000.
Is this why they switched to a team strategy?
Ellie continued to inform him. 10 guilds have accepted the association's request.
The number of awakened guards is unbelievable. That's right.
So, the guilds sent ahead seem to be just enough to block the dungeon entrance this time. This means there's no alternative plan for the situation.
Yes.
So, the government and the association want to resolve this issue quickly.
And if things continue like this and another gate appears, it will be a disaster.
Mention reassured her.
That's not going to happen. Who do you think I am?
Ellie felt like throwing up seeing his smug face. You're suffering from narcissistic delusions. I'm just saying you don't need to worry so much. As the two of them passed by, others started gossiping.
Hey, isn't that the guy who blocked the dungeon break?
I heard he even outskilled Sunyu to take the top spot.
You mean the noble Sunyu, the heir of the Huan Guild? Chin felt annoyed.
These common folks love to stick their noses into other people's business.
Ellie suddenly smiled.
Ever since a rookie appeared and defeated the future heir, Chin gave up on this girl.
You're enjoying this too much, are you?
I wonder how famous you are now, Mr. Hunter.
Mention. I'm not doing this to be famous. What do you mean? Top scorer of the Hunter exam. Solo a dungeon break, and now you're soloing dungeons, too.
A whole bunch of guilds have their eyes on you, Hunter mentioned.
So annoying. Don't worry. Your talented partner will handle everything for you. All right, keep up the good work.
Suddenly, a voice came from behind.
Are you? He pondered right now. I have to pay attention to the movements of the Black Domain Guild and the Angels. I don't have time to reorganize the tower. He smiled faintly, thinking. I have to protect what's mine. I can't let Elysium and Bendermonium cause chaos in my territory. I will return right now.
A system notification appeared.
You are now returning to your world on Earth. Mention recalled. It's been a week since I returned from the tower. Minion meditated, thinking to himself. VD and Taniel have updated me on what's been going on. Bendermonium. The Black Domain Guild, a massive dark family from China, is secretly making moves to ensure they can establish a foothold in Korea. Minion mused.
Elysium is gathering items for some kind of ritual. They had to postpone their ritual schedule because they ran into supply issues with Midzio and OG Chakem. Minion frowned, thinking, while there haven't been any major moves from either side yet. He stood up and exclaimed to himself. I'm gradually getting used to detecting the flow of energy. It's great that I can increase my chaotic power just by breathing after obtaining the Infinite Link constellation. He stood up and stretched. He looked at the phoenix standing before him. Menchin contemplated. I have taught them the sword techniques of the Aina. The techniques focus on even the purple nether divine art. The notification board showed that it is one of the cultivation techniques only passed down to the disciples of the Manhwa sect. He watched the phoenix perform the technique and thought the ultimate martial art of the Manhwa sect, the purple nether divine art for those who have the light attribute. It works very well with the purple nether divine art which possesses extreme yang energy. Minion muttered, I'm glad I taught them the martial arts of the Manhwa sect. They are truly exceptional disciples. They don't even slack off during training. He thought if they train a little more, I can use them in real battles. His phone vibrated.
Minion was surprised. "Ha? Ellie?" He answered the phone and said, "Hey, what's up?"
Ellie's voice came from the phone.
"Hunter Mayan, where are you right now?"
She picked up a stack of documents, looking at them as she explained, "We just received an emergency S-Rank 8 raid request."
An S rank. Chin wondered. "S-Rank, what's so special about it?" Ellie exclaimed, "This is a gate that hasn't been announced to the media yet." Minion paused. She continued, "And they specifically requested you?" Minion wondered, "Requested me?"
A few days later, a group of people was gathered in front of the S-Rank gate.
Minion walked over and said,
"I didn't expect us to meet like this." The red-haired woman was from the Divine Power Guild, Jean Jean. She replied with a contemptuous smile, "Indeed, it would have been great if we met under better circumstances." Minion recalled, "Ellie told me something before I came here." He remembered Ellie's words. "If an S-Rank gate appeared all over the internet right now, I'm not sure why they would specifically request you from the start."
Mention spoke up.
"I'd like to hear the details first." Jean rubbed her neck and replied, "Two of our guild's attack teams entered an S-Rank gate and it reached a state where it needed to be destroyed. And its rank rose to S-Rank," she continued.
"Yes, that's how it happened."
Jean looked towards the Crimson Space Gate and then said, "It became a gate that must be destroyed."
"That's right. It became a death zone where one can only escape by destroying the gate after entering."
Jean added, "Furthermore, the maximum number of hunters that can enter is 5. Our main attack team is currently raiding another gate, so we can't send reinforcements inside."
Minion thought for a moment and then asked, "It sounds pretty dangerous. Are you sure? You can bring a rookie like me in there." Jean smirked and said, "A rookie? Ha?"
She suddenly said, "The Garang and Chong Gate.
This gate is just as dangerous as that one. I only bring people I trust.
Just looking at the records of the Gurong Incan Gate gives me enough reason to hire you."
Menchin was secretly surprised. "How did she find out that I cleared in a rank gate by myself?" He commented, "Your intuition is sharp."
Jean smiled and replied, "Thanks for the compliment, but I'd rather hear your answer on this matter." Minion smirked, thinking, "I had the answer from the very beginning." He replied, "All right, I'll go in."
The two shook hands.
Jean said, "I'll be counting on you for this trip."
Minion replied, "Me, too."
He thought to himself, "It's an S-Rank gate after all.
There's no reason for me to refuse."
Inside the gate, there were trees everywhere.
Damn it.
The two people with Jean were screaming in panic.
Something monstrous attacked them. Both of them fell in front of Minion.
He looked up slightly surprised.
3 dinosaurs were chasing and attacking them. One of them shouted, "It's a tyrant dragon."
Another one screamed, 3 at once.
S-Rank gates are on another level. Minion smirked, thinking, "That's my prey."
Tyrant dragons, their fangs are sharper than swords.
And each is about 1 m long. With the immense mana covering its entire body, it's difficult for normal attacks to even leave a scratch. It's an ancient monster species on par with mythological beast.
It opened its mouth and let out a sky-tearing roar.
Tyrant dragon strength for 150.
Everyone who saw it was stunned.
3 tyrant dragons. And S-Rank Gate is truly on a whole different level. Jean stood by observing everything.
Mention gave a mysterious smile.
"Hey, there's no need for you to waste your energy. Right now. Those monsters are my prey."
This surprised her.
"Ha?"
He announced it with such confidence, stunning many who tried to dissuade him.
"Young man, what are you doing? A giant monster like that is much stronger than a normal monster. We have to work together to take it down." He thought to himself, "Not really. That's just how the weak fight." His entire body exuded a dominant aura.
In his hands were the swords, the Black Star Azure Dragon Blade and the Black Star Emperor Sword.
This was the dual-wielding swap skill. He was ready. Let's begin. Mention thought smugly.
Thanks to a week of insane training, I can now use a different skill in each hand.
He gave an order.
Lead the rest and take care of the other two. Receiving the command, the dark knights he had summoned immediately complied.
Yes, master.
Then he leaped forward with incredible speed. The tyrant dragon immediately charged at him.
The dark knight spoke fiercely.
The Lord has spoken.
Kill them. He used teleportation, making them stop in confusion to search for him.
Jin activated his Super Sun skill, calculating internally. They're far stronger than the giants I met in the Tower of Trials.
I can't fight them head-on. He quickly jumped high into the air, constantly analyzing.
But if I can see through all their movements with super sense,
dodging their attacks will be a piece of cake.
His eyes lit up with excitement.
The fight with fire is also coming in handy right now.
He struck Scorching Fire. This will stain a little her. He slipped behind the monster's back. Jean and her teammates were frozen in place as they witnessed the scene.
Holy crap! Are you kidding me? He's really facing a tyrant dragon alone. They discussed amongst themselves. And what are those summoned beasts? I've never seen anything like them.
But she just stood there stunned and he knew herself. I can't believe he's handling that monster without our help.
She assessed him internally. Even a hunter like Ain can't overwhelm a tyrant dragon.
If he can do this, he must be at least an S-rank hunter.
She couldn't stop questioning, he's not just physically strong.
How can he dodge attacks at such close range and counter so accurately?
And what in the world are those summoned beasts? The fight isn't exactly one-sided, but he's gradually pushing the dinosaur back. Watching the monster gradually being defeated.
She became certain that what people said about him at the Inchani's gate, a huge explosion occurred, was not an exaggeration at all. She plotted, I must maintain a partnership with him.
Just how much stronger can he get?
After annihilating the monsters, he was satisfied with the result.
The knights were restored. He calculated. We won the first battle against the tyrant dragons without much difficulty.
Few of the undying warriors fell but were revived by soul steel.
Mention expressed. I'm also happy because I earn a lot of EXP. But the Mansusan Gate is different from the report I received. I didn't expect the area to have expanded.
He used his super sense to survey the situation. Even when I focused my chaotic power into my eyes, I can't see the end of this game. That means this place is nearly 11 km wide, a medium-sized gate or larger.
Monster corpses were piled up. He walked while thinking, I might not be able to finish this raid quickly.
Back at the campsite, Jean and her team were in discussion.
She asked Sansu, have you grasped the details of this gate yet?
He replied, I have, she said.
Then begin your report.
He reported. It's about 15 km wide and has behemoth-class monsters like the Tyrant Dragon, White Centaurs, and Black Tyran. Minion listened intently, thinking, we've only just entered the gate, yet he has already gathered that much information. He speculated the team she brought is probably just her second strongest team. The key members are stuck at another gate, which is why it's like this. Even so, they quickly scouted and gathered information. They even analyzed strengths and weaknesses and used special
equipment to counter them. This is true professionalism. I have to learn from that.
After the discussion, she said tiredly, we'll have to explore slowly. Suddenly, he suggested, I think I can solve that for you. Which surprised her.
What you can?
Chinyan said confidently, I have a trump card up my sleeve. And thought, as a bonus for hiring me for this job, I'll throw in a free service.
I have some useful guys for the situation.
The system panel appeared. By using the Legion of Light, you have summoned the Ahazas, the warriors greeted him.
Master, we the Ahazas pledge our loyalty to you.
The group began to stir.
Our time has come.
The master needs our strength. Please give us your command.
We will carry it out even at the cost of our lives.
Seeing their reaction surprised him.
A little. I guess I left them in the training ground for too long.
Fet said excitedly, "Oh, master. I can feel the power surging through my body."
The system announced the power of holy fire has entered Phoenix's body.
The power of a being who controls light has been enhanced. Seeing the whole group wildly unleashing their power, he had to admit the holy fire really does make the Ahaz much stronger. Although it's a bit of a disadvantage not to use the holy fire on myself.
A 40% increase is definitely not a small number. He commanded. There are hunters lost in the gate. Find them immediately. Finich shot up into the sky. I responded, "Yes, master."
He looked at the light in the sky, thinking to himself, the purple energy, they've mastered the martial arts of the Mount Wask to a fairly high level, completely different from when I first summoned them. At that moment, looking at the documents on the table, Jean sighed and said, "I still find it hard to believe this entire area is 15 km wide and even has behemoth-class monsters."
She worried, "I hope everyone is safe."
Suddenly, Nshin pulled back the tent flap and called out, "Divine Power Guild."
She immediately asked, "Have you found the hunters?"
He replied, "We've detected people 1 km from here."
Hearing this, she said joyfully, "Really?"
Immediately, they rushed to the location.
"Let's go." He immediately asked, "Are there any monsters here?"
Fin Nip reported, "No, master."
He instructed, "Stay safe. I'll be there soon." After arriving, he announced, "We're here. You can all come out now." 2 people hiding behind a bush peeked their heads out to check reinforcements. He came to help us. Seeing that help had arrived, they sighed in relief.
We're saved.
What a relief.
But at that moment, Minion realized and said something strange. The missing attack team had 30 people. One of the missing team members stepped forward to explain. Because the gates suddenly changed.
Everyone got separated. Hearing this, Jean pressed. "You don't know where the others are."
Suddenly, he clutched his head, blaming himself.
"I don't know. I'm sorry." Seeing things I'd come to this, he deduced things have gotten complicated.
Even if they were together, it would be very dangerous.
We have to find everyone. Minion used telepathy to communicate. Kappa report. Master. We've detected another group of humans. He immediately asked, "Good. How many?"
He replied, 7, but their situation isn't looking good.
He wondered why.
He observed the situation.
7 people, but the situation isn't good at all. There are both tyrant dragons and white centaurs around. I'm afraid they won't be able to hold out. He immediately gave an order. There's no other way. I want you to go to them and buy me some time. He accepted the order.
Yes, sir. He calculated Kappa is heading in the opposite direction of Finette with only 1 Asia.
You might only be able to buy some time.
After relaying everything, he said that's the situation now.
Which made Jean even more anxious. We have to go save them immediately. He clarified. It's quite a long way and there are many monsters on the path.
But she was still adamant.
We have to go even if we have to risk breaking through.
The difficult problem now was the number of monsters blocking the path and the long distance.
Mention warned.
If we're careless, we could pull a whole horde of monsters towards us, making her hesitate.
Then what should we do? He offered a solution.
We need to pass through quietly, avoiding the monster's line of sight.
He proposed, actually, there is a way to do that.
And thought as if it was all planned. I have the perfect divine artifact for this situation.
Tired dragons and white beast Kenzat's mention considered to save the other hunters. I need to avoid these things.
He weaved through dodging them, and I have just the thing for this situation. He dashed forward and used the invisibility skill to move quickly, and without being noticed, I decided to use invisibility first. Mention shows unlike potions, items, or spells that still leave strange traces despite being invisible.
Jormander's cloak can hide the body without leaving any residual energy. He was confident if I combine it with Shaolin martial arts it will be even more perfect. He pressed, "What's the situation, Kappa?"
He replied, "No casualties yet, Master," which surprised him. Really, at that moment, a tyrant dragon was rampaging and attacking the trapped people who were struggling to hold on to the steel-walled defensive fortress.
They fought back with all their might.
Earth spear, black tentacles.
A barrage of attacks aimed at the monster made it roar.
Various weapons were used to restrain it, bind it, hold it still.
The tyrant dragon continuously took damage.
Kappa, observing from above, said with a pale face, "No."
Witnessing its power knock everyone down, he became frantic. I have to keep them alive. He gritted his teeth, blaming himself. I'm so useless. Cap roared and cursed at it.
"You bastard!" Which attracted the monster's attention. He furiously channeled all his skills into one blow. "Behold, this is the new power the master has bestowed upon me." He charged towards it. He relentlessly attacked while everyone helped each other up.
Minion observed, wondering, "Who's that, an ally?"
The black-haired man replied, "Not sure, but he looks very strong."
Even so, he can't fight a tyrant dragon. Watching Kappa trying to fly away quickly to escape the monster's sharp fangs.
He seemed to have run out of escape routes. "Damn it, I got too close and said his last words."
"I'm sorry, Master."
The system notification appeared. Cap the Ahazia has been recalled due to critical injuries.
Can be resumed after 12 hours.
Seeing this, you offered a few words of praise.
"It's all right, Kappa. You are very useful. You bought me some precious time." Mention arrived at the tyrant dragon's location.
I made good use of that time. The people who were found after the battle exclaimed in shock, 2 were injured.
"But they're not dead yet." He grinned. "Now it's time to hunt."
After dealing with the monsters, he casually sat on top of them, thinking. I made it in time thanks to Kappa's efforts and took down the tyrant dragon without any problems. Afterwards, the other members of the raid party also joined up safely. The one who took a hit from the T-Rex was also treated.
He summarized, "It was all a success thanks to the ACA's quick contribution and my proactive use of invisibility, but it's not like the Holy Guild did nothing."
Jean's group was also working hard to clear out the monsters.
She used her flame fist, dealing a fatal blow to the ancient dragon chaser's neck.
It was also being restrained by the support members behind her. He silently judged.
She definitely didn't become the guild master just because of her background.
The hunters with her were also very strong.
They even managed to track a giant monster. He noticed something. And is that a monic cannon? They're proficient with rare equipment, too. He left with peace of mind.
They can probably handle the surrounding area.
The subsequent actions also went smoothly. The Aegis continued to fly around and report the locations of the survivors to me.
They even volunteered to be decoys in desperate situations to buy more time. Thanks to them, I quickly gathered the second raid party and saved everyone without any casualties.
Everything has been resolved, Jim bowed her head sincerely. We couldn't have done it without you, Mr. Zeon. Thank you.
Seeing this, he modestly refused.
It's only just begun.
She replied cheerfully, that's right. But I think we should rest and regroup. We've rescued everyone, but that's just phase 1 of the plan to escape the gate. We have to defeat the final boss. She reviewed the situation. Moreover, there are still some severely injured hunters, so we need to rest for at least a day.
For now, we should.
But he just looked at her without saying anything.
Mention spoke up.
Then I'll continue on my own for now, surprising her.
Ha? Why? He made an excuse.
Because I'm worried about the gate cracking, and I also need to find more information. Hearing this, she said with concern.
Well, then don't overdo it, he replied.
Of course, and thought to himself.
Actually, it's not just that.
The behemoth-class monsters hidden in this gate. The look of trust in her eyes as she looked at him made him secretly happy.
Are nothing but an experience point buffet.
The surrounding trees were sliced through by a gust of wind.
An ancient dragon was charging towards Mayan.
He thought to himself, an ancient dragon chaser.
It charges even more fiercely than a black dragon.
He immediately activated his super intuition. He leaped onto its back and unleashed a move thunderclap sword style, launching sharp daggers to attack it. He pulled the threads tight, restraining the monster, and made a comparison.
This is just like a bull fight.
Mention continuously created attacks. Twin sword consecutive slashes with his twin dragon's sword and emperor's sword.
He relentlessly slashed at the monster's body,
causing it to cry out in pain.
It gradually weakened and was defeated.
The system displayed, "You have gained for 1% experience." He comfortably stretched his body. The experience points are increasing as fast as I expected.
He looked somewhat bored and said, "That's enough for a warm-up. Now it's time to get serious." Mention said, "I summon you."
Immediately, the Dark Knights and Ahijas appeared.
Fet bowed, "Everyone was recalled during the rescue except for you, right, Phoenix?"
He replied cheerfully.
"That's right, Master." He assigned a task. "Good. Then go scout the area." He complied. "Yes, Master," he said with an interested look. "All right, let's begin. The hunt is only just getting started."
The ancient dragons in the forest were taken down one by Minion's group.
Compared to their power, even the ancient dragons had to fall in a flash.
They had dealt with this group of monsters.
Mention silently calculated. "It's been for days since we entered the gate. In my free time, I often went hunting monsters alone in the rainforest. Convincing the Holy Guild to let me hunt alone was quite easy. After finishing the hunt, he called everyone. Let's go back." The honor responded with shining eyes. "Yes, Master."
Jin always had his own thoughts because if he let the monsters multiply, the mana in the gate would increase rapidly, which meant he had to hunt frequently to prevent a gate break phenomenon. The hunters of the Holy Guild were very impressed to see me continue hunting in a gate that couldn't be harvested for hunters who only think about money. It looked like I was putting everyone's safety above my personal gain. The hunters in the forest praised him endlessly.
"He doesn't rest at all. Mr. Zeon is amazing." In reality, Jin didn't care about that at all. But it was just a funny misunderstanding. Thanks to that, I leveled up 5 times in just a few days of hunting. I'd now reached level 43 and put all my points into strength and agility. As for my chaotic power, thanks to the infinite loop constellation, it has been growing continuously on its own. Strength, agility, and chaotic power have all increased by about 10 to 20 points. I'm just a little short of reaching level 45. I'll probably be able to awaken my third authority of domination soon. Lost in thought, Minion didn't know if someone was calling him. "Oh, Mr. Zeon," he turned around a little surprised. "Oh, Mr. Zeon," he turned around a little surprised. "Oh, Miss Jean," she greeted him warmly. "Did you just get back?" Minion replied, "Yes." "That's right." Seeing this, Jean spoke up. "Huh, good thing I ran into you. I wanted to discuss something with you." Minion was a bit curious. "What is it?" Her expression suddenly became excited. tomorrow we plan to attack the boss.
The scene changes to the next morning in a lush grassy area. Jean's and Mention's groups walked imposingly through the forest. They arrived at a place with a very deep cave and exclaimed over there.
That's the hiding place of the boss Zillus. Minion felt a slight suspicion.
I can feel a strange energy coming from there. Beside him, Jean was shouting orders to everyone.
Everyone get into position. Afterwards, someone immediately activated a magic sphere.
The light from the sphere illuminated the lightning crackling around, impressing Minion. The surrounding space was immediately covered by a blue screen. Jean explained, from the outside, no one will know what's happening in here.
Jin asked, did you just use a presence concealing magic?
She replied without hesitation.
Well, it's something similar, but it's a secret, so I can't reveal the details.
Minion looked at the magic screen and thought, this magic can create illusions, conceal presence, and weaken the abilities of a specific target. They've been preparing for the past days just to ambush the boss.
It's truly worth learning from.
Jean watched him pondering for a long time and smiled to herself.
A moment later, Minion understood and silently admired them.
I didn't expect them to use it so effectively, even having to use the Celestial Realm's rune. Truly the level of one of the top 3 guilds in Korea. Minion slowly approached the edge of the pit.
He carefully looked down. It's definitely down there.
So that's the boss guarding the gate core. Down below, a majestic red dragon was deep in sleep.
Sleeping. Mention couldn't help but be shocked. Zillus.
A murmur of awe spread through the group.
It's huge. It's almost as big as the Black Rexes combined. Zavi heard the noise and suddenly opened its large crimson eyes. Then it immediately raised its head to the pit's opening and let out a fierce roar.
Everyone in the team suddenly became very confused.
I can't believe it's still this strong even after being bound by a magic tool.
This state was caused by the roar of Gavilis, which increased their fear and reduced their abilities. Mention on the other side raised his hand to block the effect of the roar. This roar sounds like an enhanced version of HJC. Based on that, its stats are even a bit higher than the Frost Giants, but all of its stats are skewed towards physical strength. Zillus, also known as Pakham, all stats are between 400 and 800 with the characteristics of an ancient creature and powerful fire-based skills. At this moment, Jean suddenly commanded healers. Use your blessing spells. Mchin moved closer to get some of the blessing and was impressed.
So they even prepared for this.
At least the Holy Spire Guild won't get in my way. But suddenly Menchen activated the Celestial style along with Sanctification, which slightly stunned Jean.
Mr. Xian. Then he immediately flew towards Pakham.
I'll charge ahead.
Everyone support me.
He was very confident.
Following someone else's pace isn't my style. I will lead this battle. Pakham seemed a bit stunned and roared as it saw Mention fly a circle around it.
Then he directly used his undying authority, aiming straight for its head and unleashing a skill it couldn't dodge. The skill was immediately deployed, causing Pakham to cry out in pain.
All stats are reduced by 10% as the undying authority has entered its body.
Just by defeating it, it will turn into an undying warrior.
Pakham wrote in
bearable rage.
Who dares to disturb my slumber? I am a descendant of the greatest bloodline.
But Mention paid it no mind, directly unleashing the power of light.
Shut up. You're just an illusion created by the gate.
After that, the Ahur immediately flew out from the summoning gate. Swords in hand filled with fighting spirit.
We, the Ahur, are ready to serve you, Master. Right next to Pakham, another gate was activated.
At the same time, the army created from the undying authority has been summoned. They shouted their slogan.
Yes, sir. Mention clearly commanded. Go hunt that monster.
Both the commander of the army and the on-herder were excited.
Yes, yes, master.
Packham, surrounded from the side by tiny creatures, roared fiercely.
How dare you interfere in the presence of a great being like me?
On Jean's side, she didn't just stand by and watch.
She gave a command.
Images begin activating the giant imprisonment magic. The magic manifested as chains that bound Packham, reducing its stamina and speed by 15%. It went crazy, glaring at them. You bastards! Right at this moment, Mshin used his dual magic swords proudly.
That must be the magic formation they prepared before facing the boss. Not bad, Holy Guild.
Then he charged forward, relentlessly slashing at Packham. To lose with this level of support would make me a useless fool. Packham flared up, with a fiery aura surrounding its body. Its crimson eyes stared at them. You lowly creatures, you dare to wound me. Suddenly, giant thorns grew from the ground. Those thorns burst open, becoming powerful warriors with tough shells.
Ancient soldiers have been summoned.
Mention saw the tense situation and was a little worried.
This is starting to get annoying. The mage suddenly shouted. Fire from the nearby fortress. A powerful stream of ice energy was shot out.
The ice bomb shot straight towards the ancient army, shattering them.
Minchin looked towards the cannon and was secretly pleased. A monic cannon. They even prepared that with it. The ancient soldiers will no longer be a problem.
Unexpectedly, Passam roared again, startling Minion.
You insignificant insects.
Its entire body radiated a sky-scorching fire along with purple lightning. It was filled with rage.
Menchin quickly realized what it was. He was stunned for a moment. It's preparing a breath attack.
Seeing this, Minion calmly called out, Undying Knight, go slap it right in the face from me. The Undying Knight was seen. Without hesitation, he charged straight at it. The Undying Knight used the basic sword technique, Akit, and slashed straight at Packham's face.
This truly infuriated it, its eyes burning with rage. Packham let out a roar and immediately spewed out a fierce lava-like flame.
The terrible heat forced both the Ahur and the Undying Knights to retreat.
Menchin quietly glanced in the direction of the flames behind him. Good, they're all alive. Lucky I dodged that.
The mana is so strong it melts the ground, making it boil like that.
Even a demon dragon can't use this move consecutively. This is the chance to attack before it recovers its mana.
But suddenly, he felt the heat under the sky. Looking up at Packham, it was opening its mouth wide, its eyes burning with red flames. Minchin thought, another fire breath attack.
No, that's not right. It's going berserk.
He immediately panicked and shouted, Everyone retreat now.
He urgently commanded, Stop it. Undying. The Undying Knights charged forward one by one.
That arrogant Packham was no different from a Tyrannosaurus Rex. A swarm rushed towards it.
Die, you weak creatures.
The commander of the Knight Squad blocked a blow from its claws and shouted.
Hold the formation. No matter what happens, you hear me. The Undying Knights were using all their strength to block Packham's teeth.
Not giving it a chance to breathe fire, but in the end, it was still an ancient creature.
They couldn't hold on for long. Packham bit through the night.
Minion was extremely surprised.
It took down an Undying warrior in a single blow. But if it's going crazy like this, it must be desperate.
He immediately charged forward and shouted.
Ah her.
The enraged Inherger immediately raised their swords and surrounded Packham.
You foolish monster. Watch this. Menchin silently calculated. It's about to run out of energy.
But even so, they and her are no match for it.
Packham grabbed one and squeezed it tightly.
The Inher grimaced in pain and could only say regretfully. Ark, I'm truly sorry, Master. Menchin immediately activated the gate. The Unherder has been recalled due to severe injuries. He circled behind Padam's back and assessed the situation.
Zelicit's defense is greatly reduced when it goes berserk. We have to take this opportunity to attack with all our might.
He then channeled mana throughout his body and sword and charged right now.
Even Jean realized this opportunity. She shouted. Everyone attacked together. One after another, extremely powerful ice blasts were fired from the ice fortress.
The mages of the Holy Spire Guild also focused their power to cast spells aimed at Packham. Minchin bravely jumped above its head and attacked with his sword. No, he jumped straight down.
Black Star 7th Star Demonic Sword.
7-star Demonic Sword 2nd form Star Shattering Sword struck directly at Packham's head. Immediately after, it felt its whole body tremble, its eyes filled with blood as it roared in pain. Everyone who saw the scene was stunned, unable to believe it.
Did we just clear an S-Class gate? They immediately cheered with joy. How did the guild master recruit a hunter like this? Who is that man? Xian mentioned the gate is open. Excellent.
On the side, the Anherger respectfully said to him, "Thank you, master."
Thank you.
And so we annihilated Zillis and successfully cleared the gate. The system announced an additional 17% experience gained and the undying points increased to 20%. 200 Mention smiled smugly and reached out his hand.
A new host, huh?
He was collecting items when Jean called his name from below, startling him.
Mr. Xian, just then Shin realized I almost made Zillis the host for my undying authority.
But that would be troublesome because this guild and I have to share the rewards. I can't play dirty after just helping them kill the boss.
Zillis cannot be used as a host. He lightly jumped off Patcham's body and asked, "What's wrong?"
Jean smiled warmly at him. "If it weren't for your help, we would have suffered heavy losses fighting the boss. So, I want to give you 50% of the spoils."
Minion was pleased to hear that.
Of course, but that's not the real reward, is it? Jean replied cheerfully, "Of course not.
That's just the minimum you deserve."
Ah, this made him think a little.
Is that so?
The Holy Guild has the right to decide the distribution of the boss drops because they have
control of this gate.
Besides, it would be hard for me to get the items myself without the help of other craftsmen.
The two shook hands warmly. I look forward to our next collaboration. Me, too. I hope we can work together again next time.
In his heart, Minion was secretly pleased.
This suits me perfectly.
Whenever there's an S-Rancate, just give me a call and I'll join. They continued to discuss.
How much do you think we earn this time?
Probably about 30 billion won, around 25 million United States. Next, Patcham's corpse. A guild member was checking the items and froze slightly. This is then he immediately reported back to Jean Guildmaster.
There's something I need you to check. She was confused and asked, "What is it?"
The other person pointed at 2 stones in his hand.
These were taken from insides of Iliath. Jean was curious. What are they just by looking? She couldn't tell.
Only Mention was frozen in place. Those stones are an ancient crystal and a soul stone. Ancient crystal, a unique grade master durability, contains the wonders of the ancient world. Can be enhanced by transferring the energy of the great soul stone. Unique grade master durability seals a creature inside.
Mention trembled and bit his lip.
The ancient crystal is the main material to unleash the 3rd form of the Black Star. And the soul stone will be perfect for Luffy in my past life. I had to painstakingly search through various dimensions to find them.
Why do they suddenly appear now?
Jean noticed Mention muttering something under his breath and was surprised. Seeing his eyes fixed on the stone, she thought, I think Mr. Xian really needs these stones, though I don't know for what.
Based on how he acted during the raid, I think he might be an S-Class hunter.
It's best to maintain a friendly relationship with him. So Jean generously pointed at the stones.
It seems you need these stones, don't you? which startled him. Arc. Was I that obvious? Minion scratched his head, a little embarrassed. They're just items I'm interested in.
But in his heart, he coveted them.
Even if I have to give up some of the loot, I need them. Maybe I should offer something in return since she's already noticed.
Unexpectedly, Jean said a firm sentence that stunned him.
Then you can just take them. What?
Jean smiled and handed him the stones.
Consider it my personal gift.
I'll pay the guild back for these items myself.
Mention was full of admiration. She's so generous.
Then he silently promised himself, I will proactively help her whenever she needs it in the future. The guild members scratched their heads in confusion.
But we don't even know how much they're worth.
Jean crossed her arms.
Satisfied.
Just this is enough to maintain a friendly relationship.
The gate at Mount Mansu has been cleared. When we returned, there were many people waiting for us. Indeed, when the gate opened, everyone was overjoyed. They're out. They're back.
Besides the members from the Hunter Association, most were from the Holy Guild. They quickly embraced their comrades, filling the air with celebration. I always believed in you, Guild Master. I'll report to the chairman immediately, and I'll return to the training center right away. As soon as he saw Mchin, Benji wailed, Master, how could you leave me alone for so long?
Mchin replied indifferently. Oh, don't be like that. But Benji was emotional.
You have no idea how bored I was when those white things disappeared.
You will never understand how lonely I was.
HMPH, you are a terrible master. Minion took out the stone from before and showed it off.
Forgive me. I brought you something you'll definitely like.
Benji came closer and exclaimed, that smell is. Then said sweetly to Minion with sparkling eyes.
You are wonderful, Master. Minion felt a bit helpless. I thought you were still mad at me. Benji pretended to be innocent. Ha! Benji doesn't know what being mad is. He sighed. Don't use that tone anymore.
Then he threw the stone straight into Benji's mouth.
It happily opened its mouth wide. Fine, thank you for this. Suddenly, its entire body was enveloped in a strange blue smoke.
Mention watching from the side was a little worried.
Is it okay for it to swallow it just like that?
A moment later, the blue smoke turned into a fierce whirlwind.
The whole room was filled with a mystical blue light.
Mention was shocked and blocked the wind.
Ha! What the hell is this? The defensive magic system has been activated due to detecting an impact on the building.
At this moment, Nshin opened his eyes in astonishment.
What is this incredible pressure? I hope the training center doesn't get destroyed.
Benji, in the middle of the blue tornado, was slowly transforming.
He let out an excited howl.
Outside, Minion had a surprised expression.
Good. It's absorbing that pressure. The aura of the fluffy dog was completely different from before in his new form. Benji even had traces of Patcom the Great.
All of his strength stats have increased spectacularly to over 700. Menshin couldn't believe his eyes and could only smile to himself.
Most of its power was sealed by an unofficial ritual. All of its stats have increased by over 300. Now it has become truly strong. I really want to fight it, but I guess I have to hold back. I've already invested all my remaining strength into the gate. Benji, having just absorbed a large amount of energy, was excited. After that, Minion replenished the mana for all the Ahur once more. He sat down and thought seriously, if I have to review every battle from the raid at Manson, I should re-evaluate them one by one. I've improved a lot through training, including controlling the area of chaotic chi, though it's not yet perfect, but now I can attack with both hands quite flexibly. And I've also reached a level where I can use martial arts mixed with different attributes, but there are still some other combat aspects that I need to improve.
When fighting giant monsters, I still don't have many effective attacks because the surface area I can cut is quite limited. Even if I draw out my aura manifested through chaotic GI, the martial arts attacks I know now are no longer useful. So, I need to learn more effective martial arts for fighting giant monsters. First, I need to learn about infinite weight. It will help control my stance by increasing my weight. So, it's very useful for many things like controlling my balance for footwork on a giant monster. The next thing I need to learn from Shaolin martial arts is a stealth technique called phantom image. It's an A-rank technique that can blur a person's presence to block sound, energy, and the flow of mana. The last one is internal energy break. This is a technique that attacks the enemy from the inside by transferring energy directly into their body mass. It will be effective on contact, pushing magic and causing destructive blows from inside the monster. System notification mention has acquired infinite weight. He smiled to himself in satisfaction. I never thought about using stealth techniques in combat in the past. Maybe my perspective has broadened. It's quite strange. But I feel really good about it. I've learned the moves I needed to learn. Mention stood up and stretched. The surrounding her looked at him with admiration. I think the master has just discovered a new aspect of his power. It's incredible. Mention silently resolved. It's time to train hard until I can use it in combat. A while later, he was continuously practicing punches in the air. Even though he was just punching the air, his punches were very powerful, capable of creating a strong gust of wind directly. Suddenly, the sound of his phone ringing startled him a bit. Looks like I trained a bit too much. It's already morning. Heijin behind him, Benji was wagging his tail and asking everyone, "Is there any meat?" They replied awkwardly, "No, sir. We are very sorry." Jean informed Mention, "I transferred 50% of the revenue from the looted items as promised, but you'll have to pay a lot of taxes because you haven't renewed your rank. You'll understand when you see the amount sent." Mention was stunned for a moment. Ha! I didn't know the guild master had to update these things themselves. Anyway, let's see. Oh, it's still around 10 billion. One reading this, Mayan was so astonished he fell backward, but I have to pay 20% in taxes. Ha! Why did the price increase so much? The screen showed 12 billion transferred out of a total of 15 billion with a tax of 3 billion. Then Jean didn't forget to remind him, "Make sure you renew your rank." Mention was a bit confused. What is rank renewal? With that, he picked up his phone to call Ellie. I better find out about this right now. I don't know anything about this. The voice on the other end of the line answered, "Good morning." Mention got straight to the point. I have something to ask. What is rank renewal? Ellie teased him. You want me to work? Before I've even clocked in. Mention said a bit embarrassed. Sorry. I know it's still early in the morning, but I didn't know what time it was. Seeing that, she said excitedly. Just kidding. I'm always happy to get a call from you. Ellie spoke as if she had read Minion's mind. You didn't renew your rank after passing the hunter test, did you? Minion scratched his head in embarrassment. Isn't it the same as a license? She said flatly. No, it's different. Then she launched into a long explanation for him. The license is to test how well you can survive in a gate. While the rank is a level specifically for hunters, it can't be updated just because you've cleared a gate. Mention only now realized and stammered. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Ellie's voice was serious. That's why it's my responsibility to guide you. Minion was curious. So, what's my current rank? Ellie asked gently. You still haven't renewed it after passing the test. Have you? He answered bluntly. Yeah. Ellie replied without hesitation. Then you're ear rank since you haven't renewed it.
You'll start again from the lowest rank. Minion froze upon hearing this. I heard I have to pay a lot of taxes. 2. She said nonchalantly. That's the association's policy. Later, Ellie and Minion went to the association's headquarters together. Why don't you take this opportunity to renew your rank? The two walked and chatted happily. Renewing my rank, huh? You better rank up to make our brand proud. I'm not sure that's the right reason to do this. Come on. I've had to bury myself in a pile of your annoying paperwork. Ellie guessed smugly. Ha! With your skills, you'll definitely get a rank.
Minion turned his face away to avoid her gaze.
But the process of getting it is really annoying.
Toei looked at him with disgust and scolded.
Stop complaining.
Minion was a little scared when he saw her.
Hut, is she angry?
I've never seen her with that expression before, but she looks pretty cute, too. As the two were walking, Minion suddenly noticed everyone's stares.
Oh my god, she's so cute. Which guild is she from? He couldn't help but be curious. Why is everyone staring at us like that?
Maybe I should apologize before things get worse. After thinking, Minion sheepishly scratched his head, which made Ellie burst out laughing.
All right, I won't complain anymore. When they arrived, the head supporter's staff greeted them warmly. You're Mr. Zeon, right?
You're very famous, so I've heard a lot about you, but I didn't expect to meet you here like this.
Mention was stunned and stammered. I'm famous at this point.
Ellie smiled and explained, you placed first in the hunter exam, resolved the gate crack incident, and then your fame increased significantly after clearing the S-class gate with the Holy Spirit. Guild Minion looked at her with a timid gaze.
Why do I feel like you're playing with me?
Ellie still had her signature smile.
Not at all. I would never do that.
Even the headquarters staff felt a bit helpless.
This isn't a place for flirting.
You know, close combat hunters have to take a test that requires them to hit a mannequin. So, please attack the mannequin placed in the center of the training hall.
Minion asked again. Just hit it. The staff replied. That's right. To be sure, he asked again. If I break something, will you make me pay for it?
The staff members secretly laughed at him. I've been doing this for a few years and even a rank hunters rarely make it bleed. That mannequin is also supplied by our branch. Hearing this, Minion smiled smugly. A powerful lightning bolt appeared in his hand. It's true that it's hard for an A rank hunter to leave a scratch on that mannequin. That's because they are at the highest level. Or first class. So if the aura isn't enough, then he immediately rushed towards the dummy, leaving Ellie and the staff member completely astonished.
7-star Divine Sword. Later in Director One's office, he calmly looked on and said, barging into my office really isn't like you. So what happened?
The person named Gaunt just now is Lee Gon, the security director of the Hunter Association. Ding stood with her arms crossed, looking serious.
Don't be dismissed. With me. I have some information that you might find interesting.
Kim Ding, Human Resources Director of the Hunters Association.
Once I grubbed his temples. All right. All right. I'm listening.
In his heart, he remembered the old days. Kim Dassing, a hunter from the pioneering generation.
We awakened at the same time during the first great cataclysm.
Having known each other for so long,
I understand her personality well.
She's very straightforward, but likes to exaggerate things. She'll definitely mess with me like always, turning small matters into major issues.
Dam reported without hesitation, the rank renewal unit is losing control. Watt remained calm, sipping his tea. Really?
But the news that followed made it impossible for him to sit still.
A hunter destroyed the test dummy. What? That test dummy? I must have misheard. At this point, D&E laughed with satisfaction. No. You heard correctly. The dummy I got from the Interstellar Association was sliced in half. Want a bit flustered?
It's been destroyed several times already.
Ding answered him frankly, including this time it's 5. Want couldn't help but be amazed.
My god, a hunter who can create a sword aura to destroy the dummy requires powerful mana and deep understanding.
So far, only the S-rank hunters in Korea have been able to do it.
Dell just said that there's a 5th hunter with the same level of skill as them.
Ha!
But then one stroked his chin curiously and asked, but why did you come to me?
Isn't that the HR department's job? Dam replied a bit hesitantly, because that's the hunter you told me to investigate. Remember? You asked about him months ago. One Taikik looked surprised again. Months? I remember now, Dam said.
It was the day that department head Joe Sunhai from security submitted his resignation. That kid decided to climb the tower, and he said there was a new hunter who had reignited his passion for justice. So Sean Hugh told me to let him know if that person came to renew their rank.
Want stood up in surprise. Wait, that hunter is? Ding cut him off and replied immediately. Zeon mentioned it's the rookie you're looking for. So? Pretty interesting, right?
The log was split in two and a strong wind swirled into the room. In the waiting room, Minion nonchalantly told Ellie, I cut it in half because he was so confident it wouldn't be destroyed, but then he suddenly ran off.
Did I go too far?
Ellie laughed and said, obviously, you just destroyed a perfect product from our branch.
Minion was very surprised to hear that, huh?
So, I made a mistake.
No one said I couldn't break it.
Seeing his silly face, Ellie laughed out loud.
Just kidding.
It's just that a famous hunter from our association has just shown off his talent.
Minion asked again, so, is it a problem that I destroyed the mannequin earlier?
Ellie replied, of course not. That product is from our place that we sold to the association.
Anyway, hearing this, Minion thought and was confused. Do you mean that as long as the product isn't defective, nothing else matters?
Ellie added, our branch will get busier when your skill level is revealed since we're an alien organization. There are some restrictions related to guilds and mercenary activities, but now we have a breakthrough star suitable for activities in Korea.
Mention still didn't get it. I don't understand what a breakthrough star is. All I did was break that dummy.
As the two of them were talking happily, they were suddenly interrupted. It turned out that two strangers from the organization had entered.
They introduced themselves to mention in turn, a pleasure to meet you.
I am Kim Dassing, the Director of Human Resources for the Hunter Association, and I am Lee Waiki, the Director of Security for the Hunter Association. At this moment, Minion felt quite anxious and nervous. He thought to himself, Kim Dassing and Lee Waiki, no wonder they look familiar. They were pioneer hunters who fought directly on the front lines during the 3rd Defense of Seoul.
I can't believe I'm meeting the people I've only seen in books. This is truly a surprise. Everyone sat down and Kim Dan said, let's begin our conversation.
Then she gave me Minion a membership card and said, first of all, congratulations on renewing your rank. As soon as he saw the card, Shin's heart was racing with excitement.
Wow, this card looks so different. This is a card exclusively for rank hunters. So from now on, that's my rank. Kim Dawson affirmed. That's right.
From now on, you are in a rank hunter recognized by the association. These cards usually aren't issued right away because there are many other factors to consider, such as awakening training, the number of years of experience clearing gates, and other hunter activities.
Hearing that, Minion was a little worried. Is it okay to get it so quickly?
Then Kim Den continued, but there are exceptions.
Minion was very surprised like me.
Suddenly, Mrs. Dassing's face became mysterious as she said, that's right, because the rules don't apply the same way to users of Sword Key.
Mention broke out in a sweat. It's true that I used Sword Key to a perfect state to cut that dummy in half. Then he asked again, is that important?
Kim Dasing replied, of course it is, because the use of sword key places one on the threshold of becoming an S-rank hunter.
Chin was surprised. I've never heard of that standard before. Miss Dasing explained.
It's also classified information, but we're sharing it with you because you are a user of sword key.
Hearing this, Minchin tensed up and thought, sword key, huh? So they can determine if someone is an S-rank hunter based on their tangible aura.
But reaching that transcendent realm is about controlling the tangible aura more freely.
So does that mean S-rank hunters are those who have reached the transcendent realm? Suddenly, Ellie smiled and greeted the two guests. Hello, Mrs. Kim. My name is Ellie and I am Mr. Tron's manager. Kim Ding said, I've heard people talk about you too. LD said cheerfully, you mean that Mr. Tron, a freelance mercenary of the association, will be automatically promoted to S-rank? Mrs. Kim paused to explain again, it's not like that. The normal procedure is that we will hold a meeting to decide whether to recognize someone as in S-rank or not. So that will take quite some time. Ellie asked again, is there any other way to know when it will be decided?
She said, we have submitted the proposal, so we will have to wait.
It will probably take a few days. Ellie now understood. I see. Thank you for letting me know.
At this moment, Minion was very confused.
What's happening all of a sudden? Is it that important for me to become an S-rank hunter? He looked over at Ellie.
He thought to himself, she looks quite happy right now.
There must be a reason.
After all, Ellie always thinks about my best interest first. Then Mr. Lee once spoke up.
Your name is Mayan, right? Could you tell me if you have any plans to go abroad or anything like that?
Chin was a bit surprised and then replied, no, I have no intention of traveling.
Mr. Weck clarified, I'm not talking about short trips.
This is a decision with significant consequences, like changing your nationality. He was very determined in his heart.
I can't lose a sword key user to a foreign power. Mention found it very confusing. Move to another country? Why would I have to go? Mr. Wan said, they can help you have a brighter future. Minion was skeptical. Is that the reason people go abroad? Mr. Wan was quite certain. Most people either like it or want to be famous. Mention thought, I already have those things here.
Seeing that their conversation was going nowhere, Kim Ding intervened.
The director sometimes asks questions based on his personal curiosity like that. We will update you on the S-rank information at a later date via letter. Then they stood up to leave. Well, then we should be going. You've worked hard today. Once outside, Kim Ding said, hey, Wonki, what were you thinking asking questions like that in there?
He immediately said, sorry, but I had something I needed to check.
Mrs. Kim didn't understand. Check what? Mr. Wyke asked her, you know Shan Yu, right?
The one obsessed with justice. Kim Ding was startled.
The kid who used to be in your agency.
Oh, I thought you said he was at the tower. One T revealed that the mentioned kid is the reason why Cian Hu went into the tower. He was determined to become stronger for his next meeting with Minion. So if he's truly as great a hunter as Shan Hu said, I think I should help him too. Kingdom asked, so what are you going to do? You should have told me sooner. Mr. Weck replied, it's worth keeping an eye on him. Then Kim Dining advised him.
It's best that we convene a meeting right now. Scene change.
Sitting in the car, Mention kept looking at the card.
He asked Ellie, why did you ask if they were going to promote me to S rank?
She cheerfully said, there are more benefits to becoming an S rank hunter. Not only will you get a tax reduction, but you'll also be able to rent equipment from the Hunter Association. But Minion found the idea of renting equipment not very special. Ellie continued, you can rent these unique pieces of equipment and also some legendary grade ones at certain levels. Hearing this, Minion was quite skeptical.
They'll let me use legendary grade in. Then Ellie excitedly revealed more.
They also offer an unconditional loan of 100 billion.
That's the highest limit on an S-rank hunter card.
Mention said they place a lot of trust in those hunters. Having high-ranking hunters also helps keep the gates more secure.
Do you mean we won't have to wait like before? Ellie was very certain. Yeah, I went and asked for the details because it's good for you. Minion was very happy in his heart. She's truly a great partner. Afterwards, he wondered again about Luanti. Why did he ask if I was going abroad?
I laughed loudly and said, "You're so smart, but sometimes you're so slow."
Minion said irritably, "Stop laughing and explain it to me." She explained in detail because many hunters in Korea have left.
Other countries tend to scout for hunters with potential. Chin's face was full of calculation as he thought. So, he was worried that Korea would lose an excellent hunter.
He's worrying too much. As long as the Tower of Tribulation is in Seoul, I'm not going anywhere.
No amount of money or good equipment can win me over because the thing I'm interested in is getting stronger every day.
Suddenly, a bell rang. So, Minion jumped and asked, "Is that my phone?" Ellie said, "No, I think it's mine."
She opened her phone and saw a red warning message.
She said, it's for both of us. Emergency disaster warning. The gate has cracked.
Mention was quite worried.
Near Hapjang Station, that's quite far.
Ellie said, "Gate cracks have been happening frequently these days.
Almost at least one case every day. Luckily, no one has been killed because there's a monitoring and detection system." Minion thought to himself, what a pity. I wanted to help, too, but it's far. I guess I should just pray that no one gets hurt there. After dropping Chin off, Ellie asked, "Need me to find some gates for you?"
Minchin replied, "No, you should rest.
You've had a tough enough day."
Ellie giggled.
"Working with you is always fun. Anyway, see you later."
Then she sped off in her car.
"Call me back tomorrow." Minion sighed. The rank renewal is done. I guess I should go train now. Suddenly, he spotted something.
It turned out to be this guy.
VD called out loudly, "Mr. Mayan." Scene change. Minion leads him up to his house.
And there, VD's eyes lit up, very surprised seeing the dog in the house.
He said, "Yap, Master, you're back." VD whispered into Minchin's ear.
"What is that worthless creature?"
He said angrily. "Worthless?"
"It's your superior," V was surprised, not understanding how such a small puppy could be someone so important.
The smart puppy asked, "What number is this subordinate?"
Master Minchin immediately said number 5. No, he joined before that, he's number 1. V felt like he had been struck by lightning.
"I'm subordinate number 1, then he asked. "Does that mean I'm your first subordinate?" Master Minchin immediately said, "You don't have to be if you don't want to."
V expressed his excitement, "Of course I want that title. I can't believe you've granted me such a precious position.
I'm so moved I can't even describe it." Then he immediately got acquainted with the puppy. "A pleasure to meet you, sir," he said. The puppy immediately replied, "Me too, subordinate number 1." Chin thought to himself, what VD is this happy just because he became the first subordinate?
I can tell that he is genuinely joyful through the dependency contract.
Minion asked VD, "Anyway, tell me why you were waiting for me." VD was startled and replied, "Yes, sir." Minion said, "The dark community is finally making its move. The Bendermanmonium are finally showing their faces."
VD asked, "Have you heard about the recent increase in the number of dungeon portals?"
Chin replied, "Yes, I know." VD continued, "I don't think it's a natural phenomenon."
Then he took out a piece of paper and showed it to Minion, saying, "I discovered this while helping the dark community expand their influence.
Isn't that great?
But Minion said irritably, you should have explained it to me first. VD said, the black circles are the locations the dark community bought and the red circles are where the gate breaks occurred.
Mention silently considered many of the locations overlap with the gate breaks. Does that mean those people are activating artificial dungeon portals?
VD was very proud of himself and narcissistic.
Are you surprised by my excellent investigation skills?
Although this is normal for your first subordinate.
Mention replied, yes, that's right.
But please don't act like that in front of others.
But he still wondered. But will the association discover what you've discovered soon? VD was quite certain. It won't be easy because I created many accounts. So I can disconnect when needed. Mensch said, but you still found out.
VD said, this is thanks to your sharp mind. I mean, Mr. Tron, he told me that you ordered me to find out their secrets because you predicted all of this would happen.
Tron thought, well, no. I was just lucky. Anyway, this information is very useful. I'll use my new martial arts skill right away.
It pairs perfectly with the invisibility skill.
No one will realize I'm moving. System notification. Phantom image activated. Consumes 10 chaotic G per second. Based on the map, this is the location closest to the training center. VD couldn't find out who discovered how to activate the gate breaks.
He also said there was another location with a magic circle not used for gate breaks. Mention observed from above. These despicable demons are up to no good again. There were magic stones and magic circles scattered everywhere.
Moreover, they seem to be used for detection and distorting vision. As if I use phantom image.
I know how formidable San Moon's martial arts are.
The presence detecting technique definitely can't find me.
This wasn't how I expected to test the effectiveness of the skill. But it makes the investigation much easier.
Mention went inside to investigate. This place is full of magic lines that I couldn't see from the outside. They're all heading to one place. Time to see where all these magic streams are flowing to. Then he thought again.
It seems to be heading towards the basement, but there's no one in the basement either.
If there were people, I could have interrogated them.
To his surprise, Minchin was delighted found it.
But then he realized that magic circle isn't a skill of the Bendermonium. But it also doesn't use Elysium's technology, who has the ability to create such a magic gate.
Suddenly, Minion froze as he realized something.
He panicked. What's happening?
My chaotic chi suddenly reacted.
Is it because of the magic circle? It's reacting to the chi from the magic circle. I don't sense any danger. I'd better check it out.
It turns out the magic circle reacts with Chaotiki.
The system announced Chaos Fragment, a crystal created by processing and concentrating the aura emitted from the tower. Minchin remembered the old days.
Seeing the concentrated chaotic chi like this reminds me of that time. The monsters from the Dark Gate also had similar chaotic chi. He wondered what is the hidden link between the tower and the Dark Gate. But one thing is for sure, someone else knows how to use that chaotic chi.
Chaotiki is the fundamental power created by the combination of darkness and light.
Neither the demon Bendermonium nor the angel Elysium are aware of it, let alone know how to use it.
And Mention was perplexed. This is something I only discovered in this life. Where are they trying to use this concentration of Chaotiki? The Dark Gate. The electronic board displayed.
Notice chaotic chi has been absorbed.
Purity level increased.
He was surprised by this information. Even he didn't know he could absorb it.
He wondered, wait, I can take it.
The purpose of this magic circle isn't to activate a gate break.
It's used to concentrate the primal chi from the tower and create chaos fragments.
Minion stroked his chin and smiled smugly.
If that's the case, I can use them. I'll think about this outside.
That day, he quietly went up to the rooftop and sat studying the information sheet. According to the information BD provided, there are at least 10 magic circles built in Seoul.
That's a lot.
He said just now a small crystal fragment created itself because the magic circle reacted with my chaotic chi.
But I think all the magic circles were supposed to activate at the same time.
I was told that they are also building more circles in the countryside, which means their plan is to cause a disaster to distract the world, then activate all the magic circles to produce a large number of chaos fragments. He told himself, I can probably increase my chaotic power a lot if I take it all. The only thing he was concerned about was the lack of manpower. He calculated carefully and then said to himself, I also have to deal with the gate break activations in the countryside, but I can't do it all alone. I can't interfere with the magic circles right now because I'll be discovered too quickly.
But ignoring them could cause casualties. I can't let innocent people be sacrificed.
All night long, Mayan thought, I need to make up for the lack of manpower. But this was the first time he had made an international call.
That's why he was eagerly waiting for the phone signal.
He started to pick up the phone.
Connecting to the other end of the line. Hello, Secret Inspector Tanny. It's been a long time.
Hearing the call, he couldn't hide his surprise and spoke loudly. Tintron warned him to be quiet and careful of his surroundings. And at this moment, he thought, I have to pretend to speak like an angel.
It feels so uncomfortable. He cleared his throat. I'm calling to give you an important order. Tanya listened intently.
His eyes shone like stars as he joyfully exclaimed, Your wish is my command.
As the loyal angel Tanyan, I will dedicate my life to carrying out your orders.
In contrast to Tanya's excitement, Mshin was worried. I don't understand why he always puts his life in danger.
Daniel received an order from his superior. I will carry out the order.
His call came through to Mr. Mayan.
Minion appeared in the image of an angel. We have recently detected movements from those demonic monsters in Korean territory. I want you to mobilize all available angels to stop them.
And because I need to keep my identity a secret, make sure to take all the credit for this mission without mentioning me when reporting to your superiors. He only works for justice and gives all the credit to me. I will complete his orders even if I have to exhaust myself. Tenny heard the conversation and was moved to tears.
On the other end of the line, Menshin was really worried, wondering if he would be okay. I have successfully secured Tanya's cooperation. I think he once said he could mobilize 5 level 8 angels, each of whom is stronger than a level hunter.
He also seemed to quite like it when I talk like an angel.
He felt conflicted. I feel like my tongue is about to have an allergic reaction, to be honest. I'm a bit tired of that old-fashioned way of speaking. After that, I started the preparations. I asked Zell to help the Black Death Society while figuring out their plan.
I told him it was an important role and he became incredibly enthusiastic. I went to various locations to gather information based on the map vessel provided. There were a total of 11 locations producing fragments.
Minion quietly went to observe.
He said, among them, I was able to check 10 places by going inside, but there was one place that was different from the rest. It was larger and had a lot of security forces.
Is there something different about this place? Things will get complicated if they discover my tracks.
There's no need to break in here and take risks. I'll keep an eye on this place in case they make any suspicious moves. A few days passed and Menshin still felt anxious.
He observed Tanyan. Benji always accompanied him. It asked, Master, is everything really starting now? He replied joyfully, Yes, VZL has just contacted me. Mitchell was waiting for the phone call. He said, All right, just as expected.
Gate breaks are happening all over Korea. He told the Legion of Light that they are happening in all the buildings or properties that the Black Death Society has purchased.
If we entrust the areas outside of Seoul to the angels, we can avoid casualties.
He was full of fighting spirit.
Let's go. Benji agreed. And the operation to steal the primordial fragments begin. He deployed the work with the group. This plan is very simple. Just use the invisibility cloak and the spirit illusion technique. Benyu and I will steal all the primordial fragments. Since there are 11 locations to raid, I'm in charge of the gangbook area. Zell will continue to monitor all movements at the Shrine of Chaos. He promised to remain on standby. However, he was a little disappointed that he couldn't directly participate in the raid. The boss reminded Tan Yen, the role of reporting their activities to me is the most important. He said, I knew it. Annie jumped for joy. I can't believe you think so highly of me and gave me such an important mission. This is all for you. However, after hearing his joyful words, Minion seemed confused. He asked himself, didn't I praise him too much? He reported, Mr. Mayan, those chicken wing bastards have entered the gate breach location. Outside of Seoul. Chin replied bluntly, ignore them. Those angels can't stop me. That's right. It seems the way to control angels and demons is the same. Chin rested his chin on his hand, trying to remember, looking at the surrounding scenery. I'm sure I've been here before, but now all the windows, even the entrance has been blocked. It seems they blocked all the entrances beforehand. They prepared very thoroughly, but to me it's nothing. Minion went deeper inside to scout the situation. As soon as he entered, he heard their voices. They were hunters belonging to the Black Death Society. The leader said, since when was the door broken? There were about 20 people here. They were all B and C rank hunters. Mention and Shunu heard everything. A member of the Black Death Society shouted, you idiots. The intruder is using an invisibility skill. Shunu was startled when he heard his voice. It seems he is the leader here. He's quite sharp. Immediately Chin took off his invisibility cloak. He asked the group, are all the guards of this place here? The leader brazenly said, you came alone. How dare you come here? You know who we are. You're very brave to dare to step into this place. Minion replied, you are the Black Death Society. I guess they let their guard down when they saw I wasn't carrying a weapon. He acted aggressively, raising his voice at mention. If you didn't come here by accident, I won't let you leave alive. Minion laughed in his face, making him furious. What else do you think you can do? He flew into a rage, brandishing his sword and ordered his underlings, beat him to death for me. They continuously launched attacks, fire spears, and acid arrows at mention, but he stood there defiantly. They were confused and bewildered, asking each other. Did we beat him? He's too weak. Those attacks weren't even worth guarding against. Minion used demonic nature enhancement to strengthen his protective energy. The Black Death Society members were surprised that Mayan was still standing tall. They frantically ordered each other, he's still alive. Get him. Super Sense hasn't been activated. He had drawn the Black Star Blue Dragon sword, meaning the situation was not dangerous at all. Minion said confidently, I'll finish this quickly. A bloody battle is taking place. The advantage right now belongs to Minion. A series of group members were eliminated. Besides that, the leader was seriously injured. He stammered, asking the intruder, who are you? They are all members of the Black Death Society. Even though they don't cooperate with the Shrine of Chaos, they are still evil from the core. No criminal will be forgiven in the land I live in alive. Minion speculated the Shrine of Chaos must have realized there's an intruder. I shouldn't waste time by sparing them to get information. My top priority will be to quickly obtain the crystal. He had always craved it. It's better to move to the other locations first and then absorb this one later. The crystal will feel lonely if I only absorb it alone. The electronic board displays. Item status has been stored in infinite space. Suddenly, he noticed a crack appear in the building. The magic circle is activating self-destructs automatically. Can it be used permanently? He confidently affirmed, now that it's come to this, I'll take all of this and head straight to the next location. As for Benyu, although I only assigned him 3 locations, I'm sure he's fine, right? Suddenly, someone with their face completely covered appeared. A new group appeared. The general appeared. He said, "What the hell is going on? Just a moment ago, it was just a small dog. Now, it has transformed into a giant bearing his sharp teeth. All of you will be dead me." He did a good job. In an apartment complex, the sky had turned to dusk. The voice of a mysterious person could be heard. He was smug, knowing his hypothesis was correct. The primordial fragment, condensed from the tower's energy, can now create a magic circle from the knowledge and materials received from the Great Chaos. This guy chuckled when he learned he could now create many different circles. These things are possible. The research will be completed. Someone told the professor it wasn't time to be impressed, which surprised him quite a bit. He informed the professor that all the spell formations outside of Seoul had been destroyed. He thought those are all rank B. How could they be destroyed so easily? But also became tense upon hearing that the inch of the chicken wings had been detected. The professor realized they were angels, but the other person didn't know how they found the gate. When he asked what the next step was, he said that creating the chaos fragment was the intermediate stage, and now they needed to act sooner than planned. A group of people ran in shouting for Zahed, and he also asked what was wrong. One of them hastily said, "Magic Circle 5 has been destroyed by the enemy." Another piece of news is that Magic Circle 3 was also attacked and we lost contact with our side. Zahed yelled at them to report information about the number of enemy troops first. Both the second and fourth circles have lost contact. The professor thought the angels had interfered, so now he had to go. Seeing him leave, Zahed asked if he wasn't staying to observe the chaos fragment. When asked if he wasn't taking it with him, the professor said teleporting it away would be enough. Then he turned and asked Zahed to keep an eye on the chaos fragment because it was needed for the Demon King's next plan. He disappeared while Zahed still didn't understand anything. Zahed was annoyed that he was favored and always given work. Hearing an urgent report of an intruder, he turned and asked, "Where, sir?" The subordinate said with a pale face, "There's one here, and the battle is happening above." Z had heard there was only one person, and wondered where the chicken wings got their information, then got furious because this person dared to barge in while he was still here. The glass windows of the apartment complex were all shattered by the explosion. The Demon King's men were very wary as the enemy was only one person. Jin stood tall with his sword, listening to them talk about him and preparing for round 2. He found it quite intense. Although he had tried to deal with them quickly, the news of the attack must have spread widely. Even though the number of these guys has increased, their only rank being can't do anything to me. Menchin was very smug. Besides, since they are Roki, even with a large number, they can't defeat a dragon. Suddenly, there was a strange smell. Then he realized this was the distinctive scent of the dark mana used by demons. He guessed there was a demon here, meaning this was their main base. "I've come to the right place and found the commander." Menchin taunted Zahed. "I smell the stench of a wicked demon. So I came." His plan was to take control of this place to prevent the magic circle from getting any information. Holding something in his hand, he cursed at him, calling him a chicken wing, and said he would use all his strength to fight. Then he threw it into his mouth and ordered everyone to eat as well. For a moment, he couldn't process what he had just eaten. When the whole group was enveloped in a murderous aura, Minion knew it was the black pill. He smiled faintly when he learned that their dark stats had increased. Even the small hunters could use it with a system that could analyze their attributes and stats. He found it quite interesting that the black pill allowed the great chaos demon to control them. Zahed spoke up, wanting to know what Nchin thought of these demon people. Unexpectedly, he thought I was an angel. I hope he keeps believing that. Then he criticized them for their bland taste.
A group of demon men charged forward to attack, but he remained very calm, observing the technique of channeling dark mana into their weapons. He guessed they were around a rank hunters as mentioned had used double Black Star Atlas Gond.
Having finished analyzing the situation here, we'll try another approach.
The Grandmaster's skill was unleashed by him. These guys were a bit scared when they saw the holy energy, a power that counters dark mana. One by one, they were whipped by him in pain. The Black Star Unicorn Horn Spear and the Moon Tribe Spear technique were combined. The system reported mention gained a percentage of health.
Although he had broken through the encirclement, he was a little sad because the demon people were monsters, not humans.
After that, he also took care of all of them, combining for more sword techniques. Knowing these guys are just rank hunters, things will be the same.
He knew they weren't coordinating their attacks together. The demonized things were quite new.
But Nshin didn't expect them to think he was easy to deal with just with these things.
Zahed stood on one side observing, wanting his subordinates to counterattack when he saw that he hadn't been hit by any of the blows. Hearing the cursing voice, "You damn chicken wing bastard!" He knew he was coming. The hand was covered by an ice spear. Even the whole body, a giant ice Zahed, was completed.
Looking at him, he knew the real opponent had entered the battle. While he was crazily screaming about wanting to kill me, I had already analyzed the hit future.
The Ice Person tribe.
He provoked him because he had been waiting for him. He already knew about the ice body of the ice-controlling demon and wanted to see how strong he was. White Wind Barrage was unleashed by Zahed with many arrows.
Ice Mention smiled faintly.
Then he unleashed the Hellfire move.
Seeing him do that, H cursed him as a
fool because this ice was harder than Min was a little worried about this guy's strange power. Some guys came to support Zahed.
It's worth it even if we die.
But he had already discovered his plan to use the Black Star Atlas Gauntlet double again.
The added magnetic pull and the Imperial Thunder Annihilation Fist easily sent them flying.
Mention even hinted at the two words, path of attack. Zahed witnessed it and was a bit confused, thinking, this is a monster stronger than an angel warming up my joints again. He didn't expect him to not realize his weakness and I have to deal with this quickly before there are witnesses.
Being insulted like that, he got really angry. Suddenly Mayan realized there was natural dark mana.
Then behind him some of the beaten guys came back to life from the system.
He knew this mess was the ability of dark mana that had activated ice fusion.
Hearing Zit say he didn't want to use this here, he realized he had gotten stronger. Thanks to the ice fusion effect, the power of the demon horde has merged into one.
Zahed was willing to use this method if necessary for the Emperor's plan.
He wanted him to look closely.
This is the power I have from ice fusion.
Now he's absorbing his comrades to get stronger, causing the building to be on the verge of collapse, so Mention won't let him have his way. As he knew the power exceeded its endurance, it could only be used once.
Violent piercing strike was struck by him directly into his ice body. Knowing his hand couldn't reach inside his body, he laughed out loud.
The Mayan was not flustered at all and wanted to show him the results soon.
Before he could understand what was happening, Zahed's ice layer shattered.
Each part of his body cracked, causing him to scream loudly.
Then revealed his original human body.
Afterwards, only shattered ice fragments and the painful groans of this guy remained. Lying flat on the ground covered in blood. He asked him what he did to him but was sent off by Mention with a fatal blow, got a health percentage bonus from the system. He stated the reason for his loss because you developed quantity over quality because he only made himself huge to disturb everything around and the move that killed him was the violent piercing strike.
Now it's time for Mayan to collect the chaos fragments.
He was surprised when the phone rang. Before he could compose himself, he panicked and said the defenders' resistance had increased
east and they couldn't break through.
Hearing this, Jin told him to recount the details. Under guidance, Daniel mobilized subordinates throughout South Korea at locations outside of Seoul. They successfully prevented the gate from breaking, but he was somewhere else. Knowing this was a secret meeting place for the demons was because he followed Minion's instructions.
Those guys are. The humans have detected an intruder.
They told each other to eliminate him immediately. Then he clenched his fist, wanting to send them all away for colluding with the demon servants. These guys must atone with their own lives. There was one person who was very calm in this crowd when the attacks of the others had no effect on Tan Yen. Because he was wearing the armor of faith, he wanted to give them a taste of the staff of justice. Someone used a black hand with a large hand, squeezing him tightly so he couldn't do anything.
Hearing the guy call him a rude intruder, Tanny and wondered who he was.
Then he was accused of daring to barge into the place where he lived.
He realized this was a demon.
Then he asked for the almighty power to protect him in glory to escape the control of the hand. Having just struggled to escape the cunning demon, he exclaimed that he was quite strong. Even though he cursed people as chicken wings, this guy didn't expect an angel to appear here. His expression was serious as he hesitated whether to inform if, but he brushed it aside because Elysium and the angels were enemies.
No need to complicate things. So he used the art of mind separation to destroy Tan Yen. The two sides began.
Tao charged into each other. Soul Spear, Black Hand Claw is Bay of Weakness.
Tannen used this move to fly high, wanting to be in the name of the Holy Spirit.
The holy light will purify all these demon minions. Seeing that he couldn't destroy this high-level demon, he wondered who he served. The last attack had no effect on him. The goal now is to use Tanya to revive Daimos and ensure victory is in hand.
He doesn't want things to continue like this.
Hearing a strange call, child of the demon, this guy's hair stood on end. Tanya realized there was something strange about him. Not understanding what was happening, but this was his chance to escape and inform men. From the phone, he heard Tanya tell him everything, including how to escape. He reassured him that his life was more important and that he would be there soon. As soon as he hung up, he mentioned the name Hoover, exclaiming that he did better than he expected. He intentionally sent Tanny to Verdi's place to prove that the form he had given was reasonable and recognized when he stopped the raid, plunder, and return. The important thing is that he managed to drive Tanny Andy away successfully using the mind separation technique. Minchin felt he was right to teach him this back then.
If Vid D climbs to a higher place in the chaos, I guess he'll know about the black cleansing, right?
After thinking for a while, he thought there must have been something when they face each other.
I'll also ask him about that later.
Now it's time for him to receive his reward.
The large glass stones were thrown into one place by Mayan.
Then he looked at these things and stood there smiling,
considering the matter closed.
He was calculating how much more energy he could absorb, not to mention other inventory items.
When Benji arrived, he called him back.
When asked about the assigned task, it reported completion. While absorbing the energy of the crystal, he told his master to wait a moment.
Suddenly, Bangu seemed a bit down.
So, Minion was a bit puzzled and then guessed that something was wrong. From its mouth, it spat out all those crystal stones.
It wasn't what he wanted.
When asked, he learned that it wasn't just hiding this much, but other things as well. Seeing his master helplessly say that he would give him a space bag next time, Benji said it was for convenience.
After being lovingly hit, it was accused of violence.
Entering the energy absorption phase, he now held 9 out of the 10 primordial stones created from the Shrine of Chaos.
This thing is the crystallization of the tower's energy. Menshin is starting to absorb that energy.
He was surrounded by an abundant source of energy. Only when he felt full did he open his eyes. All his strength stats had increased significantly. Just one time had helped his strength rival that of a martial artist. He thought if those guys knew, they would die of anger.
With the power in his hands, Menshin could even defeat a mid-level demon.
And the upcoming plan is to reform his body, which should be settled soon. 2 days later, in the writing room, even though Vid had become stronger, he happily came to thank his master. Thanks to the sole achievement of preventing the angel from seizing the primordial stone, he was praised throughout the Shrine of Chaos and was rewarded with the Night Soul Fruit, which increases his power.
Tanium was happy to also be promoted in rank, a powerhouse in the world's rankings.
Menchin said he wasn't the one who gave him the Heart of Darkness, but he used his blessing to repel the angel.
It was asked by him about hearing someone's voice during the battle. He recounted how Asmodeus personally praised him.
At that time he praised him. The child of the demon tribe did well, which made him happily thank him profusely.
This time he even invested heavily in the chaos fragment. Hearing the name Asmus mentioned, thought for a moment.
The demon king of depravity rank 8 was once a seraphim in heaven, but his lust for power led him to become a fallen archangel. He was building strategy, political manipulation, and building up his forces in his past life.
Minion had a deep grudge against him. He also suspected that the one behind the black cleansing ritual was him.
Having discovered this on Tanya's body without knowing the reason, then he asked about the enemy again, whether there was any news about Asmodeus and his companions, and learned that Zhou Yarang's actions were related to him. Hearing that the primordial stone was being transported to Kesang, Minion was surprised.
When asked if there was a problem, he said no.
Before he left, he was still excited, which left him speechless. Knowing that Asmodeus's group had a deeper purpose, he guessed that someone knew how to control the power of the Chaos Stone.
Again, transported to Kesang, a place no one was allowed to enter or leave.
At the headquarters of the alliance between the constellations, Ma was very happy to see Minion again. Hearing him say that, thanks to me, his business is thriving and he's about to become an S-rank hunter.
Menchin was modest.
Then he remembered many sources of income, and it seemed very significant that so many people were discussing his story. Eli suffered as a manager while her boss kept taking on more work. Menchin sighed. That's the style of the Interstellar Alliance.
But we're all brothers after all. Because I also need to get stronger regardless of everything.
When he asked what help he needed, he requested to enter the Forbidden Land, but needed the association's approval within a few days, which prioritized Minion's position, making his ears very pleased as this old man's flattery skills had increased. There was something else he wanted to report, and I was also curious. When Mark heard that he had to spend time being a photo model, Minion's face changed color. Looking at his excitement while doing the promotional campaign for Corey's 7th S-Class Hunter, he struggled to figure out how to refuse. He excused himself to take a phone call. The master and servant were delighted that the photo shoot schedule was settled.
On one side, Mayan received some news that the other overheard and immediately sat up.
Looking over, he also told the other person he would be there right away. Before leaving for an urgent matter, he didn't forget to mention his quest to enter the Forbidden Land. The two said their goodbyes, and Mon and Eili were also very curious about what was going on.
So now what? Gunnan entering the store to greet his mother. She didn't expect Mayan to arrive so late.
When he asked where his father and Min Yong were, she told him they were at a crowded place somewhere. Knowing his father went to pick up his sister and hadn't returned yet, he was a little suspicious. Then teleported in front of his mother, startling her as well. Although he flew quickly across the rooftops, he was still a little worried as this had happened many times. Min Yong on this side was being protected by her father. What he didn't expect was for the girl to awaken her power.
Menchin's father told the people in front of him that his daughter didn't want to be a hunter yet and asked them to stay away. Many people from various guilds came to recruit her.
Min Yong didn't know what to do when everyone was targeting her.
Menchin finally arrived and warned this bunch.
Standing in front of his father and sister, he called them noisy. Earlier, he had heard that she was going to register as a hunter. But now he saw a whole crowd coming to recruit someone who hadn't even finished the test. Treating a normal person who knows nothing like this, and that was his family, which made Min Chinyan grit his teeth in anger. Standing next to his loved ones, he told this crowd to get lost.
One of them knew this was Min Jian's family and wanted to negotiate.
Before he could mention the benefits of his sister joining the guild, he lifted his leg and used elephant fist, shattering heaven to crack everything under his feet as a warning, threatening him.
What were you saying? Continue. I'm listening. The crowd was utterly bewildered when they saw the scene. Watching them all run away, he sighed in relief. They really know when to run, or I would have beaten them to a pulp. And a staff member from the center who was directed to the star-level guild still hadn't processed it. Then he turned around and called for his father and sister to go with him. He didn't forget to tease Minyoung, who had just cried after experiencing the first shock of her life. Mathan's place had a premonition that this floor repair would be a big one. At Mention's family restaurant, a loud voice asked a question. His face turned ashen. He knew the other guilds would rush over, but he didn't expect it to be this intense. Everyone looked at Minyoung in bewilderment, as her initial stats were very high. He sat on the side inking. She's only 10% awakened and my sister is already C++ rank. If she awakens further, she could become S rank. Not surprised by the stats, Thuan was truly shocked by the mother's skill. She even had sword transcendence, a skill that only one person had ever possessed before. The one who fought Mention 23 years ago. That was the hero. Remembering it now, it suddenly felt strange. In his previous life, he was stabbed through the heart and fell at the hands of the hero. Although tired and seriously injured, he was not in life-threatening danger. Yet, the history books recorded that he died with him. Then, Minyoung was reincarnated on Earth in the family before him. I'm very suspicious of my sister. Minyoung is the reincarnation of the hero. The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't believe it. Both the Demon King and the hero were reincarnated in the same family. Mother spoke up asking Mention, if your sister wants to be a hunter, please find a good guild for her. When his son asked if the girl wanted to be a hunter, his mother said Minyoung was seriously thinking about it. He knew his mother had no intention of stopping her. Then he understood that they were worried because they didn't know the girl's potential. They said both siblings are as stubborn as oxen can't be held back. Hearing this, he felt like she was scolding him. He had decided to take care of his sister. While his parents were arguing about which of them the children resembled, thinking of the troubles with the Interstellar Alliance, he decided not to let his sister Dinlu go as it would reveal his identity. Then picked up the phone to find a guild with good relations and many acquaintances. This was the only choice left, so he picked up the phone and called Miss Tran. Then he said he would try to contact the Holy Guild. His parents also saw that Mention had improved. They agreed to the conversation with Tran cheerfully and Menran could develop in the Holy Guild. The next day when asked why he was leaving so early, he said he had a lot of work to do. Hearing his sister call his name, Mention also looked back. The little girl thanked him for everything and promised to be stronger than him when they met again. Intending to flick her forehead as a warning. You want to be stronger than me, huh? Then he gave her a really painful one and told her to practice more. Then he left while his sister was still grumbling. He reminded her that the Holy Guild would be in touch. Thinking back, he would ignore the hero incident for now. No one is sure that both he and the hero were reborn on Earth. Now I need to focus on what needs to be done. The Alliance of Stars. While enjoying his tea, he remembered that he had asked Hazen to analyze the circle face for Vance. Also, Vance invested $15 billion in the Gate project for the company, and now, only hearing Mon call him. He immediately asked if that matter was settled. He held a piece of paper in his hand announcing that he had received the permit. Now he could enter the Lost Land. Having reached the PU Unification Bridge, the Forgotten Land was right in front of Chinyan. Ely had previously explained that this was a long strip of land near the ceasefire zone only accessible by this bridge north of the QDDN area and opposite Kaesong. Looking at the guards, he noted that the security was very strict, meaning the Black Death Society was allowed through this place by the government, although I don't know what they plan to do with the primordial stone. But why did the two Mon and Ely follow him? Hearing they came to help him hunt monsters, he sighed as they did it again. Mention said about the raid, we need a monster handling expert and a tracking expert. When assigned the two roles, everyone agreed. Ellie and Ma then accompanied him to the Forgotten Land.
While Secretary Fleck was searching, Shin also asked the old man about his job in the Star Alliance. Knowing they hired temporary staff to handle the work left him speechless. What he had intended to follow me from the beginning, but something is better than nothing. In his mind, he formed a raid team, but in reality, it was to investigate the Black Death Society. They also knew he was a VIP, so they were sure not to be suspicious. The three of them are slowly advancing. There are many primordial stones ahead. Not many people should know. He wondered how Ellie would react when she found out Benji was his master. It's best to keep it a secret. This is the Forgotten Land. The scenery is completely different after crossing the bridge. It's so deserted here, he said. Now to Kesong, remembering that the Black Death Society had gone there. Thinking whether to ask Fett to go scout ahead, but thinking of his prominent teammate. I thought it would be better to look at the map. Ellie called him over to look at this as if someone had passed through here a few days ago. The grass area seemed to have been stepped on. He was surprised by how carefully she observed. In his mind, he guessed these were the traces of the Black Death Society. He told her to track them, but there seemed to be too many. Mran praised her as a member of a highly regarded organization. Indeed, very good. Seeing her delight at being praised, he was grateful. Remembering that's how he could find those guys so quickly. Ellie has the ability to find her way quickly. She has an extremely sharp eye. Moreover, she could also find things by smell. They reached a side road. The footprints led here. It seemed like many people had gone ahead. She pointed for him to look over there. Those are scratch marks. There are many monsters around here. They are a rank. Fighting them will increase their abilities quite a bit. But the Black Death Society is his top priority. He was thinking of fighting them after he was done with his business. Then he heard Yoli say there were signs of a fight here. Tran moved closer and called her name, told her to step back, and then stood in front to shield her. The monster's roar was so loud that Mon and Benji on the side were extremely worried. While saying he was fine, Ellie's face had turned completely red. He had used his extreme exorcism ability. Then he entrusted Benji with protecting these two. He told everyone to stand behind him. He felt that they weren't attacking him as his super sense hadn't been activated. Then he wondered if he wasn't focused enough. Ellie was about to get hurt. He used the first form of the 7-star demonic sword. The monster roared loudly and then attacked. They are the anti-species hiding among the trees. It was difficult to fight them throughout the journey. Suddenly, he said something appeared. Then he ordered the Iron Armor Knights to protect these two with their shields. When Ely asked if he would protect them, what about him? Mention said he was still fine. And right here, he told her to just follow the tracks and find them. The Forgotten Land is the end of the real world, consisting of many gates opening to other dimensions. Now it's the territory of monsters. The moment he stepped in, it was no longer just about tracking. So he decided to change his mind when Ely also discovered many traces of the battle. Monsters appeared one by one. All of them got a taste. Even the tree-like fangs didn't escape. With this key technique, he was sure the monsters would be killed by him. Still using the ancient heavenly induction art, Minion would soon wipe out all the demons. Afterwards, Ma collected the valuable items. He was very skilled, reaching the highest level. He decided to protect them until the end. Ellie looked ahead and exclaimed with joy when she found it. There's a residential area over there and we've reached the river. Taking out a bottle of red water, Mshin told them to drink it. Everyone said it was fine when he gave them the precious water and decided to rest for a bit. Before entering that area, knowing he got here with their help, he wanted to explain the situation clearly to them. Hearing Menchan say he was tracking the Black Death Society, the other deaf froze, surprised, and panicked because he heard they were colluding with monsters. He didn't deny it when he heard that Ellie wasn't worried with Hunter Mention along, but Mon was scared as he was a writer, knowing he was afraid, thinking he had borrowed the body of a high spirit beast and would return to his main body if anything happened. Elle decided not to let him go in alone because she trusted them enough to tell the truth.
Minion was a little thoughtful, looking at the eyes full of emotion. He knew it was trust.
Then he swore on his honor. Upon receiving someone's trust, he promised never to abandon the two of them, something he had never experienced before. Seeing that Minun was still worried, he said he could handle everything. After that, he immediately asked Ellie to check for signs of life here. She found her clothes a bit inconvenient, so she transformed, which made the onlookers blush, reminding him that she carried the dog's bloodline.
This form was even more beautiful. Mention's group continued to move. We've entered the river. It's a god-forsaken place.
Somewhere in the ruins, many people were still barely surviving with their gaunt bodies.
Their eyes shone with endless resentment.
They were very wary, and it was hard to get any information from them.
Ellie suddenly became extremely excited.
This way, towards the beach, Minion made a helpless face. You understand how Ellie tracks things? He was also speechless.
No, I'm not sure either. A moment later, Ellie also got to work.
The path leads down there.
This is the Kesang Pier.
The fishing boat over there belongs to the Black Death Society, Nshin thought to himself. They're flying their flag so proudly.
Is anyone hiding nearby?
Eli hesitated and said, No, there's no one outside the boat.
Minion began to have doubts.
At least 10 people enter the Forgotten Land, but they are all on the ship. He summoned the Legion of Light. Whoever runs, kill or capture them alive.
Take care of it for me. Surround this area for me and Benji. Protect Ellie and Martha. Mention immediately charged forward after giving his orders. Let's fight. The people on the boat have seen him and his companions. Enemy signal now. Someone from afar saw the red flag. A signal flare. All at once, they drew their bows. Shoot. We have to stop them. Menchin could easily dodge the arrows flying towards him. Mon and Ely seemed a bit scared. That overwhelming killing intent. That's it. Just by looking, you can tell the difference is huge. It was like this when we first entered the island, too.
He wiped out the monsters with his bare hands.
I have to admit, Minion can do anything. Ellie kept a close eye on his every move. It's truly unbelievable.
He didn't just beat in strength, but every move was carefully calculated, flexible, yet decisive. He is truly a skilled warrior. Now that the Dark Ones saw they had no chance of winning, they started to run.
Run. How can we win like this?
The Minion wasn't about to let them go so easily.
Hey, why are you being so unsightly? Get rid of those retreating cowards. After the battle, Nkayan thought to himself, what are those things gathered in one place?
It's surprising that a place appeared so suddenly.
I've never seen anyone do that before.
I must bring that person to my side at all cost.
Min suddenly raised a question. Hunter Ron. Who is that person? Yoli winked and replied, who else could it be? It's Hunter Ron.
Besides, he's that strong.
Why bother suspecting? Minun must be overthinking.
Well, that's true, too. It was my mistake, Ellie didn't say much more. I know the members of the Black Death Society have been captured by the hero group, she continued. Mention first searched the warehouse. I thought there would be over 10 people, but it turned out to be less. There were also no signs of a fight on the ship. I only found a few transformation artifacts and some items for emergencies.
It's possible these items were moved somewhere else.
The situation is that this boat docked here to deliver supplies to someone. Now it's time for Mention to interrogate.
Hey, what's this?
You will be spared if you are honest with my questions.
The guy in the back doesn't seem to be afraid of being eliminated. Ridiculous. The Black Death Society will never surrender.
Mention just wanted to scare them, so he cast Undying Mystic Fist on the target, taking his life. All he could hear was the pain scream of the one who dared to offend him. The subordinate has completed the assigned task very well.
Shanghai.
I respectfully bow before the Supreme One.
Mention smiled sinisterly.
See, your friend's souls have been sealed in this body. His soul will not be able to reincarnate and will suffer eternal torment.
He really wanted to burst out laughing. Actually, I don't know anything about reincarnation. I'm just bluffing to scare them. Minion concluded with one last sentence.
So, what do you guys think? Because they were so scared, they immediately started fighting over each other.
I'll talk. Ask me. Please spare me. Mention's trick worked very well. Good. Good. That proactive attitude is good. Tell me everything. Between life and death, the members of the Black Death Society confessed everything to Mayan. First was their purpose for coming here. I was right. They came to deliver necessities.
It contained a lot of magical elixirs and food.
Whoever handles that chaotic mess will receive these items. And the people who received them days ago.
What's noteworthy is that everyone only took one portion of the goods sent by the ship.
Is it because they could only handle a small portion of that chaos?
I mixed a bunch of magic potion solution on the ship.
What can a little more be used for? The last thing I asked about the public display of the flag from the meeting.
The answer was truly surprising. General Mong Kwan of North Korea, the manager of Kwangha province, because the Black Death Society does business with him. They have to fly the flag to let him know.
Chin instructed Mon a little.
When you're done here, release them, he asked in astonishment.
You're letting them go?
He answered frankly, yeah, I have to keep my word. Minion still had a knot in his heart. Even though he had learned quite a bit of information, the fact that they picked up the goods 2 days ago still left many questions.
Maybe time is running out. I wonder if Ellie can catch up with them. Ma then suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. Should we investigate this area a bit? When they were fighting, they shot a signal flare, right?
The flare was fired within a 10 km radius. It's likely that the person who received the signal is within that range, Chin muttered under his breath, a 10 km radius. That means after being enlightened, Minion immediately picked up
Benji on the way. The two of them chatted about the bridge. Are we fighting again this time?
Of course.
Don't waste both of our efforts. Then you have to give me something good. Always ready.
Following Mathan's advice, Mention sent Hero to scout within a 10 km radius. The goal was to determine the origin of the primordial frequency emitted from the soul fragment they possessed. The Hyo group used telepathy to transmit dimension.
We have found a place with the same frequency as a mountain north of the city. Then he and instructed. Everyone wait here with Yoja. With that, Minion immediately left. Confronting the main headquarters will lead to unforeseen consequences.
It will be difficult to fight properly if it turns into a Toon one. So, it's best to minimize the numbers.
According to the report, they will suddenly appear.
Read the cards and read the cards.
What is that? Why do I suddenly feel angry?
Since when a powerful lightning bolt struck the mountain in front of him, Chin struggled to defend himself.
The power was immense. The surrounding area was contaminated by dark Mona.
From such a distance, Kyan almost got hit by the attack.
Minchin activated his enhanced senses.
That last attack was definitely the magic of a ghost.
You damn bastards from the Black Death Society dare to come here. They brought demons with them.
At the head was Kai Jan.
You're the one who always meddles in other people's business. Mention I had has ordered me to tear you limb from limb. How pathetic. Are you afraid of death?
Since you brought this upon yourself, don't blame us.
Minion observed the opponent's information.
For a moment, I thought the demons came here themselves, but that's not the case.
There are demons possessing human bodies just like the ones I've met before. The only difference
is that the level of the possession ability is S rank? So, she has reached the level of a low-level demon.
Benji became extremely excited. Master, I smell something fragrant in the air.
He replied, all right, today's menu is demon souls. Those words reached Kaijin's ears.
Menu? How dare you be so arrogant? You dare to underestimate us? Mention didn't want to be patient with her. What did you say? You damn fallen wing bastard. Atlas Age Gauntlet Tin Iron Fist Thunderblood.
A terrifying explosion occurred. Seeing their master being attacked, the demons' blood boiled and they roared, you arrogant fool.
Die.
Mention used black flame and absolved tentacles.
Quick reaction.
Of course, challenging me means you're far from winning. When they saw the holy fire combined with the 1,000 flying arrows, they were very surprised. This energy is divine power.
How does he possess this power? Is that guy really human?
Minion didn't forget to say a few sarcastic words. What are you scared just because I blocked one of your attacks?
Kids these days really have no guts at all.
In my day, I would have kept going until their foreheads cracked.
Come on, charge at me. Angie eagerly joined the battle. Immediately after, I will wipe you all out. The demons were not to be trifled with either. Do you think you can fail in this lowly dimension? Kill them.
All who dare to obstruct Diet's great plan must pay with their lives.
Mencho realized something was wrong.
Even though they are demons, they are too weak.
Meanwhile, Benji was frantically hunting. Pray. How dare you stand in my way? The demons used the flames of Ghana.
You shall not pass.
Benji asked for permission before attacking. Master, can I devour all of their souls?
Nshin replied while using holy fire. Of course, he posed a difficult dilemma just because of their weakness.
I'm having a hard time. What was that strange feeling I had just before returning to normal? The demon takes over the human body in the form of possession.
When the host is lost, only the soul leaves the body and returns to the chaotic world.
But before Benji's mouth, everything became meaningless. Menon gave it a sentence.
Then turning to the demons who were getting stronger. Then I'll hear a little about your group.
You a guild of demons. Use the thunder blood iron fist. You are excessively arrogant. You belong to the destruction winding guild, right?
Thinking with your muscles, baseless arrogance.
It all makes sense.
Menchan sarcastically thought to himself that if he were a lord from a past life, he might have been able to create a few holes. So, this wasn't because of a pack. This old snake was just too lazy to go outside.
Let's try another way and return.
I'll give you a gift, you pitiful little human.
Menchan held it in his hand. What am I supposed to do with this?
Seeing his clueless expression, Gander explained. That's a robe made from my scales and skin. You just need to carve your own seal onto it.
Menchan was now flabbergasted. This thing was even more valuable than a rare robe, the scales and skin of a mythical monster.
This snake was degenerous. It showed too much favor to creatures from hell. His attitude changed in a flash. Sir, I will definitely not forget this warm kindness of yours.
Gander announced some sad news. It seems my allotted time is up. McCann gave a forced smile.
Ha! Why did you suddenly close your eyes?
Gander appeared unexpectedly and left just as suddenly.
Shan always had to put up with this kind of situation.
He says everything he wants to say and then just goes to sleep. I have so many questions that need answers. But with him sleeping like that, there's nothing I can do. Maybe it's because Windstep was mentioned.
If I can't solve these questions through reasoning, I just need to not think about them all at once, especially without Gander. This place became completely silent. There was no sound of any living creature breathing, except for one. The water pressure was at 500,000 and the Mona concentration was extremely high. This environment is much better than a gate. Is this why I was given 200 hours in the air supply unit? I still have 300 hours left in the air supply unit. So, I'm ready to take up the offer to use it right now. Outside the trial world at a certain tavern, some people couldn't stop chugging and some couldn't stop talking.
Oh my god, stop being that busybody type. Did that person pass away after being with you for such a short time?
I did everything I could just forget about his past.
Jaro looked like he was about to cry.
Back then, I shouldn't have sent him to the Tower of Trials. I didn't think he would pass away like that. Speak of the devil and he shall appear.
Jar looked as if he had been revived. You survived and came back.
Shan scratched his face.
Why did you spread a rumor that I was dead when I'm still alive and well like this? Nhan thought back. Have I been in the abyss for 12 days? A lot has happened.
I've overcome my bad habits and improved my physical strength.
I've also mastered the basic arts I've been using and I've learned many new moves. I've also doubled my stats.
I should prepare to return to Earth.
I need to carve the robe and unleash the level to Dark Star.
I also need to check on the task I gave Ma then before returning to Earth.
I should visit Jaro one last time. Jara spoke with genuine words.
I wasn't sure if you were still alive.
That's why I was drinking to commemorate you.
The person who was just here left to give Jar some space.
I'm so glad.
It's such a relief that you returned safely.
Men was completely stiff. You should be congratulating me.
Why are you sobbing?
He thought to himself. Why is a middle-aged man crying like this? I'm glad he was worried about me. But I don't have time for this. Jara then listened to his story.
You're right. So that means you passed the final trial.
Men nodded. That's right. Jar never stopped showing his admiration. Congratulations on clearing all the trials on the second floor. It's truly unbelievable. In the 3 years I've been here, no one has ever done it. Menchan already knew this. It's not just 3 years.
I heard no one has done it since the tower was created.
Jir reminded him. Now you just need to keep climbing. Menchan couldn't help but ask, what will you do? Although Jara had failed, he hadn't given up.
Watching you, I was reminded of myself when I first entered the tower.
I'm going to try again just like when I was full of vigor back then. Men smiled. I'll be cheering for you. Jara had found a good friend. Let's meet next time on Earth.
No, at the top floor of this tower.
Shan was happy to hear this. I hope we'll meet there. Shan returned to his original space. He entered the tower again and ascended to the 3rd floor. Has it been 25 days since I left Earth?
Even though it hasn't been long, it feels a bit unfamiliar. A car parked right in front of McCann.
Ma then rushed out excitedly. Hunter Menchan, you've returned safely. Shan couldn't bear to look. My eyes isn't seeing something like this right after leaving the tower a bit much. Ma then was completely ignored.
Ellie said the same thing, but without being over the top.
You've returned safely.
Menchan replied with his full attention.
Yeah, we had a dinner date, so of course I had to come back. Mon was both disappointed and shy. He didn't answer me. But he answered Ellie.
What he hated most was the gossip.
Mr. Mon, people are watching. Let's go somewhere else. As long as he got his attention, he was happy. All right, let's go.
The car was driving to its destination.
At the same time, McCann inquired, "How's the construction of the training ground coming along?" When asked, Maven said excitedly, "It's finished." Menchan looked indifferent. "Did I miss you? I need a proper answer. It hasn't even been a month."
Min spoke of it with pride.
"Yeah, as soon as we heard, we got right on it." Men was skeptical. "Wasn't it rushed?" Min said enthusiastically, "Of course not. Don't you know who I am?" Of course, Menchan knew.
Dwarves, a race born with a talent for construction.
If he's that proud, it must be pretty good. Mon changed the subject. "By the way, what do you think about moving to a place near the training ground?" "I've thought it through. You have no reason to keep living in that."
Shan thought this was brilliant.
"All right, then take care of it for me." Ma then happily accepted. "Understood. I'll build an extension." McCann felt this dwarf was becoming an increasingly useful subordinate. He meant partner. "All right, I want to buy something." Minen was ready to assist. "Just say the word. I'll buy whatever you want."
Men's words stunned him.
10 kg of mithril and 5 kg of oroham. Can you get them? Mathen's jaw dropped.
Those are all rare minerals, extremely rare on Earth. Even if I search for them myself, it would take a very long time.
What are you using them for? Shan glanced away. They're necessary to create the stage to Dark Star. Do I have no choice but to wait? Ma changed the subject again. What about participating in the auction?
In 2 weeks, the Star Alliance will hold an auction.
Menchan asked. But there's no guarantee they'll appear, right? Ellie passed him a device. Here. Min shot her a look.
He nudged her lightly.
Hey Ellie, showing the auction list to an outsider is against the rules. She looked at him and smiled. You're not exactly one to follow the rules, are you? And Hunter Menchan is no stranger. Menchan understood now. My partner is really good.
He cried with happiness.
Well, I am pretty great, Ellie giggled.
Of course.
Menchan looked at the list on the screen. Unbelievable.
Besides the minerals, there's even a fragment of Drank's key.
Looks like I have another reason to participate in the auction. This place was the training ground.
From the bathroom to the equipment outside, everything met Menchan's eyes.
It's perfect. Exactly what I wanted. Mon was smug. I'm just that good. McCann was curious. But wasn't the architect someone else? Ma couldn't find the words to explain. Oh well.
About that, Shan knew how to joke around sometimes.
I'm kidding. Finishing it in a month is already amazing.
He had a whole list prepared in his head.
First, gathering the materials. Then choosing the construction site.
If you build and enchant a magic circle, even for a dwarf, it's very difficult to pull off.
He put in a lot of effort.
Minen added, "Oh, this place isn't too far from our branch either.
You can get there pretty quickly from here." Men blurted out, "You're a cunning one."
Well, Shan would let it slide because the result was perfect.
I've decided not to conquer any more gates and will focus on training until the auction. Now that I have a good training ground, let's give it a try. A magic circle was created. Men stepped into it. It's been a while since I've trained. I finally have the perfect location and conditions to practice the ancient astral arts. In the tower, there are too many variables, and it's not certain there's a place like the abyss, so it's hard to train there. Also, I no longer have to rely on the energy of the stars or mana stones. I now have a substitute for them. And when I mobilize energy, my fatigue disappears. So I don't need to sleep. This means I can train all day long. Wait, this familiar energy, it's dark mana. Inside a certain forest, someone had arrived at night. It was none other than V's group. They're still far from reaching my level. They just need to entertain me a little. After saying that, he laughed at himself like a madman. Which monster dares to ruin the wonderful moment of a wonderful person like me? Oh my, look who it is. Someone even more wonderful than me.
The voice on the other end was McCann's.
Cut the crap. What are you doing in Jonyo right now? V turned into an obedient little boy. What? I'm in now.
I was about to enter a gate with some guild members, but if you need me, I'll be there right away. Men was surprised.
Ha? It's not him. It seems he's not lying.
I thought it was VD because I felt his presence, but thinking back besides him, they are for other demons.
It must be one of them. He then asked, you don't know of any other demons who have come here, do you? VD humbled himself. That's right. Due to my incompetence, I cannot confirm the locations of the other. Menchan was at a loss for words. All right, then focus on attacking the gate.
Men turned his attention elsewhere.
This is useless. I'll have to do it myself. First, I need to find the source of that dark presence. Anyway, I can't know what schemes hell will use to take over Earth. I can't just ignore it. In a flash, he teleported to the forest. A powerful dark presence enveloped the entire mountain. What the hell are those lunatics trying to do right in the middle of Seoul?
A rustling sound came from somewhere in the bush. A small light flashed right there.
It was aimed at Menchan. If he got hit, he definitely wouldn't escape with his life. An assassination arrow. It wasn't just an ordinary arrow. The one controlling it had a lot of experience. Fool, you won't be so lucky a second time. Before he could even act, Menchan had already used the Thunderblade sword. Though the sword was small, its combat power was not. Menchan easily detected it. Who's the fool now?
Menchan's eyes were fixed on the person in front of him. I knew it was them because they were users of bows and arrows. Dark elves. They have a malicious and incomprehensible nature. So, our relationship has never been good. A part of the mountain was destroyed. The elves were all in a panic. An intruder. He's heading south. McCann alone had charged into their lair. Although they were thin and frail, they took pride in their elven lineage. They are skilled in dark magic and archery. Confronting them in an environment with many obstacles is very difficult. However, it's different from me. The elf used magic. You won't get any further. Fall into my darkness. Men didn't hesitate and charged straight ahead. A monster was looming before his eyes. I already know its attack pattern. Now, Menchan was truly using his ultimate attack, Infinite Heaven's Sword. In just a brief moment, the darkness created by the elf vanished. As a result, they were also affected. Shan moved next to the elf. How did you get to Earth? He didn't answer and instead said, Take my life for the Great Damoth. Men was losing his patience. Great Damoth, my ass. He's talking nonsense again. He didn't have the patience to ask anymore. I knew you wouldn't answer anyway. I'll grant your wish. And Sean didn't stop there. Just threatening them won't make them talk. I also can't give them a chance to recover because I don't know what evil they'll do next. Based on the energy he's emitting, that guy is pretty strong. A dark elf possessing a huge amount of mana. Is he the source of the dark presence? But something strange. Dark elves cherish their kind. A powerful dark elf like an elder would have attacked me with dark lightning by now. The reason he hasn't made a move is Mshan said it with certainty.
You can't move because you're preparing a spell, right? The elf elder thought to himself. Spot on.
Mshan used the same method again.
I'm asking what you are doing in Korea. I don't think he'll answer me. He mumbled something. Everything.
And Mshan was still waiting. Suddenly, he spat out blood as for the great demon king Demoth. He will invade this world once again and spread death everywhere. Mensham was truly furious. So these guys are subordinates of the demon king Demoth.
He grabbed the man's necklace. All this nonsense. Stop lying. Only then did McCann realize, damn it, he's detonating his energy to self-destruct. Hey, how can you just die after saying that? How dare you impersonate me? A bunch of trash.
In a sealed high-walled room, Yumi had set up a desk today.
There was a phone call. Who is it? Hello.
The person on the other end introduced himself.
I'm McCann. We met before at the hunter examination. Remember our bet? Yumi smiled and said, of course, but it's been a while since you contacted me. It's been a long time since I gave you my name card. Man said anxiously. Sorry, I've been really busy lately. Oh, right. I wanted to ask you something. E playfully twirled her hair.
I hope it's not a private matter. Men mentioned those words.
Dark elves. They're on Earth. If you want to know, we still have that dinner date, right? 30 minutes earlier, Menshan's thoughts. These fools dare to use my name. What's their intention? Amplify a specific sound wave. So, according to the information, just me noticing this magic isn't very useful. And it seems that there are quite a few of them. I can't possibly investigate everything on my own. I need more information and manpower.
Of course, there's no need to worry too much.
I've taken on a very useful disciple for situations like this. All right.
He said he was going into a dungeon. When I need him, he's nowhere to be found.
He goes into a dungeon at the perfect time. I wonder when he'll finally crawl out.
And going to the Hunters Association or the Star Alliance for help won't be much use either.
The Hunter Association. They might act rashly. The Star Alliance has no connection to any branch other than Yengen. Damn it. How am I supposed to deal with these dark elves now? Wait, elves? That's right.
There are elves and there are dark elves. Although they were originally the same race, a split occurred after some elves with radical ideas started working with Hell. The two sides are longtime rivals. Luckily, I remembered Shinjim in the situation.
She'll definitely react to this because she's a half-elf. One of her parents is from the Elven Embassy and the other is Korean.
I've only briefly explained the current situation to her and Yumi said she would send more people.
They should be arriving soon. Nam approached with an enthusiastic look. You must be Hunter Menshan, right? He asked. You're from Shinjimi, aren't you?
Nam introduced himself without stumbling.
Yes, it's a pleasure to meet you.
I was sent from the Elven Embassy, Menon said.
Menon smelled something.
The scent of fruit and soul energy coming from them. So, they're regular elves. They are from the Royal Guard Division.
Elves are ranked by the number of leaves on their chest pin. The maximum is 6 leaves. With 5 leaves, they are outstanding warriors.
While moving forward, Nam was a bit curious.
Did you take down all the cursed ones by yourself? Menshan replied, yes.
Nam added, I heard you passed the same test as her. Menshan looked at him sternly.
So what? What do you mean?
Nam's request was a bit strange.
Could you spar with me?
Menshan looked and saw the fire in his eyes.
Nam seems serious about this, too.
I can't believe he's being competitive in a situation like this.
It would be more believable if he told me he was a demon warrior rather than an elf.
He forced a smile and rubbed his face.
Aren't you here to help me finish things up?
Nam felt a pang of guilt.
Ah, yes. I reacted that way because you seem very strong. I apologize. Man simply thought.
Regular elves are usually quite calm.
I've never met one this energetic.
The elves began the ritual. Oh, spirits, please restore this place to its original state.
It is a small request. Covenanter, I shall grant it. Watching from the side. Elves are so convenient. They use natural mana along with spirit magic and can quickly purify dark mana.
If I had to do it myself, it would have taken much more time.
Now I'm pointed to the person next to him.
This person will be your guide, Hunter Menchan.
It seems Our Lady has invited you to a banquet. Exactly what McCann wanted. Oh, she wants to talk over a meal. Great. The movements of the dark elves and information about elves. I'll gather as much information as I can, if necessary.
I'll have to use the elves to defeat those who are using my name to do wrong. The elven embassy mention had arrived.
This is so strange.
In my past life, whenever I met elves, all I knew was fighting. Because in the sole empire of my dimension, the elves of Vanaheim were one of the allies of the Elysium kingdoms. It was common for them to wage war against hell.
But the relationship between elves and humans is quite good, which makes me a bit confused. After the Second Great Cataclysm, the elves proactively befriended humans.
Thanks to that, humanity has a good impression of elves. In my past life, they were just as beautiful and fragile.
I don't have such a negative view of them anymore. Is it because of their faces? It's probably because I'm seeing beautiful people. Yumi came out to greet him. Hunter Menchan, it's been a while since we've met.
McCann seemed to want her to remember.
This is the second time we've met. He hadn't forgotten at all. I was waiting for you to contact me, but I never heard a peep from you. Menchan needed to know the reason. Why were you waiting? Yumi spoke her mind. I'm a straightforward person. I don't like being indebted to anyone. Today isn't about our bet.
Menchan was puzzled.
What do you mean? Yumi didn't beat around the bush anymore. My father is the one who invited you to the banquet. I just said that so you wouldn't feel uncomfortable entering the banquet hall. Menon didn't pay much attention to it. Experiencing something rare is pretty cool, too.
Yumi was surprisingly meticulous.
I'll invite you next time since this time the host is my father. Shen didn't see much of a difference. All right, let's do that. Yumi didn't seem to be a woman of few words.
You're still the same.
Man was suddenly taken aback. What do you mean?
It wasn't clear if was admiring him or something else.
You don't seem worried at all.
Just like when you fought the Azure Guardian, he looked unbelievably serious.
In some ways, elves are also human. Why should I be anxious? Yumi chuckled.
This personality of yours is quite interesting, father.
I've brought him. That person greeted him. You are Hunter Menchan.
The one who discovered the traces of the Dark Elves.
Correct. I am Varys, the ambassador of Vanaheim, Shan noted. The Sillin family name. That means he's a distant relative of the Vanaheim royal family.
Varys smiled. Oh, you're interested in us elves.
Shan replied indifferently. It's just common knowledge. Sean had a plan in his head.
It seems the elves think Earth is a rather important place just like Ron. I really want to use the Eye of Truth to read his information.
That means he is one of the most powerful elves in the Vanaheim Empire. I want to fight him.
Varys suddenly voiced his thoughts. There's so much desire in your eyes.
But what a pity. I'm already married. Just kidding. Come sit here and my little princess sit next to me. Yumi was not happy. Father, I told you not to call me that in front of others.
Varys changed the subject.
We're all hungry. It's better to talk while we eat, isn't it? Menon observed everything on the table.
Oh, I thought the food would just be adequate, but it seems they went to a lot of trouble. I thought they would only make vegetable dishes since they're elves. Varys had a request.
Oh, that's right.
Little princess, I have something private to discuss with him. Could you go upstairs first?
Yumi knew how to behave. Yes, father. At this point, I had a question.
Varys finally spoke. I've heard about how you discovered the Dark Elves and fought them.
Menchan replied without reservation. I was just lucky.
He seemed to be mocking him.
Is that so? Your luck is quite good from what I can see. A bit too good. Mongan could see right through him. He changed his attitude as soon as he got Shinji to leave. Is he planning to get straight to the point? He'll have a hard time believing me. I already predicted this.
Varys added, you've helped us. We know that the Dark Elves have set foot on Earth, but we haven't been able to find any trace of them.
Men's hands started to itch. This feels more like an interrogation yet.
Varys showed no hesitation. Dark Elves are on par with B-rank hunters.
They must have been tough opponents since you're only E-rank.
That made his blood boil.
I understand you've looked into me, but why bring up this embarrassing fact? You're stalling for time. Inform me on the situation.
The messenger acquainted with my daughter.
Did you plan this since the hunter exam? Is something funny? Menchan immediately retorted. Do you think elves are the center of the universe? Don't be ridiculous. I'm not bored enough to do something like that. How arrogant. Varys sighed. I can't help but be suspicious of you. Men said bluntly. Is the only reason because? With my level, I couldn't possibly defeat Dark Elves on my own. Var is prepared to cast a spell. That's right, Spirit Wall. This is a wall that can block all external flows. Even a rank hunter cannot easily break it. Men saw this as the elves' eternal problem. Is this how elves repay kindness?
I can't believe they think I'd use such a cheap trick.
Do they catch Dark Elves in such a pathetic way? If they see me as an enemy, then just come at me and attack. He acted displeased with him.
Once the investigation team returns, we will decide how to deal with you.
Just wait a bit.
I don't like doing this to someone who has helped us either.
Men's eyes darted around. Ah, he's talking about the elves who stayed on the mountain. If they use spirit magic, they can see the techniques I used. Then their suspicions about me will be revealed. But this is really ticking me off.
Var sat with his legs crossed.
It's useless. You can't possibly break that wall with your strength. Menchan scolded. Shut up. 7-star demonic sword. First form sun descending the mountain. Shan's power shattered the wall.
He didn't say another word after that because the tip of Menchan's sword was pressed against his neck.
Shall we continue this discussion? You damn elf. The sword Menchan held was pressed closer to Var's neck. Sorry, it seems I underestimated you.
Shan also understood why Var thought he was weak.
Because Varys could create a sword with just his spiritual energy.
Varys smiled to think that you were hiding such power.
Menchan didn't want to hear any more from Varys, so he interrupted. You should get straight to the point. I wasn't hiding anything. It's just that you people didn't believe me. Damn it.
You damn elf said you just wanted to ask a few questions, but it ended up like this.
I'm busy tracking down an impersonator. I can't believe I'm wasting my strength in a place like this.
Han decided to sheath his sword. Varys was stunned. Because you sheath your sword, I'll stop, too.
You're not going to fight anymore.
Shan replied, if I wanted to kill you, I would have swung my sword long ago. In other words, if I continue, the result will be both of us getting seriously injured. Pointing a sword at an ambassador is a serious crime. It could cause diplomatic problems. Let's have a serious fight.
I won't hold you responsible for anything.
Varys immediately refused.
Come on, can't you take a joke? I just wanted to let off some steam.
Men didn't expect Varys to take his words as a joke. This crazy elf doesn't know this isn't the time for jokes. Then Nam appeared. He walked in and asked, "May I present the report now?" In the reception room, Varys answered, "All right, since he's also involved in this.
He has the right to know."
"All right, I'll begin. First, the Dark Elves' objective is to awaken someone imprisoned in the ancient world." Varys was bewildered. The ancient world. Menchan thought to himself, they figured that out just from the magic circle. It seems they're not completely useless. But those Dark Elves are preparing to do something terrible. A multiverse containing hundreds of worlds, some of which are newly formed. There are also worlds that have developed for millions of years. It would be great if they could all coexist and develop. But there are also worlds that have reached their end. The ancient world is considered a fallen world. Varys was curious about the imprisoned being.
Know who is imprisoned?
Nam immediately said, it seems to be the god in the Dark Elves' faith.
The god of war, Demoth. But Nshan knew that wasn't right.
That demon has been dead for 7 generations.
Shan pretended to ask.
Demoth, the god who destroyed Earth long ago. Nam replied, yes, to be precise, we guess that the Dark Elves are looking for a way for that god to manifest again.
Menchan said, no way.
They're on the wrong track. Demoth is dead and has been reborn right in front of you, trying to make this fallen god manifest on Earth again. The Dark Elves are already malicious. I bet they're hiding something. I have to report this to the heavens and the nations, but I can't just say it outright. And we couldn't track the location of the Dark Elves. Please forgive me, Your Excellency. Furthermore, the ritual will be completed in about 1 to 2 days.
Very sad in contemplation. Is that so?
We can't trace them. And the ritual is about to be completed.
He turned to ask Menchan, you said you can detect dark mana, right?
I wonder if we could borrow your power. The god of war, the one everyone calls the Demon King, might appear again. For the sake of Earth. We really need your help. Hearing this, McCann glanced at Varys. Damn elves. They finally realized their situation. The only one who can track the Dark Elves quickly is me. Since I need to finish off those impersonators, this is convenient. If you want my help, then why did you do that before? At Nshan's question, Varys was flustered. That was, Mongden continued. The way elves repay kindness has truly opened my eyes. I can take advantage of this. Nshan turned to leave. Varys hurriedly tried to stop him. Please forgive my rude actions. All right, McCann continued. But I'm a bit petty. I'm not sure if I can forget it right away. Varys grabbed Man's sleeve, pleading, don't be like that. This affects everyone's safety. Is that so? But someone wasted a whole lot of my time when I'm very busy. Varys swallowed his pride. I'm begging you. Can you forgive me to let this go? I think I need to be compensated accordingly. What do you want? Just name it. Can you do it? Of course. I swear on my honor as Varys and my honor as an ambassador. You should remember your oath well. Varys replied decisively.
Of course. When a price is offered, take as much as you can.
The sky had already started to darken.
Varys handed McCann a blank check.
Mshan took it and left the reception room. Outside the room, Mshan stared at the paper.
All right. How much should I write to be reasonable? Ripping off that damn elf feels so good. What am I thinking? I don't have much time.
The first time they detected the Dark Elves' energy was about a month ago.
They wasted a whole lot of time before asking me to track them. But the ritual is almost complete. Both sides are wasting time.
But I can't forgive these Dark Elves.
First, I need to find the dark mana. If I had enough time, I could find them one by one.
But now it's quite urgent. In this case, there's no other way but to use it.
The new mana circulation method I learned in the Abyss of Death. It's imperative to assimilate it. You are my eyes. The dark mana will react to my energy. Even if I have to search all over Seoul, I will find all of them.
The next morning, at the crack of dawn, Mshan lay under the sunlight streaming through the window.
Sweat dripped from Mshan's face. Almost died. Tracking those dark elves was no joke.
I converted chaos energy to increase the search range.
It felt like my brain was about to explode. Luckily, my senses are slow. Otherwise, it would have really exploded. But Seoul is too big.
There are about 10 suspicious locations because the amount of mana in these areas is the same. I can't figure out which one is the center of the magic circle.
Menchan sent the list to the embassy and surprisingly the embassy replied immediately. Mshan sat bold upright. The embassy must have been waiting for my message for you. You stupid dark elves.
I want to catch them myself and beat them to a pulp.
But I've used too much energy using assimilation. I only have 20% of my energy left.
I need to restore my full strength. There's nothing more comfortable than circulating energy to calm the mind. I use the ancient astral arts to separate the energy of the creation stone. The creation stone spun continuously. 2 streams of energy were separated from the creation stone. One was light, one was darkness.
Chaos energy increased by 0.1. The proficiency of ancient astral arts increased by 0.1%.
Menon felt much better.
What is it this time? Why am I sensing chaos energy from another place? Did I miss it? Because I was too focused on searching for dark mana. This feeling, I think I've encountered it before. This presence.
There's a gate in the Oimdong neighborhood. The chaos energy radiating from it feels very familiar.
The soul inside the gate possesses chaos energy. Is that chaos energy related to the ritual the Dark Elves are conducting? There's no evidence they're connected. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
I can't miss the chaos energy that the Dark Gate has let out.
The energy had an effect. Men was excited. This gate is fine.
Inside the Dark Gate, elves were sitting in a circle. The great ritual will soon be complete.
Everything is happening as he said. It seems it's not time for McCann to rest yet. Shen stepped out of the darkness. This is the other side of the Dark Gate.
There's not much mana, and McCann can't sense any life energy around here. It feels like Mshan is looking at a destroyed world.
Menchan looked ahead and exclaimed in surprise, "No way.
A world in the twilight of its existence. Almost all entities were destroyed in a war of the gods long ago."
Menchan asked himself, should I say we've hit the jackpot at a time like this?
The rituals that the Dark Elf clan was preparing were scattered throughout Seoul. It was all to open this Dark Gate.
Suddenly, a ferocious wolf appeared and approached Menchan. What a friendly welcome.
The elixir and my impersonators all gathered in one place.
Next to the pack of wolves were the malicious VES. Are you alone?
You're quite brave for a member of a lowly species.
I was feeling a bit bored just guarding the gate. This one will be the perfect amusement while I wait. Man sneered. Amusement. You're asking for it. Congratulations. Today will be your death anniversary. This day next year will be your death anniversary. Today will be your death anniversary. Menchon struck without hesitation. Peerless fist, Thunder Emperor fist. It dealt a heavy blow to the wolves' heads. Dire wolves. They're on the same level as goblins. They are C rank but possess B rank stats. They are too easy to defeat.
So using high-level martial arts imbued with chaos energy is a waste.
The elf couldn't believe McCann was so strong. That lowly human just. The wolves, terrified, quietly backed away. The elves shouted in unison, "Where are you going? You cowards!" Holy flame completely enveloped Menen's body. "I won't let a single one escape."
Seeing this, the elves muttered a prayer.
"May our demon lord Demoth bring death to our enemies for the revival of the prince." "You bastards." McCann felt tired because these bastards kept muttering those same damn lines. Menchon has successfully absorbed the chaos energy. Chaos power has increased by 0.3. Chaos power and chaos energy have both increased. Menen lifted a wolf.
"Thanks to you, I was able to absorb a good amount of chaos energy. You guys are really full of energy even though we just fought.
Why do I feel like all my fatigue has disappeared?"
I also tried using martial arts techniques while covered in holy flame and the results weren't bad.
It's quite useful. I'm very grateful for everything. Now, how should I repay you properly? A fake elf just stared at McCann. McCann dropped the wolf. Why isn't anyone answering me? And stop what you're doing if you don't want to die.
Men pointed his sword at that elf.
Do you not understand the current situation? Is there something funny about the deaths of your subordinates? The elf continued.
All my comrades have acted according to the will of the great Damoth. They have no regrets, even if they must sacrifice themselves.
Thanks to them. The ritual has been completed.
It's a pity you've come all this way for nothing. Menchon thought to himself, this damn dark elf, he needs to be beaten half to death before he stops talking nonsense.
You talk such crap as if it's real. What's the point of serving and following him when he's already dead? I don't like to repeat myself. But the elf cursed McCann, you don't know a damn thing. We are not apostles of the dead god of war. Menchon frowned and asked, then who are you serving?
He said that much and then fell silent. Suddenly, there was a strange sound.
Menchon wondered, what's that sound?
Strange rays of light shot down.
Welcome, my lord.
Please awaken from your deep slumber and bring chaos to this land.
Be afraid.
Once he descends, a mortal like you will be nothing but a piece of meat.
When Menchon said again, the elf asked. What do you mean again? Why hasn't the great entity appeared yet?
As the light gradually changed color, the elf exclaimed, "What?"
and let out a tragic scream.
Men punched the elf in the face and said, "There is.
This is impossible. We definitely follow the instructions for the ritual that you gave us." Shan laughed. Are you talking about the magic wavelength amplification circles?
I've already destroyed those in other places.
The elf couldn't believe McCann was that good. McCann thought, it seems the original are doing a good job with the tasks I gave them. It was a bit of a hassle, but it seems worth it now. Menchon looked at the elf. So, to continue our unfinished story, who gave you the instructions to do these things? The elf trembled. The demon Lord Death. Man warned the elf. Every time you talk nonsense, I'll cut off one of your fingers. This pathetic bastard.
Dark elves have no shame like regular elves.
I want to chop his head off right now. But if I still want to find out who's behind this, haven't I gotten myself into big trouble again? Everything was changing in an indescribable way. A hot, burning atmosphere. It's done. It's just like what he said.
The intense heat created fragments of fire that broke off.
It plunged straight down and life energy dwindled.
The elf cried out in fear.
What the hell is this? What kind of monster is imprisoned in this place? These damn dark elves have summoned something incredible, haven't they?
The wolf's paws deformed and grew larger.
Menchon tried to keep his composure. You foolish bastards. Divine beast Fenrir. Due to the incomplete ritual, most of its power has been sealed.
The loss of sanity is a consequence of receiving a great shock. The monster from Norse mythology.
The God-Eater Fenrir.
It has a body covered in black fur and chaotic blue eyes. A monster from the mythology of Jörmungandr's brother, a god-killer who annihilated an entire race of Asgardian gods who had repented for their past sins.
And also a monster of destruction, a space destroyer. The elf scrambled towards it. I am the one who awakened you.
The elf looked at it and continued, God-killer, you have finally brought chaos to this world.
Fenrir growled and stomped its foot.
The stomp almost sent Menchon flying. Such powerful force from just a swipe of one of its paws.
It's very strong, but something's not right. It has no reason and is weaker than I thought. Maybe its power is weakened because it forced itself into another dimension despite the wavelength amplification circle being neutralized from the beginning.
If it wasn't this weak, I would have been able to see its stats through the eye of truth.
Fenrir's eyes turned blue and looked at Menchon. Is it going to attack me too? Since it's a very long way from here to the gate, I guess I have no choice but to fight. A powerful enemy I encountered in an unexpected place. My opponent is nothing more than a slave to its own instincts filled with bloodlust and hunger. What an interesting turn of events.
If that's the case, I can win because I am both Menchon and the god of war.
Damoth. Today I will show you an extremely interesting fight.
You stupid dog. I am the best fighter in this entire universe, both in the past and in the present.
Menchon flew around Fenrir. You have a lot of blind spots because your body is so big, don't you?
Waiting for the right moment, Shan struck Supreme Fist. It's as hard as rock because the difference between my strength and its defense is too great. My attacks aren't very effective against it, even though it's a signature skill of the third palace I am from. The next move was the 5-leg slash technique.
Menchon, my sword isn't cutting deep enough because it has too much fur.
Sensing danger, McCann quickly dodged to the side.
Damn, it's fast. If I get hit by that, I'll die instantly. I'll ignore the small hits.
Avoid the full power blows and then I'll attack because I can heal wounds of that size with Holy Flame. Despite being injured, Fenrir was still very imposing.
You damn furry dog. You think I'm just going to run around like this? Hellfire.
Even though most of its power has been sealed, it's still a mythical monster.
Even Hellfire doesn't do much damage to it.
A kind of battle aura arose from its body.
If you're openly preparing a big attack like that, do you think I'm just going to stand here and take it?
If a single slash isn't effective, this
is going to hurt.
Then I'll just have to slash it many times. I know countless slashes can penetrate that fur like water eroding stone. I just need to slash without thinking. Menchon chopped off its head and used the quick sword technique, stabbing it in the head.
You damn dog.
You can't catch me with that slow speed, overwhelming thunder fist, causing it to contort in pain.
Menchon intended to tear its body apart, but it's very strong.
Man thought he only had about 50% of his internal energy
left.
A battle where I could be seriously injured with just one mistake.
That's right. A real battle should be like this.
Sean looked up at the sky.
Oh my god, it's collapsing. Damn, did we fight too hard? Fenrir wanted to chew Shan with its sharp teeth.
Shan quickly chanted a spell, freezing its teeth.
This world has started to collapse. Is it because of the impact of our battle? It's still a damn long way off.
To make matters worse, it's gradually getting injured, but it's not fatal enough.
My chaos energy will soon run out.
Fenrir frantically smashed the ground. That bastard smashed the ground.
Is it trying to restrict my movements now?
The more enraged it gets, the less time we have, and it's starting to move strategically.
Look at that smirk. Is it starting to regain its sanity? Is that all?
If you think you can stop me with just that, you're dead wrong. I'm someone who can move freely even in the deep abyss from now on.
It's a race against time. Menchan used the blessing of the cow ring, which was restoring the user's original abilities.
Quickly, Shan was cleansed of all wounds and curses due to the effect of the cold blessing. Even the gods who rule space have at least one fatal weakness.
I'm sure Fenrir also has a weakness. You damn. Stop going crazy. If you keep this up, this place will be destroyed. I will find a weakness that can stop its movements. Men jumped decisively. Now then, if there's nothing else to do, it's time for round 2.
You bastard. The sky collapsed. This place is a fragment of a destroyed world.
Time remaining until the dimension collapses.
Menchan felt sorry for that Fenrir, the one who devoured gods and destroyed worlds.
The way it was rampaging now was completely unfitting of its former dignity.
Its eyes were filled with madness. It had lost all its previous pride.
For some reason, McCann saw himself in it.
After trying to use a clone to descend to Earth and being destroyed by the human hero, Shan lost the chance to return to his real body and was now reincarnated as a human. This world will soon be destroyed.
As for Fenrir, it will probably stare into the space within the dimensional rift forever. After all, it's immortal.
So, Shan would kill it with his own hands. Men had tried attacking all the potential weak spots, but except for the neck.
It didn't react much. This was definitely its weakest point. Shan looked closely and saw, is something stuck in its wound?
7-star demonic sword, first form, sun descending the mountain.
Bingo! Sean was right. Is the thing stuck in Fenrir's wound its weakness? 7-star demonic sword, second form, flowing love sword. McCann decisively struck its weak point. Fenrir roared in pain, its cry echoing through the sky. The reaction was stronger than McCann expected. It really is its weak spot. Alright, let's end this. I'll cut this monster's head off with a single sword strike. Fenrir lay writing. My neck hurts so much. Wait, it's regained its senses. This is. Where am I? Who am I? Menchan hesitated. You are Fenrir. That's right. I am Fenrir.
Ragnarok fighting with the gods.
No. It seems I was released to fight. Shan wondered. What are you rambling about? I think you're mistaken.
You devoured the strongest gods and destroyed worlds.
Fenrir continued. Nonsense. I was definitely in the middle of a battle with the gods. Menchan asked Fenrir, do we look like gods at all? Fenrir replied, no, lowly. Weak humans with finite lives. Listen carefully.
Your family destroyed the gods and your brother Jormungandr sees 172 thrones of hell.
Jormungandr joined the den of demons. Strange. I have no memory of this. It seems you don't believe me. Look, my senior Jormungandr gave me this. It's Jormungr's energy. No. Impossible. Jormungandr is preparing for war with me. I think so. I don't remember clearly. Shan saw as expected. Something is wrong with its memory. Could it be because of the stone I just destroyed? Shan tested its memory with a question. What's the last thing you can remember? But unfortunately, it couldn't remember. The last thing I can remember, my head hurts. It's all a mess. I can't just leave it here like this.
Compared to letting it wander aimlessly, trapped in a dimensional rift forever with only its consciousness intact.
It's better to show it some final mercy. Seeing Menchan leave, Fenru stopped him. Hey, human. You're not going to get angry just because I said your life is finite, are you? Can we talk after you put down the sword? You're scaring me. Mongan growled. I could be turned to dust with a single swipe of your claws. My brother, you're pointing a sword at me. How could you do that? I don't have a brother like you. I just want to live. Sorry, but you're too strong. I need to finish this while I still can.
Those gods said the exact same thing. That's also why they chained me, tortured me, even though I hadn't even done anything.
I don't want to die. I only fight because I want to live. I don't believe you. How can I believe you? I will serve you as my master.
Serve me as its master, one of the ancient beings that can go toe-to-toe with angels in heaven.
If you wish, I will form a master-servant contract. Didn't you say your memories are a mess? You can still remember about contracts. Those gods kept repeating contract with me, forcing me to say it. But you never did that before. I didn't want to because they kept stabbing me in the chin. It hurt a lot. Monsters from the mythical era belonging to the ancient divine order usually have very high pride.
They would rather die than bow their heads and beg for mercy from others. I know this because I fought with several ancient monsters in my past life. I can't believe an existence like this would say it wants to be my subordinate. I accept you as my servant. Thank you. You won't regret this. It looks so happy, even wagging its tail. I, Fenrir, son of Loki, swear upon my soul that I will serve John Menchan as my master.
Thank you, master.
He changes his tune so fast. A few minutes ago, he was calling me brother.
Now it's master. But master, my neck has been hurting for a while. It feels like it's about to snap. Wait a moment. Used holy flame. The blessing of healing has entered the target's body.
It's so warm my pain is subsiding.
Don't talk.
Your wound could get infected.
It's becoming more and more like a dog, which reminds me of Barbie back home.
Men saw a strange phenomenon approaching.
He said to Fenrir, "Can you run?"
Fenrir panicked, "No, it's quite difficult because both my neck and legs are injured.
I think if I rest a little longer, I'll be fine. If we keep resting here, we might have to take the express train to the afterlife. Time remaining until collapse, 5 minutes and 33 seconds. Fenrir panicked. What? And master, isn't it dangerous to stay here then? But I can't run right now. Master, please think of a way. Actually, man hadn't planned on leaving. The plan was just to defeat it. Menchan asked Fenrir, "Can you shrink a little?" I can. Wait a second. Men was stunned. He can do that?
First, the legs shrank.
Then, the body followed. Master, how is this?
Looking closely, Nshan saw it looked just like a puppy. I just fought a dog that wasn't even knee-high and almost died.
That's so unfair. Fenrir asked again. Master, how is it?
Menchan said, "We don't have time to stand here." In danger, Nshan picked it up and ran.
Hey, I don't like being held by men.
Nshan replied, "Alternatively, you can die here."
Hearing that, Fenrir was scared. I'm so sorry. Nhan ran into the darkness.
I used too much energy in the battle with Fenrir.
This is dangerous. How violent. Isn't this what the apocalypse looks like? Damn it. I can't see.
the situation because the mana is in chaos.
This is impossible. I can't believe it. What? Lord, you guaranteed the ritual would succeed, but look at what's happening. If you had given us more time and resources just now, do you know the crime of making excuses? I do not allow anyone to disappoint me. That will not happen again.
Of course. I did not bring the Archmage here to do something useless.
Yes, my lord. Support the Archmage on the next mission.
I look forward to the next result. But if you fail to meet my expectations, you need not worry. If your results please me, I will give you a worthy reward.
This time you must obey me. I can't believe I have to support a mere human like you.
If you object, speak to the Lord.
Thanks to the darkness, he had brought Fenrir back. Everyone was also waiting for McCann here.
Menchan was surprised.
What is it?
You all came here to welcome me back to the group.
Are you being serious or sarcastic? When we arrived, the gate was about to collapse. We suddenly couldn't contact you. We couldn't find you. I know. That's why I hurried out. Did something happen inside? As you can see, I'm fine, aren't I? We would be in trouble if something happened to you since you went in alone. You were really worried about me. That was like hell just now.
I'm saying my father and the ambassador would have been in trouble.
Do you see a ritual to summon a legendary creature?
They were trying to resurrect the Demon King through the ritual.
It's not Demoth. So, who were they trying to summon? I don't know.
The ritual failed when the dimension collapsed.
Unfortunately, we don't have any information. Things will get complicated if I tell them about Fenrir.
Without your help, we would have been in big trouble.
Let me thank you with reward. I'll tell my father about this. I'm only noticing now. Isn't that a puppy? Don't tell me. She doesn't realize this is Fenrir, does she? You brought a dog into the gate. I picked it up on the way here. Even so, how could you bring such a cute puppy into a dangerous place like a gate? It looked like it was abandoned, so I couldn't leave it alone, right? Master, I wasn't abandoned. Fenrir, why did you do that? I'm so tired. What were you thinking? Bringing a puppy into a gate.
You shouldn't do that, even though I know you're confident in your abilities.
Please stop yapping like a dog. After the gate collapsed, the elf ambassador tried to track the dark elves, but it didn't go well.
Although we captured a few dark elves near the dimension when it was destroyed, the other dark elves on the battlefield escaped and erased all traces of themselves as if they never existed in the first place. Therefore, Varys personally asked for my help.
Menchan, could you help us one more time? Thank you.
I absorbed the chaos energy in the Dark Gate and also found evidence that they were not following Damoth.
I can't achieve anything more after finding Fenrir. I think I've done enough. I will decline your request. Is that so? I guess we shouldn't rely on you.
Please give me a worthy reward for my efforts up to now.
You can't just give it to me in the form of a blank check, can you?
Of course.
Wait for the reward. Do I look like that kind of person?
I belong to a branch of the royal family, and I'm not that poor. Let me know if you find out who's behind those dark elves.
All right, I'll contact you when we find anything.
Since I confirmed that the dark elves aren't following me, I'm sure there's another being behind them. Seriously, if I find out which demon it is, I won't let them get away.
Master, I'm hungry.
I'll pull out their horns and spin them like a pinwheel.
Finally, I can get some rest. Why are you being so picky even though you're hungry? I can't eat this. Didn't you say you weren't picky about anything when I asked you earlier? It's strange that these things taste sour, spicy, and salty. It's the master's fault for giving me inedible things. What have you been eating until now? I don't know. Back then, I was always full even though I didn't eat anything. It must still be Fenrir even though it looks like a fluffy dog. I thought its taste would be very different from what I imagined. So, should I give it things that elves eat? Elves, who can I ask about this?
She's the most suitable person, Ellie exclaimed.
Oh my, so cute. Ellie has a side like this. What bloodline are you from? I can't tell anymore. I have amnesia and that's why I can't transform. Is that so? I think it has an ancient bloodline.
It has a very strong scent.
Even famous bloodlines aren't this strong. I'm really surprised.
I can't believe you suddenly called me and asked what spirit dogs like.
I thought you asked me because you thought I also knew about spirits. You know about spirits. What an amazing coincidence. What's its name? I am Fenrir. I think it has a lying habit. Because of its amnesia. It keeps saying it's Fenrir. Oh no, how pitiful.
Look, it wants to protest what she said, but is wagging its tail because she's holding it. Completely different from Jormungandr.
Ellie, don't be fooled.
It may look cute now, but before it was a terrifying monster that lived for thousands of years. But why do I feel like I just lost a dog? The scene quickly shifts to the Star Alliance.
People were walking back and forth in front of a restaurant.
Fenrir was happily sleeping its face in a plate of food.
Ellie smiled and stroked its head. Hurry up and eat.
This is great. I came here hoping to find something that Fenrir would like. Shan thought to himself. I didn't expect it to choose ruby meat, which costs 1,001 per person, an ancient monster, and its expensive taste.
But letting it eat instant noodles and combat rations isn't right either. She looked up and asked him, so, when are we going to have a meeting? Men was skeptical. Aren't we doing that right now? Ellie was curious. Didn't you say you'd treat me to a meal later?
It's not for work-related matters like today. That he immediately froze.
Crap, I forgot about that. Ellie smiled and asked, you haven't forgotten, have you? Men avoided the question. Of course not. I've been watching you for a while now. You've been watching me.
She smiled and teased. When you blush, it's like the words are written on your forehead, just like now.
He silently cursed. Damn it, she caught me. Ellie ate a bite. So, when should we go out to eat next time?
Suddenly, Ma then spoke up.
Oh my, you're here too. It's Ma then. I'm saved. He said cheerfully, is it okay if I sit at the same table as you? He quickly replied, yeah. That's fine.
Then the two of them started talking. You're the branch manager.
Why are you drinking beer at noon? Don't you know that beer is like a drink for the soul to dwarfs? Well, what you said makes sense.
You drinking beer right next to me makes me want to drink, too. The scene shifts to Mathan's office.
Man crossed his arms. Seriously, I need your help with a few things. Mon didn't hesitate to agree. Please just tell me what I can do to help you. Look for wait a second. Can you carve this for me? He was terrified. This seems to be an incredibly amazing item. Where did you find this? He replied, in the tower. Mon studied it.
It would be difficult for us to enter the tower ourselves.
Let me try to appraise this. Suddenly his expression became one of astonishment. Ma then told him, I'm being blocked at the appraisal section. Is that so?
It would be difficult for me to carve on this.
What is this?
A robe made from the skin of the world serpent.
The world serpent? Are you serious? This is the first time I've ever touched something so precious. What good does it do you to touch it? You can't even carve a seal on it. That's not wrong. He sighed. Well, you can't do anything with this, can you? Minun said dejectedly. Yes. I think only my master can do something with it. Something as special is also a pain. I can only use it once it's been carved. So, I can't even use it now. I guess this gift is more amazing than I thought. He was curious. So, can you help me find someone who can carve this? He replied with a sub. I think I know a few artisans who might be interested in this. You can trust me. I'll find someone to help you. Man handed Ma a knife. I still have one more order to place. What is it? I want you to make 10 of these. Ma then picked it up to observe this. The center of gravity and the shape of this knife are quite interesting. Was it made for throwing? He praised. You have a sharp eye. You're right. It's a throwing weapon. Are you planning to use it as a consumable item? Men replied. I plan to attach a string to the end of the handle to make it easier to retrieve. He nodded. Then attaching an narration string would be the best option. In his heart, he felt the hidden thunder dagger technique uses a total of 10 daggers, so it's best just to have a few extra made. Suddenly, Nathan's phone rang. He quickly excused himself. This is the person I asked to help build the training complex. Mind if I take this call? I guess it's something related to the construction process. Then Ma went to a corner to talk, leaving Mensch with Ellie. Suddenly, he called out loudly. Hunter Menchon. He looked over suspiciously. What's the matter? Ma then came over to talk about the magic circle deployed related to the training ground. What about it? He added. The builder saw the magic circle and was extremely excited, saying she wanted to meet you right away. He didn't seem to care much. She's observant, but why does she suddenly want to meet me? Ma then answered honestly, she said she wants to buy the formula for that magic circle. Men was surprised to hear that. What? She wants to buy the formula? The scene changes at this moment. A cheer girl walks in the magic circle. You, the one breathing thin air up there. My name is Hazen, CEO of the Leasewood Construction Division. He was a little surprised by her hyperactive appearance. I'm Menon Sean. If you're the CEO, then I guess you must be a high-ranking person. Is she a half-dwarf? Minun interjected. She opened a whole company. Just because she hated working under the people at the Star Alliance. Hashi said annoyed. You don't need to explain something unnecessary like that. He recalled the scene of the two of them. Half-dwarves are a race particularly skilled in craftsmanship just like dwarves. Each race has slight differences in their areas of expertise. If you consider dwarves to be technicians, then half-dwarves are more like scientists. Hazen looked at him with sparkling eyes. Are you the one who drew this magic circle? Yes. That magic circle couldn't have been drawn with the knowledge of this world. On the magic circle, there are 8 ancient characters on the surface, but if you look closely between the ancient characters, you can see the ancient languages used by celestial beings. Menchon realized she was curious why he, a mortal, could figure out the language of celestial beings, which was only known to angels and demons. He immediately asked directly. Let me ask you this. What do you think this magic circle is for? Hazen quickly explained. The ancient characters on it are arranged to one side on the magic circle. This is a common arrangement used to concentrate mana. Therefore, the purpose of this magic circle is to draw mana from the surrounding area. Mongan crossed his arms and smiled. Not bad. I heard you're a friend of Madun. You've got talent, too. She puffed out her chest proudly. I have 10 times the talent of that tiny dwarf tree stump. Let me be straight with you. I want to learn the ancient language of the celestial beings. He replied bluntly. I refuse to teach you. You won't be able to use it just because I teach you about it. You need a certain level of soul to be able to control ancient characters. She seemed very determined. But you're a human, isn't it the same for you? Menchan silently observed. The ancient language of celestial beings is a type of power that can only be used by highly spiritual entities. Even if I were to teach her, she wouldn't be able to control that power. But I really like talented people. Do you really think so? The ability to find the ancient language of the celestial beings hidden within 18 ancient characters, and for her passion for magical engineering. She ran straight here after discovering these things about the ancient characters. She screamed in fear, but he just calmly walked past the two of them. Menchan thought to himself, that's enough points to pass. Hazen, channel your mana into this. She quickly replied, yes, sir. The powerless god will do what they are told to do. While channeling mana, a puff of white smoke blew straight into Hazen's face. He evaluated Hexig formation, a formation that has been passed down through generations of families on the Martial continent. The huge family, it possesses the power to disrupt a person's 5 senses. Right now only their sense of sight is disrupted, but gradually all 5 senses will be paralyzed. After a while the smoke and dust cleared. Hazen was amazed. I can see now. Menchan asked Hazen, can you tell me the principle behind the technique just now? I don't understand anything at all. He chuckled to himself. Looking at her reminds me of myself in the past. This is called a formation. She said seriously, a magic formation. The inner monologue continued. Me, a person who did everything just to become stronger. Hazen was suspicious. Why are you showing me this? Menchan smirked. I know how to handle people like her. I will fill that ambition of hers. He directly stated his proposal. Help me with this. If she can't use the ancient language of the celestial beings, I'll just have to teach her something else. The scene changes. The dwarves, a race that uses advanced magic to live peacefully and comfortably. They are friendly, approachable, but have no great ambitions or dreams. However, Hazen was different. She was determined to leave. I don't want to live such a boring life. She was called strange because she was always curious and desired material wealth. In the past, she had happily explored new things. I will leave this boring place to try new things. Her curiosity and desire to be a magic engineer were never satisfied on her home world. So, Hazen used her outstanding talent to work for the Star Alliance, where she met Manon, and together they succeeded with a major project. She received countless rewards and became extremely successful. She still continued to strive. I will achieve even greater accomplishments and wonders. But for Hazen, that wasn't enough. One day, a distant dimension suddenly became the center of a storm amidst the conflict between Lydia and Benderonium. The area around the Tower of Tribulation was a neutral zone formed by an agreement between the two powers. She was very excited. This is the land of opportunity. Hazen decided to choose Earth. At that time, Minon shouted, "Hey, why are you quitting? You're doing so well here. My ever so small nephew. I must leave to pursue my aspiration and ignite my passion." Hazen believed in her decision and immediately resigned, realizing that Earth had not yet developed the magical engineering industry. She used every penny she had to start a business there. By combining magic with construction skills, Hazen significantly shortened the completion time of projects and also created additional benefits by ranging multiple magic circles around the towers. She began to see her limits, especially when competing with multinational corporations on Earth and the Star Line. Her technical level was still limited. It was then during a project for Mon that she discovered an extraordinary magic circle. She decided to meet the client to learn the unique language of the world. Menchan proposed a joint project with me, but in the end it turned into an unexpected opportunity. Ritual magic.
It was a new skill that even Hazen, who was well versed in magic engineering, couldn't understand at first sight. There was no reason, and so she couldn't refuse his offer. If I can learn this, I can give my company a significant advantage. The scene changes at this moment.
Menchan is satisfied looking at the contract. Perhaps I won't have to worry about money anymore. I've made a deal with Hazen.
First clause, royalties. I will teach her how to use ritual magic.
In return, she must pay a fee each time she applies it in construction because the Mu continent is extremely isolated. I am probably the only one who knows how to use this type of magic.
They are good at controlling chi but cannot develop further. So they have almost no interaction with other dimensions. I was lucky to have a relationship with them through an unexpected turn of events. He thought to himself, she will earn a huge amount when she starts using ritual magic because its effect is just as powerful as regular magic. Moreover, the conditions for casting it are almost no different.
Second clause, absolute secrecy. She must never reveal that I am a celestial. Now, the growth of Leasewood Construction is directly tied to my wealth. The loss will be huge if her company goes bankrupt. Menchan looked at her and remarked, I've seen eyes like Hazen's in my past life. It was the look of someone with enough passion to pursue their goals and who could get back up after every fall to reach their dreams. In other words, it was the look of someone who would surely succeed. All I did was give Hazen a pair of wings. Now, since we've signed the contract, let's. Hazen looked at him with expectant eyes.
Mr. Menchan, you must teach me ritual magic as soon as possible.
I want to learn right now. He immediately agreed. Give me some time. We'll start after the auction ends. She was skeptical. Why is that? He calmly explained. I have some things to take care of first. Goodbye. See you later. That's right. There's a very important thing I have to do. I need to practice the Conan martial arts manual. I have spent a huge amount of money to build a training center, but I haven't even had a chance to train properly in it yet. It's not that I didn't gain anything important during that time, but I've only absorbed a small fraction of the energy. I don't know how long it will take to absorb the rest of the world stone if I don't focus. There are 10 days left until the auction, so if I can take the remaining or in the world stone, transform it into the Conan martial arts manual and absorb it, then the small universe I built in my multi-dimensional mind will become perfect. The scene quickly changes. At this moment, the sky has dawned. 10 days later, Shan woke up after a long period of training status window. He looked at his stats with satisfaction. All my stats have at least doubled compared to last month. With my current skill level, I can match a rank hunter. Now that I have the Conan martial arts manual and martial arts that use Holy Flame and Primordial Chaos Key, I can easily defeat the top 3 or rank hunters at the same time. It's just that my leveling speed is still slow. Maybe it's time for me to pay attention to my level 2. Suddenly, Fenrir approached and said, Master Zora is stronger now. He was surprised. You can feel it, it said proudly. Of course. Master may not know. But you have no idea how sensitive my sense of smell is. No, I believe you. Men bent down and stroked its head. I see that Fenrir's stats are still sealed. I was hoping that over time the seal would automatically break. Master, you stink. It's best to find another way. He's already strong, but since he is my subordinate now, I'll restore his original reputation as a killer that even the gods fear. It was grumbling. Hey, go take a bath and then pet me. He let go of his furry head. All right. All right. Okay, I'm going anyway. I have to prepare for the upcoming auction. The scene changes. At this moment, a luxury car stops by the side of the road. Menon stood there, transformed. I was wondering why you sent a car to pick me up today instead of coming yourself. But aren't you busy? What are you doing here? Ellie winked playfully. What am I doing here?
I came to take our freelance hunter to the auction.
You look beautiful, he thought, like a block of wood. Why is she dressed so formally?
Seeing her like this feels so different.
Suddenly, Ellie got close. Wait, you're not planning to wear that to the auction, are you?
He was confused.
Is there a problem with it? Doesn't it look neat and proper? She sighed and took Mention's hand. Oh my God, follow me. How can you go there like that? The richest people in the world will be there. Ellie quickly pulled him away. I won't allow someone our branch is cooperating with to be humiliated. Fenrir praised. She's really a go-getter. Where did you learn that?
After being brought inside, many people were standing there eyeing him.
Hurry up. Please do this man's makeup. Wait. The professional makeup artist said, if it's Director Ellie's request, sorry, we'll be very quick.
He looked at their hand movements in fear.
This is the first time I've done something like this.
A moment later, she said with satisfaction.
Let's go. Dressing nicely always makes a difference.
He was a bit skeptical.
When did you have this suit made?
It's very comfortable, Ellie said proudly. I prepared it in advance just in case. Shan was extremely confused.
How could she do that when I've never even told her my measurements? She quickly turned away. Anyway, I'll go ahead. Really, we're not going together. I'm very busy. I had a hard time making it here. He watched Ellie's back as she left, thinking that makes sense since the Yangzhen branch is hosting the auction this time. Ellie must be extremely busy working directly from on.
Suddenly, he called out.
Ellie, that dress looks really good on you. Hearing that, she became shy. Are you kidding? I look good in anything. Well then, I hope to see you later.
He was flustered.
Dressing nicely really does make a big difference, huh?
The scene shifts to the auction hall. They called as an auction, but it feels more like a party.
Fenrir was excited. It's so crowded here. Master, he reminded. Don't wander off and cause trouble. Okay. Hey, who do you think I am, Master?
As he walked, he looked around. Celebrities, political figures, there are a lot of famous people here today.
It grubled angrily. Don't call me by that stupid name. I'm Fenrir. Never use that name.
Suddenly, a voice came from behind.
Oh my, you've brought an adorable puppy with you. Mitchell looked back suspiciously. Who is this person?
She shook his hand.
Hello, I'm Shurin.
He replied politely.
I'm Inshan. She makes quite a strong impression.
Suddenly, his expression became serious.
Wait. Chian. That's right.
She's a member of the Holy Guild, one of the top 3 guilds in Korea. It's a subsidiary of Korea's largest conglomerate, the Holy Group. She is the youngest daughter of Chairman Chi and Duon. She herself founded the Holy Guild and is their leader. So, it was her. He gave a forced smile and scratched his head.
Oh my, I almost didn't recognize a famous person. She laughed it off.
You say that, but you seem quite calm.
No, I'm not. He thought to himself.
Anyway, the Holy Group is only highly ranked in Korea compared to the rest of the world.
They're not that strong. I'll just be polite. I'm just going through the motions.
She changed the subject. Actually, we've been wanting to recruit you, but we've only just met today.
We called a few times, but you never picked up. Really? Right after the hunter exam.
His face darkened when he heard that. At that time, I didn't even bother to check my phone because it was ringing non-stop. So, I left early.
How embarrassing.
He turned away slightly embarrassed.
Well, then I'll be going. Shi-Ian smiled. You'd better not go. What do you mean? She said, look around you. Look at what?
Men was bewildered when he saw the people surrounding him.
What the hell? When did so many people get here? It seems everyone is looking in this direction.
From now on, things are going to be really troublesome.
Shuren smiled and explained, you look a little confused, Mr. Menchan, right now. You're like a bombshell that's shaken everyone.
A rookie hunter appeared out of nowhere and upset all predictions by defeating all the rising stars in the country and taking first place in the exam. Basically, you're the person who can turn the hunter world upside down.
Menchan slowly replied. I have no intention of changing guilds. She laughed and said, I didn't even bother to offer because I already guessed that. But I don't think the others think the same. He was curious. So why are you wasting your time talking to me? Well, she and Yunlai looked up at Menchan. Because I want to be your friend.
He suspected she was doing all this just because he ranked first in the exam. She confided, to be honest, I had the opportunity to watch you fight the Azure Guardian. Watching that match made me believe that you will become the best hunter in Korea.
Shan swallowed hard.
At that time, I was just a rookie who had just learned to use martial arts. Yet, she saw my potential from then on. She gently suggested, I want to be friends with the future best hunter of Korea.
Is that a good enough reason?
He raised his guard.
This woman is no ordinary person. Shan bluntly refused. You're mistaken. I'm sorry. You haven't met the best hunter in Korea yet. You've just met the best hunter in the world a little earlier than everyone else. She has a good eye for people. I'll give her that. Shi-Ian fell silent for a moment after hearing that. Then suddenly she burst out laughing. He crossed his arms and asked, You're not laughing at me, are you? She immediately replied, Of course not. I'm in Shan assessed. Her eyes are full of confidence and pride.
But there's no trace of deceit or malice in her expression.
Suddenly, the loudspeaker blared. The auction is about to begin. All guests, please move inside. A man appeared and reminded her the auction is about to begin. Miss, I heard. I will take you to the VIP room.
Shuren looked at him cheerfully. I hope we have a chance to talk again when we have more time.
See you later. See you.
Shan silently watched her figure leave.
Fenrir sighed. She's as beautiful as Ellie. He sighed. That doesn't matter. It criticized. Master's words and actions don't match at all. Huh? What do you mean? There are always beautiful women surrounding you. You must be a playboy just like my father. He got annoyed. You won't get any ruby meat for the weeks. It immediately regretted it. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Please forgive me.
At this moment, he was standing in front of the entrance.
The gatekeeper said, Please present your invitation here. Thank you. We will now proceed with identity verification. The security here is really strict.
After a moment, the person said, Your identity has been confirmed.
Please choose a mask. Wearing a mask is mandatory at the auction.
He thought to himself, I can see how much effort the Star Alliance put into this. Suddenly, Menchan realized something.
Isn't this the bald lion? I'll take this one.
Immediately a notification appeared. The effects of the illusion mask and the lion illusion have been activated.
He thought to himself, I see. Fun rewound. Why do I have to wear a mask too? He explained. If only I wear a mask. What's the point? I can ensure complete anonymity if I use additional illusion magic to hide my identity.
This mask reminds me of the organizer in the Tower's Guide. Upon entering, Fenji exclaimed in surprise.
So many people, he thought.
I believe the key they gave me will allow me to access a hidden treasure on the 3rd floor.
The stage lights came on. Everyone was excited. It's about to start. Mon stood elegantly on stage. Welcome, distinguished guests.
I am Mon, the manager of the Yangzhen branch of the Star Alliance.
First, I would like to sincerely thank all of you for participating in today's special event. Menchan tried to hold back his laughter. Why does he look so awkward?
Fenrir was curious.
Are we here to see the talent of the dwarves? No way. Ellie also came out to take over. Thank you for waiting. We will begin the auction now. It cheered happily. It's Ellie from now on. Be quiet. I have truth. He used his observation skill. I've already looked at the list of auction items. Protection bracelet. Rare rank. Anonymous executioner's knife. Rare rank. It even has a rare grade bottle opener.
Ellie said loudly.
Sold for the 1 million.
Menchan thought to himself, but as expected, none of them are worth it.
They're all low rank items.
The items produced by Ma then are better than these.
Thank you, Mr. Mshan.
It's better to have him craft my equipment instead of buying anything at the auction.
The auction continued. An unnamed fragment.
This is a mysterious substance collected from a B-rank gate cluster.
It's finally here. Drank is key. Legendary rank. He secretly rejoiced. No one will want this because unless they can use the Eye of Truth like me, they won't know its level and purpose, Ellie said cheerfully.
It will be sold to customer 55 if no one else wants to buy it.
That was a great appetizer.
But now it's time for the main course. She continued to run the show. Next up, we have 10 kg of Myethal ingots and 5 kg of Orhulcum ingots, materials that can enhance Dax's power.
The price skyrocketed.
Customer 79 raises the price by 10%.
Customer 101 raises the price by 50%. Customer 32 raises the price by 10%. Customer 52, he jumped in directly. Dragging this out is pointless. I'll double it. Customer 55 has just doubled the price. Immediately after, someone else snatched it from him.
Customer 79 raises the price by another 10%.
Who is that blue dog bastard? Menchan's face darkened. He wants to play big. Customer 55 just doubled the price again. Increase.
Customer 79 raised it by another 10%. He cursed under his breath.
So annoying, that bastard.
Customer 55 raises the price by 50%. Customer 79 raises the price by 10%.
Ellie's eyes lit up at the sight of money. The current price is $13 million. M lamented silently. Are you a little too excited while I'm bleeding money, Ellie?
Oh well, screw it.
If I have to, I'll use the blank check.
Customer 55 raises the price by 10%.
Then came Ellie's rapid-fire questions. Are there any higher bids? Going once, going twice, 3 times. Sold to customer 55?
He chuckled to himself. You shouldn't have played with me, you piece of trash. Suddenly, customer number 79 turned to look at him. That person's eyes were filled with contemplation. The scene changes. At this moment, he is leisurely strolling. I successfully bought the items I wanted, and the auction ended smoothly.
It reminds me of the old days. With just a snap of my fingers, I could have everything I wanted. This auction was really fun, but now I just want to get my items quickly.
Suddenly,
a young man approached. Hey, you the Korean. Wait up.
The person introduced himself.
My name is Jur. K, have a moment? Man was suspicious. Who is he? Have I met him somewhere before?
No, never met him.
He bluntly tried to leave. Sorry, I have something urgent, so I have to go now. He smiled slightly. Don't be in such a hurry. The items. The Mythil and Aurora Hawkam that you got, I need them. What? Menchan asked again in confusion. How does he know I was the one who bought those items? What did you just say? Jaffer calmly replied, I know you got the Mithril and Oro. Don't tell me.
Man, full of killing intent, teased.
Are you that blue dog? I don't care what you like, right? Cute dog.
He narrowed his eyes to check.
But it's strange.
The illusion magic on that mask was specially prepared by the Star Alliance.
Even I can't see through it. If he can recognize me, then who is he?
In front of him, Jaffer's attribute panel appeared.
Ha! An angel?
Menchan looked at him with a puzzled expression.
Hi, why did you come out from there?
The scene changes. The two have now moved to a different location to talk. So, in 1 month, you'll have $20 million.
So, you want me to sell the Mithril and Aura Hawakam to you for $20 million? He laughed and replied, yes, you and I were a good match. Mensch pondered first.
At a glance, he only seems to want the Mithril and Oralum. He continued to try and persuade him.
In a month, you'll be rich.
He was suspicious.
Is there a reason an alien angel would be in such a hurry to get Mythil and Oralum? And how did he get the black holy baptism?
I sensed the same kind of energy as from VD, but he showed has no signs of corruption, meaning he's still an angel.
But there's definitely someone pulling the strings behind him. First, I should try to probe his intentions. He tried asking, hey, why don't you use translation magic? Your broken speech is really annoying. He quickly laughed it off. No, that magic, I don't know it really. Meanwhile, it's a basic magic that every angel learns. Tunny hearing this immediately transformed. He looked at him seriously. Human, since when did you know my identity? I need to know how you found out. Fenrir asked, Master, are you going to fight?
Mungan calmly replied, no, I won't kill him.
I still have many things I want to ask.
This arrogant angel, if it were me in my past life, I would have beheaded him long ago. I have become much gentler after reincarnating.
You foolish child. Look closely. He was confused. What? He silently recited in his mind. The holy flame grants life while dispelling all evil energy.
100 divine power has been consumed.
If he is truly an angel, then he must show me this famous power. Child, you still don't know who I am. What?
The holy flame was used.
Tanyan was directly shocked. This energy. His mouth hung open, unable to say anything. A moment later, he quickly bowed. Lord Michael. I greet one of the 7 archangels.
He immediately got into character, pretending I should lower my energy first.
He was completely convinced. Yes, I understand. Menchan said sternly. Now stop and stand up. Tian insisted.
No, I am not worthy to look directly at Lord Michael.
This is why I hate angels. They're too rigid.
He tried to start a conversation.
Patient child. Yes, Your Highness. You must be wondering why I have descended to the mortal realm, aren't you? How could a lowly being like me dare to know?
Be quiet and listen, Shan said.
Actually, there is a rebellion brewing in Elydium, a rebellion. The proof is the holy baptismal energy radiating from your body. he bowed his head in fear. I'm sorry. I was only following orders.
I don't know anything about the holy baptism, he probed.
So, who sent you to Earth after grounding the holy baptism?
One of the powers, Ito.
He was suspicious. I've never heard that name before.
Besides, he's only a 6th-rank angel.
So, why did you come here?
Tannen quickly explained the reason. I heard there will be a ceremony in America in 2 months.
That's why I wanted the mithril and oralam. Shan tried to connect the events. From the dark elves to the angels, everyone is preparing for a ceremony.
This is too strange, and this scale is too large for a 6th-rank angel to handle. The angel behind this must be at least at the rank of a king of Benderonium.
Even if I try to dig deeper, he doesn't know anything.
Just like Very, he's just a loose end. The one behind the scenes is still hidden in the shadows to draw them out. Menchan slowly placed his hand on his head. You are still pure.
You have never sinned. If there's a problem, it's that someone is trying to corner the young sheep.
The holy flame has been used. Instead of cutting off the loose end and needing to be kept, he looked at him, moved to tears. This warm flame, you have forgiven my sins.
Thus began a scene of affection between the two. Tanny had become a secret informant.
He exclaimed excitedly, even if this body turns to dust, I will follow Lord Michael's orders.
To repay your trust, I will devote myself completely. Menchan ulated.
Thanks to Tanya's trust, I've grasped the situation and I told him to find out about the ceremony, so I'm sure he'll get some news.
Whoever is behind this, I won't let you do whatever you want to Earth.
His expression changed and he smiled wickedly.
Now, let's go get the item back.
Fenrir beside him was scared. I'm sure Master is not an angel. The scene changes at this moment.
Mon and here talking. It seems you got what you wanted. Hunter Menchan. It only made your pockets heavier. What? That sounds so annoying. He muttered. But this blank check instead of gold. Where did you get it? It's a secret. I was planning to use this opportunity to pay you back. If you want to die early, just go ahead. Just kidding. Men placed his hand on the pile of metal. Anyway, I've given you the gold. So, these are mine now, right? Yes, exactly. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time.
Immediately, he squeezed the metal pieces hard with his hands.
Eat it all. Ma then was shocked. Hunter Menchan, what are you going to do with the mithril and oral hulkum? Just look and you'll know. Dark Star, you seem very hungry. Oh my god, you go crazy for good food, too. Fenrir is the same. But it seems Dark Star isn't picky at all.
Ma then beside him, his face darkened.
Oh my god, all that.
Or he, on the other hand, was satisfied.
Success. I've unlocked stage 2. An introduction panel for the Dark Star appeared.
He thought to himself, if I can simulate the weapons from my memories, I can manifest their power. Of course, the limit of the second release only goes up to the unique rank. Men comfortably put away the Dark Star.
But for now, that's more than enough.
If I can get exclusive weapons for each martial art,
then I'll be even stronger than before. Before leaving, he called out loudly, Ma, and he replied, yes, Hunter Sean, what is it? He made a request. I want to request a gate. Give me the closest one. Ma then took the order. Yes. You're the type who wants to go wild as soon as you get a strong weapon. The scene shifts to the next day. A rank gate, rainforest terrain. At this moment, an ogre was roaring.
The system panel also displayed its power.
The ogre angrily scolded prey. I'll eat you, Dark Star. Atlas.
He threw a punch while teasing.
You're planning to turn me into beef jerky. Next came a concussive blow. World-ending thunderfist. After that blow, the ogre was sent straight to the afterlife.
He smiled with satisfaction.
I knew it. Unlocking stage 2 was totally worth it.
Isn't it just good? At this time, the team members came forward to process the ogre's corpse. I never thought I'd have the chance to touch an ogre's corpse. They exclaimed, "Look at those firm muscles." Suddenly, Fenrir called him.
Master, can I eat that soul?
Ha! A soul? He looked at it in surprise.
Hey, you have a soul absorption skill. Fenrir drooled and replied. Yes, this monster doesn't have much, but it still has a soul. Soul absorption, a rare ability passed down only to a few demon clans in Bendonium. It allows the user to imprison souls to overcome their limits. It grows stronger continuously. But there is a drawback.
The thoughts of the soul will linger in the head of the absorber.
Menchon scratched his head.
If those residual thoughts take over the soul of the eater, they will lose themselves and be destroyed instantly.
But since it's the god-devouring divine hound Fenrir, that will all right. You can eat it. Excellent. Ah.
Fenrir's expression became pained.
Here I go.
Immediately, the soul was pulled from the ogre, terrifying the group.
What's happening? The angry blue soul shot straight towards it. Fenrir gently took a bite and licked its lips. He was happy. Master, the seal has weakened a little. Strength and magic +1. Men was shocked. What? Just a little?
But its stats have increased.
No matter what I did before, nothing changed. I want to eat more. It turns out feeding its souls is the way. With this method, I can return Fenrir to its prime. I will get you lots of food. Master is the best. Some people in the team looked at him in alarm. Hunter Sean, what is that puppy?
He replied, it belongs to the canine tribe.
It's a long story. I see.
The scene changes.
At this moment, a skill is being activated. Dark Star Technique, Flying Dagger, Double Flash. 2 ogres were startled by this attack. The ogre mage quickly used a spell, Human.
It created a large fireball that shot towards him.
Fire Slash.
Menchon moved while calculating once it falls, it will turn the whole area into a sea of fire. I have to finish this before that happens.
The system announced, Dark Star Dragon down. You have consumed 50 Primordial Chaos Key. Wrath of the Azure Dragon. This one blow directly blinded everyone.
He rushed through the bright screen to attack the remaining ogre.
Dark Star Sword Emperor.
The Sword Emperor's in a skill has been activated. He directly slashed the ogre across the body with a single sword strike.
Heavy pressure. It couldn't react in time. Its body was split in 2. He let out a long breath. 1 down.
Suddenly, someone shouted, Hunter Manchon, we're in trouble. Everyone shouted worriedly.
An ogre is approaching. Please save us. The comrade was surprised to see Fenrir step forward. You're the beastman from before. A dark wolf silhouette appeared behind Fenrir and roared loudly. Its long roar terrified the group. The dark wolf looked at the ogre angrily. How dare you show your killing intent in front of me? The ogre also quickly used its own skill. The dark wolf bit down hard on its head in annoyance. So noisy. Shut your mouth. Then the dark wolf twisted its head and ripped the ogre's head off.
Fenrir's mouth was stained with the ogre's blood.
It complained. Disgusting. Ruby meat is still the best. Another ogre was looking at Fenrir in fear. It quickly turned around. Monster too strong. Menchan rushed from behind towards the unlucky ogre.
The system displayed a notification.
Atlas Gauntlet's Black Star Source Innate Skill.
He gathered his strength and punched the ogre's head with all his might.
Thunder Emperor Annihilation Fist. One blow isn't enough. I get it. The hunters following him were scared to death by his demonic voice. Beating people is pretty fun.
As expected of an A-ranked monster, it took quite a while.
You have received 1.8% experience. Not bad.
Fenrir climbed onto his shoulder.
Master, praise me, he said bluntly. You didn't need to do that. This monster isn't even worth a post-dinner workout, says the one who can't even make a clone. Menon smiled and patted its head. I was just kidding. Keep protecting everyone like you just did, he thought to himself.
But if Fenrir hadn't stepped in, the support team might have really been in danger.
This gate is truly worthy of its rank.
The scene changes. At this moment, he has reached the Ogre King.
It spoke first.
You're quite something to have reached the king's place.
You, a tiny human, are nothing but prey to headed ogre. Menchan sneered. Look at that appearance.
He wants to pretend to be a king.
Oh my, how kind. Sorry, I'm allergic to bee. You're the king. Hearing that, it became furious. I am the king of the ogres.
How disrespectful to stand before the king.
It roared tiny humid. I will kill you. He looked at it calmly. Is that so? Come here and try.
The two-headed ogre angrily charged to attack.
I will tear you to pieces and eat you. Shockwave. He mentally assessed. Shockwave.
A tremendous amount of energy, but it's just raw power.
There's no profound principle behind it. Dark Star Azure Dragon Hellbird. 5 Lake Slashing Saber. I will cut through this wave. Nan quickly changed weapons. Dark Star Black Serpent Whip.
Every one of his strikes hit the two-headed ogre.
Menchan fought while checking.
After the second release, Darkstar has further enhanced the power of my martial arts.
Darkstar 7th Star Sword.
But my body's movements are still slow in some places.
I need more practice. That's why. I will teach you how to behave in front of a true king. As he slashed, he thought, this guy makes a perfect.
Punching back at the Payu Diet Gate.
Sun and his teammates stood guard outside.
Some seemed tired and yawned widely.
Meanwhile, the person next to him asked, Aren't you worried, son? Some asked, puzzled, huh?
The other young man said with some disbelief, This is my first time being assigned to a gate.
Moreover, it's in a rank gate. Hearing this, some laughed encouragingly, You don't need to worry. Relax. This gate was just formed.
Even if we do nothing, it won't breach for at least 2 days. He smiled calmly and said, But it's better to be prepared.
Understand? If that happens, we'll just have to run. What else can we do?
While he was talking comfortably, his worried teammate called out, Son. Seeing his anxious expression, Son laughed mockingly, You're such a coward.
Aren't you worried about working all night if the conquest gets delayed?
The other young man's face turned pale at that.
Injured.
Right after that, he checked his radio and said, Son, there's a reaction from the gate. Some was immediately shocked to see the gate glowing behind him.
What? They just went in. They probably just went for a quick scout and came out. I guess that's all they can do since Hunter Menchan is the only one they brought.
At that moment, Man's group walked out carrying their loot.
Seeing them, some respectfully greeted them. Oh my, you've all worked hard. The client replied politely, No, I should be the one I'm that to you, Mr. Agent. Sun continued, Can you tell me how we will conquer the gate? Then voices of praise rang out. It's done. Please report back to the association. Sun was bewildered. What? He thought to himself. I know he's been famous lately, but did he really clear a rank gate by himself? And it only took 2 hours. The two of them stood there stunned looking at the glowing cleared gate. Mention's group, however, coolly walked forward. Fenrir said happily the souls were delicious. The scene shifts elsewhere. A luxury car is speeding down the road. Menchan thought. I practiced by using the two-headed monster as a punching bag and managed to adapt to the new power of the dark star before it fell. I am recreating the memories of the war god Damth in my soul with the body of the human Macan. Compared to just training, honing skills, and actual combat, it is much more effective. He thought with satisfaction, clearing the gate was faster than I thought. The absorption of the World Stone, the training in the Dead Sea, and the second release of the Dark Star. All these overlapping factors have greatly accelerated my growth. And Fenrir, it helped me, thanks to it protecting a support team behind me. I was able to focus on hunting monsters. Now I can be even faster. At this moment, Ellie sat opposite him, looking at information in a document and said, "We found the next space gate. You could attack tomorrow." Mensch praised her with satisfaction. Good job. Just as expected from my talented partner. Ellie then smiled flirtatiously. Can you give me something more tangible than just empty praise? Menchan sighed and pondered. Let me think. Suddenly, the phone in his hand vibrated. A call, he wondered, but it's an unknown number. Menchan answered the phone. John Minen speaking. The other end replied, "Oh, this is the small weak Nam." The girl on the other end said tearfully, "The auction is over. Why haven't you contacted me yet?" Menchan froze for a moment as he remembered. Chairman Hazen, he sighed in thought. I promised to teach her the art of formations after the auction. He thought helplessly. I forgot. Then he said, "Sorry, meet me at my house today." Ellie asked with a worried expression. No way. Don't tell me you forgot your promise to Chairman Hazen, too. Menchan replied tiredly. A lot has happened recently. Ellie was annoyed and chided. You're still just making excuses. In another development after that, I spent my mornings and afternoons clearing gates. And in the evenings, I met with Hazen to teach her the art of formations because one needs to understand the meaning of each character to fully utilize its power. I translated and rearranged the entire script of the Mu continent into a system that Hazen could learn. Hazen looked at her work and exclaimed, "This is amazing. Can I use it?" Menchan said calmly, "I am an excellent magic engineer, and your teacher is also excellent." Hazen said, "It's annoying to admit, but it's true. I'm grateful to you." The image switches to scenes of Mshan's battle. Regarding the space gates, I alternated between A and B ranks. B rank gates give less experience, but there's no other choice because the competition for rank gates is too fierce. And so a week passed with the same schedule repeating every day without a single day of rest. He clenched his fist with fierce determination. Now that I have enough primordial chaos ki, I need to train my body to be able to disperse power at will. He thought strategically, from now on, I should put points into strength and agility. The system displayed level 29. I didn't expect to be so close to level 30. The scene shifts to a cold, snowy area with icy ground. Someone said to Fenrir, "I'll entrust my back to you like last time." Fenrir replied, "Leave it to me." At the Beale Gate, a rank terrain tundra. Menchan walked forward and differently with his teammates following behind. He was walking when he suddenly stopped because a large foot blocked his path. Looking at the formidable giants before him, McCann was surprised. The Vulcan tribe is in the space gate. System notification. Vulcan warrior. He thought the Vulcan tribe are residents of the Vulcan dimension-born warriors of China. Their personality is similar to the war god demon tribe. So they usually get along well.
I even hired them many times in interdimensional wars in my past life. But these guys thinking this, McKen suddenly let out a scary laugh. Laugh. What a pity. I was hoping to meet a real warrior. The Vulcan blared and said with disgust, a real warrior? Are you insulting us? Men thought to himself. They're not real Vulcans. Just summon entities to protect the gate core. Then he taunted them contemptuously. Well, then try attacking me, you half-ass fakes, he thought victoriously. They're just weak copies, much weaker than the originals. Right after that, these demonic tribe members grabbed their weapons and charged aggressively like a storm. They kept threatening. I'll make you regret those words. System notification. Dark Star Atlas Gauntlet. Menchan observed and thought, that's the characteristic war cry of Vulcan warriors. He excitedly took a stance. Even though they're just copies, they're very well simulated. Menchan's eyes sharpened as his formidable presence closed in on the opponent. A second later, powerful blows rained down on the Vulcan warriors, causing each one to collapse. The force of the blows made them grimace in pain and cough up blood. Menchan stood coldly before the crowd of Vulcans with a golden blow in his hand. He thought to himself, but even so, they're still too weak to be called Vulcan warriors. The system reported, you have received 1,196 experience. You have reached level 30. Men smiled. Oh, finally reached level 30. Since level 15, I've received an authority. So, I guessed I'd get another one at level 30. And I was right. The system displayed again. The authority engraved and you will be awakened after tracing the soul's mark. He thought. I wonder what authority I'll get this time. The authority of deadly charm. He was surprised. Charm again. The system displayed the immortal authority of the demon Garen. He pondered. Hagarin that almost had Lord Garen is the immortal pharaoh, a master of necromancy. I used to think he was a bit of a coward because he always acted arrogant from the rear and hid behind his army of corpses. Mensch considered it and said nonchalantly, but even so, this authority is more useful in combat than the charm authority. After he made his decision, the system announced, you have chosen the immortal authority. Seeing this, Shan closed his eyes. Tense, this authority has also changed. He looked at the fallen Vulcans behind him and thought carefully. Because the immortal authority must be used on a living target, I can't test it right now. So, let's try the Army of Light first. Then, he performed the technique. Brilliant golden lights enveloped the area. An image of a person with golden wings appeared brilliantly, one by one, and Hera, Iris, Rafi, Kappa, and Phineas, they smiled and said, we greet our master. They knelt on one knee, bowing their heads in reverence to him. Menchan thought, wings? Angels? He squinted, inking mischievously. No, beings like them don't exist in Elysium. Their appearance is similar, but the energy radiating from them is different from angels. In terms of stats, they are stronger than Vulcan warriors, on par with or even stronger than ogres. Is since I've never seen them before? I want to test them in a real fight. System notification. Phineas, warrior of light, radiant sword art. A loud unified shout echoed. Shan glanced over. The Vulcan warriors swarmed forward again, wanting to challenge him. Menchan thought. Perfect timing. They're perfect targets, he said. Go fight them. The angels obeyed. Yes, master. The angels unleashed their power with large rays of light towards the Vulcans. Victory for the master. The light of judgment will descend upon you. Justice rains down from above. A cacophony of chaotic sounds rang out. Menon squinted, watching them dumbfounded. He frowned and thought, what the hell are these guys? Looking at the angels fighting clumsily, it was a ridiculous, chaotic, and terrible sight.
A Vulcan warrior lay slaughtered on the ground, covered in red fluid.
The corpses and swords fell scattered on the ground. Looking at the scene, Menchon squinted helplessly.
"Master," the angels said, "we will carry out your command."
Looking at their injured yet smiling faces, Shan thought helplessly. Seriously, not only do they not fly well, they also fight by swinging their swords without any sword techniques. He held his head in frustration.
Even though they won, this should have been a battle. They won overwhelmingly without any injuries. I really feel dizzy.
Then he said with difficulty, "Reassemble."
Menchon thought tiredly, what should I do with them? Not long after, Shan stood with his arms crossed, looking at them coldly, lecturing.
You are beings who don't even know how to use your own power. The high movement speed and stats that you have, not a single one of you knows how to utilize them.
Not only that, even consider your swords as weapon. Weapons.
Weapons are for stabbing and slashing.
Yet you simply swing them around randomly.
Their faces were downcast as they listened silently to his questioning.
Shan continued. You weaklings. Even using holy power to heal you feels like a waste.
Although he said that, Shan still used his power to heal the angels.
Used holy flame on Inherga and their wounds are recovering.
Shan's eyes narrowed in thought. At this rate, summoning them to fight is too inefficient.
It would be better for me to fight by myself.
Even though they have the ability to develop over time.
If the foundation is flawed, development is useless.
While he was carefully considering everything, one of the angels spoke up, "Master, please forgive me, but I would like to say something."
Minion, looking puzzled, said, Go ahead."
Rafi looked him seriously in the eye and asserted, "We are not weak." Minion was confused by those words.
HMP.
Shan narrowed his eyes, his indifferent attitude unchanged as he looked at them and said, "Even so, that expression isn't convincing at all."
Looking at their resentful faces, Shan coldly continued, "What did I hurt your pride?"
Rafi's eyes full of resistance and defiance, looked at him and replied, "We only lack strength because we were summoned so suddenly." After pondering that defiant attitude for a moment, Menchon suddenly spoke.
"Attack me?"
Rafi asked in surprise.
"Excuse me?"
Immediately after, Menchon got right in his face, his eyes sharp. With a dangerous and provocative smile, he said, "I said, fight me. I will teach you with my own body." He emphasized, "This is an order from your great master.
Attack me with everything you've got."
Rafi, sweating profusely, replied with difficulty, "Yes, master."
Menchon.
I need to teach these weaklings a lesson. Afterwards, Chinyan stood in the middle of the cold ground, performed a technique, and began the battle.
Inside the circle, Rafi held his sword, anxiously thinking, what should I do?
I'm clearly stronger and faster in both movement and energy, but none of his attacks hit their mark. He continuously launched strikes toward Minion, but Jin easily dodged them all.
Jin said with disappointment, "How boring. The way you swing your sword is too predictable."
Just as wrath flew in, Menchon quickly grabbed his sword and delivered a powerful straight strike to Rafi's body. The other angels who witnessed it were all stunned.
He continued, "Now, do you understand the meaning of not being able to properly control the power you possess?"
Menchon pointed his sword at Rafi, coldly mocking him. "You're a perfect copy of those chicken-winged angels."
He thought. What a huge disappointment.
Although they will surely get stronger if they keep fighting, I don't need boring
and arrogant underlings like those angels.
Just as he turned to leave, a hurried voice called out, "Master, please wait."
Menchon said, annoyed. What is it now? You still won't accept defeat.
The angels knelt on the ground and sincerely expressed, "I am the sword that protects you, Master. I have realized my own shortcomings.
Though I am still lacking, I have one wish. I want to learn your swordsman ship." The other angels chimed in.
"We also wish for the same."
Seeing their sincere and determined attitude, Menchan smiled and thought with amusement. What's this? Casting aside their pride. Interesting. Angels don't easily admit they're weak. He said aloud, not right now. Hearing this, Rafi became sad and pleaded. Master, I sincerely beg you once more. Please. But Nchin cut them off. We need to focus on fighting while we're inside the gate. The angels were stunned, he thought. It seems they're more open-minded than those chicken-winged angels. Menchan looked at Benji and explained, Benji, they are your successors? Benji asked innocently. Successors? He replied. I mean, they are your subordinates. Seeing this, Rafid and the angels showed expressions of disappointment and disdain. The only one we serve is you, Master. How can we follow the order? Heirs of a mere creature. Nchin turned away and said, HMP, Benji. Show them that you are superior to them. Hearing this, Benji became enraged. It transformed into a giant beast with sharp eyes and a steel-like hide. Asking, what did you just say? Seeing this, the angels immediately said in fear, we swear our loyalty. My lord. Meanwhile, Menchan thought, since I've tested the army of light, now it's time to use the power of the immortal. He controlled a magic stone in his hand and calculated. The condition to use the immortal's authority is that the target must be alive. I'll grant immortality to a living target, and if it's killed, it will be resurrected as an undead warrior. Looking at the stubborn Vulcan warriors rushing forward, he thought with satisfaction. Oh, here they come. Well, then, let's give it a try. Then he directed his power onto one of them. A stream of purple light shot straight into one of the Vulcans. The immortal's authority has been bestowed upon the target. All stats decreased by 10% due to the immortal's curse. That Vulcan felt something strange within himself. God, what is this? Meanwhile, Minion was already flying towards him with his sword drawn. Are you curious? The system announced. If the target of the curse dies, you can create an undead warrior. Menchan spoke. You'll find out when you die. Then he swung his sword in a powerful slash to finish off the Vulcan. The system announced the target of the immortal's curse has died. That Vulcan began to transform. Its body covered in a layer of mystical purple ice. Seeing this, Menchan was pleased. Oh, immortality points 10 out of 50. Cracks began to appear in the purple ice and light shone from within. A large warrior emerged. Greetings, Supreme One. The system displayed Immortal Warrior. Menchan was thrilled, so strong its stats are even higher than a two-headed ogre based on stats alone. It could fight against an S-rank hunter. Then he gave an order. Immortal Warrior, destroy them all. The warrior replied, yes, Supreme One. The warrior charged forward majestically with a scepter in hand, summoning a weapon. It attacked ferociously, its power terrifying even the other Vulcans. We'll die instantly if we take that hit head-on. Dozens of Vulcans were overwhelmed by that power. Seeing this, Mayan was silent. Zyker, is it really that good at combat, too? The warrior class should be the lowest rank in the undead army. It is under my immortal command. He turned his head to look at the angels and thought helplessly, it certainly looks like is the immortal faction stronger than the army of light? If they still don't meet my expectations after I teach them swordsmanship, then I won't summon them anymore. Dong Heian, witnessing everything, thought in a daze. Hunter Menchan, I've never heard of summon creatures like this. Just how strong has he become? Scene changes to another place. Menchan indifferently held his sword as he walked and thought silently. The maximum number of undead I can create now is 5. Conveniently, I can store them in a separate space thanks to my immortal authority. But unfortunately, they move slowly due to their large size. Above all, the problem is I don't know the requirements to level up my authority. Well, I'll figure that out later.
For now, it's time to teach these guys some sword techniques.
Men calmly instructed the angels. Let's make one thing clear. If you don't prove your worth this time, we won't meet again.
The angels replied with determination.
We will remember that. Menchan praised them. I like your answer.
Then he continued.
Let's start right away. Everyone must focus. I have to go raid a gate tomorrow.
So, we need to finish this quickly. Minion began to demonstrate fluid slashes with his sword.
He thought to himself. The martial arts I use aren't suitable for them.
A swordsmanship technique that soars through the sky with many variations to deceive the opponent. The iron are suited for this type of swordsmanship. The plum blossom sword technique. The tip of his sword flew as gently as plum blossom petals under his control. Menchan practiced his swordsmanship, his movements like the graceful dance of plum blossoms.
He sighed. Of course, there's no guarantee they'll understand the technique just by watching a demonstration. It's nearly impossible even for gifted martial artists. He held his sword and asked, "Do you understand any of it? If you don't, just say so. Just so you know, the technique is only considered properly executed when the scent of plum blossoms is released." The angels replied, "I think we can understand the principles if you demonstrate it again." Menchan thought in astonishment. What?
What did he just say?
He asked again. You understand?
With their eyes shining, the angels replied in unison, "Yes, Master." He thought in surprise. They fight so clumsily, but it turns out they're martial arts geniuses. Rafid swung his sword with excitement.
The other angels also eagerly practiced their swordsmanship. Master, this is amazing. I feel like I'm flying in the sky even though I'm on the ground. Minion observed them and carefully considered.
I thought they were sword prodigies, but that's not even the full extent of. I can't believe they even learned the art of movement following the wind after watching it only twice. This isn't just a matter of talent, an idea sparked in his mind.
This is soul link synchronization.
The experiences and enlightenment hidden in their souls are awakened when I use martial arts and then it's automatically transferred to them. I think they can grow by absorbing my experiences like this. At this point, it could be comparable to the level of the immortal's authority. He smiled excitedly, thinking, if I teach these holy warriors various martial arts, and train them over time, I wonder how strong they'll become.
Afterwards, he gathered the angels and said, I've seen enough. To be honest, I was a little disappointed in you all at first hearing Menchan say this.
They all looked sad, but they immediately cheered up when they heard his praise. But now, you have all proven your worth, and because of that, I will teach you all kinds of martial arts.
I will give you all your first mission. He instructed them.
Practice the plum blossom swordsmanship and the movement following the wind that I taught you to.
3 stars.
You all need to reach at least 3 stars to be able to use it in a real fight. Men smiled and announced to become stronger.
If you can do it, I will let you become my sword. His words made the angels ecstatic with joy. Yes, Master. Happy voices echoed in the night sky.
The Master has granted us a powerful strength.
I think he will personally enlighten us. This is much stronger than the light swordsmanship we used before.
While the holy warriors were training, I circulated chaotic energy throughout the night and dissipated the energy of the world stone. Menchan was tired. He rubbed his neck and got lost in thought. Thanks to that, I was able to accumulate quite a lot of chaotic energy and elevate my ancient celestial arts to a new level. The energy cultivation method has eliminated all fatigue, so I don't feel tired at all right now. Suddenly hearing a noise, Menchan glanced over and was quite surprised.
Ha! You all have been practicing all night. The angels replied, "It is to engrave the Master's teachings into our very bodies."
Menchan was surprised by their enthusiasm, even with the help of the great monocircle's harmony.
This is still amazing. They're still so enthusiastic and much better than I thought. He checked his phone and said, it's time I have to go to work. Keep practicing. The angels replied, yes, master.
Outside, Benji was happily chasing after someone, saying she was a very beautiful girl.
Ellie, seeing this, affectionately patted its head and said, Hunterman-chan, you're not late today, are you? Ha! He rubbed his head, still groggy, and replied, you said today was Incon, right? Ellie answered. That's right. Oh, right. The branch manager asked me to give this to you before you leave.
Mention took the box, puzzled.
What's this? Ellie replied, I don't know. He didn't tell me anything.
He opened the box and inside were neatly arranged daggers. He exclaimed, oh, these are the daggers I ordered.
System notification flying daggers of the night owl.
Menon excitedly picked up a dagger, held it up high, and put it on display.
He admired it and said, amazing. Just amazing. I can defeat anyone if I use these. Since the holy warriors are training so hard, I can't lose to them. Just then, Ellie suddenly received a call. What? So suddenly, Menchin was confused. Whom?
Ellie said worriedly.
Hunter Menchon, what should we do?
There's been a request for a joint gate raid from the association.
Menchon was surprised. A joint raid? That's strange, Ellie explained.
The association re-examined the gate's energy waves and found that its internal size is doubled. A gate that large usually requires at least 2 guilds to raid it, Minion said doubtfully.
Even so, myself, Ellie looked sad, blaming herself. I'm sorry for bothering you. Minion reassured her. It's okay. It's not your fault. He walked away thinking. The more people involved in the raid, the more variables there will be. This is becoming a bit troublesome. At the gate in Inshan, whispers rose filled with excitement. The size is already quite large. Which guild will be coming around this time? The Gemsen Guild is participating.
Mention observed and calculated. The Gemsen Guild, I guess, since they're one of the top 3 guilds in Korea.
They must have quite a few people. But the more people who participate, the more variables there will be and the efficiency of the raid will decrease.
Meanwhile, the person next to him spoke up.
You must be the famous rookie everyone's been talking about lately, right? He cheerfully greeted him. I'm Makin Wu, the captain of the second attack team of the Gemsen Guild. Minion was confused.
A guild member, but he also politely shook his hand back and introduced himself.
I'm Xian Minion from the Galaxy Alliance.
The other man said, I knew it.
Let's make this a great raid.
Chungwoo casually turned his head, searching, and asked him, but when will your attack team arrive?
Menchin replied, this is all of us. He squinted in disbelief and asked again, that's it? You're the only one here.
Menchan confidently replied, I alone am equal to 30 men.
Chungwoo asked doubtfully, is that so?
He questioned him annoyedly. I was looking forward to this because they told me the Galaxy Alliance would be here.
But you came alone.
I hope you don't drag us down. After saying that, he turned and walked away in frustration.
Menchan then asked Ellie. Ellie, is he trying to pick a fight with me? Ellie replied, I feel that way, too.
Men speculated, I don't know what's going on, but he's showing his hostility very clearly.
Well, I don't know why he doesn't like me, but it's true that only I can give him a reason for it.
Then he smiled provocatively and said, I don't know that bald guy either. He thought to himself, let's see who the real burden is here. Inside, the undead were threatening to swallow their opponents whole.
Chungwoo grimaced, gritted his teeth, and shouted.
He held his sword and stomped on the ground, causing the surroundings to shake violently. A stomp that shakes the earth.
They're coming again. Everyone, get ready quick.
The group was still struggling to hold their ground.
Don't push. Try to maintain the formation.
Meanwhile, Nshan stood calmly observing the situation.
Dong Haiyan, seeing this, asked, Hunter Menchan, aren't you going to help them? Menchan replied, it's fine. They're all low-level undead.
They'll be fine as long as they don't mess this up.
He calculated, they're all veteran hunters, at least rank 8 or higher. Unlike when I fought the Hajang Guild, they probably won't be defeated by some low-level undead.
But they still haven't realized that this is the land of the dead. The ground here isn't dark because of sand, but because of the piles of corpses. Wherever they step, undead will rise.
A giant foot stomped heavily on the ground. Menchan thought coolly.
Charging in there defenselessly like that is basically rushing to their deaths. If they were skilled hunters, they would have scouted this area before entering. Then they would have known. But instead they were too hasty to complete the raid on the land of the dead. They should have scouted this checked area before entering first. They must just then.
McCann smiled in satisfaction.
Found it. McCann said to his subordinates, you guys stay here and protect the guild.
The immortal warrior replied, yes, master. He instructed Benji.
Benji, I'll leave them to you.
It replied, you can trust me, master.
After that, McCann gathered his momentum and flew high into the air in his true form. He thought it'll be useless even if they kill those low-level undead for days. The one that needs to be defeated is that high-level undead guarding the land of the dead. He decisively flew over the heads of all the undead. He thought usually a high-level undead would be in a place with a strong concentration of death energy, like this place for example. He stopped in front of a space. But suddenly a blinding light shot out.
He wondered, huh?
The stream of light formed a straight line piercing through Chin, which surprised him quite a bit. But McCann quickly dodged that power.
An evil voice echoed. I've lived long enough to think that someone could dodge my attack. You move well.
Chin realized something and smiled.
I found him faster than I thought.
A large monstrous shadow appeared, carrying an evil power.
The Heil Undaden.
Chin thought deeply. The land of the dead is a type of boundary, created from the condensation of the vengeful souls of the dead.
This Heil Undad might be the core of this boundary.
He carefully estimated with a glance the Golden Mountain range to it might be quite a tough time unless the core of the boundary is destroyed.
The low-level Undad will keep appearing forever. The Dullahan on the side had already raised its sword and attacked aggressively.
I guess you're worried about your comrades over there, aren't you?
That's unnecessary.
After all, both you and them will soon become our companions. A flame enveloped the tip of the sword.
Flame blade has been used. Men coldly retorted. My companions over there. Companions. My ass system. Cloak. Black star. Dagger flying before the finger.
Immediately after, a dagger shot forward like the wind, slashing at the Dolian.
Menchan fiercely swung the dagger away. 2 rays of light. Gold and purple representing the golden rays of light.
2 frenzied powers clashed with each other. The impact of it created a powerful aftershock.
A series of daggers flew out, cleverly combining into spinning wheels.
Under his control, the daggers returned to their master's hand.
The Dullahan angrily warned, this isn't over. He raised his hand and commanded, rise, my army.
Sensing that presence, Chinyan was stunned.
This is, he said, tear that living being to pieces. Following the Demon King's summons, the undead surrounded Minyan one by one.
Minchin observed them and thought, mid-level undead, black school mages.
Are they undead specialized in magic? I can't fight them in close combat. He smiled calmly and said, will it be okay? If they tear me to pieces, you won't be able to turn me into an undead. The Dullahan arrogantly said, you don't need to worry about that. Go.
Oh my army, kill him. The ferocious undead charged forward while Menchan stood still, calculating.
Does one's sense of humor disappear when they become undead?
The daggers all flew up under his control. Shan smiled sarcastically.
What a boring guy. I'll get rid of them quickly.
Afterwards, Shan majestically raised his hand and threw the dagger.
Flash dagger technique.
A second later, each dagger was embedded in the undead there, piercing through their momentum. That energy was terrifying.
The Dullahan spoke up. We have to get away from this thing.
You bastard. With that, he grabbed his sword, mounted his horse, and charged straight towards Minion. Wanting to annihilate him, he threatened.
I will personally tear you to pieces.
Suddenly, a ray of light slashed across him.
He cried out, what the hell was that?
Then he fell to the ground. Menchan with a sword in his hand said, calmly,
I'd be even more grateful if he came to see me personally.
On the other side, Shunyu was fighting and cursing these bastards. Suddenly, he noticed something strange.
What is this?
All the undead suddenly fell to the ground.
Seeing Menchan standing in front, he was confused. What just happened?
The system reported that Menchan had received a lot of experience points.
He smiled happily. This is more like it.
If the high-level undead is killed, all the low-level undead under its influence will also die and all their experience points will come to me. From behind, Shanna ran towards Menchan.
Confused, huh, the bald guy? He stood in front of him, panting and asking, were you the one who stopped all the undead from appearing endlessly? How did you do that?
Mensch pointed at the undead lying on the ground and said, honestly, I defeated the high-level undead controlling them.
If I hadn't, the undead would have kept appearing. Shunyu was surprised at Dullahan.
He asked in a daze, you faced the danger by yourself and defeated the Dullahan alone.
Was it that dangerous?
He couldn't believe his eyes.
Unbelievable.
Just then, the guild members also came out. They looked exhausted from surviving. Channa thought, he is the culprit who eliminated the promising newcomers of our guild.
The Dark Trio because the Dark Trio was taught by my master.
I thought Hunter Man Shan was an arrogant hunter who had tarnished my all-powerful master's reputation.
That's what I thought. But I never expected him to be a hunter with such a noble soul.
For our sake, those of us who were under heavy attack for recklessly charging in, he took on all the danger himself to fight the Heil Undat alone. But Minion just quietly turned around, flew away, and reminded him, stay back if you sense danger.
That moved Shunyu. Look, he's moving forward for our sake. He's a true hunter. But in reality, he was completely misunderstanding the situation in his own way. He immediately rallied everyone. Everyone, let's show Hunter John our non-pathetic side.
Yes, sir.
Mention felt strange. What was that? Why are they suddenly so motivated? Don't tell me. Are they trying to steal the kills now that they know how to raid this dungeon?
He was also misunderstanding the situation.
So Minion became determined. I won't let them have my experience points.
The undead arrogantly said, interesting.
Really? You're not scared coming here all by yourself?
Minion didn't flinch and charged forward with his sword. He said coldly, shut up and die. With just one strike, it was annihilated. The Soul Eater has been defeated. He fought continuously without rest. You die.
The monster was beaten to a pulp. You die too. The system announced. Your level has increased. Mention thought victoriously. Great. So far, I've eliminated a total of her core enemies. The only one left is. He thought seriously.
The death energy has started to gather in one place.
That's a sign that the final core is appearing.
A gruesome red hand emerged from a pile of mud and trees. A terrifyingly cruel face with fangs appeared.
A giant monster with many disgusting-looking heads appeared before him. Menon was wary. The last one is a disgusting one.
Well, I've seen them a few times in my past life, but that grotesque appearance is something I can never get used to.
Information displayed. Xiu, seeing it, was horrified. Hunter John, let's retreat. That's not something we can handle. I'll go get more reinforcements.
But Minion held his sword and said, "No, everyone stay away from here.
I'll stop it. So, don't do anything."
He summoned his power. Flames enveloped his sword in Mran's body. Cha screamed in horror.
Hunter Mran.
The beast charged.
Interesting. Join us. We want fresh blood and warm flesh.
Jin unflinchingly joined the battle.
He must possess immense power, but that doesn't mean I'll let
anyone else have it, because after defeating that monster I will receive an incredibly amazing reward.
That scene moved Channa deeply.
He fought with all his might for our sake. But the truth was not like that at all. The monster roared fiercely while Mran flew majestically amid sacred flames. The abomination advanced aggressively and growled, "I will kill you, living one, come become a part of us."
It was like many chaotic fighters controlling one body.
That's why, despite its immense potential, it couldn't unleash its full power. In the supreme flame, Minion raised his sword and unleashed his power.
The dominance of purification, the king's sword.
Menchin with cold eyes raised his hand to control the power.
The red flame erupted fiercely, engulfing the opponent. Endless blue sky divine technique.
He fought the monster with great courage.
My memories haven't betrayed me. It's just one enemy. But it's actually composed of many others.
This means that every time I sever a part of its body, its power will weaken. It can't use its regeneration ability if I burn the severed parts.
But I must be cautious because its stamina can reach 600.
Its absurd stats will become nothing if I continuously sever its parts one by one and avoid its heavy blows.
The monster's body endured Minion's strongest attacks.
Minion held his sword, wiped his sweat, and said with difficulty, "So tiring. Even with the experience from the battle with Fenrir, this is really not easy. I've used up all the recovery ability from the rainbow orbs and my primal ki is about to run out. My body is gradually becoming heavier, but I've cut off quite a lot."
The monster had become weak and small.
Facing it, he said, "I want 2 immortal warriors to come here."
Seeing them arrive, he entrusted them you to handle the rest.
The immortals replied,
"Understood."
At this moment, the monster's face was pale and terrified.
It shouted, "The Supreme Leader has ordered your execution." The 2 warriors had finished the battle. You have received 40% EXP.
Jin picked up a bead from the ground and thought, even though it was a giant creature, now it's just a small pile of corpses because it was created from countless corpses.
There is nothing left.
The monster's corpse was just a dirty slime. Jin glanced at the small bead and thought, the only thing left is the Death Origin Core.
A profound item.
If left behind, it will continue to spawn on Dad's soldiers.
I should take it. Leaving it behind will only cause disaster. Menchin said to his subordinates, "Well done. Let's return." He looked at the others who were bowing their heads in the back and couldn't help but be surprised. Has the ORM guild been waiting for me all this time? They're not going to fight over the reward, are they? He spoke up. What are you all still doing here? They quickly replied, "We were waiting to speak with you." Xiu, with a resolute and respectful gaze, said, "I apologize for speaking rudely to you at the beginning. I misunderstood you." They bowed their heads in gratitude. "Thank you so much for risking your life to save our attack team. We are truly grateful." Menchin was bewildered. I understand why he's apologizing, but why are they thanking me? Elsewhere, my schedule has changed. On the way home after clearing the gate, Illy announced, "The support team needs a rest and the competition for gates is quite fierce, so we won't be able to secure any gates tomorrow." Hazen also said excitedly, "It's also my first time applying ritual magic to a building, so I won't be able to see you today." Men narrowed his eyes in frustration.
Everything I planned to do tomorrow has vanished. Well, I'll use the time to hone my skills further.
When he returned home, the angels greeted him.
Congratulations on your safe return, he replied.
Quite tired. Continue your sword practice. They obeyed. Yes, master.
The Einharjar have improved by receiving a portion of my knowledge, so I don't need to be present.
Even though an instructor's presence is inherently important.
Moreover, the magic circle reacts with their holy power, creating a high concentration of mana. Every time they swing their swords, their bodies are stimulated, leading to rapid progress.
Men was suddenly startled. Wait, stimulation? A dark, powerful energy emanates from this death core. What if I use it to activate the world stone? It might work.
Afterwards, he patiently sat and cultivated within the magic circle with the death core. Death energy is a toxin that the living should avoid. So although it's difficult to absorb, I must endure until I reach the spiritual world.
All right.
Now, if I stimulate the world stone like this, a fierce circular flame blazed.
The stone glowed and displayed a powerful force.
It quickly ignited and shone brightly, combining to form a blinding, explosive source of light. A mixture of brilliant fire energy. An endless source of power is being created to dispel the death energy. Celestial boundary style has reached 5 stars.
Body is enhanced by the effect. Strength, agility plus 12, stamina endurance plus 10, primal ki plus 40. Primal ki increased by 80 due to the world stone. My chaos power increased as well. Mention thought smugly.
If I give this core to the blacksmiths in Pandemonium, I could probably create legendary equipment, but using it to reach 6 stars right away isn't a waste either. As for the 5-star reward, it's pretty good, but it's really just an extra bonus because the celestial boundary style is only truly useful. From 6 stars onwards, having more methods is also quite powerful.
The system displays information about the zodiac, but the main difference is the constellation.
Menchan reflected, when I was the god of death, I was only halfway with the dark nebula.
Now I have the light nebula, which means I have more constellations to inscribe.
The system announced a maximum of 3 constellations can be inscribed for a total of 3 stigmata.
Menchan considered the options just as I thought. There are more choices. Soul Burn and Chaos Orb are definitely new.
I can choose 3 to amplify my power.
It should be quick since I've seen the stigmata in my past life. First is the Stigma of Sin. Stigma of Sin, a fortress in the higher echelons of chaos. Next is the Stigma of Holy Fire. This is a stigma that receives protection from Michael. Finally, the Stigma of Chaos Orb. I chose it because it's the only new stigma with the power of chaos.
Men thought it might be difficult the first time, but this should be enough.
The system reported again. Failed to form the Stigma of Chaos Orb. Chin got angry. Damn it.
Failure.
He tried to figure it out. Is it because I relied on the dark nebula? Maybe I need to combine both nebulas.
Shin was determined to try again, but the system reported unsuccessful.
He thought bitterly. Why isn't it working? Fine, I'll try this way again. What the hell?
Give me a break, Shin cried out in desperation.
Do I have to try another way? He pondered. Should I start with the other stigmata first? No, I can't give up like this. I'll try a method I've never used before. Wait, thinking back. That's right. I haven't tried putting the Sun of the World Stone into the stigma. What if I try to connect it with the 2 nebulas on either side? I'm not sure if that sun counts as my star, but this is the last option I have left. The moment of combination created a magnificent image. The nebulas merged into one another and connected the energy from the sun within. The system reported a change in the Chaos Orb, transforming it into the Heartless Loop constellation. Mention was astonished. The constellation changed. He guessed.
I didn't expect the Chaos Orb to be the son of the World Stone. I was wrong from the start. The brilliant light that radiated out affected even the angels, forcing them to cover their eyes. Looking at his sword and the terrifying power it emitted, Kyan was stunned.
The result is even stronger.
The system reported his information. His stats had increased dramatically. He thought to himself, now I can emit visible sword ki, which means I've surpassed the limits of a martial artist entering a state between transcendent and balanced.
The angels couldn't stop gasping in admiration. That terrifying presence, Master has definitely reached enlightenment.
Congratulations, Master, on your new achievement.
May your soul be blessed.
Mran gestured with his hand.
That's enough. Get back to training.
He thought to himself, these guys, you can feel it, too.
Benji came up from behind and wheezed. I'm hungry, Master. Feed me.
Joe replied.
Huh?
You just ate. Benji replied, it's been a day, Master.
Chin was startled to hear it say a day.
I didn't realize so much time had passed while I was inscribing the stigmata. Benji continued, you also have many missed calls.
Minion checked his phone and was stunned.
20 calls all from one person. The person on the other end picked. Looked up and said, Mr. John, you finally answered. He asked, have you found the Dark Elf tribe yet? The other person was flustered.
It's not about that. I haven't been able to investigate because the Elf Embassy is watching them closely.
Mention wondered.
So, it's something else. What is it?
Yengu said, thank you, Mr. John.
I've just been given my second order.
The coffee shop was open, ready to welcome customers. Men was already at the shop.
Seeing him, VD happily welcomed him. It's great to see you again, Mr. John.
He didn't expect him to be 10 minutes early.
VD warmly invited him to sit.
He said, one must never keep their master waiting. He replied, all right, but let me order coffee first. V understood quickly, handing him a cup of coffee and saying, Mr. John, I already know your coffee.
Iced Americano, right?
Menchin was surprised, hesitatingly replying.
That's right.
He was quick and spoke in a sweet tone. A perfect match, a very suitable choice for a man like you, Mr. John. He still didn't quite understand him. His eyes shone like stars as he jumped up and down, enthusiastically explaining the wonder of the coffee to McCann. Drinking something cold to soothe the fire that always burns in your heart.
Isn't that the characteristic of someone who wields the power of fire? Menchan lost all patience with him. He said bluntly, why don't you just announce that FZ is here?
He hurriedly apologized.
Menchan asked him, so, what's the second mission you received?
He scratched his head in confusion. I was ordered to help the dark community establish a base in Korea. Chin showed curiosity about this dark community. He then explained that it was a large-scale criminal organization under the dark network. He became more and more interested in the dark network and demanded VD to explain.
He revealed more information.
It's an international alliance that brings together many criminal organizations, like the mafia or drug cartels, from trading stolen goods or prohibited items on the black market to underground assassins who take on any job for the right price.
The dark network is involved in all illegal activities worldwide.
The dark community is headquartered in China.
VD and Mentions sat down to talk.
He confessed, my order is to help them get a foothold in Korea.
Men said, but according to you, isn't the dark network already in Korea?
Pandemonium and Elysium have invested heavily in this country.
Korea is inherently safe, so large criminal organizations don't exist here.
Mention also guessed that this was a good country to live in.
Both VD and Thaniel are also operating undercover here.
He said to BD. In short, you have to cooperate with a new branch of the dark network in Korea. He said regretfully.
That's right.
It means that due to my limited abilities, I haven't gathered any more information.
Thoughts began to race through Minyan's mind. Could it be that they even sent demons to perform a baptism just to expand their organization? That means this must be a stepping stone for Pandemonium's next move. So, who could be behind all this? He calculated if these guys are different from the Dark Elves, then is he involved too? He saw more clues from VD asking him what's the relationship between the Dark Elves and the Dark Network.
He explained thoroughly. If they snuck onto Earth, the network's hand was definitely involved in helping.
Chin reminded him anyway. It doesn't matter. You just need to worry about completing your mission.
But I'm worried this will interfere with your grand plan,
he said calmly. It's fine. Catching them now is meaningless.
Just knowing that the dark community is connected to Pandemonium is enough. He crushed the cup and said confidently, I have to wait for the real person behind this to show themselves. He told himself to be patient and wait for the right moment. Scene changes to the palace.
Minyan is having a meeting here.
As he poured tea, he asked, So, what brings you here today? She told him the real reason.
I don't have any work today. He asked Ellie the reason. Aren't you busy?
She replied, I am, but supporting you is always the top priority.
Is this what you call working? Her voice was casual, she said carefree, if it weren't for moments like these, I'd never get a rest. Hearing her say that made Ron stand silently.
She then called the manager. Where's the branch manager? I wanted to ask more about the cloak engraving from last time.
He rushed over. So out of breath, he could barely speak. He's been very busy lately.
He still hasn't found a suitable craftsman. He asked about the palace's situation.
So when will a new gate be arranged for me?
She replied tactfully. It's hard to say because so many guilds are competing for gates now.
Ellie shared, honestly, it's been a week since I cleared the Incon East Gate.
Things have gotten more difficult, especially since the Lost Lands mission ended. She explained everything to him clearly. That's the land that transformed after the gate collapsed into reality, creating a place where monsters spawn. The lands that disappeared in the first disaster are called the Lost Lands.
In South Korea, there's a region like that near the DMZ Gangwon province. This is where the main attack force is located.
The Hunters Association also coordinates with many guilds to clear it regularly.
He calmly enjoyed a sip of tea. Deep in thought.
But now that many large guilds have returned to Korea, taking on gates has become more difficult. I need to get stronger, level up to the point of becoming a whole new person.
There's about a month left before the ritual. Thananeal mentioned, I need to return to the tower. He said to Ellie, for now, you don't need to find a new gate for me. She guessed his intention and asked, are you planning to go back to the tower? Menron hesitated, something like that.
Suddenly, she remembered something. She subtly reminded him, by the way, I think you forgot something.
He was bewildered, not understanding her intention. He wondered, what is she talking about? Did I forget something?
Mention guessed it might be related to the gate, but she just smiled, which made him more curious.
She replied, no. Think again. He realized, I already paid at the auction. She grimaced, feeling impatient.
I said, think again.
He insisted. I don't remember. Ellie lost her cool. She said it straight to his face. No, I'm serious. Did you forget? He still didn't understand what was happening and wondered what he did wrong. Let me remind you. You promised to treat me to a meal. Minyan remembered that.
He blamed himself.
I forgot again. It's completely my fault. I promised her. He spoke up. Are you free tonight? She sulked, turning her face away, making her feelings obvious. You think I'm that free? I'm busy. He tried to ignore her. This coffee is too bitter, Ellie asked bluntly. So is there anything else you want to say?
In that moment, he was flustered, scratching his head, wringing his hands.
I'm sorry, so when are you free? I'll wait.
She acted proud, crossing her arms and replying, "It's okay.
I'm working late today, but you can wait." Right. Call me when you're done. I live nearby.
Hearing this from him, her heart fluttered and she smiled.
Okay, but you might have to wait a long time, he said awkwardly. Just call before I go to sleep. That evening, Minion kept his promise. The two had an intimate meal at a restaurant.
Ellie's face beamed with joy as she relaxed and enjoyed herself. They had just started the meal when she exclaimed, "So delicious." He was surprised by this side of her. "I never expected to see her like this. Usually, she's always stressed from work." But she looked so happy and satisfied. She enjoyed the dishes there. Everything was so delicious. It made her eyes sparkle. He recalled their earlier conversation. "She chose to eat gapchon while I thought pasta or steak would be better. I'm still wondering about it now. I can't believe she chose gapchon when I'm the one paying. How refreshing." He looked away for just a second. And there was no meat left on the grill. His face was bewildered. "Geez," she chimed in. "Oh my, the food here is so delicious." You could tell from her face that she loved it. He asked gently, "How do you know this place? Isn't it obvious?" She shared before my awakening. "I was also a student. That said, I believe even as a student, you were different from others." Avip, hearing this mention's eyes widened as he looked up at her. "Right? Ellie thinks I'm a clone of a higher being." He sat silently, lost in thought. "I used the VIP code from my previous life to open the spatial storage. So in Ellie and Matten's eyes, I don't seem like a normal human. They see me as someone who's just here to have fun. But the truth is, before I saw Key's divine sword, I was just an ordinary student." Minion remembered his painful past. "After last month, after regaining my past life's memory, my current life changed completely, but both my identity as the god of death and my true self are mine. Therefore, to belittle one is to deny myself." He said to her, "Even as a VIP, I still work hard every day." She was surprised to learn this. "Really? Then let me be clear. I cherish my relationship with you and Matten, and I'm always grateful to have such excellent partners." Ellie was shocked to hear these words, but this was truly what he wanted because he didn't want them to think he was doing it all just for fun. She acted cheerful, changing the subject from his words. "Come on, the meat's about to burn. Eat up." It was almost time for Mention to leave the city. Only Ellie came to see him off. She didn't forget to pass on a message from Matten. "He apologizes for not being able to see you off." He replied cheerfully, "Tell him it's okay." "How long will you be gone this time?" Ellie was very worried for her friend. Mention calculated carefully. "Pandemonium and Alzium are both plotting something. It's best I return after climbing a few floors." "Mr. John," he suddenly turned his head. "Look," she said respectfully. "Thank you for valuing your relationship with me." He simply thought she was repeating what he said during their meal. He replied cheerfully, "No need. You're a great partner. See you again." Mencho had left. The normal life before his awakening was gone. His goals now were only panic. Ammonium and Alzium. He told himself, "I need enough strength to protect myself from those two terrifying forces and enough strength to protect the people I cherish." Finally, Ncho stood right in front of the gate. A new city was ready to welcome him. The city is truly terrifying. Shrouded in a dim red light, the demon lord roared. "What?" "The Tower of Tribulation." "What is that?" The guard standing beside him explained. "It's an incomprehensible place that summons the strongest individuals from across all dimensions. Inside the giant tower is a connection to another world, and countless challengers from many dimensions come to conquer the top of the tower. Each floor has a tribulation that the challenger must overcome, and a reward will be given to those who succeed. The demon lord was intrigued and exclaimed, "Oh, is that so? Sounds interesting." Scene changes to outside the tower.
Mention was already there.
The tribulations in the tower are so harsh that many have lost their lives.
In fact, it's as if the purpose of each trial is to kill the challenger. But the tower always rewards those who overcome the tribulations. Participants are forced to display strength beyond human limits.
The system informed Mention, "You have entered the third floor of the Tower of Tribulations." Before him was a towering fortress. He cried out, "I can't believe I've made it to the third floor."
This floor is the Dark Fortress.
Mention calmly and slowly stepped inside. He listened intently, always alert to everything around him. The mission board displayed, "Defend the Dark Fortress."
He had to defeat monsters and protect the fortress's core.
He confirmed the mission and thought, "These skeletons are allies, but they look useless.
That big orb must be the core."
He rejoiced inwardly. Such an obvious target. As he got closer, he discovered a house with a keeper inside. A crow spoke arrogantly, "Another new challenger."
Ron asked, "Who are you?"
It arrogantly introduced itself.
"My name is Crow, and as you can see, I am a merchant." "And what makes you think that's obvious?" Mencho turned away, refusing to listen to it. "Damn it, I thought you were the keeper." "If you're not the keeper,
then I have no interest in you." It was startled and retorted sharply, "You can't just meet the keeper whenever you want. You'll regret not listening to me and rushing in there."
Challenger Minion said bluntly. "What do you want?" "I know you'll ask for points in exchange for information." They did the same on the second floor. The crow insisted. "I won't do that. I'm a genuine merchant." Minion challenged it. "Really?"
"Then tell me," it confidently replied.
"Then I'll start explaining first.
The goal of the third floor tribble is to protect the fortress."
He said, "I know." Then it pointed.
"Monsters will periodically appear from that space gate, and they will split into 3 paths. To attack the fortress, the challenger must utilize the 3 defense points to protect the fortress to the end.
Each point will regularly spawn immortal warriors to aid in defense. The challenger can also move once per wave to an undestroyed defense point. Remember that each point has a different durability level.
You can use points to repair the fortress and its durability.
It costs 10 points for 1 point of durability."
It instructed him carefully.
"You'll have no choice but to use points."
He was still concerned.
"I understand the mechanics, but how can I manage this alone?" Chin asked it.
"Are there other challengers here?"
The crow said, "You're the first one. A maximum of 5 challengers can enter this tribulation."
Although he thought it was hiding in information about group play to get more points from him, he still had to act firm and clear-headed.
He said, "I knew it. So, there must be a way to meet the others. Tell me."
The crow then said, "Actually, a group left half a day ago.
Right now, you're the only one here."
Then it flew away," he said to himself. "So, I can't waste time waiting for others. Who knows how long I'll have to wait."
Just then, the crow sidled up, ready with an offer. "Don't worry, I have an item that will help you when playing solo." Mencho refused to buy it. It got angry. "What? You're planning to do this alone without any items? What an arrogant challenger. You can't block them all alone, no matter what it said." Mention ignored its words. "How will I know if I don't try? I left Luffy on Earth. So now the only thing I can use is..."
He called his close knights to appear. "It is an honor to serve you." He didn't want to beat around the bush and ask them to skip the formalities.
"We don't have time." He ordered everyone into position. "I want 2 of you up there and 3 to stay in the center." Seeing the large force, Crow's face turned pale. Minion confidently stepped forward, saying majestically, "Who needs teammates? I can fill the gaps with these guys. I will conquer this tribulation alone."
The defense of the dark fortress on the third floor begins. The first wave of monsters has appeared. They swarmed forward.
Looks like the first wave is trolls. There are 20 of them. I've seen them in Pandemonium before. At 3, he noticed the brown-headed ones working extremely hard, he thought. These weak skeletons can't stop them. I did the right thing by coming to the weakest defense point. The only useful thing is the harem cannon. The cannon was aimed at the trolls. They grimaced. That really hurts. Ron realized this was an opportunity.
It can deal damage, but the trolls recovered it quickly. He thought, if I don't use points to increase the number of cannons, I'll have to kill them myself. The good thing is I don't need to worry about consuming inner energy because the infinite loop is stabilized. He charged into the battle and had his troops surround the trolls. Determined to destroy the fortress, they surged forward with fighting spirits. He smiled smugly. There'll still be class monsters, but I didn't expect things to be this easy. At this rate, I might be able to finish this myself. Well, then it's time to change positions.
Minion moved to defense point number 2.
At this point, the trolls were more numerous and their strength had increased significantly. One aggressively held the hammer, roaring, "I'll crush you." Shin correctly predicted their attack direction, so he was able to block them head-on. He ordered his guards to use a fatal blow technique to quickly end this trial.
He thought, caught with relief. They fight well, just as I expected.
From strength and speed to physique, the immortal warriors overwhelmed the trolls. Victory was clear from the beginning.
But the problem is, I have so few at each point. It gritted its teeth and growled. "You tiny human," he speculated. "That means some monsters will slip through. I have to keep an eye on this gap." Men ran as fast as he could to defense point number 1.
At that moment, he remembered Benji's words.
It said, "I can't enter the tower."
And he just thought, if Luffy were here, it would be much easier.
I'll make use of it as soon as I get back to Earth. The system displayed, the first wave of monsters is ended. The next wave will begin in 60 minutes. Receiving the information, he'll temporarily return to the fortress.
When he arrived at 0.1, the two immortal warriors were still holding up well against the trolls, but they couldn't block all 20 of them. So, a few slipped past and damaged the defense point. He said sadly to himself, "I managed to get by using the 3 worlds secret art, but I need another way." Just then, Crow appeared behind him and asked gently, having a hard time doing it alone.
"Aren't you?" He stubbornly said. "If you're trying to provoke me, you've succeeded." It then asked, "Can't we talk nicely?" Menchan angrily demanded.
"You should just shut up." It whispered an invitation to buy items in his ear.
"Why don't you buy a few more cannons? I'll give you a 10% discount."
He considered and made a request. "I feel like each point should have at least 10 cannons.
Can I dismantle them after I'm done and take them to the next tribulation?" It replied, "Of course not."
That's absurd.
He looked for another option. Taking time to think more.
Maybe I need to use points, but it would be a waste to use too many. I don't need to shoot them all down with cannons, just enough to buy time.
Maybe I have something more useful to use. It might help.
It seemed he had an idea, but he calmed himself down.
Wait a minute. If I think carefully, he presented the item before Crow. I have this. Its eyes widened in amazement. I've never seen anything like that.
Where did you get it?
He answered bluntly. None of your business.
This is the treasure key I received from the Floor Zero supervisor during the tutorial stage. The electronic board announced, a treasure is hidden somewhere on the 3rd floor of the tower.
You can get a useful item if you use it in the right place.
He thought to himself, maybe I can get something useful if I use this.
The key glowed. Where does that light lead? Oh, I see.
The crow said the space gate is there, so the treasure is there. If I destroy the space gate in the process, I can permanently destroy the source of the monsters.
Why didn't I think of that sooner?
He chuckled to himself.
Is that so?
But Crow stopped him.
Don't do that. You're planning to destroy the space gate, aren't you?
He said to the crow. You're sharp, it recounted.
I've seen countless challengers think the same thing, but not a single one has succeeded. There's a monster guarding the space gate. It's much stronger than the ones attacking the fortress. Moreover, it will chase the challenger back to the fortress, destroying everything even if he retreats.
Minion reconsidered.
So that's how it is.
Failing to attack the space gate means failing the trial, but he was still determined to do it.
He said, I'm sorry, but I will.
A normal challenger would have returned to the fortress, but not me.
Danger. I can handle it.
When I have a treasure map in my hand, to retreat in fear would be the most foolish thing to do. Crossing the line of danger means a bigger reward.
Mention stood before the space gate and saw someone standing there. He approached Mintron.
Kid, I advise you to stop there, Menchon said. I was wondering who the guardian of the space gate was.
Turns out it's a gangster. He praised him.
You have sharp eyes, kid, Menchon replied.
But you're quite eloquent for a Jianji, he thought.
They are created through a unique dark art from the Harem continent, combining magic, medicinal herbs, and talismans to control corpses.
He looked at Menchon. Are you from the Ming continent? Menchon replied. No, but I know about it.
Judging by that fleshed red face, this is probably a blood Jianji created by the blood cult. A series of deductions now appeared in his mind. Blood Jianji, the nightmare of the marine continent. They are created by injecting the blood of a person soaked in medicinal herbs into the corpse of a martial artist. Dozens of lives must be sacrificed to create one Jiangshi, making them even more powerful. Considered a key military force of the blood cult.
This is the first time I've seen a real one, he said. I was just wondering if he came from the east. Hearing him say that, Minion understood the crow's warning. Based on its frequency, it's even stronger than an enraged Fenrir.
He said to the gangster. I knew there was a guardian of the space gate, but I didn't expect it to be a blood Jianji that has retained its consciousness. He said he had made some sort of pact.
I suppose I can't ask you to look the other way, right? He denied it. No, that's impossible. He warned Menchon, don't cross that line. I am a blood Jangi. I don't want to see useless bloodshed. He thought the man's demeanor was quite arrogant. Chin boldly asked.
You say that as if we were to fight, victory would surely be yours.
Are you implying I shouldn't even try because the outcome is already decided? That's right. Don't throw away your precious life in this place. Minion laughed defiantly. Too late. I've already crossed the line.
He was furious, gritting his teeth tightly. The blood Jangi flew into a rage, unleashing a frenzy power. He attached a talisman to each of the Jianji. Then he proceeded to use this technique. He did something, and now Grayskin Jianji appeared.
Probably the Iron Jianji type. But 5 is just enough.
Mron's guards roared with fighting spirit. Quickly, take care of them. The bloodsher began to show its true face. A villain emerging from within him.
Minion said, it's completely lost its mind. What are you waiting for? Attack.
He readied himself to face him. The Jianji started breathing fire, unleashing its attack.
The holy fire has ignited and dispelled all negativity. But Minion retorted, gross, your breath stinks. And he also thought, normal weapons can't harm a blood Jianji.
I have to use tangible sword ki to attack. Shin unleashed his technique, but wherever he swung his sword, he was caught. He countered all of his attacks, but Shin gained the upper hand, grabbing him tightly and provoking him.
Do you think you're like Shishio Makoto or something?
After that, he released a poisonous gas and then fled.
He wondered, what's wrong? Is an all-powerful blood Jianji afraid of me? Even if I slash him with tangible sword ki, he still spews poison gas to regenerate himself. Is he a troll monster?
Seeing him transform into a different person filled with ferocious power, he continued to spew poison gas, painting the sky crimson. Seeing him as if he lost control, Kayan felt the situation was a bit dangerous.
The raindrops are soaked with blood mana.
They become deadly because poison is added to the destructive power of the blood mana. Now I understand why the blood cult was once considered an enemy of the martial world. At this moment, the blood rain had reached 10,000 drops.
Menron was determined.
He told himself, that doesn't mean I have to dodge right now.
You soul-shattering bellow. The attack power of a blood Jianji is equivalent to a transcendent martial artist.
But in the end, dark arts are just dark arts. It's nothing more than a trick before absolute power. Right, I'll use the 7th star demonic sword.
First technique, sun-hiding sword.
He was attacked, but it seems it wasn't enough. He continued to spit out blood rain. Menron said to himself, he's not giving me time to manifest tangible sword ki, and the distance is too far to use the heavenly star sword.
I need to get close. Azure Dragon Fire. I've seriously injured him.
So now Mchin used Hellfire. This time it was hard for him to escape. The flames were surrounding him.
He was being burned.
Taking the opportunity, Mshinyan corrected his attitude. You rely too much on your regeneration ability. When martial arts aren't effective, I can always use pressure. No matter how hard the shell is, the inside will still be soft.
That's why I'm burning him to the core. Not feeling pain doesn't mean you're okay.
Menshin spoke directly to him at this point. The blood Xiang she was nothing but a skeleton.
The notification board showed the percentage of experience he had gained.
He was joyful, saying to himself.
Maybe because he was so strong. I got this much experience. This is even more effective than clearing a gate. Coming to the tower was definitely the right decision.
Suddenly, he remembered, I forgot about the iron jangi. They had talismans stuck to their faces by his comrades, and the situation was under control.
One of them threatened them. You arrogant corpses.
But he was not satisfied with his comrades.
They haven't even taken down a single one. It's understandable. Blood-sucking techniques don't work on Xiangxi because they are undead. And attacking is difficult because they are too fast. But the Iron Jangi can't take down the immortal warriors either without breaking through their thick armor to hit the core. This battle is truly defense versus defense.
He scratched his head in confusion. They'll fight forever if I don't intervene.
It seems I'll have to finish them myself.
Minion decided to walk forward alone with his sword. He slashed through its body. They fell down dead like scattered leaves.
He said to his comrades, I don't think there are any more hidden enemies.
You guys this place.
Finally, I can check the hidden treasure on the 3rd floor. It's time to see what's inside.
Menshin opened the chest, took out the stone, and the system reported verifying fragments.
Of ozone. Access granted to ozone's hidden treasure on the 3rd floor.
Menshin went up to the 3rd floor and before his eyes was a row of treasure chest.
He laughed joyfully. How lovely.
Entering the treasure room, Minion felt excited.
This place is amazing.
Everything here is a precious artifact. He exclaimed, there are hundreds, no, thousands of them.
Can I take them all?
The notice board reminded him that he could only choose one treasure from Ison's treasure chest, so he should choose carefully.
He carefully examined the items, curious about everything. This one is cute, but only one item.
He hesitated for a long time. Being allowed to choose one item myself probably means I don't have to rely on luck. If it was just luck, they would have given me a random box from the start.
This is a test to see if I'm capable of recognizing precious artifacts. He thought simply, it probably won't be that hard. Luckily, I have the ability to appraise artifacts. Alright, which one should I choose? There are only 4 minutes left to decide. In the last few minutes, Jin calculated carefully.
He reminded himself that he needed to use his appraisal ability on thousands of artifacts at once. First, I'll use the celestial vision to release my power outwards.
All the artifacts are emitting mana.
The amount and impact of the mana depend on the artifact's rank. So I just need to find the artifacts that still hold the greatest power.
After a while of choosing, Mayan was confused.
He found that there were still quite a few items appraised in round. He said to himself, now I need to use the Eye of Truth to check each item in detail. Items like the legendary Hell-Slaying Sword. Please remember to like and share this video to support our channel.
Well, he felt a bit more relieved. Just a few more items. They are all replicas of weapons cherished by demon kings or supreme angels. Don't tell me this is all there is. Wait a minute. A transcendent great item.
The primordial shadow armor with many skills.
Superior defense converts damage into mana. Can self-repair while also returning to its original form.
He picked up the armor and set.
Theoretically, this is truly indestructible. It's so simple that if I didn't use the Eye of Truth, I wouldn't have noticed it. And he questioned, did they intentionally hide it so others couldn't choose it?
He sighed, I have to change its shape first.
It's too difficult to use in this form. Notification.
The transformation skill of the primordial shadow armor has been activated. The shape has been changed into a set of clothes according to the user's will. Because the material is thin, a detrimental effect has been applied. He felt this item was perfect.
For a martial artist, light and easy to move clothing is much better than heavy armor.
But he felt a little hesitant after killing the blood Jianji that was guarding the space gate and also getting a pretty cool item. He glanced back at the pile of ashes from its corpse and said, all I need to do now is just wait for the next step. Scene changes to a room.
The crow was busy printing its feathers.
Saying to itself in the mirror that first challenger at judge mentions abilities since there's been no announcement of his death he must have given up on capturing the wormhole. It's understandable since the blood Jianji is a tough opponent.
Its skin is resistant to ki and neutralizes all magic below the 5th circle.
It also secretes poison from its wounds and can regenerate as fast as a troll, so no one can defeat it. If he had a brain, he would have turned and run as soon as he saw it. Oh, but I don't know why he's taking so long. He should have been back sooner. I thought he would use some of my points because defending all 3 contact points alone is too difficult.
I'm bored. Maybe I'll go take a look.
It decided to fly to the trial point before. It was a very strange scene.
It wondered. All 3 contact points are still standing and I don't see any signs of battle. Could it be that he has already captured the space gate? But there's no way. It was shocked by the scene before its eyes, exclaiming, what is happening?
The space gate is engulfed in a sea of fire. It was so confused that it broke out in a sweat.
How could this happen? No one has ever succeeded before.
Crow looked towards where Ron was standing and said, something beyond expectations.
It has happened. I must inform the manager immediately.
However, down below, Minion stood with his arms crossed, smiling smugly. I have successfully captured the space gate. Recalling the whole process, first by surrounding it with great hellfire, I successfully incinerated all the monsters that escaped from it. Even if 1 or 2 monsters were lucky enough to escape the sea of fire, the immortal warriors eliminated them immediately. Then he used eternal purgatory to incinerate the monsters, which only made the fire burn more fiercely.
Announcement. The 10th wave of monsters has begun. Minions sighed with regret. This must be the last wave.
The monsters inside the space gate screamed.
It's so hot. Is this hell?
We have to get out of here now, Minion continued. They are S-class giants. Although not as large and powerful as the behemoth race, I still can't let my guard down. He ordered his general, don't go anywhere.
Come and deal with them.
On the other side, the giants started cursing.
You rats. You weaklings.
Where did you get the courage to challenge us?
They roared.
The loudmouthed captain commanded, don't lose to them, warriors.
Fight back if you don't want to be defeated by them. By the master's order, you must die there.
Mention quietly observed the situation. He thought, although they are S-class, they are more vulnerable because they've already been partially absorbed by the great hellfire. At this rate, the 10th wave will end quickly. He ordered his entire army, everyone get out of the way.
I'll clear a path.
He approached the pile of ashes.
Turns out it was creating a breath of ice. He declared, from now on, this will be my territory.
Men looked up, interested, a frost giant. I didn't expect to run into a mythical monster here.
He can dissipate a part of the icy flame. That's surprising. But that's not enough to extinguish it completely.
Well, there's no other way because he's not a real frost giant, just an imposter based on legend. As for his army, the captain reminded the groups, we must obey the master's orders.
The old frost giant was furious. You insolent brat.
He spread ice and snow everywhere.
After that, he yelled at Menchon, how dare you block my path?
That thing is truly insolent to dare block my path. Look closely at how strong I am. But Nchin retorted with a sharp, sarcastic tone.
What a shame. Now no one can see. He still didn't understand what he meant. Mron just said, look around you. They're all dead.
The old man was helpless. He had successfully crushed an immortal warrior whose power had been amplified by draining life force. He smiled casually. You should have cared about your subordinates before deciding to act on your own arrogance.
Although not 100% perfect, I think he's a pretty standard copy.
The old man was frustrated, his voice aggressive.
You tiny creature. Your insolence is unacceptable. Today I will take your head and reclaim my right to the throne. Minion didn't understand what was spreading throughout his body.
It was the supreme immortal power that had been infused into his body.
All abilities had been reduced by 10% due to the immortal's curse. He replied confidently, you talk a lot, don't you? Can you just shut up and attack? I'm enjoying this.
I'll make him become. The old frost giant scowled at his attitude. The old man said, you bastard.
Don't insult me.
Oh, and the giant had become angry. So, he began to unleash his power, going all out.
Menchon saw that this guy had extraordinary power.
His stats were even higher than the blood Jangi's.
I think he could even become an immortal warrior at the warrior level or higher. At this rate, the remaining warriors will also be destroyed as long as I don't get crushed by this weight. Men widened his eyes, looking at the old man's ice block. I didn't expect it to be this big. That is the Ice Age. He's blocked my escape route. He spoke majestically.
Behold my great power in this ability to control nature itself. He had created an ice wall blocking all paths. He also thought he realized he's not as fast as me. So he decided not to let me retreat and instead use the weight of the ice to crush me.
A notification appeared. Skill, Ruler of the Ice has been activated.
The boundary of the northernmost domain has expanded. Strength, speed, and stamina have been reduced by 10%. A wise move indeed. He smiled smugly and reminded him, but he doesn't realize he just dug his own grave. He created a synergistic power. A combination of celestial vision technique and purification.
Excellent. Damn it all.
He confidently unleashed the great hellfire technique. You're no king.
Oh, was he you damn brat? He confronted. The old man. It's no different from dealing with monsters.
I might as well use it as a launchpad.
He roared. You brat. What are you planning to do this time? Men used every method to control and break his ice.
And his ultimate goal was to overthrow him. After a while, O was severely injured.
Furious, he yelled, "You damn piece of..."
"I'm satisfied, but it's also a bit boring," he said to him. "Your combat awareness is too poor compared to that massive size of yours." The battle raged fiercely.
He said confidently, "I'll end this quickly."
The notification reminded him that he had leveled up and gained more experience points. He smiled happily at this satisfying result.
"I've leveled up 3 times since reaching the 3rd floor."
His general came to report, "Your orders have been completed, Master." He was surprised.
"There are still 3 of you here at this?"
One of the immortal warriors was destroyed in this attack, but overall it was still a victory. He considered, maybe I can replace one of the 2 I lost with him.
He walked through the giant ice tower. The enemy marked with the immortal crystal has been eliminated.
The notification displayed, "A new master has been found.
Your understanding of death has improved." He stood and thought for a moment. "My immortality points have increased. So this is how to increase my overlord power. Just enough to reach 60 immortality points will do."
The immortal knight came to see him.
"It is my honor to have an audience with you, Master." Minion smiled, intrigued.
"A knight, and he uses a sword. He even knows Akazid swordsmanship. Akazid is a sword demon and a 20th ranked demon king.
He spent his entire life training his swordsmanship to its limits."
I didn't expect him to learn a skill equivalent to the Marim continents."
The immortal soldier asked, puzzled, "What is the transformation skill?"
He just said, "I can transform into any size you want."
Mentioned thoughts in himself about this Aesit.
He'll be a worthy opponent for the Iron Herger.
A notification appeared.
"You have completed the defense of the Black Fortress on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Tribulation.
It's time to receive your reward, right?" He received many bonus points and a panacea for his recent achievement.
Even he was stunned to get his hands on a real panacea like this. To explain further, a panacea is a precious medicinal ingredient made from the Spring of Eternity located somewhere in Elysium's main castle. By brewing the spring water with countless other elixirs and rare medicines, the panacea is a legendary medicine capable of healing all kinds of wounds and pains.
Instantaneous recovery.
He quickly put it in his bag.
"It's best to save this for when I really need it. There's nothing left to do on the 3rd floor. It's time to move on to the next ordeal." Right before his eyes was a new door about to lead to the next floor. Well, he looked around the 4th floor of the Tower of Tribulations and saw that it was just gray brick walls. How bare.
Mensch began to read the mission. This time he had to overcome all sorts of traps to reach the goal at the end of the corridor. He secretly rejoiced, thinking, "At least I won't get lost since there's only one path." Suddenly, a monster appeared behind him. It congratulated him for overcoming the ordeal on the 3rd floor.
But strangely, he couldn't sense anyone with his celestial vision technique.
He was bewildered, startled as he turned to look at it. He introduced himself. "Sorry if I startled you.
I'm Gray."
However, Minion was still worried because he still couldn't read the Keeper's information. "I really still have a lot to work on," he said. "I didn't know the Keeper liked to tease people like that," he said. "Please let me introduce myself.
I am Gray,
the Keeper from the 1st to the 5th floor." Menschen's eyes widened as he looked at him.
"Oh my god, look at this bastard. He cast some kind of magic on me while pretending to bow." He introduced himself. "I am Chin."
He said, "I came to see you directly because the keeper of floor 0 said you are a very promising new challenger."
Menchan asked, "Is that your only purpose?" Menchan acted uninterested, avoiding his gaze and saying bluntly, "Then do as you wish." He thinks I didn't notice his actions because I didn't say anything. Actually, I didn't pay attention because it wasn't harmful magic. "See you later. You'll regret this." As he walked, Chin was thinking a trap. Ha! Attacks from machines are really hard to dodge. Because I can't sense any killing intent.
I need to use all 5 of my senses to dodge them. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. There was a warning sound on the left. He wondered, is this just a sound? Gravity-enhancing magic has been activated, or just as I thought, there's another trap below. He quickly escaped from the thorny bushes. Damn it, I have to stick my sword into the wall to create a foothold. This area is protected by the tower system. Cannot be destroyed by force. Follow the path of the ordeal. He didn't expect the system to control even these walls. He tried to hold on. He blamed himself. I knew the 3rd floor was too easy. They're definitely testing me. I'd better be more careful. If I hadn't used my spirit armor, I would have died. It's still pierced halfway through. He resolutely determined I won't be fooled a second time. I will use both the celestial vision technique and sanctification and nothing else. He didn't let his guard down. But the truth is he struggled greatly with the traps on this 4th floor. Still fighting monster after monster to the point where he felt helpless. Is it still not over? How long will this go on? At this very moment, the system reported that the tense situation had pushed him to his limit, achieving the 6th sense. He kept wondering. The 6th sense. But my senses are already much sharper than those who have awakened the 6th sense. The karmic energy accumulated in the user's soul has activated a special skill. The 6th sense has been converted to super sense. I can't believe I unlocked it here. Manager Greiker stood before a series of system monitors. He pondered, one of his eyes flashing red. A notification panel appeared. Prophecy ability activated. Riker observed mention on the screen and recalled, he has become a completely different person from when he first entered. He thought his stats, which were originally only a rank, have now doubled or more. He pondered, even if he has awakened to the 6th sense, moving like that, knowing where the next trap is impossible. I don't understand. Riker didn't turn around, suddenly asking the person behind him, "Were you the one who reported on that survival trial?" A crow answered, "Yes, Crow." He wondered. Did he violate any rules during the process? The crow immediately replied, "No, Crow." Riker bowed his head and said quietly, "I understand." He sighed to himself. How troublesome. Riker remembered, I didn't expect this when the Floor 0 administrator reported on him. But if this continues, he thought of the words of the Floor 0 administrator. He could reach the colored tier strong enough to face the 7 emperors. He placed his hand on his chin and wondered, no, how could I think that an unranked person from Earth could reach the colored tier? Suddenly, someone called him, "Hey, Riker." Looking at the screen in front of him, he muttered, "Did he just call me through the screen? Impossible." Men smiled and pointed at the screen, saying, "No, it is possible because I'm talking to you right now." Don't turn away, Riker. Menron asked, "Have you heard of a life flashing before your eyes?" It's like when a person's life flashes before their eyes when they are about to die. In front of him were silver arrows, he calmly explained. It's the brain's survival reflex. It scans all information in a flash to find a way to save itself. Ordinary people can't endure the long-lasting expansion of consciousness. Shin continued while dodging the arrows, but super sense can artificially expand the user's consciousness. A barrage of arrows flew towards him, but Minion dodged them all. He said to Greiker, by doing so, the skill user can actively enter a state of life flashing before their eyes. A notification panel appeared explaining Super Sense, a skill that can be actively and automatically activated when threatened with a mechanism that significantly reduces one's perception of time. Men said, Super Sense is usually awakened by those with the status of a demon king or an archangel, but it awakened in me because I needed it to surpass my past self.
He walked on a virtual M.
And then explained to Greiker. Now I can think and react by splitting a second into 1,000 pieces.
On the digital map, red arrows representing danger were concentrated on one side.
Mention said, once I significantly slow down my consciousness and assess all upcoming dangers. He looked at the virtual map showing his own defensive power and said to Greiker,
then I have nothing to worry about. The survival challenges in this tower are truly amazing.
Mention stopped in front of the stairs.
He muttered, have I reached the exit already?
He looked up and said, I pass without any obstacles thanks to Super Sense.
Going up that way will take me to the 5th floor.
Shin glanced over and said, but before that, he continued.
I want to hear about the little trick you just pulled.
A notification appeared, reminding that Greer was watching with prophecy and was violating the tower's policy.
Menshon spoke up. You're listening, aren't you? I think we need to talk.
Riker remained silent.
A hologram of him suddenly appeared behind Mron.
He spoke, causing the man to freeze.
Thank you for giving me your time.
He turned his head to look at him and asked, I see you've played quite an interesting trick. So, what about the tower's rules?
Riker pondered.
This guy, this time, he sensed me appear behind him.
Completely different from last time. Mention smiled and asked.
An administrator contacted a survival trial participant and used a prophecy ability without pride.
Notice. Isn't that a violation of the rules? Riker froze and stammered. How did you how? He quickly calmed down. Riker wondered. A survival challenger from a lower floor knows about that. Don't tell me the floor 0 administrator told you.
Minion cut him off as he stepped in front of him. Cut it out, he said coldly.
That's none of your business. So tell me. How will you compensate me?
Riker stammered in explanation.
Administrators are not allowed to interfere with survival trials.
He felt as if he were standing in the palm of Mron's hand. He told him, then suffer the punishment according to the tower's policy.
Mino thought he must be wondering how I know about the policy. But he'll never know that the player system showed me everything. When I analyzed the supervisor's prophecy ability, he smiled slightly.
And set a condition with Greiker. I think information about a hidden location or key that opens such a space would be sufficient.
Riker trembled, inking, I feel like he's holding me in the palm of his hand.
He sighed and decided internally, I have no choice.
This is still better than being reported for violating the rules. Greiker took out an old scroll and said, I never thought I would give this to you.
Minion snatched the map from his hand.
He turned and walked away. Thinking good.
The Floor 0 administrator also gave me a map and a key to Ozone's treasure chest. So a reward like this doesn't violate the rules.
Ryer looked at him and said, I can't tell you what it's used for.
Minion nodded, remembering the guy on Floor 0 also didn't tell me what the ozone fragment was for, but it doesn't matter because I have the Eye of Truth. A notification appeared about Fiancé's document, a legendary item classified as miscellaneous with a durability of 25.
Its location is at the Ancient Gods Temple on the 9th floor.
The user must decipher the code on the document to solve the temple secret. Mention thought to himself, excellent.
I can use it at the Temple of Suffering on the 9th floor. Riker said miserably, I never could have imagined being tricked by a survival challenger like you.
Minion gave a faint smile and said, I could make things much worse for you if you'd like. The man replied dejectedly, no, thank you.
The more I talk to you, the more I feel like I'm the loser in the steal.
Chin thought with disappointment.
What a pity. I was hoping to squeeze out a little more.
You will truly regret giving this to me, Administrator.
Menchin waved his hand and said, a promise is a promise, so the deal is done.
Greer sighed and said, goodbye. It was terrible meeting you, and I hope we never meet again.
Mron walked away.
The system announced that the Tower of Suffering mission on the 4th floor was completed with a reward of 10,000 points. Menchan walked up the stairs and the system confirmed, you have been detected. Entering the 5th floor of the Tower of Suffering, he looked at the scene before him and froze.
What is happening?
He looked at the towering skyscraper in front of him and wondered.
He asked, why is there a Tower of Tribulations here? Did I say I was going back to Earth?
He recalled, no, that wasn't the option I chose.
Plus, the concentration of mana in the air here is twice that of Earth. This is an Earth.
Mron stood on a tall tower made of white marble. He looked down at the medieval-style residential area.
The system provided information.
Every 5 floors of the tower are connected to a large-scale residential area called the Hanging Gardens.
Minchin concluded to himself, I see. So, the next survival trial doesn't start immediately. A group of people appeared behind him.
Minchin turned his head cautiously.
He looked at the approaching crowd and wondered, are those other survival challengers? A dog dressed in human clothes? Was constantly adjusting its black sunglasses. Minchin wondered to himself, but what's with the sunglasses? Is that a trend here or something?
The system notifications suddenly became chaotic.
Mencho realized, a stream of magic is flowing through me.
A system panel announced, Survival Challenger Jesus has used Scouter on you. He thought, those guys are trying to steal my information without my consent.
He angrily clenched his fist and wondered, should I kill them right now?
Minion told himself, no, I just got to the 5th floor, so I need to see how things are.
I'll hide my true power by suppressing it.
A system panel appeared over all Assessment B. One person in the crowd commented, this new guy is also terrible. The one with a dog's head and a man's body said, I don't even understand how he made it this far with stats like that.
One person in the crowd froze. Someone called out, is that Mr. McCann?
Then Suni stepped forward.
Menchan immediately recognized him. Agent and Suni from the Hunter Association. He exclaimed, I knew it.
Men said, I didn't know you were climbing the tower. He scratched his head and replied, I'm honored that you still remember me.
He wondered, I think those guys just scanned me with magic. Is this common here? Suni explained.
They're assessing the stats of new survival challengers who reach the 5th floor to recruit allies.
Menon added, I noticed they are all wearing sunglasses.
He replied, yes, it's an item called the Scouter. It allows you to assess others' abilities.
As you can see, there are many interesting items in the tower. Menchan gritted his teeth in annoyance and muttered.
I don't like that, Suni said. Although it has been a bit overused lately. That's because there was an unexpected surprise in the tower, Minion asked in surprise.
An unexpected surprise? He explained.
Everything was turned upside down since an extremely strong rookie appeared. He continued, he seems to have broken the record of the 7 emperors in the tutorial survival trial.
Froze. Suni continued, defeating the hidden boss alone on the 1st floor. Menchan thought, wait a minute.
Suni added, and collected all the gems of the deep sea on the 2nd floor and
court time. Menron was secretly astonished. Wait, it can't be.
Suni smiled cheerfully and said, so, everyone is very eager to recruit the rookie.
He froze. He looked at Menron and wondered, what's wrong?
Menchan covered his mouth pale and realized to himself, I think he's talking about me. A moment later, Nshin walked along, thinking, because in Sun, he reached the 5th floor before me. We decided to let him show me around since we met by chance. At the tea house, they both sat at a table.
Minion wondered. They don't use money here.
Son, he explained in the tower, points are used as currency.
He smiled and said, there are a lot of new and interesting things, right? Menchen took a sip of tea and replied, yeah, it's like stepping into another world. Suni suddenly asked, causing McCann to choke on his tea. How did you pass the trial on floor 0? He coughed and shouted in alarm. What? What do you mean? Suni calmly used a handkerchief to wipe the tea from his face and said,
no need to be so surprised.
He continued. The floor 0 trial is something everyone has to go through. Minion wiped his mouth, thinking to himself, damn it, he's clearly asking me on purpose.
The floor 0 trial could be passed whether you won or lost against the monster.
He questioned. When did you figure it out? Suni said,
I guessed it when I saw that the number 1 ranker of 0 was John Mintron.
He continued. Based on that reaction, you must have broken the record.
Jin held his head and lamented to himself.
I was fooled by his appearance. He frowned and said, be a proper guide or don't blame me. Suni smiled and said, of course. Mhan thought angrily, you'll pay for provoking me.
Later, inside a room, Suni took out a blue sphere and said, I'll tell you about the hanging garden.
Menchran looked at the sphere in his hand and wondered, what is that?
A failure sphere.
Suni explained, it's a map. Menchan looked at the sphere turning into a 3D image of the area. And asked, a hologram? He replied, that's right.
He began, first, the hanging garden is divided into 4 areas.
Please look at the hologram as I explain.
North is the community area, east is the residential area, south is the commercial district, and west is the forging area.
Mention remarked. The city is quite large.
Suni replied, yes, the population here is about 100,000 people.
Mention asked in astonishment, 100,000? That many? Did they give up on climbing the tower? Sunide, it seems a lot of explanation is needed.
He took out a stone and said, in short, that's not the case.
This is an item called a return stone.
He continued, when they feel they can't pass a stage, they can use it to return to the 5th floor. Each stone costs 10,000 points, but it's cheap compared to saving your life. And you will also be given an option to return to the 5th floor whenever you pass a new floor because this place has become a base. The population has also increased.
Men wondered, what is the community area?
Saying he looked at the densely populated northern residential area on the map and said, it's an organization formed by challengers who have gathered together similar to guilds on Earth. He said the largest community is led by the 7 emperors.
Suni explained they are the strongest among the current challengers.
The only thing they want is to climb to the top of the tower. Although their progress is very slow right now because they are busy competing with each other. He said that communities will try to recruit strong new rookies who have just reached the 5th floor like you, to expand their forces.
Jin pondered, since I don't intend to join any community. It doesn't matter. He wondered, are you also waiting to recruit me because you heard news from the community? Suni smiled and said, my community belongs to the association.
I was assigned to gather teammates within the association.
So I waited here. He said, what a coincidence. He replied, yeah, that's right.
As they left the tea house, Sanghi handed the sphere to Man and said, please take this.
It's the hologram map I just showed.
You consider it a gift for our faithful meeting. Menchan took the sphere and looked at it silently in his hand. Seeing that Suni had turned to leave, he asked, why are you being so nice to me?
He replied, because you were the one who made me determined. Mran froze. Sanghi smiled and said, I'm climbing the tower thanks to you. Being this nice to you is nothing. Menchin was surprised and thought back. What? Isn't this only the second time we've met? Then Suni walked away. Jin sighed and thought, well, maybe even a brief encounter is fate.
He remarked to himself, but when I first started climbing the tower, I didn't care about the rankings.
That was a mistake. Mensch pondered.
I didn't think that achievements and rankings would be publicly announced every year. He thought I didn't expect that it would draw so much attention to me. He used a skill and walked away, telling himself, anyway, when I heard about the 5th floor just now, Mention recalled, he mentioned there are blacksmiths here. The system panel appeared.
West forging area of the Hanging Garden. McCann smiled and muttered, looks like I'm in the right place. The fire in the forge burned brightly.
The sounds of hammers and metal echoed through the area.
Menchon observed his surroundings, thinking, there are blacksmiths everywhere here. Although the scale is smaller, it reminds me of the armory in Pandemonium.
He mused, maybe there's a blacksmith here skilled enough to engrave the cloak that Joe Mungon made. According to what Matten said, it has to be a master craftsman, at least on the level of a meister. Minion glanced up, thinking, in a situation like this, he looked at the tall, luxurious-looking building, and wondered.
It's best to go to the most high-end place, right? He muttered.
They've practically built a whole shopping center here.
Then Sean stepped inside.
A dwarf employee warmly welcomed him.
Hello. He looked at Minion and silently assessed him. What's with this customer? He doesn't look like anything special. He asked, how can I help you, sir?
Minion said, I want to have an item engraved.
He asked, have a Meister-level artist in here? The employee amused. Is this earthling testing me? He wondered, oh, do you belong to any community? Menchon replied, no.
The employee wrote something on a piece of paper with a pen.
He thought, it seems he's just an ordinary challenger. The employee said, we are not accepting requests at the moment because we are overloaded. You can fill out a request form in case we take more.
Menchon took the paper and remarked, he's not being respectful at all. Even the request form is carelessly handwritten.
Menchon suddenly asked, hey, dwarf, what's your name? The boy replied, I'm Aiton Hamadon.
He stared blankly with wide eyes. Menon took out the snakeskin and said, this is the item I need engraved.
Atan exclaimed in astonishment, that's. Then he put the skin away.
McCann said, well, if you can't do it here, I'll have to go somewhere else. Atan shouted, sir, please wait a moment.
Menchon turned his head and said coldly at. Ha!
I'll remember you, he thought to himself. I don't want to entrust a precious item to someone who can see it, but can't distinguish its importance. He smirked at himself.
That guy must be trembling now. I'm also curious to see what he'll do next. Men stepped outside and walked away, thinking about it. There must be more than one Meister artisan here. Of course, if there really is no one else, I can always go back to the Dark Forge. Maybe they'll treat me with respect then. He looked around and silently assessed, glancing around here.
The standard of the other forges is also quite high.
Even the quality of the items displayed on the street would be hard to find on Earth.
Men walked on, thinking, but finding a truly skilled artisan is not easy at all.
I've seen many Miter-level craftsmen, but I haven't seen anyone at the Meister level yet.
Mensch stopped in his tracks as he passed a small forge. Search. He turned his head to look inside and mused.
The sound of the hammer here is so steady. A rundown forge in the corner is making that sound.
He silently observed.
The weapons displayed outside the door aren't very impressive either.
A notification panel appeared with information about a sword with fairly high stats. Used for destroying weapons, but its function was limited due to lack of maintenance. Mention wondered, this was originally the highest quality item among the unique items, but its function is limited.
Amused. Lack of maintenance? No. Is that the artisan intentionally lowered its function? He drew back the curtain and stepped inside, wondering to himself, who on earth did this?
The man with bright red skin stopped hammering when Ron entered.
He asked, who's there? Mran replied, I've come to place a request. He secretly realized, first of all, he's a blacksmith. He placed his hand on his chin and muttered. A request, huh? He said, please wait a moment. The information panel appeared. He was Han Toja, Vulcan race with hidden Meister trait. Mention remarked, not just a Vulcan blacksmith. He's also a Meister at Haken's forge. As he wiped his sweat, he said, you placed an order after looking at the items displayed in front of my shop, right? Your eye for things is terrible. Men rubbed the back of his neck, thinking, I don't think someone at the Meister level should say that. I don't know why he did it, but he must have his reasons. Han pondered for a moment and then continued. I won't be responsible if you're not satisfied with the finished product. He suddenly froze. Haka stared at the skin that Menchen had placed on the table. He exclaimed in astonishment, wait, where did you get that? Men replied, I'm under no obligation to tell you. Han lifted the skin and asked. This cloak is almost complete. What do you want me to do with it? He said, this is an artifact that can only be completed with an inscription. I want you to do the inscription work for it. Minions silently observed Han. He's hesitating. After all, this material is something any blacksmith would dream of touching. Let me push him a bit. He took back the skin and said, if you're not confident, just refuse. I'll go somewhere else. Like the blacksmith's forge. Han froze. No. He flusteredly stopped him. I'll do it. Why did you change your mind so quickly? Mention smiled, thinking. All right. Hawkins said. Oh, you'll have to pay for the materials used for the inscription. He asked. How much? He announced. 100,000 points. I've excluded labor cost. This is just for the materials. Mention silently assessed. That's cheap, especially when it's being done by a Meister. The system displayed, you have transferred 100,000 points to Han Totoja. Menon and Han shook hands. He handed the skin to Han. He smiled and asked, no hesitation over such a large sum of points? Well, then consider the deal official. Rest assured, I'll do my best. Come back in a day. He introduced himself. My name is Han. You can just call me Han. He replied, very well. I'm John Mention. He stepped out of the shop and said, then I'll be back tomorrow. Han suddenly froze. He said, hey, you look like a rookie who just arrived on the 5th floor recently. Menon wondered, is it that obvious? Han pointed towards the person hiding behind the window and warned, I'm just letting you know. There are a lot of troublemakers around here. Menon was secretly surprised. Who is it? He smiled as he walked away and reassured him. I can take care of myself. Don't worry, he thought. He has a cute side to him, huh? Menchon said, thank you for worrying about me. Han immediately denied it. I wasn't worried about you or anything. After leaving the forage, Menchon walked alone on the street. He walked into a deserted area and stopped. Menchon glanced at the person hiding and ordered, come out. Atan stepped out. He praised Menron. You have a pretty good eye, rookie. He looked up and asked, your name is Aten Hand, right? He mused. I thought something would definitely happen after I showed him the Jormander cloak. Is he following me? Atan said sarcastically, you have a good memory. From within the alley, 2 figures were hiding, waiting for Atan's command. Menchon smiled and said, what a coincidence meeting in an alley, huh? Atan retorted, do you really think this is a coincidence? Menchon drew his daggers and smiled. I know. I'm not that stupid. He threw the daggers, sending them flying towards the assassins. One pierced straight through the black-haired man's stomach.
The other daggers quickly eliminated the remaining men, but a few managed to dodge.
Adin shouted in astonishment.
Wait, what did you just do?
Menon said calmly.
I intended to finish them all with the first strike, but this group reacted faster than I thought.
I think only 3 died.
One gritted his teeth and cursed at you bastard.
You said he was a rookie.
Mention sensed that 5 of them had managed to avoid a fatal blow.
Some others even used their weapons to block the attack.
The remaining assassins came out of hiding one by one.
Mention calculated. There are about 20 of them, including the injured.
When I showed him the cloak, I thought he clenched his fist and muttered.
If something like this happens, it would be fun.
He smiled to himself.
Now I can deal with him myself. Elsewhere, someone was watching Mention on his screen. He asked, "Hey Bayruth, what are the stats on that rookie?" Bayruth grabbed his glasses and replied, "According to the scanner, it's round me to B+." The man pondered. One of them called Mention, "Hey, you arrogant thing."
The vice captain of the Wild Wolves community, crow holding to short blades, stepped forward and asked, "How dare you do that knowing we are the Wild Wolves?"
He wondered to himself. What's that?
He wondered, a famous community had suddenly screamed.
Zero Odin must get his cloak. The man got angry.
Hector, shut up, you dwarf.
To think someone who can provoke us like this is a rookie. He ordered everyone attack. Hold him down before he throws anything else. Minion stood calmly.
He observed and assessed the hunters.
Their average stats are around A to A+. Most of them are about the same or slightly weaker than in Sunni.
He drew his sword and told himself, I need to be more careful next time I fight against challengers.
Chin said coldly, now I'm serious, too.
Then he swung his sword, wounding a series of warriors.
At jaw dropped as he exclaimed, "What?" He looked at Mran, who was still standing peacefully in front of him, and wondered.
A rookie crushed them all. Zero's entire body was covered in a bright red liquid.
He clutched his severed left arm and roared, "A monster." He remembered, I used all my aura and still couldn't escape the fatal blow. He was clearly only B rank. Who the hell is he? Mention walked up to him and said, calling an unranked person from Earth a monster. That's a bit disrespectful, Serial Odin asked in astonishment. What the hell? You're unranked.
He collapsed to the ground. Mention said coldly.
Thanks to you guys. I remembered what it feels like to fight against a crowd.
He raised his sword and smiled.
Thank you for being my stepping stone. With that, a scream of agony rang out.
A moment later, Xinyan muttered.
The only thing left to do is Atan ran away, inking. I have to run. I have to get out of here now. Menchan leaped onto the building where he was escaping.
At froze, his entire body stiff as if being controlled by someone. Menchan used the hand of Atlas and gravity gripped Atan's head.
He gave a slight smile and said, we still have unfinished business. Mensch gave a slight smile and ordered, the wild wolves aren't just this, right? Take me to them.
He agreed in terror.
Oh, okay. He threatened, if you dare to do anything stupid, you will face the consequences. At the community area. Atan stammered. This is. He pointed at a building and said, the Wild Wolves community headquarters. Mencham praised him. Well done.
He fumbled in his pocket and said shakily, then if you'll excuse me, I'll be going.
He suddenly said, once you make a promise, you have to keep it at.
And coughed up a mouthful of syrup. He looked in fear as his chest was pierced by a sword.
He stammered, why did you do that? He pulled out the sword and replied, I told you if you do something stupid, you have to face the consequences, right? Then he said, come out. I know you're there. A sound echoed. You've got guts, rookie.
A female elf with black hair said contemptuously, to be so bold and arrogant.
Menchin looked at the woman and wondered, aren't you the captain of the wild wolves?
The woman replied, you guessed correctly.
Menchin asked, what did you do with Zero OD?
He replied, I killed him.
She said, thanks to you.
The position of vice captain of our community is now vacant.
Menchin gave a slight smile and replied, that's truly terrible. My condolences. The captain suddenly said, you defeated Zero Odin, right? I like that you have skills and can think of harming yourself like that.
A chivalrous person around her now were figures in black robes. She suggested, if you join as the vice captain, I will forgive you for everything you've done.
She continued, isn't this a beneficial offer for you?
Menchin looked at her and thought, she says it as if it's a matter of course while she has gathered all her members here.
He said sarcastically, how can a dragon's head be attached to a snake's tail? The captain smiled.
She clapped her hands and ordered, then said, it seems the rookie needs to be taught a harsh lesson.
Hidden weapons flew towards Menchin.
He stood calmly in place.
The system displayed protective energy enhanced. He silently assessed.
Attacks without any key in them are nothing to me. Mran suddenly said, come out. He extended his hand and a space gate appeared behind him.
Knight stepped out of the gate. Chin ordered, Knight, you are now the leader. Lead the immortal warriors and defeat all of them.
Then the knight charged towards the wild wolves and replied, understood, master. The knight said disdainfully, you insects, don't even dream of standing in the way of our supreme one. The soldiers accompanying the knight immediately eliminated the mercenaries, startling their captain. Menchin suddenly appeared in front of her.
He swung his sword up. He smirked and said, hey, pointy ears, we need to talk, right? No.
The captain gritted her teeth in anger.
The system displayed darkness point.
The captain controlled rays of darkness. She screamed, you're acting too insolent for a rookie.
Minion quickly blocked her attacks.
He silently assessed, all these attacks are physical in form. He swung a strike forward. She quickly jumped up high to dodge it. Menchan exclaimed, thinking, you can control monsters at will.
Not bad.
She gritted her teeth.
Your power.
She shouted angrily.
Are you a challenger from Mood? Shan smirked and replied, not at all. I'm from Earth.
In front of him, a black demon face suddenly appeared, emitting the captain's voice, Earth, stop lying.
The system displayed, release dark spirit.
Menchin threw out the black star-horned spear of the one-horned beast. He swung the spear, destroying the evil spirits flying around him, and said, keep throwing these small things.
The captain laughed.
Suddenly, a head lunged forward to swallow Mran.
She shouted, head of Megasit. She laughed loudly in satisfaction. Finally, I've got you.
She gritted her teeth and muttered, I'll make you pay for all the trouble you've caused me.
Ha!
From inside the monster's head, one of its jaws swelled up and Shin's voice came out.
This is actually a pretty good idea. He would shatter the monster's head and escape.
The backlash caused the captain to scream in pain.
Minion smiled and asked, is that a side effect of me breaking your magic? He thought, but I wasn't even affected in any way. He mused. The Dark Primal Armor, a transcendent great equipment, is truly on another level.
I didn't even use the enhanced protective energy, and I didn't take much damage. The captain gritted her teeth in hatred.
You!
She raised her hand, creating an energy sphere. She shouted, what a foolish rookie.
Menchan thought to himself as he dodged her attacks. Something like magic bullets. I can just charge forward without worrying about them.
He appeared before the astonished captain. Menchan swung his sword and said, it's time to end this. She ran away muttering, no, it can't be like this.
The next day, Nchin went to the forge and asked Hoan, are you ready for the engraving?
He said, you've come at just the right time.
Hawker remarked, "The smell of blood on you is really strong." Minion sniffed his sleeve and recounted, "Yesterday, I was busy dealing with those fools. Those cowards thought they could team up and attack me.
He mused to ensure nothing can bite me again in the future.
I killed all the wild wolves.
It took me a whole day to deal with those who escaped.
Battle.
It's best to take care of anyone with a grudge because they exposed their true nature to me before. So, one of us had to fall before things ended."
At this moment, Hawkins said, "when you drop a drop of blood here, the engraving process will be complete."
Shan said, "Thank you for your hard work." He replied, "Don't say such polite words.
I've learned a lot from doing this."
Manhwa took a dagger and made a small cut on his finger. He held his finger towards the skin and muttered, "One drop of blood." As the red liquid dripped onto the silver-white snakeskin, the system displayed, "The inscription magic circle is reacting to your energy." The skin gradually turned a silvery black-gray color.
The system displayed again, "Your profile is being engraved into the Jorm under cloak."
Shan put on the snakeskin, which had transformed into a long coat.
He exclaimed finally.
He read the properties, channel, and silently remarked,
"Ono has incredible physical defense and complete immunity to poison.
The skills are also really powerful." Mran thought of the snake Jormungandr and thought as expected of a transcendent level.
"I will not forget your love for me."
Hawkins said, "If you have any more rare materials, come find me anytime."
Mran replied, "Of course I will. Who else could I entrust this to but you?" A moment later.
Outside the forge, Minchin muttered,
"All right."
He fumbled in his bag and calculated.
"I guess I only have one last thing to do on the 5th floor." Mran mused.
"I remember I still have the things I bought from the Chinho Gate and the auction house."
He muttered. "HMP the fragments. I have a total of 5. Mensch pulled out a long key.
The system displayed a notification.
"You could enter the hidden stage on the 5th floor." He was surprised and wondered. Could it have linked itself automatically? Did it automatically complete when I entered the 5th floor? He recalled.
This tower's exclusive item is something that even Matin couldn't figure out its use, but it actually appeared on Earth.
What a coincidence, Minion muttered while spinning the key. Well, anyway, it's not something I can figure out right away. He decided, well, then. Let's do this right now.
The gate immediately opened.
Minion was surprised and laughed.
Elsewhere at a desk, a woman complained.
"I don't like it." The man retorted. "How would I know what you don't like if you don't tell me?"
The girl with fox ears and white hair said.
"I'm talking about the 7 great guilds working together. That's unavoidable.
After all, we're balanced in terms of power."
"One of the 7 great guilds at Choke," Vice Captain Miho said.
"Well, we're only called one of the 7 great communities, but we're ranked last." The man beside her nervously tried to stop her.
"Vice Captain, don't let anyone hear this." She questioned. "Did I say something wrong?" Miho rested her chin in her hand and said,
"That's why I'm here on the 5th floor instead of the 45th, to scout for new talent."
"By the way, who are the outstanding rookies right now?" The aide said.
"The most famous is probably Gate God.
He's currently challenging the 8th floor trial and might be on par with the Emperor level."
Miho asked, "But he's from the dragon race. The dragons will probably choose him."
"Are there any other rookies?"
The aide handed over Menchin's resume and replied, "There's a rookie who just won first place in the recent Floor Zero trial."
Miho exclaimed in astonishment. "What? We need to quickly lure him in."
"I mean, we need to recruit him quickly."
The aide smiled and announced, "He's still in the process of a tower trial." Miho wondered, "Oh, is that so? What's his name? Does no one know him?" The aide replied, "His name is John Menchon. Please read the report." She wondered again, could he be from the Martial continent?
She smiled and said, "As soon as I find him, I'll hug him tightly and bring him into a choke." The aide was speechless, thinking to himself, I think sometimes she loves herself
too much.
The aide suddenly said, "Oh, thinking back, I heard there was an unranked challenger who single-handedly defeated the Wild Wolf Guild."
Miho asked in surprise, "Wild wolf? Are you sure it's not because they're as weak as snails?"
The subordinate said, "They have a total of 80 members.
The guild captain is just slightly below S rank." Miho frowned and replied, "Is that so?" She suddenly wondered, anyway, why hasn't John Mention reached any floor yet? The aide replied, "I'm not sure about the details."
Iho licked the corner of her lips and ordered to noteworthy rookies appearing at the same time. For now, focus on quickly getting information on John Minion and the location of the new soldier who fought with that whatever guild. It's been a long time, but there might still be a chance to get such praise from the captain. On Minion's side, the system displayed, "You have entered the location of the Sand Pages test." He looked at the gold-plated Greek temple and was secretly surprised.
An ancient temple. He observed his surroundings, thinking, that pattern looks like the infinite loop constellation. Could there be a connection between the two?
He stepped into the temple, muttering, "Anyway, for now." He stood before a stele carved with ancient patterns. The system announced, "Trail Tower Floor 5 submission sample." It required him to decipher the pattern on the stone tablet within 60 minutes to pass the trial.
Mention whispered.
"It seems they've prepared something interesting," he mused, deciphering this intricate magic pattern. "Although the situation was a bit different before, I have deciphered a similar pattern once," he recalled.
The dimensional storage of the interstellar planet was similar to this.
Ron stretched and thought, it won't be too difficult to decipher this pattern either.
He placed his hand on the stele and asked, "How many minutes is the time limit?"
The stone tablet lit up, he said confidently. "But I'll finish it in just 10 minutes.
The magic circle on the tablet flared up. The system announced, "Congratulations, you have passed chance test. Time remaining, 11 minutes and 25 seconds. Minion cracked his knuckles and pondered.
"I wanted to finish this within 10 minutes, but it seems I've gotten a bit rusty. I think I might have focused too much on increasing my internal energy, so it's harder to control my energy as precisely as before. It seems I need to pay more attention to controlling my primal chaos energy from now on." The system announced, "You have been granted 100,000 points into the infinite space."
Menchon raised his hand. Streams of energy emitting from it. Menchon wondered, infinite space? Like an exclusive domain just for me?
Information panel appeared, indicating that a multi-dimensional storage was granted to him as a reward.
When you think of a stored item, it will appear immediately. Minion pondered. If the weight limit is 1000 kg, isn't that double the size of the bag Muthun gave me? It's much better because I can store more things and don't have to carry anything. Minion smiled and muttered.
"I'll use the 100,000 points I just received to level up." The system displayed, "Infinite Space Level 1 increased to Level 2, increased to 2000 kg. A flash of light appeared.
Mention froze. "Ha!"
The stone tablet emitted a pale blue light. He was surprised.
He muttered, "Wait, wasn't that the end of this test?" He wondered, is there something carved on the tombstone? I've never seen these characters before. Are they ancient script?
The system announced, "You cannot decipher the text because your level is not high enough."
Men reached out his hand and muttered, "I can't decipher it." Is it at such a high level? If I can't decipher it right now, then I'll just have to take it with me.
The system displayed, "Please enter the correct item type," Shan whispered.
I guess I can't take it with me because it's part of the mission. He glanced up and muttered.
"If I can't take it with me," Shan raised his hand. His aura formed into a small blade on his finger. He aimed at the stone tablet and swung his hand, slashing at it.
The stealth flashed slightly and then remained intact, absorbing all the aura from the blade. Menchon created a scroll. He worked. Then I'll just copy the text. I'll definitely be able to decipher this one day. He mused. I finished the engraving on Joan Gander's cloak and also obtained ancient text that I haven't deciphered yet. Menchon stepped out of the temple and whispered. I really have, he told himself. I've gained a lot on the 5th floor. He mused. I wanted to challenge the 5th floor immediately. But I don't have much time to do so. Men recalled. The real hardship begins from the 5th floor onwards. The test will become much larger and the difficulty will increase significantly. So it usually takes at least half a year. He pondered right now. I have to pay attention to the movements of the Black Domain Guild and the Angels. I don't have time to reorganize the tower. He smiled faintly, thinking. I have to protect what's mine. I can't let Elysium and Bendermonium cause chaos in my territory. I will return right now. A system notification appeared. You are now returning to your world on Earth. Minion recalled. It's been a week since I returned from the tower. Jin meditated, thinking to himself. VD and Taniel have updated me on what's been going on. Bendermonium. The Black Domain Guild, a massive dark family from China, is secretly making moves to ensure they can establish a foothold in Korea. Minion mused. Elysium is gathering items for some kind of ritual. They had to postpone their ritual schedule because they ran into supply issues with Midzio and OG Chakem. Jin frowned, thinking, while there haven't been any major moves from either side yet, he stood up and exclaimed to himself. I'm gradually getting used to detecting the flow of energy. It's great that I can increase my chaotic power just by breathing. After obtaining the Infinite Link constellation, he stood up and stretched. He looked at the phoenix standing before him. Menchon contemplated. I have taught them the sword techniques of the AAS. The techniques focus on even the purple nether divine art. The notification board showed that it is one of the cultivation techniques only passed down to the disciples of the Manta sect. He watched the phoenix perform the technique and thought the ultimate martial art of the Manta sect. The purple nether divine art for the who have the light attribute. It works very well with the purple nether divine art which possesses extreme yang energy. Minchin muttered, I'm glad I taught them the martial arts of the Misa sect. They are truly exceptional disciples. They don't even slack off during training. He thought, if they train a little more, I can use them in real battles. His phone vibrated. Menchon was surprised. Huh, Ellie? He answered the phone and said, Hey, what's up? Ellie's voice came from the phone. Hunter Minion, where are you right now? She picked up a stack of documents, looking at them as she explained, we just received an emergency S-rank gate raid request. An S-rank gate? Minchin wondered. S-rank? What's so special about it? Ellie exclaimed, this is a gate that hasn't been announced to the media yet. Minion paused. She continued, and they specifically requested you? Minion wondered, requested me? A few days later, a group of people was gathered in front of the S-rank gate. Menchon walked over and said, I didn't expect us to meet like this. The red-haired woman was from the Divine Power Guild, G.A. John. She replied with a contemptuous smile indeed. It would have been great if we met under better circumstances. Menchon recalled, Lai told me something before I came here. He remembered Ellie's words. If an S-rank gate appeared all over the internet right now, I'm not sure why they would specifically request you from the start. Menchon spoke up. I'd like to hear the tales first. Jean rubbed her neck and replied, 2 of our guild's attack teams entered an S-rank gate, and it reached a state where it needed to be destroyed, and its rank rose to S rank. She continued, yes, that's how it happened. Jean looked towards the Crimson Space Gate and then said, it became a gate that must be destroyed. That's right. It became a death zone where one can only escape by destroying the gate after entering.
Jean added, furthermore, the maximum number of hunters that can enter is 5. Our main attack team is currently raiding another gate, so we can't send reinforcements inside.
Minchin thought for a moment and then asked, "It sounds pretty dangerous. Are you sure you can bring a rookie like me in there?"
Jean smirked and said, "A rookie?" She suddenly said, "The Garangchong Gate.
This gate is just as dangerous as that one. I only bring people I trust.
Just looking at the records of the Gurong and Chong Gate gives me enough reason to hire you." Mention was secretly surprised.
How did she find out that I cleared in a rank gate by myself? He commented, "Your intuition is sharp."
Jean smiled and replied, "Thanks for the compliment, but I'd rather hear your answer on this matter." Minion smirked, thinking, I had the answer from the very beginning. He replied, "All right, I'll go in."
The two shook hands.
Jean said, "I'll be counting on you for this trip."
Minion replied,
"Me too."
He thought to himself, "It's an S-rank gate after all. There's no reason for me to refuse."
Inside the gate, there were trees everywhere.
Damn it.
The two people with Jean were screaming in panic.
Something monstrous attacked them.
Both of them fell in front of me. He looked up slightly surprised.
3 dinosaurs were chasing and attacking them. One of them shouted, "It's a tyrant dragon."
Another one screamed, 3 at once.
S-rank gates are on another level. Mention smirked, thinking that's my prey. Tired dragons.
Their fangs are sharper than swords and each is about 1 meter long.
With the immense mana covering its entire body, it's difficult for normal attacks to even leave a scratch. It's an ancient monster species on par with mythological beasts.
It opened its mouth and let out a sky-tearing roar.
Tyrant dragon, strength found.
Everyone who saw it was stunned.
3 tyrant dragons. An S-rank gate is truly on a whole different level.
Jean stood by observing everything. Minion gave a mysterious smile.
"Hey, there's no need for you to waste your energy right now. Those monsters are my prey."
This surprised her.
"Ha!"
He announced it with such confidence, stunning many who tried to dissuade him.
"Young man, what are you doing? A giant monster like that is much stronger than a normal monster. We have to work together to take it down." He thought to himself, not really. That's just how the weak fight. His entire body exuded a dominant aura.
In his hands were 2 swords, the Black Star Azure Dragon Blade, and the Black Star Emperor Sword.
This was the dual-wielding swap skill. He was ready. "Let's begin," Minion thought smugly.
Thanks to a week of insane training, I can now use a different skill in
each hand.
He gave an order, lead the rest and take care of the other 2.
Receiving the command, the Dark Knights he had summoned immediately complied, "Yes, Master."
Then he leaped forward with incredible speed. The tyrant dragon immediately charged at him.
The Dark Knights spoke fiercely.
"The Lord has spoken, kill them."
He used teleportation, making them stop in confusion to search for him.
Chin activated his super sense skill, calculating internally. "They're far stronger than the giants I met in the Tower of Trials.
I can't fight them head on." He quickly jumped high into the air, constantly analyzing.
"But if I can see through all their movements with super sense, dodging their attacks will be a piece of cake." His eyes lit up with excitement.
The fight with FIA is also coming in handy right now.
He struck Scorching Fire.
This will sting a little.
Her. He slipped behind the monster's back. Jean and her teammates were frozen in place as they witnessed the scene.
Holy crap! Are you kidding me? He's really facing a tyrant dragon alone. They discussed amongst themselves. And what are those summoned beasts? I've never seen anything like them.
But she just stood there stunned and could do nothing herself. I can't believe he's handling that monster without our help.
She assessed him internally. Even a hunter like Ain can't overwhelm a tyrant dragon.
If he can do this, he must be at least an S-rank hunter.
She couldn't stop questioning. He's not just physically strong.
How can he dodge attacks at such close range and counter so accurately?
And what in the world are those summoned beasts?
The fight isn't exactly one-sided, but he's gradually pushing the dinosaur back. Watching the monster gradually being defeated, she became certain that what people said about him at the Enchan East Gate, a huge explosion occurred, was not an exaggeration at all.
She plotted.
I must maintain a partnership with him.
Just how much stronger can he get?
After annihilating the monsters, he was satisfied with the result.
The knights were restored. He calculated. We won the first battle against the tyrant dragons without much difficulty.
A few of the undying warriors fell but were revived by soul steel.
Mention expressed. I'm also happy because I earn a lot of EXP.
But the Mansusan Gate is different from the report I received.
I didn't expect the area to have expanded.
He used his super sense to survey the situation. Even when I focus my chaotic power into my eyes, I can't see the end of this gate. That means this place is nearly 11 km wide, a medium-sized gate or larger.
Monster corpses were piled up.
He walked while thinking, I might not be able to finish this raid quickly. Back at the campsite, Jean and her team were in discussion.
She asked Sansu, "Have you grasped the details of this gate yet?"
He replied, "I have," she said.
"Then begin your report."
He reported. It's about 15 km wide and has behemoth-class monsters like the Tyrant Dragon, White Centaurs, and Black Pteranordons.
Minion listened intently, thinking.
We've only just entered the gate, yet he has already gathered that much information. He speculated the team she brought is probably just her second strongest team. The key members are stuck at another gate, which is why it's like this. Even so, they quickly scouted and gathered information. They even analyzed strengths and weaknesses and used special equipment to counter them.
This is true professionalism. I have to learn from that.
After the discussion, she said tiredly, "We'll have to explore slowly." Suddenly, he suggested, "I think I can solve that for you." Which surprised her.
"What?"
"You can," Minion said confidently. "I have a trump card up my sleeve and thought as a bonus for hiring me for this job. I'll throw in a free service. I have some useful guys for this situation." The system panel appeared by using the Legion of Light.
"You have summoned the Ahazas."
The warriors greeted him.
"Master, we the Ahazas pledge our loyalty to you."
The group began to stir.
"Our time has come.
The master needs our strength. Please give us your command.
We will carry it out even at the cost of our lives."
Seeing their reaction surprised him. "A little, I guess I left them in the training ground for too long," Finette said excitedly. "Oh, master, I can feel the power surging through my body."
The system announced, the power of holy fire has entered Phoenix's body.
The power of a being who controls light has been enhanced.
Seeing the whole group wildly unleashing their power, he had to admit.
The holy fire really does make the Ahazas much stronger. Although it's a bit of a disadvantage not to use the holy fire on myself.
A 40% increase is definitely not a small number. He commanded there are hunters lost in the gate. Find them immediately.
Finette shot up into the sky responding,
"Yes, master." He looked at the light in the sky,
thinking to himself the purple energy. They've mastered the martial arts of the Mount Wask to a fairly high level, completely different from when I first summoned them. At that moment, looking at the documents on the table, Jean sighed and said, "I still find it hard to believe this entire area is 15 km wide and even has behemoth-class monsters." She worried, "I hope everyone is safe." Suddenly, Nshin pulled back the tent flap and called out, "Divine Power Guild."
She immediately asked, "Have you found the hunters?" He replied, "We've detected people 1 km from here." Hearing this, she said joyfully, "Really?"
Immediately, they rushed to the location.
"Let's go." He immediately asked, "Are there any monsters here?"
Fin Nip reported, "Now, master."
He instructed, "Stay safe. I'll be there soon." After arriving, he announced, "We're here. You can all come out now." 2 people hiding behind a bush peeked their heads out to check. Reinforcements. He came to help us. Seeing that help had arrived, they sighed in relief.
We're saved.
What a relief.
But at that moment, Minion realized and said something strange. The missing attack team had 30 people. One of the missing team members stepped forward to explain because the gate suddenly changed.
Everyone got separated. Hearing this, Jean pressed. "You don't know where the others are?"
Suddenly, he clutched his head, blaming himself.
"I don't know. I'm sorry." Seeing things, I'd come to this, he deduced. Things have gotten complicated.
Even if they were together, it would be very dangerous.
We have to find everyone. Minion used telepathy to communicate. Kappa report. Master. We've detected another group of humans. He immediately asked. Good. How many? He replied. 7. But their situation isn't looking good. He wondered why.
He observed the situation.
7 people. But the situation isn't good at all. There are both tyrant dragons and white centaurs around. I'm afraid they won't be able to hold out. He immediately gave an order. There's no other way. I want you to go to them and buy me some time. He accepted the order. Yes, sir. He calculated. Kappa is heading in the opposite direction of Finette with only 1 Ahazia. He might only be able to buy some time.
After relaying everything, he said, "That's the situation now."
Which made Jean even more anxious. We have to go save them immediately. He clarified. It's quite a long way and there are many monsters on the path.
But she was still adamant.
We have to go even if we have to risk breaking through.
The difficult problem now was the number of monsters blocking the path and the long distance.
Minion warned.
If we're careless, we could pull a whole horde of monsters towards us, making her hesitate.
Then what should we do? He offered a solution.
We need to pass through quietly, avoiding the monster's line of sight.
He proposed.
Actually, there is a way to do that and thought as if it was all planned. I have the perfect divine artifact for this situation.
Tyrant dragons and white beast kenzats.
Mention considered to save the other hunters.
I need to avoid these things. He weaved through dodging them.
And I have just the thing for this situation. He dashed forward and used the invisibility skill to move quickly and without being noticed.
I decided to use invisibility first.
Mention shows unlike potions, items, or spells that still leave strange traces despite being invisible.
Jormander's cloak can hide the body without leaving any residual energy.
He was confident. If I combine it with Shaolin martial arts, it will be even more perfect.
He pressed, "What's the situation, Kappa?"
He replied, "No casualties yet, master." Which surprised him really.
At that moment, a tyrant dragon was rampaging and attacking. The trapped people were struggling to hold on.
Steel wall, defensive fortress. They fought back with all their might. Earth spear, black tentacles.
A barrage of attacks aimed at the monster made it roar.
Various weapons were used to restrain it, bind it, hold it still.
The tyrant dragon continuously took damage.
Kappa, observing from above, said with a pale face, "No."
Witnessing its power, not. Took everyone down. He became frantic. I have to keep them alive. He gritted his teeth, blaming himself. I'm so useless. Cap roared and cursed at it. You bastard! Which attracted the monster's attention. He furiously channeled all his skills into one blow. Behold, this is the new power the master has bestowed upon me. He charged towards it. He relentlessly attacked while everyone helped each other up. Mention observed, wondering, who's that, an ally? The black-haired man replied. Not sure, but he looks very strong. Even so, he can't fight a tyrant dragon. Watching Kappa trying to fly away quickly to escape the monster's sharp things. He seemed to have run out of escape routes. Damn it, I got too close. And said his last words. I'm sorry, master. The system notification appeared. Kappa-Zia has been recalled due to critical injuries. Can be resummoned after 12 hours. Seeing this, he offered a few words of praise. It's all right, Kappa. You were very useful. You bought me some precious time. Mention arrived at the tyrant dragon's location. I made good use of that time. The people who were found after the battle exclaimed in shock. 2 were injured. But they're not dead yet. He grinned. Now it's time to hunt. After dealing with the monsters, he casually sat on top of them, thinking, I made it in time thanks to Kappa's efforts and took down the tyrant dragon without any problems. Afterwards, the other members of the raid party also joined up safely. The one who took a hit from the T-Rex was also treated. He summarized, it was all a success thanks to the Asia's quick contribution and my proactive use of invisibility. But it's not like the Holy Guild did nothing. Jean's group was also working hard to clear out the monster. She used her flame fist, dealing a fatal blow to the ancient dragon chaser's neck. It was also being restrained by the support members behind her. He silently judged. She definitely didn't become the guild master just because of her background. The hunters with her were also very strong. They even managed to trap a giant monster. He noticed something, and is that a monic cannon? They're proficient with rare equipment, too. He left with peace of mind. They can probably handle the surrounding area. The subsequent actions also went smoothly. The Aegis continued to fly around and report the locations of the survivors to me. They even volunteered to be decoys in desperate situations to buy more time. Thanks to them, I quickly gathered the second raid party and saved everyone without any casualties. Everything has been resolved. Jean bowed her head sincerely. We couldn't have done it without you, Mr. Zeon. Thank you. Seeing this, he modestly refused. It's only just begun. She replied cheerfully. Ah, that's right. But I think we should rest and regroup. We've rescued everyone, but that's just phase 1 of the plan to escape the gate. We have to defeat the final boss. She reviewed the situation. Moreover, there are still some severely injured hunters. So, we need to rest for at least a day. For now, we should. But he just looked at her without saying anything. Mention spoke up. Then, I'll continue on my own for now. Surprising her. Huh? Why? He made an excuse. Because I'm worried about the gate cracking, and I also need to find more information. Hearing this, she said with concern. Well, then don't overdo it. He replied, of course. And thought to himself. Actually, it's not just that. The behemoth-class monsters hidden in this gate. The look of trust in her eyes as she looked at him made him secretly happy. Are nothing but an experience point buffet. The surrounding trees were sliced through by a gust of wind. An ancient dragon was charging towards Minion. He thought to himself, an ancient dragon chaser. It charges even more fiercely than a black dragon. He immediately activated his super intuition. He leaped onto its back and unleashed a move, thunderclap sword style, launching sharp daggers to attack it.
He pulled the threads tight, restraining the monster, and made a comparison.
This is just like a bull fight. Menchen continuously created attacks.
Twin sword consecutive slashes with his twin dragon's sword and emperor's sword. He relentlessly slashed at the monster's body, causing it to cry out in pain.
It gradually weakened and was defeated.
The system displayed, "You have gained for 1% experience." He comfortably stretched his body. The experience points are increasing as fast as I expected.
He looked somewhat bored and said, "That's enough for a warm-up. Now it's time to get serious." Mensch said, "I summon you immediately." The Dark Knights and Ahijas appeared. Fed boat everyone was recalled during the rescue except for you, right, Phoenix?
He replied cheerfully.
That's right, Master. He assigned a task. Good, then go scout the area, he complied. Yes, Master, he said with an interested look. All right, let's begin. The hunt is only just getting started.
The ancient dragons in the forest were taken down one by Minion's group.
Compared to their power, even the ancient dragons had to fall.
In a flash, they had dealt with this group of monsters. Mention silently calculated, "It's been 4 days since we entered the gate."
In my free time, I often went hunting monsters alone in the rainforest. Convincing the Holy Guild to let me hunt alone was quite easy. After finishing the hunt, he called everyone. Let's go back. The Anherger responded with shining eyes.
Yes, Master always had his own thoughts because if he let the monsters multiply, the mana in the gate would increase rapidly, which meant he had to hunt frequently to prevent a gate break phenomenon. The hunters of the Holy Guild were very impressed to see me continue hunting in a gate that couldn't be harvested for hunters who only think about money. It looked like I was putting everyone's safety above my personal gain. The hunters in the far praised him endlessly.
He doesn't rest at all. Mr. Zeon is amazing.
In reality, Shinyan didn't care about that at all, but it was just a funny misunderstanding.
Thanks to that, I leveled up 5 times in just a few days of hunting. I'd now reached level 43 and put all my points into strength and agility. As for my chaotic power, thanks to the infinite loop constellation,
it has been growing continuously on its own. Strength, agility, and chaotic power have all increased by about 10 to 20 points.
I'm just a little short of reaching level 45.
I'll probably be able to awaken my third authority of domination soon. Lost in thought, Mention didn't notice someone calling him.
Oh, Mr. Zeon.
He turned around a little surprised.
Oh, Mr. Zeon.
He turned around a little surprised. Oh, Miss Jean. She greeted him warmly. Did you just get back?
Minion replied.
Yes, that's right.
Right.
Seeing this, Jean spoke up.
Good thing I ran into you. I wanted to discuss something with you. Minion was a bit curious. What is it?
Her expression suddenly became excited.
Tomorrow we plan to attack the boss.
The scene changes to the next morning in a lush grassy area. Jean's and Mention's groups walked imposingly through the forest. They arrived at a place with a very deep cave and exclaimed over there.
That's the hiding place of the boss Zillus. Mention felt a slight suspicion.
I can feel a strange energy coming from there. Beside him, Jean was shouting orders to everyone.
Everyone get into position. Afterwards, someone immediately activated a magic sphere.
The light from the sphere illuminated the lightning crackling around, impressing Mention. The surrounding space was immediately covered by a blue screen.
Jean explained. From the side. No one will know what's happening in here. Mention asked, did you just use a presence concealing magic?
She replied without hesitation, well, it's something similar, but it's a secret, so I can't reveal the details. Minion looked at the magic screen and thought. This magic can create illusions, conceal presence, and weaken the abilities of a specific target. They've been preparing for the past 4 days just to ambush the boss.
It's truly worth learning from.
Jean watched him pondering for a long time and smiled to herself.
A moment later, Minion understood and silently admired them.
I didn't expect them to use it so effectively. Even having to use the Celestial Realm's rune language. Truly the level of one of the top 3 guilds in Korea. Mention slowly approached the edge of the pit.
He carefully looked down. It's definitely down there.
So that's the boss guarding the gate core. Down below, a majestic red dragon was deep in sleep.
Sleeping? Mention couldn't help but be shocked. Zillicith.
A murmur of a spread through the group.
It's huge. It's almost as big as the Black Rexes combined. Zavi heard the noise and suddenly opened its large crimson eyes. Then it immediately raised its head to the pit's opening and let out a fierce roar.
Everyone in the team suddenly became very confused.
I can't believe it's still this strong even after being bound by a magic tool.
This state was caused by the roar of Gillis, which increased their fear and reduced their abilities. Mention on the other side raised his hand to block the effect of the roar. This roar sounds like an enhanced version of HJC. Based on that, its stats are even a bit higher than the Frost Giants, but all of its stats are skewed towards physical strength. Zales, also known as Pakhum, all stats are between for 10,800 with the characteristics of an ancient creature and powerful fire-based skills. At this moment, Jean suddenly commanded, "Healers, use your blessing spells." Minion moved closer to get some of the blessing and was impressed. So, they even prepared for this. At least the Holy Spire Guild won't get in my way. But suddenly, Minion activated the Celestial Style. Along with Sanctification, which slightly stunned Jean Mr. Zeon.
Then he immediately flew towards Pakham. I'll charge ahead, everyone support me. He was very confident. Following someone else's pace isn't my style. I will lead this battle. Pakham seemed a bit stunned and roared as it saw Mention fly a circle around it.
Then he directly used his Undying Authority, aiming straight for its head and unleashing a skill it couldn't dodge. The skill was immediately deployed, causing Pakham to cry out in pain.
All stats are reduced by 10% as the Undying Authority has entered its body.
Just by defeating it, it will turn into an Undying Warrior.
Pakham roared in unbearable rage. Who dares to disturb my slumber? I am a descendant of the greatest bloodline.
But Mention paid it no mind, directly unleashing the power of light.
Shut up. You're just an illusion created by the gate. After that,
the Ahur immediately flew out from the summoning gate. Swords in hand, filled with fighting spirit.
We the Ahur are ready to serve you, master.
Right next to Patum, another gate was activated at the same time. The army created from the Undying Authority has been summoned. They shouted their slogan.
Yes, sir.
Mention clearly commanded, "Go hunt that monster." Both the commander of the army and the on-herder were excited.
Yes. Yes, master. Pakham, surrounded from the side by tiny creatures, roared. Seriously, how dare you interfere in the presence of a great being like me?
On Jean's side, she didn't just stand by and watch.
She gave a command. Mages begin activating the giant imprisonment magic.
The magic manifested as chains that bound Pakham, reducing its stamina and speed by 15%. It went crazy, glaring at them. "You bastards."
Right at this moment,
Mention used his dual magic swords proudly.
That must be the magic formation they prepared before facing the boss. Not bad, Holy Guild.
Then he charged forward, relentlessly slashing at Pakham. To lose with this level of support would make me a useless fool.
Pakham flared up with a fiery aura surrounding its body.
Its crimson eyes stared at them. "You lowly creatures, you dare to wound me?" Suddenly, giant thorns grew from the ground. Those thorns burst open, becoming powerful warriors with tough shells.
Ancient soldiers have been summoned.
Minion saw the tense situation and was a little worried.
This is starting to get annoying. The mages suddenly shouted, "Fire!"
From the nearby fortress,
a powerful stream of ice energy was shot out.
The ice bomb shot straight towards the ancient army, shattering them.
Minchin looked towards the cannon and was secretly pleased. A mannequin. They even prepared that with it. The ancient soldiers will no longer be a problem.
Unexpectedly, Packham roared again, startling Minion.
You insignificant insects.
Its entire body radiated a sky-sending fire along with purple lightning. It was filled with rage. Chin quickly realized what it was.
He was stunned for a moment. It's preparing a breath attack.
Seeing this, Chin calmly called out, "Undying Night, go slap it right in the face from me." The Undying Night was seen. Without hesitation, he charged straight at it. The Undying Knight used the basic sword technique, a slash straight at Packham's face.
This truly infuriated it, its eyes burning with rage. Packham let out a roar and immediately spewed out a fierce lava-like flame. The terrible heat forced both the Enherger and the Undying Knights to retreat. Minchin quietly glanced in the direction of the flames behind him. Good, they're all alive. Lucky I dodged that.
The mana is so strong it melts the ground, making it boil like that.
Even a demon dragon can't use this move consecutively. This is the chance to attack before it recovers its mana.
But suddenly, he felt the heat under the sky. Looking up at Packham, it was opening its mouth wide, its eyes burning with red flames. Chin thought, another fire breath attack.
No, that's not right. It's going berserk.
He immediately panicked and shouted, "Everyone retreat now."
He urgently commanded, "Stop it." Undying. The Undying Knights charged forward one by one.
That arrogant Packham was no different from a Tyrannosaurus Rex. A swarm rushed towards it.
Die, you weak creatures.
The commander of the Knight Squad blocked a blow from its claws and shouted, "Hold the formation."
No matter what happens, you hear me. The Undying Knights were using all their strength to block Packham's teeth,
not giving it a chance to breathe fire, but in the end, it was still an ancient creature.
They couldn't hold on for long. Packham bit through the night.
Minion was extremely surprised.
It took down an Undying warrior in a single blow. But if it's going crazy like this, it must be desperate.
He immediately charged forward and shouted, "Enherder." The enraged herder immediately raised their swords and surrounded Packham.
You foolish monster. Watch this. Mayan silently calculated. It's about to run out of energy.
But even so, they and her are no match for it.
Packham grabbed one and squeezed it tightly.
The herder grimaced in pain and could only say regretfully, I'm truly sorry, master." Mention immediately activated the gate. The Enherdra has been recalled due to severe injuries. He circled behind Packham's back and assessed the situation.
Xyles' defense is greatly reduced when it goes berserk. We have to take this opportunity to attack with all our might.
He then channeled mana throughout his body and sword and charged. Right now, even Jean realized this opportunity. She shouted, "Everyone attack together."
One after another, extremely powerful ice blasts were fired from the ice fortress.
The mages of the Holy Spear Guild also focused their power to cast spells aimed at Packham. Mention bravely jumped above its head and attacked with his sword. No, he jumped straight down.
Black Star 7-star Demonic Sword. 7-star Demonic Sword second form star shattering sword struck directly at Packham's head. Immediately after it felt its whole body tremble, its eyes filled with blood as it roared in pain.
Everyone who saw the scene was stunned, unable to believe it.
Did we just clear an S-class gate? They immediately cheered with joy. How did the guild master recruit a hunter like this? Who is that man? Xion mentioned the gate is open. Excellent.
On the side, the inherger respectfully said to him, "Thank you, master."
"Thank you."
And so we annihilated Zillus and successfully cleared the gate. The system announced an additional 17% experience gained and the undying point increased to 20%. 200 Mention smiled smugly and reached out his hand.
"A new host, huh?"
He was collecting items when Jean called his name from below, startling him.
"Mr. Xian." Just then, Kayan realized I almost made Zilla the host for my undying authority.
But that would be troublesome because this guild and I have to share the rewards. I can't play dirty after just helping him kill the boss.
Zillus cannot be used as a host.
He lightly jumped off Packham's body and asked what's wrong. Jean smiled warmly at him. If it weren't for your help, we would have suffered heavy losses fighting the boss. So, I want to give you 50% of the spoils.
Minion was pleased to hear that.
Of course, but that's not the real reward, is it? Jean replied cheerfully.
Of course not. That's just the minimum you deserve.
This made him think a little.
Is that so?
The Holy Guild has the right to decide the distribution of the boss drops because they have control of this gate. Besides, it would be hard for me to get the items myself without the help of other craftsmen.
The two shook hands warmly. I look forward to our next collaboration. Me, too. I hope we can work together again next time.
In his heart, Minion was secretly pleased.
This suits me perfectly. Whenever there's an S rank 8, just give me a call and I'll join.
They continued to discuss.
How much do you think we earn this time?
Probably about 30 billion, won around 25 million United States. Next to Patcham's corpse, a guild member was checking the items and froze slightly.
This is.
Then he immediately reported back to Jean, "Guild Master, there's something I need you to check."
She was confused and asked, "What is it?"
The other person pointed at 2 stones in his hand.
These were taken from inside. Jean was curious, "What are they?"
Just by looking, she couldn't tell. Only Mention was frozen in place. Those stones are an ancient crystal and a soul stone. Ancient crystal, unique grade, max durability, contains the wonders of the ancient world, can be enhanced by transferring the energy of the great soul stone. Soul stone, unique grade.
Max ability seals a creature inside.
Mention trembled and bit his lip. The ancient crystal is the main material to unleash the third form of the Black Star, and the soul stone will be perfect for Luffy and my past life. I had to painstakingly search through various dimensions to find them.
Why do they suddenly appear now?
Jean noticed Mention muttering something under his breath and was surprised. Seeing his eyes fixed on the stone, she thought,
I think Mr. Xian really needs these stones, though I don't know for what. Based on how he acted during the raid, I think he might be an S-class hunter.
It's best to maintain a friendly relationship with him. So Jean generously pointed at the stones.
It seems you need these stones, don't you? Which startled him. Ark. Was I that obvious? Minion scratched his head, a little embarrassed. They're just items I'm interested in.
But in his heart,
he coveted them. Even if I have to give up some of the loot, I need them. Maybe I should offer something in return since she's already noticed.
Unexpectedly, Jean said a firm sentence that stunned him.
Then you can just take them. What?
Jean smiled and handed him the stones.
Consider it my personal gift.
I'll pay the guild back for these items myself.
Mention was full of admiration. She's so generous.
Then he silently promised himself, I will proactively help her whenever she needs it in the future. The guild members scrapped their heads in confusion.
But we don't even know how much they're worth. Jean crossed her arms, satisfied.
Just this is enough to maintain a friendly relationship.
The gate at Mount Mansu has been cleared. When we returned, there were many people waiting for us. Indeed, when the gate opened, everyone was overjoyed. They're out. They're back. Besides the members from the Hunter Association,
most were from the Holy Guild. They quickly embraced their comrades, filling the air with celebration.
I always believed in you, Guild Master.
I'll report to the chairman immediately, and I'll return to the training center right away.
As soon as he saw Minion, Benji wailed, Master, how could you leave me alone for so long?
Shin replied indifferently, Oh, don't be like that.
But Benji was emotional.
You have no idea how bored I was when those white things disappeared.
You will never understand how lonely I was.
HMPH, you are a terrible master. Shin took out the stone from before and showed it off.
Forgive me, I brought you something you'll definitely like.
Benji came closer and exclaimed, that smell is. Then said sweetly to Shin with sparkling eyes, You are wonderful, master.
Minion felt a bit helpless. I thought you were still mad at me. Benji pretended to be innocent. Ha! Benji doesn't know what being mad is. He sighed. Don't use that tone anymore.
Then he threw the stone straight into Benji's mouth.
It happily opened its mouth wide. Fine. Thank you for this. Suddenly, its entire body was enveloped in a strange blue smoke.
Menshin, watching from the side, was a little worried.
Is it okay for it to swallow it just like that?
A moment later, the blue smoke turned into a fierce whirlwind.
The whole room was filled with a mystical blue light.
Shin was shocked and blocked the wind.
Ha! What the hell is this? The defensive magic system has been activated due to detecting an impact on the building.
At this moment, Shin opened his eyes in astonishment.
What is this incredible pressure? I hope the training center doesn't get destroyed. Benji, in the middle of the blue tornado, was slowly transforming. He let out an excited howl.
Outside, Shin had a surprised expression.
Good. It's absorbing that pressure. The aura of the fluffy dog was completely different from before in his new form. Benji even had traces of Patam the Great.
All of his strength stats have increased spectacularly to over 700. Menshin couldn't believe his eyes and could only smile to himself.
Most of its power was sealed by an unofficial ritual. All of its stats have increased by over 300. Now, has become truly strong. I really want to fight it, but I guess I have to hold back. I've already invested all my remaining strength into the gate.
Benji, having just absorbed a large amount of energy, was excited. After that, Minion replenished the mana for all the Ahur once more. He sat down and thought, seriously, if I have to review every battle from the raided Manson,
I should re-evaluate them one by one.
I've improved a lot through training, including controlling the area of chaotic G, though it's not yet perfect, but now I can attack with both hands quite flexibly. And I've also reached a level where I can use martial arts mixed with different attributes, but there are still some other combat aspects that I need to improve when fighting giant monsters. I still don't have many effective attacks because the surface area I can cut is quite limited. Even if I draw out my or are manifested through chaotic chi, the martial arts attacks I know now are no longer useful. So I need to learn more effective martial arts for fighting giant monsters.
First, I need to learn about infinite weight.
It will help control my stance by increasing my weight.
So it's very useful for many things like controlling my balance for footwork on a giant monster.
The next thing I need to learn from Shaolin martial arts is a stealth technique called Phantom Image.
It's an A-rank technique that can blur a person's presence to block sound, energy, and the flow of mana. The last one is Internal Energy Break. This is a technique that attacks the enemy from the inside by transferring energy directly into their body mass.
It will be effective on contact, pushing magic and causing destructive blows from inside the monster.
System notification mention has acquired infinite weight.
He smiled to himself in satisfaction. I never thought about using stealth techniques in combat in the past. Maybe my perspective has broadened.
It's quite strange, but I feel really good about it. I've learned the moves I needed to learn.
Mention stood up and stretched. The surrounding herder looked at him with admiration. I think the master has just discovered a new aspect of his power.
It's incredible.
Mention silently resolved. It's time to train hard until I can use it in combat.
A while later, he was continuously practicing punches in the air.
Even though he was just punching the air, his punches were very powerful, capable of creating a strong gust of wind directly. Suddenly, the sound of his phone ringing startled him a bit.
Looks like I trained a bit too much. It's already morning. Hey nay. Behind him, Benji was wagging his tail and asking everyone, "Is there any meat?" They replied awkwardly, "No, sir. We are very sorry."
Jean informed Mention, "I transferred 50% of the revenue from the looted items as promised, but you'll have to pay a lot of taxes because you haven't renewed your rank."
You'll understand when you see the amount sent. Mention was stunned for a moment. Ha!
I didn't know the guild master had to update these things themselves.
Anyway, let's see.
Oh, it's still around 10 billion. Reading this, Mayan was so astonished he fell backward, but I have to pay 20% in taxes.
Why did the price increase so much?
The screen showed 12 billion transferred out of a total of 15 billion with a tax of 3 billion.
Then Jean didn't forget to remind him. Make sure you renew your rank.
Mention was a bit confused.
What is rank renewal?
With that, he picked up his phone to call Ellie.
I better find out about this right now. I don't know anything about this.
The voice on the other end of the line answered, "Good morning."
Mention got straight to the point. I have something to ask. What is rank renewal? Ellie teased him. You want me to work before I've even clocked in?
Mention said, a bit embarrassed.
Sorry. I know it's still early in the morning, but I didn't know what time it was.
Seeing that, she said excitedly.
Just kidding. I'm always happy to get a call from you.
Ellie spoke as if she had read Mayan's mind.
You didn't renew your rank after passing the hunter test, did you? Minion scratched his head in embarrassment. Isn't it the same as a license? She said flatly. No, it's different.
Then she launched into a long explanation for him.
The license is to test how well you can survive in a gate.
While the rank is a level specifically for hunters, it can't be updated just because you've cleared a gate.
Mention only now realized and stammered. Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Ellie's voice was serious.
That's why it's my responsibility to guide you. Mention was curious. So, what's my current rank? Ellie asked gently. You still haven't renewed it after passing the test, have you? He answered bluntly. Yeah.
Ellie replied without hesitation.
Then your ear rank.
Since you haven't renewed it, you'll start again from the lowest rank. Mention froze upon hearing this.
I heard I have to pay a lot of taxes. Too, she said nonchalantly. That's the association's policy. Later,
Ellie and Minion went to the association's headquarters together.
Why don't you take this opportunity to renew your rank?
The two walked and chatted happily.
Renewing my rank, huh?
You better rank up to make our branch proud.
I'm not sure that's the right reason to do this. Come on. I've had to bury myself in a pile of your annoying paperwork. Ellie guessed smugly. Ha! With your skills, you'll definitely get a rank.
Minion turned his face away to avoid her gaze.
But the process of getting it is really annoying. Toei looked at him with disdain and scolded. Stop complaining.
Minion was a little scared when he saw her.
Huh, is she angry?
I've never seen her with that expression before, but she looks pretty cute, too. As the two were walking, Minion suddenly noticed everyone's stares.
Oh my god, she's so cute. Which guild is she from? He couldn't help but be curious. Why is everyone staring at us like that?
That maybe I should apologize before things get worse. After thinking, Jin sheepishly scratched his head, which made Ellie burst out laughing.
Alright, I won't complain anymore. When they arrived, the headquarters staff greeted them warmly. You're Mr. Zeon, right?
You're very famous, so I've heard a lot about you, but I didn't expect to meet you here like this.
Mention was stunned and stammered. I'm famous at this point?
Ellie smiled and explained, you placed first in the hunter exam. Resolved the gate crack incident. And then your fame increased significantly after clearing the S-Class gate with the Holy Spirit. Guild Mention looked at her with a timid gaze.
Why do I feel like you're playing with me?
Ellie still had her signature smile.
Not at all. I would never do that.
Even the headquarters staff felt a bit helpless.
This isn't a place for flirting.
You know, close combat hunters have to take a test that requires them to hit a mannequin. So, please attack the mannequin placed in the center of the training hall.
Mention asked again. Just hit it. The staff replied. That's right. To be sure, he asked again. If I break something, will you make me pay for it?
The staff member secretly laughed at him.
I've been doing this for a few years.
And even a rank hunters rarely make it bleed. That mannequin is also supplied by our branch. Hearing this, Sun smiled smugly. A powerful lightning bolt appeared in his hand. It's true that it's hard for an A rank hunter to leave a scratch on that mannequin. That's because they are at the highest level or first class. So if the aura isn't enough, then he immediately rushed towards the dummy, leaving Ellie and the staff member completely astonished.
7-star Divine Sword. Later in Director One-Ike's office, he calmly looked on and said, barging into my office really isn't like you. So, what happened?
The person named G-Tech just now is Lee Gon, the security director of the Hunters Association. Dassing stood with her arms crossed, looking serious.
Don't be dismissive with me. I have some information that you might find interesting.
Kim Ding, Human Resources Director of the Hunters Association.
Once I grubbed his temples. All right. All right. I'm listening.
In his heart, he remembered the old days. Kim Ding, a hunter from the pioneering generation. We awakened at the same time, during the first great cataclysm.
Having known each other for so long, I understand her personality well.
She's very straightforward, but likes to exaggerate things. She'll definitely mess with me like always, turning small matters into major issues.
Tham reported without hesitation. The rank renewal unit is losing control. Want remained calm, sipping his tea. Really?
But the news that followed made it impossible for him to sit still.
A hunter destroyed the test dummy. What? That test dummy. I must have misheard. At this point, D&E laughed with satisfaction.
No, you heard correctly.
The dummy I got from the Interstellar Association was sliced in half. Want a bit flustered.
It's been destroyed several times already.
Ding answered him frankly, including this time it's 5. Want couldn't help but be amazed.
My god, a hunter who can create a sword or to destroy the dummy requires powerful mana and deep understanding. So far, only the 4S rank hunters in Korea have been able to do it. Dassel just said that there's a 5th hunter with the same level of skill as them.
Ha!
But then one take stroked his chin curiously and asked, but why did you come to me?
Isn't that the HR department's job? Tham replied a bit hesitantly. Because that's the hunter you told me to investigate. Remember you asked about him from months ago. One Taikik looked surprised again for months. I remember now.
It was the day that department head Joe Sunhai from security submitted his resignation. That kid decided to climb the tower and he said there was a new hunter who had reignited his passion for justice. So Shanhu told me to let him know if that person came to renew the rank.
Wan stood up in surprise. Wait, that hunter is? Ding cut him off and replied immediately. Xian Minion, it's the rookie you're looking for. So, pretty interesting, right?
The log was split in two and a strong wind swirled into the room.
In the waiting room, Chin nonchalantly told Ellie. I cut it in half because he was so confident it wouldn't be destroyed.
But then he suddenly ran off.
Did I go too far? Ellie laughed and said. Obviously.
You just destroyed a perfect product from our branch.
Mention was very surprised to hear that.
Ha! So, I made a mistake.
No one said I couldn't break it.
Seeing his silly face, Ellie laughed out loud.
Just kidding.
It's just that a famous hunter from our association has just shown off his talent.
Minchin asked again. So, is it a problem that I destroyed the mannequin earlier?
Ellie replied, of course not. That product is from our place that we sold to the association anyway. Hearing this, Minion thought and confusion spread across his face.
Do you mean that as long as the product isn't effective, nothing else matters?
Ellie added, our branch will get busier when your skill level is revealed since we're an alien organization. There are some restrictions related to guilds and mercenary activities, but now we have a breakthrough star suitable for activities in Korea.
Mention still didn't get it. I don't understand what a breakthrough star is. All I did was break that dummy.
As the two of them were talking happily, they were suddenly interrupted. It turned out that two strangers from the organization had entered.
They introduced themselves to Mention in turn. A pleasure to meet you.
I am Kim Dassing, the Director of Human Resources for the Hunter Association, and I am Lee Waiki, the Director of Security for the Hunter Association. At this moment, Minion felt quite anxious and nervous. He thought to himself, Kim Ding and Lee Waiki, no wonder they look familiar. They were pioneer hunters who fought directly on the front lines during the Third Defense of Seoul. I can't believe I'm meeting the people I've only seen in books. This is truly a surprise.
Everyone sat down and Kim Dane said, let's begin our conversation.
Then she gave me a membership card and said, first of all, congratulations on renewing your rank. As soon as he saw the card, Mention's heart was racing with excitement.
Wow, this card looks so different. This is a card exclusively for rank hunters. So from now on, that's my rank. Kim Dawson affirmed. That's right.
From now on, you are in a rank hunter recognized by the association. These cards usually aren't issued right away because there are many other factors to consider, such as awakening training, the number of years of experience clearing gates, and other hunter activities.
Hearing that, Minion was a little worried. Is it okay to get it? So, quickly.
Then Kim Ding continued, but there are exceptions.
Minion was very surprised like me.
Suddenly, Mrs. Dassing's face became mysterious as she said. That's right, because the rules don't apply the same way to users of Sword Key.
Minion broke out in a sweat.
It's true that I used Sword Key to a perfect state to cut that dummy in half.
Then he asked again. Is that important?
Kim Dassing replied, of course it is, because the use of Sword Key places one on the threshold of becoming an S-rank hunter.
Mention was surprised. I've never heard of that standard before. Miss Dawson explained, it's also classified information, but we're sharing it with you because you are a user of Sword Key. Hearing this, Mention tensed up and thought, Sword Key, huh? So they can determine if someone is an S-rank hunter based on their tangible aura.
But reaching the transcendent realm is about controlling the tangible aura more freely.
So, does that mean S-rank hunters are those who have reached the transcendent realm? Suddenly, Ellie smiled and greeted the two guests. Hello, Mrs. Kim. My name is Ellie and I am Mr. Tron's manager. Kim Dassing said, I've heard people talk about you too.
LD said cheerfully,
You mean that Mr. Tron, a freelance mercenary of the association, will be automatically promoted to rank?
Mrs. Kim paused to explain again.
It's not like that. The normal procedure is that we will hold a meeting to decide whether to recognize someone as an S-rank hunter or not. So that will take quite some time. Ellie asked again, is there any other way to know when it will be decided?
She said, we have submitted the proposal, so we will have to wait.
It will probably take a few days. Ellie now understood. I see. Thank you for letting me know. At this moment, Mayan was very confused. What's happening all of a sudden? Is it that important for me to become an S-rank hunter? He looked over at Ellie.
He thought to himself, she looks quite happy right now.
There must be a reason.
After all, Ellie always thinks about my best interest first. Then Mr. Lee once spoke up.
Your name is mentioned, right? Could you tell me if you have any plans to go abroad or anything like?
That mention was a bit surprised and then replied. No, I have no intention of traveling.
Mr. Want clarified. I'm not talking about short trips. This is a decision with significant consequences like changing your nationality.
He was very determined in his heart.
I can't lose a sword key user to a foreign power. Minion found it very confusing. Move to another country. Why would I have to go? Mr. Weck said. They can help you have a brighter future. Minion was skeptical. Is that the reason people will go abroad? Mr. Want was quite certain. Most people either like it or want to be famous, Mention thought. I already have those things here.
Seeing that their conversation was going nowhere, Kim Ding intervened.
The director sometimes asks questions based on his personal curiosity like that. We will update you on the S-rank information at a later date via letter.
Then they stood up to leave.
Well, then we should be going. You've worked hard today. Once outside, Kim Ding said, Hey, Wonki, what were you thinking asking questions like that in there?
He immediately said, Sorry, but I had something I needed to check.
Mrs. Kim didn't understand. Check what? Mr. Wyke asked her, You know Hugh, right?
The one obsessed with justice. Kim Dassing was startled.
The kid who used to be in your agency.
Oh, I thought you said he was at the tower.
Woniki revealed that Minion Kid is the reason why Cian Hugh went into the tower.
He was determined to become stronger for his next meeting with Men Chin. So, if he's truly as great a hunter as Sean Yu said, I think I should help him too.
Kindam asked, So, what are you going to do?
You should have told me sooner.
Mr. Wonk replied, It's worth keeping an eye on him.
Then Kim Dining advised him.
It's best that we convene a meeting right now. Scene change. Sitting in the car. Mention kept looking at the card. He asked Ellie, Why did you ask if they were going to promote me to S rank?
She cheerfully said, There are more benefits to becoming an S rank hunter. Not only will you get a tax reduction, but you'll also be able to rent equipment from the Hunter Association. But Mayan found the idea of renting equipment not very special. Ellie continued, You can rent these unique pieces of equipment and also some legendary grade ones at certain levels. Hearing this, Minion was quite skeptical.
They'll let me use legendary grade antiques? Then Ellie excitedly revealed more.
They also offer an unconditional loan of 100 billion.
That's the highest limit on an S-rank hunter card.
Menhwa said they place a lot of trust in those hunters. Having high-ranking hunters also helps keep the gates more secure.
Do you mean we won't have to wait like before? Ellie was very certain. Yeah. I went and asked for the details because it's good for you. Menchin was very happy in his heart. She's truly a great partner. Afterwards, he wondered again about Lee Want. Why did he ask if I was going abroad?
I laughed loudly and said, You're so smart, but sometimes you're so slow.
Minion said irritably, stop laughing and explain it to me. She explained in detail because many hunters in Korea have left.
Other countries tend to scout for hunters with potential. Mention's face was full of calculation as he thought. So he was worried that Korea would lose an excellent hunter.
He's worrying too much. As long as the Tower of Tribulation is in Seoul, I'm not going anywhere.
No amount of money or good equipment can win me over because the thing I'm interested in is getting stronger every day.
Suddenly, a bell rang.
So Minion jumped and asked,
Is that my phone? Ellie said, No, I think it's mine.
She opened her phone and saw a red warning message.
She said, it's for both of us. Emergency disaster warning. The gate has cracked.
Mention was quite worried.
Near Hapjang Station, huh? That's quite far.
Ellie said, gate cracks have been happening frequently these days.
Almost at least one case every day. Luckily, no one has been killed because there's a monitoring and detection system. Minion thought to himself. What a pity. I wanted to help too, but it's far. I guess I should just pray that no one gets hurt there. After dropping Minion off, Ellie asked, Need me to find some gates for you?
Minion replied, No, you should rest.
You've had a tough enough day.
Ellie giggled.
Working with you is always fun. Anyway, see you later.
Then she sped off in her car.
Call me back tomorrow. Minion sighed. The rank renewal is done. I guess I should go train now. Suddenly, he spotted something.
It turned out to be this guy.
V called out loudly. Mr. Mayan scene change. Minion leads him up to his house.
And their VD's eyes lit up very surprised.
Seeing the dog in the house, Yap, Master, you're back. V whispered into Minion's ear.
What is that worthless creature?
He said angrily.
Worthless.
It's your superior.
V was surprised, not understanding how such a small puppy could be someone so important.
The smart puppy asked, What number is this subordinate master? Mention immediately said, Number 5.
No, he joined before that.
He's number 1.
VD felt like he had been struck by lightning.
I'm subordinate number 1. Then he asked, Does that mean I'm your first subordinate? Mention immediately said, You don't have to be if you don't want to. Vi expressed his excitement.
Of course, I want that title. I can't believe you've granted me such a precious position.
I'm so moved. I can't even describe it. Then he immediately got acquainted with the puppy. A pleasure to meet you, sir. The puppy immediately replied, Me too, subordinate number 1. Jin thought to himself, What VD is this happy just because he became the first subordinate?
I can tell that he is genuinely joyful through the dependency contract.
Jin asked VD, Anyway, tell me why you were waiting for me. VD was startled and replied, Yes, sir. Mention said, The dark community is finally making its move. The Bendermonium are finally showing their faces. VD asked, Have you heard about the recent increase in the number of dungeon portals? Jin replied, Yes, I know. VD continued, I don't think it's a natural phenomenon.
Then he took out a piece of paper and showed it to me, saying, I discovered this while helping the dark community expand their influence.
Isn't that great?
But Minion said irritably, You should have explained it to me first. VD said, The black circles are the locations the dark community bought, and the red circles are where the gate breaks occurred.
Minion silently considered many of the locations overlap with the gate breaks. Does that mean those people are activating artificial dungeon portals?
VD was very proud of himself and narcissistic.
Are you surprised by my excellent investigation skills?
Although this is normal for your first subordinate, Minion replied, Yes, that's right, but please don't act like that in front of others.
But he still wondered, But will the association discover what you've discovered soon? VD was quite certain.
It won't be easy because I created many accounts, so I can disconnect when needed.
Mention said. But you still found out.
VD said, this is thanks to your sharp mind. I mean, Mr. Tron, he told me that you ordered me to find out their secrets because you predicted all of this would happen.
Tron thought. Well, no. I was just lucky. Anyway, this information is very useful. I'll use my new martial arts skill right away.
It pairs perfectly with the invisibility skill.
No one will realize I'm moving. System notification. Phantom image activated. Consumes 10 chaotic G per second. Based on the map, this is the location closest to the training center. VD couldn't find out who discovered how to activate the gate breaks.
He also said there was another location with a magic circle not used for gate breaks. Mention observed from above, these despicable demons are up to no good again. There were magic stones and magic circles scattered everywhere.
Moreover, they seem to be used for detection and distorting vision as if I use phantom image.
I know how formidable San Moon's martial arts are.
The presence detecting technique definitely can't find me.
This wasn't how I expected to test the effectiveness of the skill, but it makes the investigation much easier.
Mention went inside to investigate. This place is full of magic lines that I couldn't see from the outside. They're all heading to one place. Time to see where all these magic streams are flowing to. Then he thought again.
It seems to be heading towards the basement, but there's no one in the basement either.
If there were people, I could have interrogated them. To his surprise, Chinyan was delighted. Found it. But then he realized that Magic Circle isn't a skill of the Bendermonium, but it also doesn't use Elysium's technology. Who has the ability to create such a magic gate?
Suddenly, Minion froze as he realized something.
He panicked. What's happening?
My chaotic chi suddenly reacted.
Is it because of the magic circle? It's reacting to the chi from the magic circle. I don't sense any danger. I'd better check it out.
It turns out the magic circle reacts with chaotic chi.
The system announced Chaos Fragment, a crystal created by processing and concentrating the aura emitted from the tower. Minion remembered the old days.
Seeing the concentrated chaotic chi like this reminds me of that time. The monsters from the Dark Gate also had similar chaotic chi. He wondered what is the hidden link between the tower and the Dark Gate. But one thing is for sure, someone else knows how to use that chaotic chi. Chaotic chi is the fundamental power created by the combination of darkness and light. Neither the demon Bendermonium nor the angel Elysium are aware of it, let alone know how to use it.
And Mention was perplexed. This is something I only discovered in this life. Where are they trying to use this concentration of chaotic chis? The Dark Gate. The electronic board displayed.
Notice chaotic chi has been absorbed.
Purity level increased.
He was surprised by this information. Even he didn't know he could absorb it.
He wondered, wait, I can take it.
The purpose of this magic circle isn't to activate a gate break.
It's used to concentrate the primal chi from the tower and create chaos fragments.
Minion stroked his chin and smiled smugly.
If that's the case, I can use them. I'll think about this outside.
That day, he quietly went up to the rooftop and sat studying the information
sheet.
According to the information BD provided, there are at least 10 magic circles built in Seoul.
That's a lot.
He said just now a small crystal fragment created itself because the magic circle reacted with my chaotic chi, but I think all the magic circles were supposed to activate at the same time. I was told that they are also building more circles in the countryside, which means their plan is to cause a disaster to distract the world. Then activate all the magic circles to produce a large number of chaos fragments. He told himself, I can probably increase my chaotic power a lot if I take it all. The only thing he was concerned about was the lack of manpower. He calculated carefully and then said to himself, I also have to deal with the gate break activations in the countryside, but I can't do it all alone. I can't interfere with the magic circles right now because I'll be discovered too quickly. But ignoring them could cause casualties. I can't let innocent people be sacrificed. All night long, Minchin thought, I need to make up for the lack of manpower. But this was the first time he had made an international call. That's why he was eagerly waiting for the phone signal. He started to pick up the phone, connecting to the other end of the line. Hello, Secret Inspector Tanny. It's been a long time. Hearing the call, he couldn't hide his surprise and spoke loudly. Tintron warned him to be quiet and careful of his surroundings. And at this moment, he thought, I have to pretend to speak like an angel. It feels so uncomfortable. He cleared his throat. I'm calling to give you an important order. Tanny listened intently. His eyes shone like stars as he joyfully exclaimed, Your wish is my command. As the loyal angel Tanny, I will dedicate my life to carrying out your orders. In contrast to Tanny's excitement, Minion was worried. I don't understand why he always puts his life in danger. Daniel received an order from his superior. I will carry out the order. His call came through to Mr. Minchin. Minchin appeared in the image of an angel. We have recently detected movements from those demonic monsters in Korean territory. I want you to mobilize all available angels to stop them. And because I need to keep my identity a secret, make sure to take all the credit for this mission without mentioning me when reporting to your superiors. He only works for justice and gives all the credit to me. I will complete his orders even if I have to exhaust myself. Tenny heard the conversation and was moved to tears. On the other end of the line, Minion was really worried, wondering if he would be okay. I have successfully secured Tanya's cooperation. I think he once said he could mobilize 5 level 8 angels, each of whom is stronger than a level hunter. He also seemed to quite like it when I talked like an angel. He felt conflicted. I feel like my tongue is about to have an allergic reaction. To be honest, I'm a bit tired of that old-fashioned way of speaking. After that, I started the preparations. I asked Zell to help the Black Death Society while figuring out their plan. I told him it was an important role, and he became incredibly enthusiastic. I went to various locations to gather information. Based on the map Vessel provided, there were a total of 11 locations producing fragments. Minchin quietly went to observe. He said, among them, I was able to check 10 places by going inside, but there was one place that was different from the rest. It was larger and had a lot of security forces. Is there something different about this place? Things will get complicated if they discover my tracks. There's no need to break in here and take risks. I'll keep an eye on this place in case they make any suspicious moves. A few days pass, and Minchin still felt anxious. He observed Tanyen. Benji always accompanied him. It asked, Master, is everything really starting now? He replied joyfully, Yes, VZL has just contacted me. Mitchell was waiting for the phone call, he said. All right, just as expected, gate breaks are happening all over Korea. He told the Legion of Light that they are happening in all the buildings or properties that the Black Death Society has purchased if we entrust the areas outside of Seoul to the angels. We can avoid casualties. He was full of fighting spirit. Let's go. Benji agreed and the operation to steal the primordial fragments began. He deployed the work with the group. This plan is very simple. Just use the invisibility cloak and the spirit illusion technique. Bengu and I will steal all the primordial fragments since there are 11 locations to raid. I'm in charge of the gangbook area. Zell will continue to monitor all movements at the Shrine of Chaos. He promised to remain on standby. However, he was a little disappointed that he couldn't directly participate in the raid. The boss reminded Tanyen, the role of reporting their activities to me is the most important. He said, I knew it.
Annie jumped for joy.
I can't believe you think so highly of me.
And gave me such an important mission. This is all for you.
However, after hearing his joyful words, Jin seemed confused.
He asked himself, didn't I praise him too much? He reported, Mr. Minion, those chicken wing bastards have entered the gate breach locations outside of Seoul. Jin replied bluntly, ignore them. Those angels can't stop me. That's right. It seems the way to control angels and demons is the same.
Jin rested his chin on his hand, trying to remember, looking at the surrounding scenery.
I'm sure I've been here before.
But now all the windows, even the entrance, has been blocked.
It seems they blocked all the entrances beforehand.
They prepared very thoroughly, but to me it's nothing.
Mention went deeper inside to scout the situation.
As soon as he entered, he heard their voices.
They were hunters belonging to the Black Death Society. The leader said, since when was the door broken? There were about 20 people here.
They were all B and C rank hunters.
Menchin and Shuna heard everything.
A member of the Black Death Society shouted, "You idiots!
The intruder is using an invisibility skill." Shuna was startled when he heard his voice.
It seems he is the leader here.
He's quite sharp. Immediately Chin took off his invisibility cloak. He asked the group, are all the guards of this place here? The leader brazenly said, you came alone. How dare you come here? You know who we are.
You're very brave to dare to step into this place.
Minion replied, you are the Black Death Society. I guess they let their guard down when they saw I wasn't carrying a weapon.
He acted aggressively, raising his voice.
And Minion, if you didn't come here by accident, I won't let you leave alive.
Minion laughed in his face, making him furious.
What else do you think you can do?
He flew into a rage, brandishing his sword, and ordered his underlings beat him to death for me. They continuously launched attacks, fire spears, and acid arrows at Minion.
But he stood there defiantly. They were confused and bewildered, asking each other, did we beat him? He's weak. Those attacks weren't even worth guarding against. Chinyan used demonic nature enhancement to strengthen his protective energy. The Black Death Society members were surprised that Mayan was still standing tall. They frantically ordered each other. He's still alive. Get him. Super Sense hasn't been activated.
He had drawn the Black Star Blue Dragon sword, meaning the situation was not dangerous at all.
Minion said confidently, I'll finish this quickly. A bloody battle is taking place. The advantage right now belongs to Minion.
A series of group members were eliminated. Besides that, the leader was seriously injured.
He stammered, asking the intruder, who are you?
They are all members of the Black Death Society. Even though they don't cooperate with the Shrine of Chaos, they are still evil from the core.
No criminal will be forgiven in the land I live in alive.
Mention speculated the Shrine of Chaos must have realized there's an intruder.
I shouldn't waste time by sparing them to get information. My top priority will be to quickly obtain the crystal. He had always craved it. It's better to move to the other locations first and then absorb this one later. The crystal will feel lonely if I only absorb it alone. The electronic board displays. Item status has been stored in infinite space. Suddenly, he noticed a crack appear in the building. The magic circle is activating self-destructs automatically. Can it be used permanently? He confidently affirmed.
Now that it's come to this, I'll take all of this and head straight to the next location.
As for Bangu, although I only assigned him 3 locations, I'm sure he's fine, right?
Suddenly, someone with their face completely covered appeared.
A new group appeared.
The general appeared, he said.
What the hell is going on? Just a moment ago, it was just a small dog.
Now it has transformed into a giant bearing his sharp teeth.
All of you will be dead meat. He did a good job.
In an apartment complex, the sky had turned to dusk. The voice of a mysterious person could be heard. He is smug, knowing his hypothesis was correct. The primordial fragment condensed from the tower's energy can now create a magic circle from the knowledge and materials received from the great chaos. This guy chuckled when he learned he could now create many different circles.
These things are possible. The research will be completed.
Someone told the professor it wasn't time to be impressed, which surprised him quite a bit. He informed the professor that all the spell formations outside of Seoul had been destroyed. He thought those are all rank B. How could they be destroyed so easily, but also became tense upon hearing that the stench of the chicken wings had been detected. The professor realized they were angels, but the other person didn't know how they found the gate. When he asked what the next step was, he said that creating the chaos fragment was the intermediate stage, and now they needed to act sooner than planned. A group of people ran in shouting for Zahed, and he also asked what was wrong.
One of them hastily said, "Magic Circle 5 has been destroyed by the enemy."
Another piece of news is that Magic Circle 3 was also attacked and we lost contact with our side.
Zahed yelled at them to report information about the number of enemy troops first.
Both the second and fourth circles have lost contact.
The professor thought the angels had interfered.
So now he had to go.
Seeing him leave, Zahed asked if he wasn't staying to observe the chaos fragment.
When asked if he wasn't taking it with him, the professor said teleporting it away would be enough. Then he turned to ask him to keep an eye on the chaos fragment because it was needed for the Demon King's next plan.
He disappeared while Zahed still didn't understand anything. Zahed was annoyed that he was favored and always given work. Hearing an urgent report of an intruder, he turned and asked, "Where, sir?"
The subordinate said with a pale face that is one here and the battle is happening above. Z had heard there was only one person and wondered where the chicken wings got their information, then got furious because this person dared to barge in while he was still here. The glass windows of the apartment complex were all shattered by the explosion.
The Demon King's men were very wary as the enemy was only one person. Minion stood tall with his sword, listening to them talk about him and preparing for round 2. He found it quite intense.
Although he had tried to deal with them quickly, the news of the attack must have spread widely. Even though the number of these guys has increased, they're only rank B and can't do anything to me. Mention was very smug. Besides, since they are Roki, even with a large number, they can't defeat a dragon. Suddenly, there was a strange smell. Then he realized this was the distinctive scent of the dark mana used by demons. He guessed there was a demon here, meaning this was their main base. "I've come to the right place and found the commander," Mention taunted Zahed.
"I smell the stench of a wicked demon, so I came."
His plan was to take control of this place to prevent the magic circle from getting any information. Holding something in his hand, he cursed at him, calling him a chicken wing, and said he would use all his strength to fight. Then he threw it into his mouth and ordered everyone to eat as well.
For a moment, he couldn't process what he had just eaten.
When the whole group was enveloped in a murderous aura, Nshin knew it was the black pill. He smiled faintly when he learned that their dark mana stats had increased.
Even the small hunters could use it with a system that could analyze their attributes and stats.
He found it quite interesting that the black pill allowed the great chaos demon to control them.
Zahed spoke up wanting to know what Nshinyan thought of these demon people. Unexpectedly, he thought I was an angel. I hope he keeps believing that. Then he criticized them for their bland taste.
A group of demon men charged forward to attack, but he remained very calm, observing the technique of channeling dark mana into their weapons. He guessed they were around rank hunters as Mention had used double Black Star Atlas Gond.
Having finished analyzing the situation here, we'll try another approach.
The Grandmaster's skill was unleashed by him. These guys were a bit scared when they saw the holy energy, a power that counters dark mana. One by one, they were whipped by him in pain. The Black Star Unicorn Horn Spear and the Moon Tribe Spear technique were combined. The system reported Mention gained a percentage of health.
Although he had broken through the encirclement, he was a little sad because the demon people were monsters, not humans. After that, he also took care of all of them, combining for more sword techniques. Knowing these guys are just rank hunters, things will be the same. He knew they weren't coordinating their attacks together. The demonized things were quite new, but Minion didn't expect them to think he was easy to deal with just with these things. Zahed stood on one side observing, wanting his subordinates to counterattack when he saw that he hadn't been hit by any of the blows. Hearing the cursing voice, "You damn chicken wing bastard!" He knew he was coming. The hand was covered by an ice spear. Even the whole body. A giant ice Zahed was completed. Looking at him, he knew the real opponent had entered the battle. While he was crazily screaming about wanting to kill me, I had already analyzed the hit future. The Ice Person tribe. He provoked him because he had been waiting for him. He already knew about the ice body of the ice-controlling demon and wanted to see how strong he was. White Wind Barrage was unleashed by Zahed with many arrows. Ice Minion smiled faintly. Then he unleashed the Hellfire move. Seeing him do that, H cursed him as a fool because this ice was harder than Midden. Minion was a little worried about this guy's strange power. Some guys came to support Zahed. It's worth it even if we die. But he had already discovered his plan to use the Black Star Atlas Gauntlet double again. The added magnetic pull and the Imperial Thunder Annihilation Fist easily sent them flying. Mention even hinted at the two words path of attack. Zahed witnessed it and was a bit confused, thinking this is a monster stronger than an angel. Warming up my joints again, he didn't expect him to not realize his weakness and I have to deal with this quickly. Before there are witnesses being insulted like that, he got really angry. Suddenly, Mayan realized there was natural dark mana. Then, behind him, some of the beaten guys came back to life from the system. He knew this mess was the ability of dark mana that had activated ice fusion. Hearing Z-Hit say he didn't want to use this here, he realized he had gotten stronger. Thanks to the ice fusion effect, the power of the demon horde has merged into one. Zahed was willing to use this method if necessary for the Emperor's plan. He wanted him to look closely. This is the power I have from ice fusion. Now he's absorbing his comrades to get stronger, causing the building to be on the verge of collapse. So Mention won't let him have his way. As he knew the power exceeded its endurance, it could only be used once. Violent piercing strike was struck by him directly into his ice body. Knowing his hand couldn't reach inside his body, he laughed out loud. But Mention was not flustered at all and wanted to show him the result soon. Before he could understand what was happening, Zahed's ice layer shattered. Each part of his body cracked, causing him to scream loudly, then revealed his original human body. Afterwards, only shattered ice fragments and the painful groans of this guy remained. Lying flat on the ground, covered in blood. He asked him what he did to him, but was sent off by Mention with a fatal blow. Got a health percentage bonus from the system. He stated the reason for his loss because you developed quantity over quality. Because he only made himself huge to disturb everything around and the move that killed him was the violent piercing strike. Now it's time for Mayan to collect the chaos fragments. He was surprised when the phone rang. Before he could compose himself, he panicked and said the defenders' resistance had increased and they couldn't break through. Hearing this, Minion told him to recount the details. Under guidance, Daniel mobilized subordinates throughout South Korea at locations outside of Seoul. They successfully prevented the gate from breaking. But he was somewhere else. Knowing this was a secret meeting place for the demons was because he followed Minion's instructions. Those guys or the humans have detected an intruder. They told each other to eliminate him immediately. Then he clenched his fist, wanting to send them all away for colluding with the demon servants. These guys must atone with their own lives. There was one person who was very calm in this crowd when the attacks of the others had no effect on Tan Yen because he was wearing the armor of faith. He wanted to give them a taste of the staff of justice. Someone used a black hand with a large hand squeezing him tightly so he couldn't do anything. Hearing the guy call him a rude intruder, Tunny wondered who he was. Then he was accused of daring to barge into the place where he lived. He realized this was a demon.
Then he asked for the almighty power to protect him and glory to escape the control of the hand. Having just struggled to escape the cunning demon, he exclaimed that he was quite strong. Even though he cursed people as chicken wings, this guy didn't expect an angel to appear here. His expression was serious as he hesitated whether to inform of it, but he brushed it aside because Elysium and the angels were enemies.
No need to complicate things.
So, he used the art of mind separation to destroy Tan Yen.
The two sides began.
Tao charged into each other.
Soul Spear Black Hand Claw is Bowl Array of Weakness. Tanning used this move to fly high, wanting to be in the name of the Holy Spirit.
The holy light will purify all these demon minions. Seeing that he couldn't destroy this high-level demon, he wondered who he served.
The last attack had no effect on him.
The goal now is to use Tanya to revive Daimos and ensure victory is in hand.
He doesn't want things to continue like this.
Hearing a strange call, child of the demon, this guy's hair stood on end. Tanya realized there was something strange about him, not understanding what was happening. But this was his chance to escape and inform. Mentioning from the phone, he heard Tanya tell him everything, including how to escape. He reassured him that his life was more important and that he would be there soon. As soon as he hung up, he mentioned the name Hoover, exclaiming that he did better than he expected. He intentionally sent Tanya to Verd's place to prove that the form he had given was reasonable, and recognized when he stopped the raid plunder and return. The important thing is that he managed to drive Tawny and away successfully using the mind separation technique. Minchin felt he was right to teach him this back then. If VD climbs to a higher place in the chaos, I guess he'll know about the black cleansing, right? After thinking for a while, he thought there must have been something when they face each other.
I'll also ask him about that later.
Now it's time for him to receive his reward. The large glass stones were thrown into one place by Minchin. Then he looked at these things and stood there smiling. Considering the matter closed, he was calculating how much more energy he could absorb, not to mention other inventory items.
When Benji arrived, he called him back.
When asked about the assigned task, it reported completion. While absorbing the energy of the crystal, he told his master to wait a moment. Suddenly, Bango seemed a bit down, so Minchin was a bit puzzled and then guessed that something was wrong. From its mouth, it spat out all those crystal stones.
It wasn't what he wanted.
When asked, he learned that it wasn't just hiding this much, but other things as well. Seeing his master helplessly say that he would give him a space bag next time, Benji said it was for convenience.
After being lovingly hit, it was accused of violence.
Entering the energy absorption phase, he now held 9 out of the 10 primordial stones created from the Shrine of Chaos. This thing is the crystallization of the tower's energy condensed into a giant block.
Minion is starting to absorb that energy.
He was surrounded by an abundant source of energy. Only when he felt full did he open his eyes. All his strength stats had increased significantly. Just one time has helped his strength rival that of a martial artist. He thought if those guys knew, they would die of anger. With the power in his hands, Minion could even defeat a mid-level demon, and the upcoming plan is to reform his body, which should be settled soon. 2 days later in the writing room, even though VD had become stronger, he happily came to thank his master. Thanks to the sole achievement of preventing the angel from seizing the primordial stone, he was praised throughout the Shrine of Chaos and was rewarded with the Night Soul Fruit, which increases his power.
Because Tanium was happy to also be promoted, his rank, a powerhouse in the world's ranks.
Minchin said he wasn't the one who gave him the Heart of Darkness, but he used his blessing to repel the angel.
It was asked by him about hearing someone's voice during the battle. He recounted how Asmodeus personally praised him.
At that time, he praised him. The child of the demon tribe did well, which made him happily thank him profusely.
This time he even invested heavily in the Chaos Fragment.
Hearing the name Asmodeus, Minchin thought for a moment, the demon king of depravity, rank 8, was once a seraphim in heaven. But his lust for power led him to become a fallen archangel. He was skilled in strategy, political manipulation, and building up his forces in his past life. Chen had a deep grudge against him. He also suspected that the one behind the black cleansing ritual was him, having discovered this on Tanya's body without knowing the reason. Then he asked about the enemy again, whether there was any news about Asus and his companions, and learned that Zhou Yang's actions were related to him. Hearing that the primordial stone was being transported to Kesang, Chinyan was surprised. When asked if there was a problem, he said no. Before he left, he was still excited, which left him speechless, knowing that Asus is. The group had a deeper purpose. He guessed that someone knew how to control the power of the Chaos Stone. Again, transported to Kesang, a place no one was allowed to enter or leave. At the headquarters of the alliance between the constellations, Ma was very happy to see Minion again. Hearing him say that thanks to me, his business is thriving and he's about to become an S-rank hunter. Chin was modest. Then he remembered many sources of income and it seemed very significant that so many people were discussing his story. Eli suffered as a manager while her boss kept taking on more work. Mention sighed, that's the style of the Interstellar Alliance. But we're all brothers after all, because I also need to get stronger regardless of everything. When he asked what help he needed, he requested to enter the Forbidden Land, but needed the association's approval within a few days, which prioritized Minion's position. Making his ears very pleased as this old man's flattery skills had increased. There was something else he wanted to report, and I was also curious when Mark heard that he had to spend time being a photo model. Mention's face changed color. Looking at his excitement while doing the promotional campaign for Corey's 7th Glass Hunter, while struggling to figure out how to refuse, he excused himself to take a phone call. The master and servant were delighted that the photo shoot schedule was settled. On one side, Mention received some news that the other overheard and immediately sat up. Looking over, he also told the other person he would be there right away. Before leaving for an urgent matter, he didn't forget to mention his request to enter the Forbidden Land. The two said their goodbyes, and Mon and Ely were also very curious about what was going on. So now what? Dunnan entered the store to greet his mother. She didn't expect Minion to arrive so late. When he asked where his father and Minyong were, she told him they were at a crowded place somewhere. Knowing his father went to pick up his sister and hadn't returned yet, he was a little suspicious. Then teleported in front of his mother, startling her as well. Although he flew quickly across the rooftops, he was still a little worried as this had happened many times. Minyong on this side was being protected by her father. What he didn't expect was for the girl to awaken her power. Mention's father told the people in front of him that his daughter didn't want to be a hunter yet and asked them to stay away. Many people from various guilds came to recruit her. Minyong didn't know what to do when everyone was targeting her. Mention finally arrived and warned this bunch. Standing in front of his father and sister, he called them noisy. Earlier, he had heard that she was going to register as a hunter. But now, he saw a whole crowd coming to recruit someone who hadn't even finished the test. Treating a normal person who knows nothing like this, and that was his family, which made me Mayan grit his teeth in anger. Standing next to his loved ones, he told this crowd to get lost. One of them knew this was Minjiang's family and wanted to negotiate before he could mention the benefits of his sister joining the guild. He lifted his leg and used elephant fist, shattering heaven to crack everything under his feet as a warning, threatening him. What were you saying? Continue. I'm listening. The crowd was utterly bewildered. When they saw this scene, watching them all run away, he sighed in relief. They really know when to run, or I would have beaten them to a pulp. And a staff member from the center who was directed to the star-level guild still hadn't processed it. Then he turned around and called for his father and sister to go with him. He didn't forget to tease Minyong, who had just cried after experiencing the first shock of her life. Mathan's place had a premonition that this floor repair would be a big one. At Minions' family restaurant, a loud voice asked a question. His face turned ashen. He knew the other guilds would rush over, but he didn't expect it to be this intense.
Everyone looked at Minyoung in bewilderment as her initial stats were very high.
He sat on the side inking. She's only 10% awakened and my sister is already C+ rank. If she awakens further, she could become S rank. Not surprised by the stats, Thuan was truly shocked by the mother's skill. She even had sword transcendence, a skill that only one person had ever possessed before. The one who fought mentioned 23 years ago. That was the hero. Remembering it now, it suddenly felt strange. In his previous life, he was stabbed through the heart and fell at the hands of the hero. Although tired and seriously injured, he was not in life-threatening danger. Yet the history books recorded that he died with him. Then Minyoung was reincarnated on Earth in the family before him. I'm very suspicious of my sister. Minyoung is the reincarnation of the hero. The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't believe it. Both the Demon King and the hero were reincarnated in the same family. Mother spoke up asking Mention, if your sister wants to be a hunter, please find a good guild for her. When his son asked if the girl wanted to be a hunter, his mother said Minyoung was seriously thinking about it. He knew his mother had no intention of stopping her. Then he understood that they were worried because they didn't know the girl's potential. They said both siblings are as stubborn as oxen can't be held back. Hearing this, he felt like she was scolding him. He had decided to take care of his sister. While his parents were arguing about which of them the children resembled. Thinking of the troubles with the Interstellar Alliance, he decided not to let his sister Dinlo go as it would reveal his identity. Then picked up the phone to find a guild with good relations and many acquaintances. This was the only choice left. So he picked up the phone and called Miss Tran. Then he said he would try to contact the Holy Guild. His parents also saw that Mention had improved. They agreed to the conversation with Trurfali and Menon could develop in the Holy Guild. The next day when asked why he was leaving so early, he said he had a lot of work to do. Hearing his sister call his name, Chin also looked back. The little girl thanked him for everything and promised to be stronger than him when they met again. Intending to flick her forehead as a warning. You want to be stronger than me, huh? Then he gave her a really painful one and told her to practice more. Then he left while his sister was still grumbling. He reminded her that the Holy Guild would be in touch. Thinking back, he would ignore the hero incident for now. No one is sure that both he and the hero were reborn on Earth. Now, I need to focus on what needs to be done, the Alliance of Stars. While enjoying his tea, he remembered that he had asked Hazen to analyze the circle face. France also invested 15 billion in the Gate project for the company. And now only hearing Ma call him. He immediately asked if that matter was settled. He held a piece of paper in his hand announcing that he had received the permit. Now he could enter the Lost Land. Having reached the Poo Unification Bridge, the Forgotten Land was right in front of me. Ely had previously explained that this was a long strip of land near the ceasefire zone only accessible by this bridge north of the QDDN area and opposite Kaesong. Looking at the guards, he noted that the security was very strict, meaning the Black Death Society was allowed through this place by the government. Although I don't know what they plan to do with the primordial stone, but why did the two Mon and Ely follow him? Hearing they came to help him hunt monsters, he sighed as they did it again. Mention said about the raid, we need a monster handling expert and a tracking expert. When assigned the two roles, everyone agreed. Ellie and Ma then accompanied him to the Forgotten Land while Secretary Fleck was searching. Minchin also asked the old man about his job in the Star Alliance. Knowing they hired temporary staff to handle the work left him speechless. What he had intended to follow me from the beginning, but something is better than nothing. In his mind, he formed a raid team, but in reality, it was to investigate the Black Death Society. They also knew he was AIP, so they were sure not to be suspicious. The three of them are slowly advancing. There are many primordial stones ahead. Not many people should know. He wondered how Ellie would react when she found out Benji was his mascot. It's best to keep it a secret.
This is the Forgotten Land. The scenery is completely different after crossing the bridge.
It's so deserted here, he said.
Now to Kesson, remembering that the Black Death Society had gone there. Thinking whether to ask Fett to go scout ahead.
But thinking of his prominent teammate, Mention, I thought it would be better to look at the map. Ellie called him over to look at this as if someone had passed through here a few days ago.
The grass area seemed to have been stepped on.
He was surprised by how carefully she observed. In his mind, he guessed these were the traces of the Black Death Society. He told her to track them, but there seemed to be too many. Ron praised her as a member of a highly esteemed organization.
Indeed, very good. Seeing her delight at being praised, he was grateful. Remembering that's how he could find those guys so quickly.
Ellie has the ability to find her way quickly.
She has an extremely sharp eye. Moreover, she could also find things by smell.
They reached a side road. The footprints led here.
It seemed like many people had gone ahead.
She pointed for him to look over there.
Those are scratch marks. There are many monsters around here. They are a rank. Fighting them will increase their abilities quite a bit. But the Black Death Society is his top priority.
He was thinking of fighting them after he was done with his business. Then he heard there were signs of a fight here.
Tran moved closer and called her name.
Told her to step back and then stood in front to shield her. The monster's roar was so loud that Mon and Benji on the side were extremely worried. While saying he was fine, Ellie's face had turned completely red. He had used his extreme exorcism ability. Then he entrusted Benji with protecting these two. He told everyone to stand behind him. He felt that they weren't attacking him as his super sense hadn't been activated. Then he wondered if he wasn't focused enough. Ellie was about to get hurt. He used the first form of the 7-star demonic sword. The monster roared loudly and then attacked. They are the Antisais hiding among the trees. It was difficult to fight them throughout the journey. Suddenly, he said something appeared. Then he ordered the Iron Armor Knights to protect these two with their shields. When Ely asked if he would protect them, what about him? Mention said he was still fine. And right here, he told her to just follow the tracks and find them. The Forgotten Land is the end of the real world, consisting of many gates opening to other dimensions. Now, it's the territory of monsters. The moment he stepped in, it was no longer just about tracking. So, he decided to change his mind. When Ely also discovered many traces of the battle, monsters appeared one by one. All of them got a taste. Even the tree-like fangs didn't escape. With this key technique, he was sure the monsters would be killed by him. Still using the ancient heavenly induction art, Mayan would soon wipe out all the demons. Afterwards, Ma collected the valuable items. He was very skilled. Reaching the highest level, he decided to protect them until the end. Ellie looked ahead and exclaimed with joy when she found it. There's a residential area over there and we've reached the river. Taking out a bottle of red water, Minion told them to drink it. Everyone said it was fine when he gave them the precious water and decided to rest for a bit. Before entering that area, knowing he got here with their help, he wanted to explain the situation clearly to them. Hearing McCann say he was tracking the Black Death Society, the others froze. Surprised, and panicked because he heard they were colluding with monsters. He didn't deny it when he heard that. Ellie wasn't worried with Hunter Mensch along, but Min was scared as he was a writer knowing he was afraid thinking he had borrowed the body of a high-level spirit beast and would return to his main body if anything happened. Elle decided not to let him go in alone because she trusted them enough to tell the truth. Mention was a little thoughtful, looking at the eyes full of emotion. He knew it was trust. Then he swore on his honor. Upon receiving someone's trust, he promised never to abandon the two of them, something he had never experienced before. Seeing that Minun was still worried, he said he could handle everything. After that, he immediately asked Ellie to check for signs of life here. She found her clothes a bit inconvenient, so she transformed, which made the onlookers blush, reminding him that she carried the dog's bloodline.
This form was even more beautiful. Mention's group continued to move. We've entered the river. It's a god-forsaken place.
Somewhere in the ruins, many people were still barely surviving.
With their gaunt bodies, their eyes shone with endless resentment.
They were very wary, and it was hard to get any information from them.
Ellie suddenly became extremely excited.
This way, towards the beach.
Minion made a helpless face. You understand how Eli tracks things?
He was also speechless.
No, I'm not sure either. A moment later, Ellie also got to work.
The path leads down there.
This is the Caisson Pier.
The fishing boat over there belongs to the Black Death Society, Shin thought to himself. They're flying their flags so proudly.
Is anyone hiding nearby?
Eli hesitated and said, "No, there's no one outside the boat."
Chin began to have doubts.
At least 10 people entered the Forgotten Land, but they are all on the ship. He summoned the Legion of Light. Whoever runs, kill or capture them alive.
Take care of it for me. Surround this area for me and Benji. Protect Ellie and Martha. Minchin immediately charged forward after giving his orders. Let's fight. The people on the boat have seen him and his companions. Enemy signal now.
Someone from afar saw the red flare.
A signal flare. All at once, they drew their bows. Shoot. We have to stop them.
Minion could easily dodge the arrows flying towards him.
Mon and Ely seemed a bit scared. That overwhelming killing intent. That's it. Just by looking, you can tell the difference is huge. It was like this when we first entered the island, too.
He wiped out the monsters with his bare hands.
I have to admit, Minion can do anything. Ellie kept a close eye on his every move. It's truly unbelievable.
He didn't just beat them in strength, but every move was carefully calculated, flexible, yet decisive. He is truly a skilled warrior. Now that the Dark Ones saw they had no chance of winning, they started to run.
Run. How can we win like this?
But Minion wasn't about to let them go so easily.
Hey! Why are you being so unsightly? Get rid of those retreating cowards.
After the battle, Mchin thought to himself.
What are those things gathered in one place?
It's surprising that a place appeared so suddenly.
I've never seen anyone do that before.
I must bring that person to my side at all cost.
Mon suddenly raised a question. Hunterman, who is that person? Ely winked and replied. Who else could it be? It's Hunter Ron.
Besides, he's that strong.
Why bother suspecting Ma and must be overthinking?
Well, that's true, too. It was my mistake.
Ellie didn't say much more.
I know the members of the Black Death Society have been captured by the hero group. Mention first searched the warehouse. I thought there would be over 10 people, but it turned out to be less. There were also no signs of a fight on the ship.
I only found a few transformation artifacts and some items for emergency. It's possible these items were moved somewhere else.
The situation is that this boat docked here to deliver supplies to someone. Now it's time for Mention to interrogate.
Hey, what's this?
You will be spared if you are honest with my questions.
The guy in the back doesn't seem to be afraid of being eliminated. Ridiculous. The Black Death Society will never surrender.
Minion just wanted to scare them, so he cast Undying Mystic Fist on the target, taking his life. All he could hear was the pained scream of the one who dared to offend him. The subordinate has completed the assigned task very well.
Shanghai, I respectfully bow before the Supreme One. Mention smiled sinisterly.
See, your friend's souls have been sealed in this body. His soul will not be able to reincarnate and will suffer eternal torment.
He really wanted to burst out laughing. Actually, I don't know anything about reincarnation. I'm just bluffing to scare them. Minion concluded with one last sentence. So what do you guys think?
Because they were so scared, they immediately started fighting over each other.
I'll talk. Ask me. Please spare me. Mention's trick worked very well. Good. Good. That proactive attitude is good. Tell me everything. Between life and death, the members of the Black Death Society confessed everything to Mayan. First was their purpose for coming here. I was right. They came to deliver necessities.
It contained a lot of magical elixirs and food.
Whoever handles that chaotic mess will receive these items and the people who received them days ago.
What's noteworthy is that everyone only took one portion of the goods sent by the ship.
Is it because they could only handle a small portion of that chaos?
I mixed a bunch of magic potion solution on the ship.
What can a little more be used for? The last thing I asked about the public display of the flag from the meeting.
The answer was truly surprising. General Mong Kwan of North Korea, the manager of Kwangha Province, because the Black Death Society does business with him. They have to fly the flag to let him know.
Minion instructed Mon a little.
When you're done here, release them.
He asked in astonishment. You're letting them go?
He answered frankly, yeah, I have to keep my word. Minion still had a knot in his heart. Even though he had learned quite a bit of information, the fact that they picked up the goods 2 days ago still left many questions.
Maybe time is running out. I wonder if Ellie can catch up with them. Ma then suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. Should we investigate this area a bit? When they were fighting, they shot a signal flare, right?
The flare was fired within a 10 km radius. It's likely that the person who received the signal is within that range.
Minion muttered under his breath. A 10 km radius.
That means after being enlightened, Minion immediately picked up Benji on the way.
The two of them chatted about the bridge. Are we fighting again this time?
Of course.
Don't waste both of our efforts. Then you have to give me something good. Always ready. Following Mathan's advice, Mayan sent Hero to scout within a 10 km radius.
The goal was to determine the origin of the primordial frequency emitted from the soul fragment they possessed. The Hyo group used telepathy to transmit dimension.
We have found a place of the same frequency as a mountain north of the city. Then he instructed everyone to wait here with Yoja. With that, Minion immediately left. Confronting the main headquarters will lead to unforeseen consequences.
It will be difficult to fight properly if it turns into a 2-on-1, so it's best to minimize the numbers.
According to the report, they will suddenly appear.
Read the cards and read the cards.
What is that? Why do I suddenly feel angry? Since when? A powerful lightning bolt struck the mountain in front of him. Minion struggled to defend himself. The power was immense. The surrounding area was contaminated by dark mana.
From such a distance, Minion almost got hit by the attack. Chin activated his enhanced senses. That last attack was definitely the magic of a ghost. You damn bastards from the Black Death Society dare to come here. They brought demons with them. At the head was Kai-Jan. You're the one who always meddles in other people's business. Menchan, I has ordered me to tear you limb from limb. How pathetic. Are you afraid of death? Since you brought this upon yourself, don't blame us.
Menchin observed the opponent's information.
For a moment, I thought the demons came here themselves, but that's not the case.
There are demons possessing human bodies just like the ones I've met before.
The only difference is that the level of the possession ability is S rank. So, she has reached the level of a low-level demon.
Benji became extremely excited. Master, I smell something fragrant in the air.
He replied, "All right, today's menu is demon souls." Those words reached Kaijin's ears.
Menu? How dare you be so arrogant? You dare to underestimate us? Menchen didn't want to be patient with her. What did you say? You damn fallen bastard. Atlas Age Gauntlet 10. Iron Fist Thunderblood.
A terrifying explosion occurred. Seeing their master being attacked, the demons' blood boiled and they roared, "You arrogant fool! Die!" Mention used black flame and absolved tentacles.
Quick reaction. Of course, challenging me means you're far from winning.
When they saw the holy fire combined with
1000 lb flying arrows,
they were very surprised. This energy is divine power.
How does he possess this power? Is that guy really human?
Shin didn't forget to say a few sarcastic words. What are you scared just because I blocked one of your attacks?
Kids these days really have no guts at all.
In my day, I would have kept going until their foreheads cracked.
Come on, charge at me. Angie eagerly joined the battle. Immediately after, I will wipe you all out. The demons were not to be trifled with either. Do you think you can fail? Still in this lowly dimension. Kill them.
All who dare to obstruct Diet's great plan must pay with their lives.
Mencho realized something was wrong.
Even though they are demons, they are too weak.
Meanwhile, Benji was frantically hunting. Pray. How dare you stand in my way? The demons used the flames of Ghana.
You shall not pass.
Benji asked for permission before attacking. Master, can I devour all of their souls? Menchin replied while using holy fire.
Of course, he posed a difficult dilemma just because of their weakness.
I'm having a hard time. What was that strange feeling I had just before returning to normal? The demon takes over the human body in the form of possession.
When the host is lost, only the soul leaves the body and returns to the chaotic world.
But before Benji's mouth, everything became meaningless. Sean gave it a sentence.
Then, turning to the demons who were getting stronger, "Then I'll hear a little about your group.
You a guild of demons. Use the thunder blood iron fist. You are excessively arrogant. You belong to the Destruction Winding Guild, right? Thinking with your muscles. Baseless arrogance. It all makes sense. Don't kill them all.
Leave one or two who are easy to talk to for interrogation.
You killed them all.
Your subordinate is a bit startled. Please take my life as atonement, master.
Anyway, Mayan leveled up fast, so it's not a problem.
Oh well, just handle the cleanup thoroughly.
Minion's current level is 45. The ability of the demon Serafini, Fatal Charm, emits a seductive aura that mesmerizes the mind.
The ability of the demon below, Demon Eye, turns everything it sees to stone. Alright, it's time to choose my third ability. It seems I get to choose one every 15 levels. In this situation, choosing the Demon Eye. Wait, I'm being ordered ability. On second thought, this one. Could it be that Mayan has already chosen an ability? He uses the power of charm. The power of charm is basically effective against enemies of the opposite gender to the user. And the Annihilation Society, these guys are all neutral, lacking a specific gender. The power of charm has permeated the mind of the demon calf. Minion finds it very effective. Although they look human on the outside, there's still demons on the inside. Now, let's have a truly honest conversation. Catham slowly opens his eyes. Where am I? Who is this? Such an attractive person. The man he was admiring was mentioned. Are you awake? What's your name? And how old are you? He looked straight into his eyes and replied, Catham, a proud member of the Annihilation Society. I am 586 years old. Lying nearby, the other couldn't hide his anger.
Ha! Katham, have you lost your mind? Minion gave a ruthless command. Benji, eat it. One mouth is enough. Now that the charm spell is so effective on him, can you tell me everything you know? Are you trying to escape the constraints of the lower dimension by some means? Catherine bowed his head and said, actually, the research is almost complete. Chin asked further. And that method requires a soul fragment, doesn't it? If so, how long does the possession last? And once it's over, will you return to your original bodies? Ham confessed everything. Yes, the possession will dissipate after 3 days. Once we leave the host, we will return to the Chaos Realm. Mention thought, so what do you plan to do during the possession?
Katham said, by infiltrating this dimension, we plan to join Commander Moongun's forces in North Korea and turn Seoul into a sea of fire. Mention thought he misheard.
Ha! Why Seoul? I didn't know anything about that. They are targeting Seoul, even if it means cooperating with the North Korean army. Why are these guys always targeting Seoul?
The demons from hell have long been plotting to turn Seoul into ashes. It seems they want to target the tower.
The chaos fragment must have been collected from the energy overflowing from the tower.
Minion then said, I have a few more questions for you. With just a bunch of low-level demons, invading Seoul is very difficult. What else have you prepared?
And who prepared your possession rituals? Com vaguely remembered before the ritual was complete. We encountered interference.
So, the original target for possession was a mid-tier demon. And this ritual was devised by a human known as the Doctor.
I know nothing more. Menchin didn't think it was a human. Is that so? Benji licked its mouth while looking at Katham. Bon appetite.
Minion was lost in thought. When a high-level entity descends to a lower dimension, they face numerous restrictions due to suppression.
Evading the suppression has been a long-standing challenge throughout this universe.
Humanity found the solution to this puzzle about 30 minutes ago.
Discovered by a human. Who is this doctor? Ellie ran over from a distance. Hunter mentioned, are you unheard? You don't look worried at all. The mountain, which was completely normal, suddenly collapsed and chaos erupted. Minion waved his hand. Ah, I'm fine. Earlier, Chin went to check. The moment Benji ate Katham, the black pillar on the mountaintop also vanished. Nothing was left.
No traces remained.
It was probably a what-time ritual. Suddenly, Ellie sniffed him. By the way, Hunter mentioned, are you wearing perfume? He didn't understand. Why suddenly mention perfume? Ellie shyly turned away. Or maybe I'm mistaken. I just smelled something very pleasant. Minion suddenly realized.
Ah, so the effect of the charm also works on her.
The power of charm is a permanently active type unless suppressed. Maybe I should restrain it. Min didn't stay on the sidelines either. You're not hurt.
Hunter mentioned he said you don't seem as worried as Ellie.
Never mind. There's something I want to discuss.
After that, Minion explained a lot. I've summarized the events that have occurred so far. Sharing information is absolutely necessary to proactively handle future events.
Mathan's face darkened as he thought.
So, they had such a conspiracy in the Chaos Realm.
This doesn't seem like a matter to be taken lightly.
If you hadn't protected the Black Crystal earlier, dozens of mid-tier demons would have been summoned.
Minchin thought that was true.
It may sound like a minor issue, but in reality, it's very difficult to secure victory against 3 or more mid-tier demons. If they combine with the North Korean army and launch a surprise attack, Seoul would clearly suffer heavy damage.
Chin said, it was lucky we ran into those scumbags by the areas marked on the map. These are the locations where they placed their magic circles. Minion kept a little secret for himself. It's also where the tower's energy flows through. If the Alliance of Stars buys up all those spots first, we can anticipate their actions before the underworld acts again. Minion turned to ask, is it possible to hide the purchases from the Alliance of Stars? Ma then chuckled. Of course, just use a fake name to buy them.
There was one thing Minion almost forgot.
Oh, right. One more thing.
Find a person called the Doctor.
He must have connections to the underworld.
Because Minion was always cautious, we may not know his name or gender, but it's better than doing nothing. Earlier, we visited the ship of the underworld, Dregs, where we managed to seize a large amount of magic catalyst they left behind. Then, we entrusted the reconnaissance to Aura and the escort to the undated warriors before leaving, and we returned safely without any problems.
Ellie stretched, we're finally back. Should we report to the association now?
Minion advised, take care of the prisoners from the underworld and please report back to the association. I'll head home first.
Chin returned after a busy day. Honestly, we were lucky on this expedition to the Forgotten Land. Without Ellie and Mon, we wouldn't have even found the location of the ritual.
Then I would have had to face the mid-tier demons alone. There's no guarantee I'll be that lucky again.
I shouldn't rely on luck in the end. The only thing I can rely on is my own strength. Minchin warned him beforehand.
Benji, from now on, you are not to touch me no matter what. It didn't quite understand, only focusing on protecting its master.
You mean like that? Minchin plopped down.
Yes.
Make sure no one gets near.
He closed his eyes. I went from an ordinary person to a master in 5 months. That's definitely a great achievement, but I can't deny that I've been resting on my laurels lately.
Activate mana concentration. Mana amplification reaches 1000%.
I must train more rigorously. I need power that can crush them no matter what tricks they use.
I need absolute power just like I once had with Dammoth.
Benji's eyes lit up from outside. Master Minchin remained focused with my current foundation.
It's worth a try.
A method to compensate for my physical shortcomings.
The first gate to surpassing human limits. Limit break. Awakening. This is the process of Rek.
Constructing the body, transforming it into a form capable of unleashing superior power.
Chaotic energy permeates every cell from bones and blood vessels to all internal structures, allowing them to contain an immeasurable force. They are torn apart and immediately regenerated. From there, the body is destroyed and completely recreated, simultaneously purging all impurities accumulated over the past 23 years. The glowing circle expands.
The space created inside my simulacrum watch is limitless.
It can release infinite energy. But Minchin's current body is too weak to handle that power.
Therefore, I must take another step on the path of awakening. This is the beginning of the transformation into a being beyond the limits of mortals. A few hours later, Minion finished his part.
I have finally reached the perfect state of ultimate magic. My body feels as light as a feather. Has the previous imbalance between internal energy and physical strength been somewhat harmonized? Benji asked from the side, Master, are you all right?
You told me not to touch you, so I could only stand and watch.
I was really panicked. I thought you were going to burst into flames. It felt like you were about to become a blaze. Master, the smell is terrible.
Minchin looked at it uncomfortably.
Hey, how bad is it? Ha!
He also covered his nose.
Good Lord, toxic gas.
All the dark impurities accumulated over the decades.
The dead cells destroyed during the regeneration process all converged here. Minion ordered, Aura, clean this place up.
They were even wearing full gear. As per your command, the training ground has been cleaned.
Minion didn't think they'd actually use magic to clean. Good. Then get back to training. Minion opened the system panel. Now, let's see how drastic the change is in terms of stats. It's like jumping dozens of levels in an instant. With this level, I'm qualified to learn ultimate techniques that were previously out of reach. Starting with the Imperial Sword style, an Imperial Sword technique that could only be learned when the spear, bow, and sword skill reaches level 6. Currently, my skill is still at level 4. However, the entire essence of the Imperial Sword style is deeply ingrained in my soul. Now let's recreate it from memory. Every movement, every perfect power conduction. The horrors were very surprised. Amazing. The master's aura is completely different now. Just standing near him makes you feel a suffocating pressure. Minion had completely mastered the Imperial Sword style just as I expected. Although it can't compare to the 7-star demonic sword in terms of power, this skill is far superior in terms of energy consumption and stability. Is it like the skills of the Orthodox sex and inheritance? I didn't expect the prerequisite for learning a specific skill could be carried over as an inheritance mechanism. Even though the spear, bow, and sword skill drop from level 5 to level 4. This is still a miracle. With that foundation, I can continue to learn many other high-level ultimate techniques. Acquired skill, spirit, jade, body protection of the 5 elements. Unity acquired skill. Firewheel of the profound demon's melody mention landed lightly on the ground. Acquired heavenly demon emperor's hand. No one could believe what they were seeing. This aura is not to be trifled with, a pressure so intense it distorts the surrounding space. It's unclear how much stronger the master will become. Minion looked at his palm. Is it because the heavenly demon emperor's hand is completely different from the 5 elements? Unity. It seems the heavenly demon emperor's hand wasn't inherited in the usual way. The heavenly demon, the master revered by all demons. I never expected to learn the heavenly demon's ultimate technique in this place. Remember, in the old days, the heavenly demons surpassed mortal limits, ruled the entire Dark Continent, became a god, and reached the Supreme Realm. On the Dark Continent, there were once humans who reached the Supreme Realm. They achieved enlightenment, left the mortal world, and entered another reality. The inhabitants there still describe that land as a paradise. But even if a celestial realm like Dion exists, there has never been a dimension called the Upper Realm. So where did those who achieved enlightenment, including the heavenly demon, go? No matter how much I think about it, I can't find an answer. Anyway, after that awakening, I broke all previously known limits. Deploying ultimate techniques and manipulating internal energy is now as easy as breathing. At this level, maybe I could even test my skills against Benji. It broke into a cold sweat looking at him. Master, why are you looking at me like that? Minchin shook his head. It's nothing. You're really perceptive. Anyway, I have to take this call. Oh, what's up, Jin? You want to assign me a mission like the gate incident before? He put the phone to his ear. Minchin speaking. The person on the other end suddenly shouted. It's a huge problem. Hunter mentions younger sister. He asked. Did something happen to my little sister? A few minutes ago at a branch of the Holy Society, the man adjusted his glasses. This can't be real. Menong scored perfectly in all subjects in the Hunter training course. This is the first time in our society's history, right? Manang's learning ability is the highest ever among the rookies. Indeed, accepting his request was the right choice. He couldn't help but admire both siblings as geniuses with overwhelming abilities. Jin didn't voice her thoughts initially when Hunter mentioned said he wanted to recommend his sister. I thought it was a joke, but as expected, her abilities were confirmed by him. She laughed. Even though we lost that hunter, we can't let Mron, the society's promising Rajam, slip away, the man instructed. Provide her with all the training she needs. When will the hunter qualification exam take place? Jin said. As long as she passes this practical test, the exam will be complete. The loudspeaker announced, "This training session is a real combat test." Menong heard every word clearly, "So I just have to beat it."
The person on the speaker repeated, "Correct, with only one condition for victory." A blood shadow lizard appeared, its roar incredibly fierce.
"Even though it's just an illusion, this is a C-rank individual."
"An ordinary person would have been scared to death, unable to move," said the speaker. "We will evaluate you based on your battle with the lizard monster." His eyes widened in amazement.
"What's that stance?"
She had performed perfectly in all previous tests, and right now she's preparing her strongest skill. Menong raised her sword, 10-sided body sword. The sword came straight down on the lizard's head.
The destructive power was absolutely terrifying.
It sent the monster flying straight into the wall and created a rather large hole.
Menran couldn't believe she did it herself.
Ha! As a way of atoning, Jin proactively went to the Holy Society. "I sincerely apologized for what just happened. I will bear all the cost for the damages."
Jin didn't blame him at all.
"It's okay.
It was just a small accident during training." Minion thought he'd be scolded for damaging the society's facilities anyway.
"We can't continue to bother you when we're so indebted." Jin seemed very dedicated.
Ha! That was an incident within the inherent risks of the training process. Menong seemed dispirited. "Big brother, I need to go to the restroom for a bit."
She seemed overly stressed.
When only the two of them were left, Jin spoke. "I'm sorry. I have a favor to ask of you." Hunter mentioned.
"I want to bring trainee Men Trunk to our society's headquarters to continue her training. It's known that our headquarters can withstand blows from a rank hunter." Yet she still broke through the wall. "Please convey my words clearly to your sister." Actually, Mention's side had already proposed additional training.
Her reaction far exceeded my expectations.
Afterwards, Ron was brought to her brother's residence.
"Is this really your house?" Chin sighed. "Your brother earns a lot of money."
Ron no longer paid attention to his words. "You live alone in such a big house.
Or is it?"
Chin quickly cut her off.
"Your mind is wandering again. All right, let me see what you've learned from a holy society.
I need to check how much you've improved."
Menon suddenly became excited.
"Brother, you'll regret suggesting this anyway." The trainer said, "I have a special talent." Chin replied with half-closed eyes.
"Me regret. I'm going to rank hunter. Remember, just listen to what I say." Because Minchin was half-believing.
Half-doubting the hole in the Holy Society's wall was caused by the transcendent sword. "I need to verify whether Menong is truly the reincarnation of the hero."
Menong rushed forward at a stunning speed. "Don't look down on me just because I'm your sister." Chin had to put his all into blocking the blow.
"She's unbelievably fast and strong." In just a brief moment, she had summoned a full-body magic armor.
"There's no doubt about it. Menong possesses an extraordinary talent.
Her combat sense is also extremely sharp. She acts without a shred of hesitation. She moves with complete confidence.
It's hard to believe she just awakened. A tenacious fighting style, completely fearless, just like a legendary hero.
With this momentum, no one would doubt she is a descendant or even a reincarnation."
Interesting. Minchin used the 7-day strike and then Ron struggling to defend. Where did that come from?
She quickly used Storm Strike to turn the tables.
This made Minion even more amused. "Hey, who's going to destroy that cursed building?"
Menran, for some reason, threw her weapon.
"Really? Are you teasing me by acting like a big brother?" Spirit Fist. Menchin was 30% speechless, 70% resigned without saying anything too harsh.
He had already made Menong boil with anger.
Her shout was so loud it could be heard outside.
After a while, Mran lay on the ground panting. Minion, however, was as calm as ever.
Given up already? Manon's eyes narrowed. Don't get cocky. I'm just taking a little breather. Minion walked closer to her. But you're breathing heavily. Menong shouted. Ouch. It hurts. Don't touch me. Minion sighed and used holy fire. You're overreacting.
He watched her slowly recover. Of course, it's going to hurt after she relentlessly chased me and took a full-on blow like that.
Her growth potential is truly astounding if guided properly. Menchrin could surpass even the hero of the previous life. Chin asked, in your opinion, what was your weakness in that last fight? Men answered quickly. Speed. That wasn't what Chin wanted to point out.
No, the problem is you fight in close combat but don't use your special skills.
Men immediately retorted.
But when I rushed in, you couldn't even draw your sword in time.
Chin walked over and picked up the weapon.
Then you should have made it so I couldn't rush in the first place.
Let me demonstrate.
Minion caressed the wooden sword and smiled.
Well, teaching you directly will be easier to understand.
Teaching someone who might be the reincarnation of the person who took my life in a past life.
How ironic. Menron got into an attack stance. This time, be prepared.
Minchin observed her movements, adding an element of deception to her style.
Well, the idea isn't bad.
Whether she's my sister or the hero of a past life, Minion won't teach her so easily.
You're still too green. So different from what you imagined. Menang asked in amazement, how did you predict my attack direction? Minchin laughed.
By reading your body movements and monoflow, fighting without knowing how to read your opponent is pointless.
The strongest skill is useless if it doesn't hit the target. Menang was about to panic. Then teach me how to do that.
Minchin asked plainly, for free, even if we're family, a deal is a deal.
Promise me one thing, a promise staked on your honor. No matter what happens, promise me you won't take my life. Menong started to get worried. What's wrong with you, big brother? Are you serious? Stop joking and just tell me your condition. Mention just repeated the same sentence.
To this day, the moment the hero's sword pierced my heart is still vivid.
I don't want to experience that feeling again.
Raising another hero is fine, but I must at least take some safety precautions.
Menong didn't think he was being so serious. All right, I promise. Chin wanted to be sure. Then let's make a blood oath. Menrang was speechless. Do we have to go that far? I'm Mr. Sister of Minchin. Promise to never harm you. Is that good enough? It doesn't seem like there's anything special about this. Minion was temporarily relieved. All right, the pact is made. A pact sealed with blood and honor.
The older Menron gets, the stronger the bond will be.
Minion returned to the main point. All right, let's start training. First, take off all your clothes. Menchron nodded. All right, I understand. Ha? What did you just say right now? Menchin didn't know how to phrase it. Hey, no, that's not what I meant. If I'm going to teach you how to circulate internal energy, your mana must first.
That evening turned into a huge argument between the two, you little pervert. After getting beaten up, Chin finally managed to explain the meaning of his words. What I'm about to teach you are martial arts. To be precise, they are not skills of this world, though a normal instructor can't teach you. First is the method of mana control. We will learn the law of the mind. I will transfer my energy to you. Remember that feeling. Mran was focusing her entire mind. Mshin is transferring chaos energy through Menchran's back, and soon this energy flow will begin to course through her blood vessels. According to the principles of martial arts. The martial art I am teaching Menong is the law of the mind. The great internal key of the Shaolin Temple, also known as the Muscle Tendon Change Classic. Compared to the heavenly demon's sacred art, it is unrivaled in the realm of pure martial arts essence. The energy accumulated in the reverse flow bone marrow is pure and stable, unshakable. Just mastering the law of the mind is enough to strengthen bones and skin, make muscles firm, and upon reaching a certain level, one's skin can become as hard as diamond. I have to admit this law of the mind is best suited for Men Trong's fighting style. Ideally, she should also understand the ancient Shaolin text. But since she has already harmonized with the principles of the law of the mind, she will learn quickly. Mention finished the energy transfer. Now, after observing, try to do it yourself.
He used his observation eye.
The meridians in her body are clear. Now, it's just a matter of how well Menon can control her mind.
Isn't this impressive? She grasped and absorbed the flow in just one try.
At this rate, Rang's talent will surpass even the dark stain.
Menon felt an unusual increase in her spirit.
My senses are sharper and power is flowing throughout my body. So, this is martial arts, brother.
This is amazing. So cool. Let's do it again. Minion smirked.
That reverse flow bone marrow was just the first step and you're already hooked.
Ron was truly full of enthusiasm. It felt like something was about to happen.
A few hours later, Ron was sprawled out on the floor.
Mention knew this would happen.
What were you expecting?
Ron shook her head. I don't know. Why can't I even touch a single hair on your head?
Mention was tired of those meaningless words. I'm not so easy that a martial arts rookie could hit me. Actually, he was lying to himself.
That's what I said.
But honestly, I was very surprised. Even when she learns martial arts, the most important thing is still the reverse flow bone marrow law of the mind. It doesn't enhance weapon techniques, but only improves physical strength and energy control.
Moreover, I'm ahead by at least 5 levels in terms of motor skills, mana control, and other aspects.
Even so, for just a moment, she managed to keep up with my movements. Of course, I wouldn't let myself get hit, but to think she grasped such subtlety after just a few matches. Even though she's my sister in terms of combat, she has truly astonishing talent.
Minchin requested Benji, go get some refreshments for her.
Ron already felt better.
Oh my, I didn't know you were raising such a cute little kid. Benji was clearly happy.
Here you go. And cheer up, champion.
Minion thought.
That kid Benji seems to be quite popular with the girls.
If you're done warming up, get up. I'm busy.
Mr. and Benji said in unison, let's rest a little longer.
You're acting unreasonably busy. Take a little break, master.
Minchin's blood was boiling.
I'm not kidding. Get up now.
Afterwards, Minions supervised Manon's training for several days. I taught her the basics of combat, like reading movements and movement techniques. Taking her back to the Holy Society's dormitory, Ron always said the same thing as she left. Just you wait, brother. I'll train hard and defeat you. With a solid foundation, Ron can handle everything from here. Carry that potential and train hard. Now, the next thing he needed to do was go to the cafe to meet Ellie.
You sent your sister off, right? Did everything go smoothly? Minion sighed.
That kid is full of energy.
I'm exhausted from dealing with her. She laughed. It's strange to hear those words from a hunter like you. Minion didn't want to talk about it anymore. How is the branch doing?
Ellie covered her mouth and smiled.
Everything is fine. Define fine. Actually, maybe that's the problem.
Thanks to Hunter Minion, everything has improved.
Creating more work for us. Minion took a sip of water. That's not exactly sarcasm, is it? Ellie added, we're even planning to produce a Hunter Mention brand of products.
Mention didn't understand why he had to suffer this humiliation.
Have you found the professor? Ellie didn't have much information. There's something fishy here. Even the underworld hunters don't know anything.
The association said they will publicly protest this matter with Heaven and the Chaos Pantheon.
Minion thought it was simpler than just paperwork. Ellie suddenly got curious. Are you planning to go to the tower? She completely read Mission's mind.
As expected, you're very sharp, Ellie boasted.
Who do you think I am? Actually, I have another gift for you. If you return safely this time, I'll give it to you. Minion was looking forward to it. All right, have the gift ready. I'll come get it soon. Minion's conversation was over.
After that, I sent a request to analyze the Chaos Circle fragments through Ellie and Ain. She also helped with some odd jobs like managing the training ground, rebirth, training, strong, and the mission from the Alliance of Stars.
Everything is complete. Now it's time to return to the tower in Mount Hyatt.
Rare minerals are buried. Mention's goal is to collect these minerals.
Before ascending to the 6th floor, I stopped by the Information Guild on the 5th floor to gather preliminary information. With its abundance of minerals, the goal this time is indeed to collect ores.
The completion condition is quite simple, but the annoying part is someone had told him this.
It seems you're going alone for this 6th floor. It's best to join a community or hire support from the 5th floor.
Minion already knew this was supposed to be a mission for a coordinated team.
Is this a tunnel leading straight down?
It seems I'll get her this way, but I'll probably have to go quite deep.
Is this about survival?
There was a loud noise up ahead.
The precious gem is ours. A powerful presence emerged. Shin didn't expect monsters to crawl out of the walls. They seem to have been awakened when they sensed my presence. The Information Guild, they only provided basic information and didn't mention this at all.
Their stats range from A to B rank, blocked from the front and back.
There's no escape.
If that's the case, the only way is to charge straight ahead.
Imperial Sword Formation. No matter how durable or highly defensive they are,
they can't withstand sword power of this level.
Experience points just keep pouring in. The path seems to be gradually narrowing. This one isn't a rank ant.
Based on their size, they must have dug this tunnel.
Imperial Spear Sword Spear Flurry Formation.
Mention had stirred up the entire Mount Hyatt. It's even more effective than hunting monsters in a low-level gate.
Alright, this place is mine. Number 67. It's a medium-sized mine. There's no one here. Does that mean I can mine here? Mention touched the wall. No need for a pickaxe or any tools. Interesting.
You can't use one hand while collecting like this.
So that's why they recommend working in groups. Over there is a different path from the one I came from. Am I going to run into other adventurers?
One of them said I should check the condition of my weapon again. It seems my train notice mentioned.
Are you also conquering the 6th floor alone? With such skinny arms and legs? You dare to come here by yourself? Minchin replied indifferently. So that means even adventurers like you should be careful here. My Trang laughed loudly for a righteous warrior like me. It's nothing.
Urged by his companions, he said, we're a bit tired, too.
Let's rest for a bit. I'm exhausted too. Can't move.
The others were speechless.
He's starting to spout useless nonsense again. Mention guessed. Are they planning to watch my back while I'm mining alone? Is this genuine goodwill or is there another motive? How can I know for sure?
My train seemed to read his thoughts. If you let go, the timer stops.
Mention has completed mining at mine 67.
If you continue to mine at this mine, all previously collected ore will be erased.
So each mine has its own mining limit. If the trial is just about returning with this, it's too easy. My train gave a hint.
If you're alone, it's best not to be greedy. Just go back up. The deeper you go, the more dangerous it gets. It's very risky to go alone. Minion clearly didn't care, but at the same time, the quality of the ore on the lower levels was also getting higher. My train didn't force him either. Well, that's true. If fate allows, we'll meet again. Only Mention was left standing here, so they went down. I get it. This trial has a standard difficulty to pass, but to get a high score, you have to risk your life. This is the type of trial where the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Immortal Knight, from now on, I entrust my back to you. With this, how could Minion not be greedy? He brought out the Crimson Star Earth Chain. First, I need to learn a martial art. The martial arts master of the demonic cult, Uena, was once imprisoned in the Sky Prison for a long time. Iron chains bound his entire body, an environment where he couldn't even move a finger. However, Yuen mastered martial arts in his mind. The idea of using the very iron chains that bound his body to counterattack, and thus the Golden Earth Heavenly Chain art was born. The lightning-throwing dagger technique is not suitable for dealing with the mutated zombies or the ants on the 6th floor. The Hellfire technique is too dangerous to use in a narrow cave like this. So, learning the Golden Earth Heavenly Chain art is the right choice. Mention asked first, did anyone come near while I was training? The Immortal Knight said, no one at all, sir. Minion decided to try a different path in the group from before. Alright, now let's go deeper. There are mutated zombies everywhere. Gemstone, don't even think about taking it. Mention didn't give it a chance to say a second sentence. Straight to the climax. The Immortal Knight rushed out to attack the enemy. Do not obstruct the Supreme One. Minion considered one side secured. His back was protected by the loyal knight. Just keep moving forward like this and we'll reach the bottom soon. Warrior ants and mutated zombies appeared at the same time. Indeed, the deeper Mention goes, the more types of monsters there are. But to me, they're just a walking pile of experience points. The trial where the more rare ore you collect, the higher your score. Since discovering that the deeper you go underground, the more types of rare and high quality ore you mined. Minion decided to go to the lowest level to pass the trial with an outstanding score. He entered the deepest part of highest. It seems the mountain's magic is starting to affect my senses. They won't let me go down easily, will they? Anyway, what a troublesome habit. I must prevent my senses from being disordered with the Chaos Shield. But it's also time for the next mine to appear. Someone was coming out from behind. Wait, stop. Mention glared at him. It seems this is a demon from the Dun tribe. This is Ghana's territory. Mining is forbidden. Although passage is permitted, any clandestine actions will result in your death. Mention understood. So this place belongs to the Ghana Guild composed entirely of descendants of the Chaos Pantheon. He looks like a newly promoted demon. I want to slice this guy in half right now, but I don't want to cause unnecessary trouble. Besides, he's on my side. Wait, I can get mithril here. That's why they only send soldiers. Mithril is a rare resource, very difficult to mine on the lower floors. From a guild's perspective, monopolizing the mining rights is a great temptation. The problem is, as I go deeper, I'll encounter rarer ores. Does that mean all those mines are also controlled by large guilds? If that's the case, it will probably cause a lot of trouble. Minion stood before a cave. This looks like a path someone just recently dug. The Immortal Knight nodded. It seems so. Minion wasn't sure if it was an opportunity or another dead end. A path no one has taken for now. I'll try exploring it. I sense monsters, but are they fighting each other? Not the challengers, but the monsters are fighting among themselves. This is quite unexpected. Are they fighting over something? It seems the ants are at a disadvantage. This battle will end quickly.
I just need to deal with the soul crystals. The ants activated their function one by one. Then they vanished. Surprising mention. What? Self-destructs? That's unfair. They are all my experience points.
In that case, I might as well finish them off myself. There's another character here, too.
Minion now only has to deal with the ants.
Alright, all cleaned up.
Who was that just now? What's this? Did someone come down here before me? Cece shouted loudly. It is I. We finally meet. Mention felt like it was straight out of an anime. Are you the one talking?
Cece made him think he was having illusions or hallucinations.
That's right. It's me, your humble servant. I am Princess Cece. Thank you for saving me.
I never thought there would be a prince on a white horse in this world. Although Mention had no such intention beforehand.
Saving someone in danger is a matter of course, right? Cece recognized him as a prince just because I sense a gentle charming fragrance from you. Mention should have kept a stray face. Could she also be affected by my charm ability or charisma? Cece seemed to be in a dreamland.
Your humble servant has a favor to ask of you, my prince.
Mention let out a sigh.
I should have suppressed the passive side effects of the charm magic inside the tower.
Cece cried as she told her story. I have a mother.
She is still strong as her lifespan is thousands of years. However, because my outstanding talent surpasses even my mother's, she despises me.
Just now, my mother set a trap by creating a new pattern in the battle and imprisoning me in it.
Prince, please help me escape this floor. A system notification arrived.
Princess Cece wants to escape the influence of the Ant Queen and establish a new colony.
Mention remembered something, a hidden quest. The reward is adamantium, a rare mineral comparable to oroham, which I once bought at an auction.
If oroham is known as the hardest metal in the universe, then adamantium is known for its incredibly superior magic sensitivity. With it, I can forge new equipment and even successfully inscribe extremely powerful magic rays. Mention accepted the quest.
Alright, I'll help the princess escape this place.
Cece was very moved, just as I thought.
You truly came on a white horse to save me.
From now on, please just call me Cece. Don't use such formal titles. Mention felt a little scared. Why is her face turning red?
Cece led me through a maze of tangled tunnels.
Using telepathic communication, we avoided clashes with the ants we encountered along the way. Cece asked confidently, how do you find my authority?
Minion just said it was impressive, but she looked more cute than authoritative. Along the way, Nchin cleared out the soul crystals.
Cece was overly excited. As expected, the prince is truly amazing. Minion was getting a headache. Everything's fine, but I hope she talks less about the prince. We went deep inside Mount Hyatt.
The cost of using my energy to reduce the sensory deprivation effect was getting higher and higher.
Nchin turned to ask, are you uncomfortable? Cece looked bewildered. I don't quite understand what you just said.
Nchin felt it was unfair. It seems the ants are not affected by the sensory reduction effect. For others, just getting down here is a great achievement.
He wanted to know more. Have many challengers come this far?
Cece said, there were a few in my memory.
They met my mother and had conversations.
They were offered the challengers a tool to start the conversation.
A chainsaw.
Mention felt it was more of a threat. Those in that guild knew that the Ant Kingdom had prepared a successor even if the queen died. They chose to negotiate with the queen and ensure the stable mining of the ore.
Mention took a few steps forward. How much further do we have to go? Cece skipped along happily.
We're here. That place is the treasury. My mother has precious items stored in that room.
To expand my influence. I must obtain the adamantium and the royal jelly. Chin was curious. So, does telepathy work on the guards at the door? Cece was powerless.
They are my mother's personal guards, so it's very difficult to control them.
Chin thought, they seem very strong. In that case, should I use my forces? Immortality ability applied to the enemy. The enemy affected by the immortality crystal has fallen asleep. A new host has been found. Awareness of death increases, although all attributes are reduced by 10%. It's still much better than other curses. Black Star Earth Chain. Bone Piercing Chain. It means I can't target multiple enemies at once. Join the army now. Continue with Spear Strike. Reinforcements are coming, right? But it's not a problem. This is an opportunity for Mayan to expand his forces. You're not the only ones with allies. You understand? All units advance. Mention watched his army fight. I will resurrect the ones I've defeated. His current immortality points are 280. Currently, I have 4 knights and 4 warriors. I can create 2 more warriors in the future. Cece walked and talked. You are truly amazing. Prince, wait a minute. This place has a double lock mechanism. It takes about an hour to unlock.
Mention thought it was a bit long and that's strange.
All of you block the entrance for me.
The immortal knight said in unison, yes, master.
An hour later, Cece finished unlocking it. It's opening.
In front of Mention were sparkling things.
All right, then. Let's see how many there are. Cece's face was overjoyed. Found it.
Everything here was sparkling gold. The thing Cece needed most was also here.
Royal jelly. There's more. I'll take it all. Chin walked around. Besides adamantium, there are many other treasures, you know.
To be sure, he asked.
Thanks. Can I take this too? Cece was busy with something.
Yes, as the rightful heir, I also have the right to inherit the bloodline from my mother. Mention's eyes were extremely cunning.
Well, then, in that case, I should maximize the expansion of my infinite space as much as possible. I'll take everything I can. The more money, the better. Long live the Ant Queen. Minion had plundered everything he could. Carrie, have you collected everything you need? Then the last thing to do is leave this place. A guard appeared on the other side. Whoever dares to disturb Her Majesty's peace shall all perish. Minion wasn't afraid of the ant guard. This monster not only has slightly higher stats than an immortal knight, but it can also use aura. Cece cried and said, even Mother's guards, why did that monster appear here?
The guards consist of elite warriors my mother created after observing the challengers.
Please protect me. Minion watched its every move. No doubt about it. That's why it uses aura and fights like a human. It looks stronger than expected, but it's nothing to me. The ant guard said, power to defeat my aura. I have never heard of such a thing before. Cece climbed onto his back as I thought. The prince is truly wonderful.
Mention reminded her.
Hold on tight.
From now on, it will be a long and arduous battle.
All of you block the exit for me.
His eyes narrowed. If there are hundreds of royal guards unaffected by the terrain difficulties, it will be very hard to capture the queen. In that case, we must leave here before they catch up.
Cece didn't understand what was happening. Why are the guards here protecting the treasury?
Mention said while running, I don't know either. They're supposed to be guarding the deep inner regions.
It seems your mother is under a lot of pressure. All the immortal swordsmen have been destroyed. The remaining distance to go is the exit. Minion wanted to take was blocked. Is this the right way? Is there another way? Cece looked around. We have to take a little detour. We're almost there. Minion touched the rock. Don't worry.
In our world, there's a saying. The path I walk is the correct path. He blew up the path in front of them.
Ci exclaimed with delight. Amazing.
You truly are the prince on a white horse who came to save me.
We're almost there. Almost to the top.
If you are in a higher position later, you can still help me.
A princess, right?
Minion felt lucky they had made it without being caught.
What is she doing?
He activated his enhanced senses.
Flames echoed from the opposite side. There were 3 people in white robes standing there. Is this challenger on a hidden quest?
He seems very skilled. Wait, he's still alive. Minion felt that those guys spoke as if they already knew he had received a hidden quest. His question was a bit blunt. I didn't expect a nuisance to appear here.
He chuckled. He must have received some kind of quest, too. Don't think too much about it. You don't mind if I take a look at what kind of quest it is, do you?
Chin looked at the sub-quest.
I thought the ants and the challengers were enemies.
I never expected the queen to assign a quest to a challenger.
Did she assign a quest to capture Cece, or is she angry about the treasury being robbed? Princess Ant said, Prince, leave Cece behind and go. That way you can survive.
This attire, they are members of the Mobius Guild, the ones who had dealings with my mother.
Mention didn't mind. So what if they're members of Mobius? They just join anyway. Cece didn't think it was that simple. Prince. Are you a challenger?
The Mobius Guild is one of the 7 great guilds and they have the support of the great mages.
Minion looked at her expression. Is she worried about me? Interesting. The great mages. Ha! It reminds me of the explanation Sun he gave on the 5th floor.
One of the 7 great mages. They pursue the ultimate exploration of magic to reach a state of transcendence. Anyway, I mentioned put Cece down.
Do you think I'm the type to run away like that?
These guys aren't great mages either. He thought to himself, we can't just run away from insects like them.
One of them said, Are you challenging us? We've already set up a barrier. No one can get in and we are completely isolated from the outside world.
Young man, she'd cherish your life.
Mention stepped forward. In other words, you can't send a signal for help either.
They saw him as the embodiment of the heavenly demon realm. He is a force in the martial world.
Does he not even realize his own life is in danger?
Mention used Black Star Unicorn, increasing his combat power by 20%.
You are too arrogant. Activate total suppression. All opponents' attributes are reduced by 20%. How dare you?
I'll show you my true power.
They summoned an ice skeleton and a wind spirit. Mayan activated light armor. Since all the immortal swordsmen have been destroyed, appear, can you take care of these pests for me? Aura accepted the mission to eliminate those in the way.
Minion had had other things to worry about.
Could it be because he can use light aura, which is the complete opposite of magic? Aura also fought fiercely. I will soon summon the wind spirit again.
As for the ice skeleton, it might take a little more time.
I should rest a bit to recover my energy. Activate Super Sense Life Force. Mention rushed forward. Fall back. He used the Supreme Body Formation to block the Ant Queen.
The powerful life force activated his super sense. A creature much stronger than the one I met underground.
The Ant Queen looked very angry. Refusing to accept your destiny. How rude. Cece called out. Mother. Mention asked in surprise. What did you just say? Mother? Cece looked at her opponent a little panicked. That's right. The appearance may be different, but that aura is definitely my mother's.
Mother is using that terrifying power against the royal guards.
It's unbelievable. The Ant Queen had a blaming tone just as I thought.
You planted strange ideas in the princess's head, leading my child astray, leading her down the path of corruption. I will end my own daughter's life directly.
Minion smirked. This is truly an unforeseen burden. I also have to complete the mission on this side. That's why I said it.
CI was silent for a moment, then spoke up.
Prince, please leave this to me. Mention couldn't understand. Hey, no kidding. She's really strong.
Sai was well prepared.
I know, but I still have one ace up my sleeve.
Sai released her power and amplified it. The muscles around her body gradually grew larger.
There was now an opponent who could match the Ant Queen. All right, Cece said.
I'll take care of Mother.
Prince, finish off those challengers. The Ant Queen glared. You have the audacity to oppose me today. I will break your stubbornness. Now Mention could confirm indeed C's abilities were not just empty words.
Although she was somewhat inferior, she was strong enough to face the queen.
Minion didn't stand still either. Hold on a little longer. I'll be back soon.
After some time fighting, Jin realized there's no more time to play around. I have to quickly eliminate these mages and then face the queen.
Is it fog? This is no ordinary fog.
It carries a degenerative effect.
What is this? What are they plotting?
And said thoughtfully, I heard you're just a challenger from the 6th floor, but your strength far exceeds our expectations. In this situation, we will use that power. The person next to him worried.
And isn't that too dangerous? And had to risk it. No. At this rate, we could be wiped out with the barrier system deployed. We can't even escape.
We must end this fight here at all cost. Mention shielded himself with his hand.
An energy similar to divine power from out there. System detected. Interference from outside the tower. Without administrator intervention, the divine power will be automatically eliminated. In 10 minutes, a new knight appeared. It seems you are the reason I was summoned. My name is Thor, the god of thunder.
God summoning Mention thought it must be related to the bloodline of the thunder god.
It's truly an overwhelming power.
He definitely possesses strength worthy of the title of god.
In terms of spiritual power, he's at a high level. Mention deployed the moon god's sword and the black star's aid. Anyway, you're just a fragment imitating a god. Thor became angry upon hearing that.
I must make you realize the strategic difference in our power.
With that, he struck straight down. Minion blocked it with the spiritual domain protection formation. Is this really lightning imbued with divine power? This pressure is too great.
It can't be blocked with just physical strength.
Thor laughed smugly. Oh, interesting.
To be able to stand lightning with divine power like that.
Quite impressive for a mortal like you. Minion just didn't want to explain because I descended through a clone skill. The power I can display is only a small fraction of my true self. But even that small amount of power far exceeds my current level. At this rate, I can't last for 10 minutes, let alone survive. In that case,
Mention activated Rainbow Miracle.
The blessing effect heals all wounds and dispels curses.
They let out a ho divine punishment. A lowly being like you dares to borrow my own power. How ridiculous that there is a power that dares to oppose me. Mention brought out many spears.
That is the desolate soul formation. Though I remain smug. Still don't get it. Tricks like that won't work on me. Was all that preparation just to do this? But he was gravely mistaken. What kind of crazy thing is happening? Mention has the inheritance of Jindal. So what? I have a perfect technique for you. All right. This is the recreation of a legend. Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods, a war sparked by those of the same blood to overthrow the tyrannical gods, Benji Najak. The story of that war resonated even in the human world. According to the myth of Thor, he fell after just a few steps from Grendel's venom. Mention's provocative voice echoed in his ear. Ah, you won't actually fall. You survived thanks to the intervention of other gods. But I'm curious how you feel now. Facing the flames of rebirth once again.
And this seemed unwilling to accept it.
Don't provoke me. Are you dreaming that I will fall before a mere mortal like you? Mention sneered. Truly an arrogant reaction from a god on high.
Even so, it seems your power is weakening as the venom gradually seeps into your body. Supreme Body Amvis completely lost his bearings.
This is impossible.
Mention didn't give him a chance to say another word.
Well, you tried. His subordinates started to panic. And this has been defeated. A god has fallen to a challenger from a lowly lower class. Atone with your death for daring to resist him. No, we have to get out of here quickly. I can't use the teleportation stone. Because this place is sealed by a barrier. Mention received 53% experience points.
Even though I only defeated a clone instead of the real god, I still got a lot of experience.
Plus, I even got a bonus.
This time was a truly bountiful harvest. Of course, it would have been impossible without this cloak.
The Cloak of Jindal.
Encountering an entity capable of using the power of the gods at the top of the tower is very important.
But if I hadn't obtained this cloak on the second floor of the tower, I might not have one. 10.
Throw stars were sacrificed to deceive the enemy.
Alright, I've made the most of it so far, but it still feels like a waste. Anyway, I dealt with the small fry. What's left is the severed arm dripped a few drops of blood. Reddit hurts so much.
You are a product of my creation, but you are truly detestable.
You are slowly approaching your death. It's not over yet, Mention's voice rang. That's right. You've tried hard, Cece. It seems Cece recognized this voice. Minion noticed the enemy was an enhanced Ant Queen. What's wrong? Am I not the one you're supposed to be fighting? He immediately thought of destroying them in one breath. Imperial Sword Style and Chaotic Thunderblade.
Even though this isn't her real body, the screams sound real enough.
Cece stood beside him and said, in god form, we feel all pain right now. Mother must have suffered a heavy psychological blow and fainted. Minion nodded. Oh, so that's how it is. Let's go now. We need to leave this floor. Minion's hidden evacuation quest is complete. Oh, this is also recognized as my door. Adamanium, this has to change. But do you care that your mother is suffering? We should use a less painful method. C's eyes suddenly lit up. By the way, who are these cool knights? They sparkle like stars. We must have surprised you, Your Highness. Protecting you is a knight's duty, Your Highness. Cece was completely overwhelmed. Oh my, what majestic knights Mention wasn't fond of it.
Stop talking nonsense and focus on what's really important. Such unnecessary worries.
I'm going up to the 7th floor right now. What about you? Cece asked back. Up to the 7th floor. Of course, I will follow the prince to the end.
Mention was a little surprised.
You'll follow me.
He has to help Cece find a place to stay.
Wait, this continues to the 7th floor. Is this what they call a hidden quest? Well, it doesn't hurt to try. I'll accept, Minion said. Alright, let's go up to the next floor. Cece was extremely excited.
Prince, please take care of me.
Minion has passed the breath trial and received 700,000 points.
Combined with what I found in the treasury, this time was a truly bountiful harvest.
Cece giggled. Indeed, thank you, Prince.
Tower of Trials, 45th floor, Sky Fortress. The man touched the stone in front of him.
These are the names carved on the board.
3 red-ranked apprentice mages have been eliminated.
Following the soul traces, the last place they appeared was the 6th floor.
They participated in the Myethal mine expedition in Mount Hyatt.
It seems someone interfered with their mining operations. A subordinate asked for his opinion. Master, should I send a team to investigate? He seemed to have the same idea.
Do it. Although the 6th floor of the tower is designated as a no-conflict zone to ensure the stable mining of rare minerals by the consensus of all 7 great churches, it would be troublesome if someone disrupted this. Since the atmosphere is unstable, send a 4th-tier disciple to investigate. The subordinate quickly complied.
Understood. I will send someone to investigate soon. All for the ultimate truth.
He also repeated the same thing.
Yes, all for the ultimate truth. Minion entered the wild forest. What's going on? It's as hot as a furnace.
He scouted the surrounding area first, just as the Information Guild said.
This place is similar to the Death Dimension, right?
Survival for 28 days in this place. The Death Dimension is an ecosystem where every creature is a predator, making it difficult for even beings from higher dimensions to survive easily. If I were alone, surviving here wouldn't be a big deal.
The problem is I have a companion.
The tower system interfered with Mayan's items, and there was another problem to solve. The food he brought from outside was inedible. I didn't expect it to prevent me from eating food I brought myself. All the food and water stored in the spatial bag had become inedible
and undrinkable.
This probably implies that I'm not allowed to stay in one place for the entire 28-day trial.
Mentions started summoning. Don't waste your effort. Come out, Aura.
Survey the nearby terrain and native creatures, they said in unison.
Yes, sir.
I pledged to sacrifice everything for the glory of the princess.
Cece used that admiring tone again. What wonderful nights. I'm counting on all of you. Mention was allergic to it. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll cancel the summoning. Cece, where? Are you planning to stay? She just remembered now. I will find out now.
Shin said things no one understood as expected, but in his heart, he didn't say it out loud. The upcoming tasks may look very difficult, but let's solve them one by one. First, I need to find a safe place to stay. I've survived in the Death Dimension before. This won't be difficult at all. Before starting, Mention warned, because this place is like the Catacomb Dimension, you must be extremely cautious. Do you see those palm trees up there? Keep a close eye on them. C's scream was already heard. The tree dodged the attack. It stood to one side, observing, unable to help but tremble. My prince, danger. Minion rushed forward and used his skill. Black Star Fangs, a brutal martial art. C heard a strange sound. These trees even roar like monsters. After chopping down the tree branches, Mayan was quite excited. An axe is indeed the perfect weapon for felling trees. They lure prey with nutritious fruits, then suddenly attack anyone who gets close with their branches, turning the tables. This entire ecosystem is full of creatures like that. Understand? Cece was more afraid of him than the thing from before. From now on, I will only listen to the prince's words. Oh, the horses heard the sound from afar. Master Mention glanced over. The reconnaissance team returned just in time. The horses had finished scouting the perimeter and returned. Fane reported, this area is so vast its width can't be estimated. It's at least 3 times the size of the gate where Himman appeared.
As for notable terrain, there is a mountain and a river nearby. The mountain is about 300 m high.
Mention stroked his chin and thought. A 300-meter mountain, very convenient for observing the entire area.
For now, let's head towards the mountain.
A large foot shook a part of the ground below.
Minion knew exactly what it was.
Oh, a grow. So, this is your territory. The grow has an indomitable spirit and a steely hide.
Minion didn't consider it a formidable opponent.
As expected, this place is exactly like Katakin.
Even the monsters from there appear. However,
similar to the beast in the tower's trials, their strength is weaker than the original.
Minion looked for a way to deal with it. See, that animal looks tasty. Bring it back.
He also prepared for the next steps. With it, the food demand is temporarily solved.
We can also start building a base here. The ants will handle the construction of the base. Aura will guard the perimeter, but for units might not be enough. Minion stepped forward and said, "Wait for me a moment."
The immortal forces were completely depleted on the 6th floor of the tower to create a new immortal army. Mention attached immortality crystals to every monster in sight, then defeated them by hunting down all the monsters around the base. The system has detected a new host and understanding of death has increased.
Minion has created 50 new immortal warriors. Greetings, Master. Finally, Minion started a fire. So tired. Let's eat something. Cece couldn't hold back when she saw the food. I've been looking forward to this meal. Minion popped down on the ground inside. Come to think of it, since meeting Cece, I haven't had a proper meal.
The many blessings of the rainbow reduced the fatigue, but the craving for food remained the same.
The new warriors were handling patrol duty. Finally, I can take a breather.
Nearby, a group of strangers held weapons and smiled menacingly.
Menchen was about to put food in his mouth. All right, let's eat. An immortal warrior took a heavy blow and was destroyed, which annoyed him. Seriously, what a nuisance. Oh well, let's eat first. Well, these guys appear on the 7th floor, too. They aren't challengers, either. I thought I wouldn't meet anyone in such a vast area. Do you have a specific purpose for coming up the mountain?
He stared at them. A group of 4 challengers of different races.
2 of them spoke in turn. Don't you know supplies are scarce? Must be all newbies anyway. I don't care.
I never spare my opponents.
Minion didn't show much emotion. Looking at their attitude, a conflict is unavoidable. He used demonic king's footsteps and overwhelming authority.
If your attitude had been better, things wouldn't have come to this. Anyway, I want to hear more about those so-called supplies.
Maybe we should have a physical conversation first.
Sometime later, Minion had just finished dealing with the previous matter.
Hey, I'm back.
The plan has changed.
We can't delay any longer. Cece asked curiously what happened.
The more Mention thought, the more his headache.
I heard this area will sink in a few days. He remembered a few minutes ago.
Of the 4, I took down 3, leaving 1 female challenger.
I used my charm to get information from her. Mention lifted the woman's chin. Tell me about those supplies.
She spoke while trembling.
Supplies are chests containing items necessary for survival.
There's a subquest to collect those chests, so everyone is fighting over them. We came here because of a signal indicating a supply chest had dropped. Then Mayan relayed it to Cece. In addition, I learned a few other things. The areas outside the center of the 7th floor are said to sink and rise again in a certain cycle.
Cece quickly urged, then we must hurry to the center. However, Chin wasn't too concerned. No need to rush. There's still time. Let's eat first. Then go.
Even Mount Kungang has to be climbed on a full stomach.
CZ didn't object. Understood. Delicious. Mention's stomach was full too.
Grok's meat is truly a unique specialty of Katakin.
High above, Finn looked around. Is that it over there? Sir, something is falling. Mention ordered.
Oh, quick, check it out.
This is the supply chest you were talking about, right?
And Mention's quest is passionate collector's desire, just as I heard.
The subquest is definitely related to this thing. The 7th floor's trial is not just about survival, but is also designed for challengers to compete against each other.
It's nice to do this subquest from time to time.
Mention continued on his way. I have everything I need now. Let's keep moving.
Everywhere he went, there were prying eyes targeting the supply crate without knowing their own lives are in danger. Mention just needed a wave of his hand. You're the ones who don't cherish your own lives.
Those people were lying on the ground. To be this strong and just be a challenger from the lower world. The path leads to the central area.
Along the way, Minion carefully collected every supply crate he found.
Throughout the journey, the challengers he met all rushed into battle without negotiation.
Someone from a lower world like Earth dares to attack us.
And occasionally someone would kneel and beg for their lives afterwards. Stop. We will retreat. Please spare us. Mention was not soft-hearted. But I hate leaving loose ends.
To avoid regrets, he eliminated all of them.
Even if I spare you. Sooner or later, you'll just stab me in the back. Taking lives is not pleasant. But in this lawless land, there is no room for hesitation or pity.
Especially in the current situation where supply crates are the trigger for competition.
Among challengers, Minion had to be even tougher. After many days of travel, the two of them finally entered the central area of the Katakin forest. Cece seemed to really like this place. The earth vein energy here is soulful. Minchin had a nagging feeling.
The only place that doesn't flood is the central area, so it attracts all the challengers.
I can adapt to any situation.
But it might be difficult for Cece.
Should I assign a horror scout as her guard?
A horror with a panicked face appeared.
Master, something is approaching you. Minion acted completely normal. Calm down. What kind of creature is it?
According to one horror's observation, they are very fast and hide in the bushes, making them difficult to observe from the air. No sooner had he said that, the thing appeared suddenly in front of me. He pulled out the black star chain.
It's quite fast, but not that strong.
In just one movement had it figured out.
This is a dragon fawn golem made from dragon teeth. A golem isn't a naturally born monster. Could there be a dragon in this forest? The only lucky thing is that it was crudely made. If it were a complete version, it probably would have taken some effort. Mention activated Super Sense.
His body reacted before his mind could register.
It is speed beyond imagination. This is no ordinary opponent. Minchin used Dragon Strike. Myriad chain slash in one direction. Someone from the bushes blocked it. He had put more energy than usual into that attack. His experienced eyes narrowed.
Then he gradually revealed himself.
Wait a minute. Could you be Minion? He searched his memory.
This guy is a challenger I met on the first floor during the Lauder trial.
I never expected to meet him here. Minion was still surprised. I didn't think I'd into you in a place like this.
He also saw through his opponent like the others.
Even the true I can't see through his abilities.
Which means his strength is at least on par with Benji's.
Even though I've gone through major transformations, I'm still far from my goal. Lauder asked curiously. How much stronger have you gotten in the time we've been apart? Sin answered indifferently. Probably not enough to surprise you. But Lauder didn't back down. I'm not just being polite.
Among all the challengers I faced, no one has reached your level in such a short time, Minion asked back.
How many opponents have you met? Lauder didn't hide it.
Even the bright stars in the 7 great communities haven't reached this level.
Seeing you progress like this, I'm even more convinced that my judgment that day was not wrong. Mention poi. By the way, the Dragon Golem Legion is your work too, right? Lauder nodded. Yes.
While clearing the trials, I practice crafting to alleviate boredom.
We can talk for a while. How about coming to my place to continue the conversation? Minion was a little surprised.
To your place.
Thanks, but I have to refuse.
I just entered the central area and I still have a lot of work to do.
Minion was even thinking further ahead. I still don't have a stable safe zone. If I team up with Lauder now, there will probably be many benefits. But sooner or later, it will become a burden.
The equal relationship that he and I once established with the badge might collapse. Those actions could make me look incompetent. Lauder had no intention of persuading him.
Your decision is probably for that reason, too. Minion immediately asked, Huh? What do you mean? The 7th floor trial? You mean things related to the central area? If so, I can't ignore it. Minion was taken to Dragon's Nest, Lauder's residence on the 7th floor. This is where I stayed during the trial.
Cece beside him said, the flow of magic here is so strong.
Minion related to Lauder. Can you feel it?
Lauder, however, was paying attention to Cece.
That creature was brought up from the 6th floor. You're raising something interesting. Minion didn't have much patience. Anyway, can we get back to what we were talking about before? Lauder had to agree.
All right, you remember I mentioned I was in some trouble.
Actually, it seems the challengers are planning to take over the central area.
Mention didn't think it would be that place, the central area.
But most ordinary people wouldn't dare to invade your territory. Lauder didn't deny it. True, they can't enter my territory. But tomorrow, their trial will end and they will ascend to the next floor.
They have waited until they can climb the floors and have so far avoided direct conflict.
While moving, Lauder knew someone was following him.
His eyes were very sharp based on the engravings on their equipment. It seems they come from a community called the Cloud Twins.
I'm not sure, but one thing is certain.
When you leave this place, they will immediately invade this area.
And I consider meeting you to be a stroke of luck. Once you're gone, this place will collapse on its own. I'm leaving it to you. Minion pointed. You're giving me this golem. Lauder reminded him, making him embarrassed.
Consider it an apology for suddenly attacking you. Also, I don't need these supply crates.
You can have them. I owe you one.
Mention chuckled on himself. This Lauder guy is a really good person.
In that case, I won't be shy. On the tree, DS activated his Heaven's Eye. What is this? Did someone just enter the territory of the Cloud Twins? Mention's current plan is I have decided to spar with Lauder for the remaining time.
A practice match with an opponent that even the Eye of Truth cannot see through. Even in a practice match, Lauder was very serious.
It was also for Minion to experience reality. Opportunities to test his current limits were few and far between. Minion used overwhelming authority.
However, Lauder blocked it without moving much and then Mention was suppressed by Dragon's might. His overwhelming authority immediately resisted Lauder's pressure.
This is the first time I've used this move. 7-star God Sword.
Lauder started to get excited.
Interesting. 3-breath Starlight Sword Dragonification.
Compared to them, CC was just a harmless creature.
Oh, so scary. Mention was completely defeated. I'm done for.
even after unleashing all my ultimate martial arts techniques, including the terrifying Hell's Might. I still lost, but thanks to that, I realized the areas I need to improve on. Lauder reached out a hand to help. Are you okay? I truly respect your skills. Minion blurted out. Do I look okay? This made Lauder feel awkward. Sorry. Your strength is truly extraordinary. I underestimated myself. Chin was more humble than usual. It's fine. I already knew the difference between us. Lauder mentioned the last time. But didn't you once fight against Fell and Hagak on the first floor to have improved to this extent? I'm truly impressed. Minion didn't know if he should be proud. Being a friend of dragons isn't just about strength. Lauder chose another way to respond. How can you see through someone's strength just because he opens up to you? Chin rubbed his head and said nothing. He opens up too easily but giving away a heartstone. Even so, it didn't feel unpleasant. Chin now asked, speaking of which, do you know how strong the Cloud Twins team is? According to the information Lauder had, I only know 3 of them, but I'm not sure about the entire team among them. There is one who possesses the ability to command an entire army of Earth with just one person. There are always a few backup golems in their base, including the one I just gave you. That's a total of 10. Feel free to use them. Also, I've left some magic scrolls that I've collected. Using them will help you a lot in battle. Well, that's enough for now. It's time for me to go. I hope we'll meet again someday. Watching Lauder leave. Mention's determination grew. Next time, I'll be so strong I'll make you struggle. Just you wait and see. Cece had been hiding somewhere all this time. Is that scary person gone? He was really scary. Mention patted its head. Focus on building the base here from now on. Dig tunnels, build a base underground. Some movement caught Mayan's attention. As expected, as soon as Lauder left, there's a disturbance. He said, Cece, you are absolutely not to leave my side by even half a step. I need to prepare quickly to welcome our guest. This person belongs to the Cloud Twins community. The name's Diane. I alone am enough. Someone asked for an opinion. The dragon tooth line has disappeared. Should we divide our forces into 3 groups to move? Diane answered. He replied unenthusiastically. Those guys are slow anyway. While Diane was in his own space, Dees had returned to base. Ugh. What? Diane is fighting. Divide the army into left, right, and center wings. Attack all 3 directions with full military strength. Crush them. Now that the dragon is gone, only the humans from Earth are left from last time. They probably brought that annoying dragon with them too. According to the plan, they weren't supposed to fight until the encirclement was complete. When Deus activated his Heaven's Eye, he immediately sneered. You have an interesting ability. Deus had never been so scared. He can see through my Heaven's Eye. Shin used the first form of the 7-star god sword, the Twilight Sword. If Deus hadn't ducked, he would have been a goner. Dees used flame binding. Those spirits can revive at any time. I have to restrain this lower worlder now. Shin used the 1,000-tongue quake stomp from a distance. This is fun. Show me more of your abilities. I've never met such an interesting opponent in my life. Dees was nothing but surprised. What? He shattered my bindings with just a single stomp. I can't win. I have to run. Afterwards, Deus recounted what he encountered around Dien. Magic traps. Dragon's breath. And countless unknown enemies were all waiting. It seems he won't give up easily. Escaping won't be simple either. In the area I'm in charge of, there's the human we met before. That guy is no pushover.
He's holding off our entire force by himself.
He saw through my heaven's eye and wasn't affected by my flame magic. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before we're wiped out.
Captain.
The Captain Mayan was regal.
How interesting.
Those lower worlders.
Bury our enemies right here.
Mention used Hell's prison, spreading it everywhere. As expected, the main force is different. The numbers are quite large.
But if you think you can win just by relying on numbers, you're mistaken.
The corner of Rico's mouth twitched up slightly.
Is that you? I've never heard of anyone from the lower world being so strong.
Chin replied with a smile.
Me neither.
I've never seen anyone as strong as the primordial queen, the last descendant of an ancient empire. She is the right flair, holding the power passed down from the old empire. Although the empire has fallen, she still inherits the remaining legacy and has built her own kingdom, laying the foundation for a new dynasty. One day, while using her power to maintain her kingdom, the tower sent an invitation to Rio.
This is an opportunity to become even stronger for the supremacy of the kingdom. Rigo entered the tower.
There she met the leader of the Cloud Twins team, Your Majesty.
Let's make a deal.
Just by facing them, she knew how strong they were.
I am Len.
Rigo had never faced such a tough opponent in her world, and that made her excited. She was determined to become as strong as the challengers from the higher levels. After that day, I stayed in the tower for a while and also encountered some challengers from Earth.
Rigo shouted as loud as she could. What in the world is that monster? Minions' continuous spear formation had wiped out the entire troop of soldiers. Their only strength is in their numbers. Mention focused intently. They're quite persistent. As long as I find an opening, it won't be too difficult. As expected, she's no slouch. I'll be at a disadvantage if I let this fight drag on. So, I need to deal with these soldiers quickly. The 8 trigrams monster formation was set up. It caught my attention using a military formation combined with guerrilla tactics. Quite clever, but it's useless against me. Heavenly Demon's domain. Rigo shouted to remind him. Deez, why are you still standing there? He was having some trouble. My fire magic isn't working anymore. Although Rigo was scared, her arrogant expression remained. I am the invincible goddess. I cannot lose in a place like this. But Minion had already closed in on her. DEA screamed incessantly, this can't be Captain. The person in front of me was just a pile of dirt. I thought I hit the target. That was a very clever substitution. Rigo was actually hiding over here. That was close. If my wide area attack had been a little slower, I would have died. There's no other way. I can't win like this. I have to wait for Diane to arrive. Minion had already bound Rigo with chains. I've grasped everything with the eye of truth. He approached his opponent struggling on the ground. Now the tables have turned, haven't they? Kid, you better behave and stay still. Diane spoke in a high voice. We are the Cloud Twins team. We will definitely retaliate. Minion felt a bit annoyed. If you were afraid of that, you shouldn't have started a fight in the first place. Oh, how bold. Great hands. Seal, you were once my opponent. He blocked Diane's blow in a flash. What is this energy? Diane strained with difficulty. He blocked Tao's attack. Chin knew who his opponent was. This guy is from the Tumawayu tribe. Why is there a demon from the Tuma tribe here? A moment later, Chin had captured all 3 members of the Cloud Twins. The power hierarchy has been established. Your fate is now in my hands. Now, can we talk? I have something to ask. Rigo changed her demeanor. I will answer what I know. Mention wasn't interrogating her. What I'm curious about isn't you, but the person standing next to you. Why are you a demon from the Tuma tribe not allied with Ghana? Diane said nervously. You come from a lower dimension, so you don't know much about demons. Listen carefully. Human from Earth. Our Tuma tribe lost our ruler on your planet. And also lost our position in Neon. Mention's face changed abruptly. What did you just say? Diane recounted the events. We lost our King Damath and were banished to the outskirts, the suburbs. Even the tower does not welcome those from Ghana like us. They even call us bad luck. This is truly a stain on the history of the Tuma tribe. The only ones who helped us were the leaders of the Cloud Twins team. Minion asked directly, who is the leader who helped the Tuma tribe die, and mention the name? The leaders of the Cloud Twins are Rin and Ren. Mention's memory surfaced. Len. I remember hearing that name. I know that name. That's someone related to my past life. It must have been a brief relationship from hundreds of years ago. That little brat helped the Tuma tribe. So, fate can intertwine like this. Minion held on to his last bit of humanity. All right, I'll spare you. They bowed their heads hastily. Really, thank you. I will remember this favor. Mention sighed. I was originally going to take your lives, but your leader has a connection to me. And if that's the person who showed kindness even after I was gone, then that changes everything. Suddenly, Diane said these words instead, I have one condition. You've already spared us. Even with the person holding a vaccine gun? I won't agree. Minion squeezed his hands slightly. Then there's nothing I can do. The Tuma tribe has always been warlike. He looked at them with a murderous aura. They say old habits die hard. So if you make a mistake, someone will die, right? He thought that as a former king. Showing a little mercy would be fine, right? Die and show the demeanor of a true man. A fighter does not fear life or death. Somchin confronted a young member of the Tuma tribe and I crushed him with all my strength. Minion stood before a prone dying. Now go back to where you came from. If you dare to face me again, I won't be lenient. Regal looked more timid than before. Before you go, since I have received this favor, I will grant any of your wishes. Minion asked back anything. Chin quickly pondered. Turns out this queen is more capable than I thought. Now, is there anything worth asking for? Cece stood directing. You have to dig deeper to see it. As you can see, the food storage must be at the deepest part. You can all do it. The construction of an ant kingdom is budding. Minion had fulfilled the ant princess's wish. Thank you. This is quite important to me. Rigo had never felt so slighted. In the end, even though I promised to grant him anything, all he wanted was this trivial task. It hurts my pride so much. The construction of a new home for the Ant Kingdom is complete. The clay soldiers, not only skilled in combat but also in construction. Just like ancient Roman soldiers, finished building C's new nest in just a few days. Cece jumped around and said continuously, it's all thanks to you, Prince. Finally, I have one thing I want to ask of you, Prince. Can you transfer your energy to me? Mention quickly acted. Of course, it's no big deal. We're about to part ways anyway. Cece was slowly enjoying it. I have truly absorbed the energy from you, Prince. This is a magic tool that will allow you to summon my ant guards at any time. I will give it to you, Prince. Yeah. Minion happily held it in his hand. A farewell gift. I'll use it carefully. Cece said goodbye in tears. I will rebuild the new kingdom in this place and grow stronger to help you. Prince Mayan wasn't crying like that. Guards level ants will definitely be very useful. Thus, the ant princess's escape from the sixth floor had a happy ending.
And then the Cloud Twins group has achieved their goal.
Anyway, I have also completed the commander's orders. That's right.
But Minion looked at the flask of the Forgotten God, an item that can simulate divine power.
I didn't expect a quest like this on the sixth floor.
I wanted to, but since I owe a favor, it's not convenient
for them to take it away.
I heard Regal's group try to occupy the central area to solve a secret mission. They said they needed to place an item in a ceremony in the central area to imbue it with divine power. So, I went along with their idea.
Rigo held his hand and said a lot. Is that okay? I'm truly grateful. Thanks to you. My honor has been saved.
Jin felt a bit shy with the contact.
This queen is really direct.
Rigo expressed her gratitude intensely, and not long after she successfully imbued divine power into the ritual item smoothly as planned.
Perhaps as a way of thanks, they offered to follow and protect me without me having to ask.
Although I have a toy in the Immortal Warriors, having more guards is still better.
So, I didn't refuse. Dien kept challenging me and I diligently taught him.
Your control over black magic is still too crude. It's been a long time since I've had time to focus on practicing the sacred. I need to reach the 7 stars to achieve the accomplishment of defeating Thor in my constellation. Thanks to Lauder leaving dozens of supply boxes, I don't have to worry about food anymore.
Thank you. Thanks to you, I can continue comfortably. And just like that, time passed.
The day came for Riko's group to depart.
She had taken Ro home. She said, "Give anything you want to say to me." Minion really couldn't think of anything. I already thanked you for your help last time. Ro shook her head in exasperation. What a boring man. That's enough. Minion from Earth. Don't just sleep in some remote place, but conquer the tower. I hope we meet again soon.
Jin scratched his head without answering.
I've never been told I'm slow on the uptake.
After that, I continued to stay in the central area and comfortably focused on cultivating my internal energy.
Occasionally, some people came looking for a fight. But I used Pui to drive them away.
I couldn't be bothered with the sub-quest of collecting supply boxes, at least until the trial ends.
I want to make sure CC can settle down on the 7th floor. And then the remaining time also ended.
And it was time to leave the forest I had been in for 28 days. Come to think of it, there's still something I haven't resolved. In a rather old area, Minion called out loudly, "I'm back, Han."
This person is the blacksmith Han on the 5th floor of the Sky Garden. That voice is definitely that person. From Earth. He came back alive. Minchin laughed. Thanks to good equipment.
He remembered that harsh time when I passed the 6th and 7th floors, my equipment was all tattered. So, I stopped by the 5th floor to get new stuff.
Hawkins seemed very surprised. I thought they were just items with their own stories, but isn't this too much?
Minchin had also sold off the treasures he plundered from the Ant Empire's treasure.
The first items I ordered were pants and shoes.
I paid 1 point for million points in advance for the labor cost.
After settling everything, I have returned. Ellie was the first to greet him. Hunter mentioned, "Are you hurt anywhere?" He said, "Do I look like the type to be easily defeated?" Ellie said cheerfully, "But it's the tower. You know how worried I was. Besides, there's someone waiting to see you right now. Maybe you should take a shower first." Minion didn't understand. Huh? Why the strange attitude all of a sudden? Ellie covered her nose. You smell terrible. Minion hadn't showered for a month in the tower.
I went to a nearby public bathhouse and cleaned myself up.
Minion walked and said, "How did you know my clothing size to prepare new clothes?" Ellie giggled. "I remember the suit you wore at the auction last time." It seems Mchin was a bit suspicious, so there's really someone waiting to see me. Ellie nodded. Yes, it's a gentleman from the Rosenberg family.
They are an extremely wealthy and powerful family in England.
Mention stood still. Someone like that wants to see me. Yes.
Then he slowly pushed the door open.
What the heck? I have no idea. What's going on?
A stranger was waiting for me the moment I left the tower.
The moment he saw him, he called out, is it Za? This is a connection from the second floor of the tower that extends all the way to Earth. Mchin walked over. You wanted to see me here.
You must have passed the trial.
Za acted politely. It's all thanks to you. After 3 long years on the second floor, meeting you gave me the courage to move forward.
And now Za has become a cheerful gentleman.
If not for that, I wouldn't have been able to meet you here.
Minion smiled and said, Congratulations on your return to Earth. Minion talked with Za for a while about how he had lived. And how he planned to live from now on.
Perhaps it was a change in mindset after the time they spent together on the second floor.
Now he has a determined look different from his gentle appearance before.
Za said he would withdraw from the tower and focus on his family's business.
Za had given me a lot of important news.
Then he also left. All right then. See you again. Take care. Minions saw him off. You too. Out of curiosity, Ellie couldn't help but ask, do you know him?
Minion explained, Oh, Za is someone I met in the hour and something Ellie hadn't mentioned. Ah, by the way, Hunter mentioned rank evaluation this time will be held at the association. If you pass, you'll be the 7th S rank hunter in the country, right?
Jin thought this would be noisy again. If I use it well, it should be fine. Bisongwu stared blankly in one direction. His hand rested gently on his thigh. His personal assistant entered and announced. Director, it's time.
This man is the director of the Hunter Association, Boss Song. Is Hunter Mayan ready? The assistant was extremely surprised. Yes, he's on his way to the evaluation room right now. He thought to himself, but didn't dare say it out loud. What a terrifying presence. As expected, S-rank hunters are on a different level.
Bang stood up. Right. It's been 5 years since the last S-rank evaluation.
Currently, there are only a total of 6 registered S-rank hunters in the country. They were once comrades who fought against the enemy in the Great Cataclysm with the noble goal of saving humanity. The ideals of that era have faded and now only I remain at the association.
It's truly a pity. Bosong called out coldly. Let's go.
The assistant timidly said.
Yes, sir. Let me lead the way.
Bong was waiting to meet his opponent. I wonder what kind of opponent this junior will be. Hey, cameras and photographers are everywhere.
Hunter Minion, can you share your thoughts on participating in the S-rank evaluation? Minion thought he was really famous. How did everyone know about this?
Ellie was the one who did it herself. It was worth leaking the news.
Minion was quite shocked. Huh? Why didn't you tell me? Ellie had intentionally come to see him. I did tell you.
You've been training continuously for days, so you might have missed it.
Did I do something unnecessary? Minion avoided her gaze. No, you did well.
He also turned it into a positive.
Considering our upcoming plans, it's better to have the attention focused on us.
The two stood facing each other amidst thousands of eyes.
The senior introduced himself first. So, this is the hunter participating in the S-rank evaluation. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Boss Song. Minion didn't know if he was genuinely happy or just pretending. Hunter Boss Song, the 3rd S-rank hunter and the hero of the PU defense campaign. Boone, an S-rank hunter who single-handedly stopped the invasion of monsters. During the Pooh defense campaign, he saved many lives. After that, he became a living legend, receiving a commendation from the president. I didn't expect that Minion's sparring partner would be the second-ranked S-hunter in the country. I can't wait to exchange blows with him. My opponent is a legendary S-rank hunter, an alpha of his generation. How strong is he? The S-rank evaluation match will now begin. Mention's attacks were relentless. I have deployed the heavenly demon's pressure, but he doesn't seem to be pushed back at all. Bosong still maintained that serious expression. A dual weakening effect. How astonishing. The spectators looked on. Everyone was surprised. Unbelievable, right? Mention, right? I heard he awakened less than a year ago. It's hard to believe. Normally, a match with an S-rank hunter is just for teaching the newcomer, but now they are engaged in a battle of wits on equal footing. Bang smiled provocatively. Interesting, Junior. He also had his thoughts about Mayan. At first glance, it seems like an even match, but in reality, I'm gradually being overwhelmed in this mental battle. I heard about Mention's achievements from single-handedly stopping a gate break right after awakening to his feats in the mutated gate. I heard that both Director Gonick and Director Dawson both personally vouched for him. Those achievements are truly phenomenal. Bosong warmed up his shoulders. I never thought I'd encounter an opponent like this. Hey, Mayan was getting more and more fired up. Thanks to you, I'm getting excited too. He observed his opponent completely. As expected, an S-rank hunter is on a different level. In terms of pure strength, he's only slightly better than a high-level warrior from the tower. But it's his accumulated experience that allows him to face me in a life-or-death mental battle. Mention was only now starting to fight seriously. How long has it been since I had a fight like this? Storm Spear Flurry technique. Meng blocked it with his bare hands without a second thought. A cut appeared on his face. There were cuts in other places too. Chin relaxed his sword. Of course, it seems he has almost reached his limit there. He pressed his sword against his opponent's neck. I think this match was very appropriate. Minion wasn't very satisfied. How humiliating. If Bosong were a little stronger, we both could have pushed each other to our limit. Bosong seemed to have acknowledged his opponent's strength indeed. Announced. With this, we officially conclude the S-rank evaluation match. If Minchin had gotten any more heated, this match might have ended in tragedy. Thank you for your hard work. You did well just now. Then he turned to leave. Stopping right here was both a sign of respect for his senior and the only way to respond to a battle that went beyond the usual ceremony. Bosong called out. Hunterman Chin. He turned back reflexively. Yes. Suddenly, Bosong bowed his head. Thank you. Minion didn't understand why this polite man was suddenly acting this way. No, senior. This is too embarrassing. Bosong didn't straighten up. No, thanks to you. Today, I was able to witness a new height. And so, the S-rank evaluation process ended quickly with Mention's face turning pale. You're putting me in a difficult position, senior. About 30 minutes later, at the association's conference room, Hunter mentioned the S-rank appointment ceremony was held immediately after and Bosong presented the title. Congratulations on becoming the nation's 7th S-rank. Surprising, you're still calm even after just becoming an S-rank. Chin replied with a smile, because I was already mentally prepared for this. Bang asked a question the other didn't want to answer. So, what are Hunter Chin's goals and future plans? Chin was losing his patience. World peace. Bosong chuckled. You truly have noble intentions. This was probably the first time Mention had stood in front of cameras like this. The media and the association directors were all listening to my voice. Everything was preparation for this moment. Bong changed the question. Have you planned any activities for world peace? Actually, world peace was just an excuse to solidify Mention's purpose. Yes, of course. Before that, he had a conversation with that man. Za, what you just mentioned, may I use it? Za said, seriously, if that's your request, I will do my best to help you within my capabilities, a machine developed by the Zeta family to separate magic from gates, Gaia. Based on that, we will launch a decisive blow against the Neem forces entrenched in the Lost Lands. The words Mention spoke were extremely firm. We will reclaim the Lost Lands, and that will be the beginning of world peace. During the S-rank hunter appointment ceremony in the name of world peace, Minion declared his goal as an S-rank hunter, something many considered impossible. I will restore the Lost Lands. But in reality, world peace was just an excuse for his true goal as an S-rank to sow chaos among the Neem forces. World Alliance Instant Branch. Muthan always showed admiration for everything as expected of Hunter Chin. So, you're going to restore the Lost Lands? Minion said, ever since the expedition team made the request, I've been determined to handle this. Muthan nodded eagerly. Of course, a merchant can never miss an opportunity. Suddenly, Nchin felt a bit worried. Is this really an opportunity? If Minion were to organize an expedition to the Lost Lands, it would require a vast amount of funds and supplies. No matter how well prepared the expedition team was, maintaining the balance would be a challenge from the start. Compelled, Minion had to ask carefully. Branch manager, aren't you overhyping this opportunity? An expedition to the Lost Lands would have costs far exceeding its meager profits. Muthan took out a piece of paper. Of course, I understand, but take a look at this. Several large corporations have agreed to support us. Read the numbers on it, so there. All rallying under my name. What on earth do they think they're investing in? Nathan asked. You're not planning on using the Guy former there, are you? Mention considered it carefully. It's still just a prototype. I can't guarantee that the land linked to the gate can be restored to its original state. Muthan seemed to be contemplating. As you said, the Gaia former is a prototype, so its success or failure doesn't really matter. You should know that those in high places are already aware of this. What's important is the expedition itself. And if we actually succeed in restoring it, it would be a huge sensation. A massive synergistic effect would explode. Minion decided to leave it at that for now. Thanks to you, things will surely go much more smoothly. Nathan said cheerfully. Of course, just trust me. Thanks to the preparations of the Galactic Alliance, Minion was informed that the Gaia former would arrive in Korea and be ready for use within 2 weeks. The next person he needed to meet for the expedition to the Lost Lands was long-time no-see from the Divine Saint Guild greeted him. Welcome, Minion asked after her a bit. By the way, how is my sister doing these days? Shirayan recounted with a shiver. How long has it been? Hunter Minion took first place in the Hunter exam 2 weeks ago. If this keeps up, perhaps Corey's 9th rank hunter will come from our guild. Shin said with some concern, but if an incident like last time happens again, please let me know beforehand. Qian agreed immediately. Hey, I'm just grateful that you trust me enough to leave her in my care. Minion didn't beat around the bush any longer. Alright, let's get straight to the point. I didn't expect the Divine Saint Guild to also participate in this expedition. Sheen looked surprised. I thought you already knew. I heard you borrowed something quite interesting from the UK. If the expedition succeeds, this will be a huge shock wave. Mention was thinking about the consequences of the 3 major guilds in Korea. Only the Divine Saint Guild showed interest in participating. The risks of this expedition were extremely high and the chance of failure was not small either. Sheen thought more positively. Even if we fail, it will still bring us closer to you. Hunter mentioned, I don't see it as a loss.
On the contrary, I see it as an opportunity.
Cory is 8th rank hunter along with the guild that restore the lost lands. At that point, the Divine Saint Guild will surpass both Hwang and Gain. Isn't this our chance to become the #1 guild in Korea?
Minhyun felt that her ambition was indeed immense.
Perhaps because Chi-Ian was a direct descendant of a huge corporation's chairman. Alright, so to what extent can your guild mobilize? Chi-Ian gave a brief summary.
3 attack teams, all composed of B rank or veteran hunters and above, along with food supplies, support for collecting byproducts, and many other things. Chin nodded. That's a significant investment, Chi-Ian added.
In addition, Hunter Menu will also be participating. Chin knew him. Isn't he the S-rank hunter of the Divine Saint Guild? Shuren said, yes, he's also interested in the expedition.
Chin chuckled to himself.
With an S-rank hunter participating, she's really not joking about becoming #1 in Korea, huh?
He didn't know whether to be happy or sad.
At this point, I feel like I'm in a huge debt. The two talked for a while longer.
Considering all the effort Hunter Mansion has invested in us, it's not even a debt anymore. Please contact Branch Manager Mathun for more detailed consultation, a subordinate reported to the guildmaster.
I've brought the person you called. Before, Shuren glanced towards the door. Show her in, please. It was someone he knew. None other than Jang. Oh, what's up? What are you doing here?
That afternoon, Mang was extremely excited.
Did you really become an S rank? Minhyun smiled and said, yes, here is my hunter's license and the black card. Jang's eyes sparkled. With this card, you get VIP treatment at any department store, right? Minhyun didn't think it was that important.
Of course.
So, you should admire me even more.
The two walked and talked after not seeing each other for a while.
You're the best. Yeah, I know. I will buy you a gift. What is it to celebrate you becoming S rank? Let's just say it is.
The gift from Jang turned out to be a custom-made weapon.
Even with the Divine Saint Guild's support.
But when it came to equipment, it was best to have it custom-made by Mathun, the master blacksmith.
Mention also ordered 10 consumable daggers of the Rain Tower.
The total cost was 15 billion.
Not a small sum, but what's this?
I was just going to swipe my card, but there's 43.8 billion in here. It turned out that while he was busy, too much money had accumulated.
So Minhyun was ready to pay in cash right away. After observing Ellie, Minang asked, Appa, what are you going to spend the money on? Menchin hadn't thought about it yet. Probably some investments, build a new estate. Minang had a suggestion.
Since you've earned so much money, you should buy something for mom and dad.
Let's go to the department store. Minchin let her drag him along.
Oh, you're right. The two went to the department store with Minang pulling Minhyun by the hand. He bought a watch and a ring for his parents, both with fire resistance and recovery properties.
Minang finally asked about it. And what about a gift for your friend? Chin didn't quite understand. A friend? Are you talking about my college friend? Minang mentioned that person.
No, I mean the lady from the Galactic Alliance earlier.
Chin remembered, you mean Ellie? Minang suggested, yes, since you're here, shouldn't you buy something for your friend?
Suddenly, Chin thought it was a good idea. She must have helped me a lot over the years.
He said, yeah, I hadn't thought of that.
After buying a gift for Ellie, the two finished their shopping.
Minhyun took Min Jang out for dinner and then stayed at home. That evening, Chin was meditating with intense focus. It's been a while since I focused on my mind. I must concentrate tonight. Unlike other martial artists, I comprehend martial arts by utilizing memories and karma from my past life.
Through recent battles, my skills have taken another step forward. In other words, I'm ready to enter the next realm of the heavenly key, an enlightenment I had already achieved in my previous life. All that's left is to guide that power with my will and further expand my mental world. The universe, an infinite world containing countless stars, has so far only been like a microcosm to me. But now, I will break the mold and help it be reborn as a true universe. I did it. I've reached the 7th stage. Unless the situation is truly urgent, my energy will never run out. And this cosmic flow skill possesses special privileges. An instant power boosting skill that can be used as a trump card. Passive effect enhanced senses raising my awareness up to 300 m. When combined with my telekinesis, it will bring me close to a superhuman level. And what's more, I can finally inscribe new constellations to build the 6th floor of the tower. In fact, you could say the reason I trained my heavenly key to the 7th stage was for this very purpose. Now that I've achieved it, why hesitate to use that power? I will carve the karma of the gods into these constellations. After reaching the 7th stage of the heavenly key, the imaginary world has expanded even further. Now, Mention can even inscribe 5 more constellations. These are what I can inscribe right now. All are very useful, but Mythical Hunter will surely become a great asset in the future. It can affect the use of magical power. This will be very useful when dealing with demons. It might also be effective against those in the Black faction whose minds have been corrupted. The dark curse of the Death Scythe, which was made for chaotic energy, was rendered useless. The Immortal Legion trait reacts to the Death Scythe constellation. The subject's understanding of the Death Scythe has increased. A power corresponding to a constellation is it because this is a power tied to the understanding of the concept of death and the creation of immortality. Anyway, if powers and constellations can be connected like this, it means new effects can be born in the future. I should consider the possibility of linking powers when choosing constellations to inscribe. Alright, my body is brimming with vitality. Now that my chaos points have surpassed 30,000, I don't need to worry about running out of energy when using martial arts. But what does that blue-gray mean? It's something I've never heard of on Earth. Maybe I'll have to find the answer inside the tower. The horrors seem dissatisfied. How ridiculous. It's a tactic that exploits the opponent's weakness. We are knights. We can't fight so dishonorably. Commander, you intend to tarnish the honor of the Horadrim like this? Please protect our honor. Phoenix was perhaps the most serious. To think of how I used to be, it truly makes me feel ashamed before our master. Since ancient times, our master often taught that one should be disciplined with punishment. Come here with me and let our bodies settle this. Then came the screams of Irene and James. Commander, there's no need for that. Minion couldn't intervene. Phoenix is truly ruthless. Benji chimed in. So is the master. Chin clenched his fist. Am I? Benji realized he'd misspoken. No, I don't think so. Master is the best. The new horror are in their initial stage and lack combat experience. Though they may not be strong now, they will soon catch up under Phoenix's guidance. Mention sensed something. Someone's coming. Benji also sniffed it out. The Smell Master subordinate number 1 has arrived. It was none other than VD. Are you well, Your Majesty? I hope you are well. Commander Benji replied, It's been a bit boring at home lately, but I'm fine. Minion felt like an outsider. Since when did these two get so close? V brought out many items. I knew you would be bored, so I prepared these as a gift. I prepared them ever since you liked the game picture I posted. Benji jumped with excitement. As expected, you truly are the number 1 subordinate. Mention finally noticed. Hey, you use social media, too? Benji even showed him the pictures he took. I've been using the tablet Master brought last time. Look, Benji said, as he proudly displayed his collection.
Chin wanted to punch him right then and there. Is this what you're doing instead of guarding the house like I told you to? Benji grinned, unbothered. So, you demand one, too? Don't I get a gift? BD chuckled. Of course. I've also prepared something for your majesty. These are car keys. Every man's dream. A sports car. It's parked over there.
Minion thought, I need to get a driver's license soon.
It's a gift, so I'll accept it. So, what did you come here for? BD looked rather anxious. I wish to ask for a favor. Your Majesty, please help the Demon Guild join the expedition force. I believe this expedition is an opportunity. My superiors haven't given me any new orders. They just repeat the same thing over and over. In fact, you could call it neglect. So, I thought, what am I doing with the guild I'm leading in Korea? And then I realized the reason for the guild's growth is to dedicate my strength to your Majesty. With the support of Nibelheim, we will develop our strength to its limits. We will use this as a stepping stone to conquer Earth.
The more Minion listened, the more his head hurt.
Just a few days ago, I was talking about world peace. Doesn't he watch the news? No. This could be a good thing.
VD thinks I intend to conquer Earth in this situation.
I just need to use Nibelheim's power for my own benefit. Alright, I'll talk to the Galactic Alliance. VD became even more spirited. I will bring bodyguards worthy of standing by your Majesty's side. Minion asked further. By the way, are there any new movements from Nibelheim? VD shook his head. None. Even the black faction in Korea is quiet.
Then Chin instructed, keep an eye on the black faction's movements in the future. Chin told himself he had to be careful with the eye called the Doctor from 3. The technique of condensing the tower's energy to form chaos fragments and then using them to summon demons is unheard of in other dimensions.
If I find him first, I can prevent myself from being attacked.
I must prepare thoroughly. From the North Korean monarchs to the clashes with the Nibelheim forces, each of us is prepared for this in our own roles.
And 2 weeks passed. And what is this?
10 medium-sized guilds and 30 small guilds.
Why are so many people participating?
Ellie said with a smile.
There was even a selection process. The expeditionary force has been organized.
Mention pointed at the number of people.
Look at this. There are over 1,500 people there. Are they all joining the expedition force? Ellie explained. They're just the direct combatants. We also have 500 people in the logistics team. Menchin couldn't hide his anxiety at this point. It's no different from going to war. Ellie was completely calm. It is a war, isn't it?
You'll have to fight everything from the North Korean monarchs to the NHL forces.
He had to admit one thing. She was good at her job. By the way, is it okay to include the Demon Guild? Ellie was a little surprised. The Demon Guild. Among the participating guilds, the Divine Saint Guild has been the most. IVD had once tearfully said, Your Majesty, I'm still being denied from battle. Please speak to the Galactic Alliance.
This put Minion in a tough spot.
I wonder if there's another reason. They told me they couldn't participate until I went myself. Ellie was not happy to recall it. Did you forget the attack at the Yinji Gate?
At that time, the leader of the Demon Guild blatantly ignored you.
I still remember it, of course. He openly provoked our hunter, Minion. How could I forget?
Chin also remembered that tense moment.
If it's about conquering the Yinji Gate. That was a long time ago. She still remembers and she's even angry on my behalf. Well, it was tense back then. It's fine. It's been a while since I've had a chance to see Ellie.
Chin fumbled in his pocket.
Wait, I have something. This is for you. Here, a gift.
When they went to the department store to pick gifts from Chin's parents, the gift he bought for Ellie was suggested by Min Jiang. Chin said sincerely, "You always work so hard for me, so I prepare this to express my gratitude."
Ellie observed it for a long time. A necklace. Thank you. Minion was quite satisfied with his sister's choice. The reaction isn't bad. Minion did a good job. Ellie didn't put it on immediately.
"Perhaps I should set it aside for now,"
Chin urged her. "You should try it on now to see if it fits." Ellie put the gift down. "It fits.
If you return safely from the Lost Lands, I hope you can put it on me yourself."
"Please."
Minion had thought she wanted something else.
"Well, since you put it that way, I have to come back." Safely at the Pooh Gate.
Ever since Pooh became a no man's land, the operational plan for the expedition into the Lost Lands has been set. First, move to the monster settlement we discovered during the previous pursuit of the Black Faction.
This area is also known as Point A.
The main objective is to establish a base after conquering that area. Second, as the expedition becomes more serious, the entire army will be divided into 3 units. Each will be assigned a Gaia former and will advance towards Kaesong along a predetermined route. Unit 1 Commander Minsu of the Divine Saint Guild is leading 14 teams.
Unit 2 Commander Rayon Suma of the Ma Guild is leading 13 teams.
Unit 3 Commander Riang Chun of the Black Moon Guild is leading 2 teams, and the others do not belong to any group. The lone special mission operative, Muthun, was delighted.
The expedition into the Lost Lands. "I never thought I'd come to this place again." Minion asked curiously, "Why did you follow?" Nathan looked very proud.
"I should certainly help you after you've laid out a plan like this.
Besides, don't you need someone to coordinate opinions between the guilds?"
"I have one request," he added. "I hope you can show your overwhelming power right from the first battle."
See that? It seems the mid-tier guilds are dissatisfied with the expedition's formation.
There are also quite a few who are skeptical about the role of the special mission.
Now that he mentioned it, Minion noticed. "Well, it is suspicious. Since I'm the only one on this special mission with dozens of guilds gathered, conflict is inevitable." It seemed he was reassuring them himself.
Minion praised him.
"You're smart." Nathan burst out laughing. "Now you're the only one who's noticed that, right?" The next place Chin went to was a snow-covered forest. "I've walked this path before. It's still the same as last time." Suddenly, Riang-chan stopped. "Wait, Black Moon."
"No, I mean all frontline hunters prepare for battle."
A group of forest goblins detected ahead. "There are about 100 of them." Mention said something confusing. "You don't need to try so hard. Everyone can rest."
"Horrid, equip the forces of light."
"Immortals, equip as well." Minion gave the order to all of them. "Wipe them out."
They all charged forward to attack the enemy.
What Chinyan needed to do was seize the opportunity. "Let me show them overwhelming power." Ra-chan couldn't help but be surprised. "Oh my god. I personally witnessed Hunter Chin's S-rank evaluation. The sight of him relentlessly pressuring Hunter Boson. I really thought his skills were amazing. But back then, I thought that alone would be hard to shine in a large-scale expedition like this. Is this really the power of one person? How dare I doubt the special task force without even knowing how strong he was?
I have truly misjudged. This person is the commander of the Divine Saint Guild, Minsu."
Amazing. No, that one word isn't enough.
The beings he summons, each one of them possesses abilities far beyond inner rank hunter. And with just a wave of his hand, Menchin can summon dozens of them.
Although known as a summoner-type hunter, he himself is already overwhelmingly strong. Menchin himself is a monster. Mu spoke up.
I was wondering why our guild leaders were so excited. It turns out there's still someone this terrifying. Goblins' faces were covered in blood everywhere. Just 5 minutes into the fight, 100 forest goblins were wiped out. On the way back to the vanguard, all the hunters looked at Minion with admiration and astonishment. MSU called out from a distance, "Hunter Mchinyan, I have something to say. Could you have a match with me sometime?" With that intense gaze, it seemed he really couldn't contain his fighting spirit upon seeing Minion anytime, but only after the expedition is over. MSU prioritized what was more important. Of course, we need to focus on the expedition right now. Minchin nodded in satisfaction, so he knows how to separate work and private life. My effort to gain the initiative has ended successfully. Glad that the scenario writer is pleased too. From now on, the Holy Warriors were used as a scouting team, so we could advance without engaging in any major battles. We've made a lot of progress. A deep gash on a tree trunk, a method creatures used to mark their territory. Menchin's voice held a hint of belligerence. Looks like we've finally arrived. A ranked monster, the territory of the Shrek King. We've reached point A. The first pioneers were the Divine Saint Guild and the Demon Guild. Preparations for an all-out war began from a position with a clear view of the entire monster lair. The Divine Saint Guild had installed the magic cannons they had previously acquired during the Zoro's raid. Set up the fire cannons over there. Our opponents are Shrek Kings. Make sure to aim for their legs and bring them down. In addition, many colorful crystals were buried on the front line. These crystals emitted a special energy. But it's not magic, but rather a formula. Menchin believes this is a product of Haken sold to the Divine Saint Guild. On V's side, finally, our first battle. Let this opportunity make the Demon Guild's name resound throughout the world. Increases allies' potential by 20%. Those affected by the Black Blessing are less likely to fall into a state of frenzy. Menchin observed all their actions. I see. So, he's using the alluring Black Blessing, a sub-ability of the Demon King from Selene. It's not surprising. That's why there are rumors that joining the Demon Guild will make you a better warrior. Riang Shan came to report. Hunter Mchin, we are ready. Chin nodded. Let's go. He looked at everyone with satisfaction. Alright, now the power of all three major guilds in Korea. Shall we give them a proper look? Flames rained down like fire. A place filled with snow was engulfed in a sea of fire. Smoke. The monsters charged forward in unison, heading straight for the humans. They're coming, distance to the front line 100. Mu activated the Abyss Formation and the 8 Trigrams Formation, plunging them into a nightmare. VD over here used the Black Illusion Blessing. Demon Guild, hold the enemy on the right flank. If we can block them, victory will be ours. Don't fall back. Menu felt his fighting spirit rise. The Demon Guild hunt. Not bad. Our troops should save some face, too. Show them the power of the Divine Saint Guild forward. Menchin stood in the forest observing. I didn't expect them to hold out so well. So far, everything is going according to plan. The plan to take point A was simple. While the Divine Saint Guild and the Demon Guild block the frontal attacks, I will lead the Black Moon Guild to circle around from behind. They fought while shouting. Finally, our time to shine has come. McKen summoned his trump card beside him. Meichum, my secret weapon. Lead the troops and wipe them out as you see fit. Benji immediately transformed. Leave it to me. Rang Chan, hiding behind a bush, couldn't help but feel terrified. Where did that monster come from? Minion smiled nonchalantly. Oh, it's nothing big, just a pet. Everyone's faces were stunned. That huge thing is a pet? Minion charged into the battlefield alone. This is the battle to defeat these monsters. Riang Shan didn't want to just stand and watch.
Support Hunter Mansion Advance. His guild used the soul-splitting multi-layered incantation art. Black body, black lock, black hand on the monsters. Menu used the special skill multi-dimensional art. The assault team has arrived forward. The battle grew more and more intense. Everyone was utilizing their skills. Menshin didn't take his eyes off them, fighting with multiple magic orbs containing special magic. Not bad. The Shrek King's lair was attacked from both front and back, witnessing their front line collapse. The battle ended quickly.
9 seriously injured, 31 lightly injured, no casualties.
The first large-scale battle resulted in a miracle. The morale of the hunters soared. It seems Mitsu always behaves so erratically in this situation. Calling you a junior. I don't know where to put my face. Felt it was all thanks to the team's effort. I'm surprised too.
Facing a colony of ranked monsters numbering in the thousands head-on. Even though we set up a defensive formation, having no casualties is truly a welcome result.
At this rate, we can still continue. Nathan ran over in a hurry. Hunter mentioned, I have news to report. The guy former is signaling a reaction in this area. This is where the core of the gate once existed. The snow was dug deep down. Mention utilized it to find the gate. The guy former is the key to this expedition. I didn't expect to use it so soon.
My real targets are the northern leaders in the council, but since we're already here, it would be great if this works out.
Nathan was a bit surprised. The Cubs' information is fluctuating. So, this is the place, right? No. Everyone cheered together. It's here. The core. We did it. This expedition has been a complete success, right? Mention didn't show much emotion. The first time using the Guap former in a real battle was also a success. A very smooth start. After removing the core, base construction began immediately. Under Muthun's leadership, the Galactic Alliance golems finished building the base in just half a day.
And thus, the first day of the expedition came to an end. Benji said, "Leave this place to me and remember to return safely." The next day, 50 combat golems along with Benji were assigned to defend the base as planned. The unit split up and continued on its way. This guy is Archmage Horus, the intruder. From a distance, Minion charged at an incredible speed. Die, light burst. The Shrek Kings were the largest monster group in this region.
Ever since I exterminated them, the alert level has been raised, but to me, it's meaningless. So, creating warriors is their limit, huh?
Still, considering a war of attrition, creating more warriors is probably the more logical move.
What's wrong? Why is the information cube suddenly reacting? Is there a gate core here, too? Is it for real?
Yesterday, it was at the Shrek King colony.
Today, it's at the Hierarch stronghold.
From my experience, it seems the cores are located in Monster Lair.
Once we encounter a lair, we're sure to find one. Minion had completed his mission here. Soon, I'll reach level 60. Unlocking the fourth energy will become a trump card for the upcoming battles. It seems the second unit has clashed with the monsters already. Harpies, the demon guild, must be having trouble dealing with them. If this drags on, there will be casualties. They should be grateful I'm here. Now, let's see if the harpy's nest contains a core. This is the harpy's lair.
A half-human, half-beast creature sniffed the air.
I smell something strange.
In an instant, Minion had swept through this place.
Piercing blast magic. 7-star piercing strike. The harpy patrol is growing in number. Intruder. Who is it?
Nkayan had no time to answer them.
Heavenly Demon's Might. A report came from the other team.
Sir, the harpies are engaging the hunters.
You should hurry. Mention laughed,
leaving the horror reinforcements behind and responding to their message so quickly.
Seriously, retreat me. Let them come. They'll all die.
The ambush force from the 2nd Division joined in, causing their numbers to swell. The Harpies, seeing our strength, immediately launched a long-range attack. In my past life, I was part of the warrior race to fight flying enemies. One must use the light body art, but now I've comprehended the 7th stage of the sacred heavenly incantation.
Using the light body art is now too easy.
The Harpies trying to escape were all struck down by the lightning sword art. Any Harpy that charged in would be cut down by me.
As expected, there's one here, too.
Just as I thought, the gate cores are buried in monster layers.
Since the cores are what produce monsters, it makes sense. So, should we check another place? From then on, I traveled through more monster territories, rescuing expedition hunters who were in difficult situations.
Gaining experience and saving people was a perfect opportunity to both grow stronger and increase the bond of the expedition team.
We continued to target monster layers using the Guap former to search for cores.
The guilds also began to share knowledge and equipment with each other. Even the Divine Saint Guild cooperated enthusiastically, providing many advanced pieces of equipment at discounted prices.
Everyone got to discuss.
It seems that establishing and commanding the special assault team was indeed the right choice.
I received a lot of support from the expedition leaders. Minion was quite satisfied with this attitude. They really know how to recognize talent, too. Weeks passed just like that.
Wherever Mayan encountered goblins, he would annihilate them all.
Is this place done too? Good. I've finally reached level 60. Time to get a new power.
The power I can get is, as expected, there is only one power.
The demon eye of the demon god ball.
Zo, Safi, Xizen, they are all demon gods that I defeated in my previous life. So, I get all the benefits when I level up.
The more I think about it, the more questions I have for the system.
The final power in my previous life, I only killed for demon kings.
Or did I take the life of another demon king but don't remember? Could it be?
It was myself in my previous life. The power of the War King Demel.
The power I already possess is already terrifying. Now I have the power of Demel.
Who reached the pinnacle of the multiverse?
No. Anyway, that probably isn't it.
But even if it is, one day I will surpass my own past self.
Anyway, since I've gotten a new power, I should probably use it.
Activating the power of the demon eye.
Mention defeated the lurking goblin in front of him just as I thought. It's useful.
I've reached level 60 and obtained a new power.
The orc lair has been cleared out. All nearby monster forces have been defeated. Everything is going perfectly.
Elsewhere, Mun seemed to be questioning him. Comrade Medic, I don't know how you feel, but I am not satisfied with the current situation.
The medic sighed as if not wanting to answer. What is troubling you, sir?
General M unclenched the cigarette in his hand.
Let me be blunt. Didn't we just gather our army, declaring we would turn South Korea into a sea of fire? Now we're here with a pile of chaos. The medic bit his lip. Damn it.
The original plan was to mass-produce chaos fragments and launch an attack on Seoul. The idea was to summon local troops and divert international attention, but for some reason,
the information was leaked. The bastards from Jotunheim interfered, stealing almost all the chaos fragments. Thanks to Demon VD from Nibelheim, we managed to keep a few fragments.
We continued the campaign to seize the remaining fragments, but due to a sudden attack that also failed. The only information discovered was that the attacker was a hunter named Minion who controls Benji as a subordinate.
Veed, who kept acting tough, was eventually crushed by Jotunheim.
If we fail again, Diet might target even me. The medic summoned all his courage to speak.
So, you mean the Supreme Leadership is planning to withdraw their support? You think I'm doing this for fun?
The medic's eyes narrowed as he looked at Mangan. This greedy fool, I can't believe he's brazenly demanding money like this still. I need to cool this idiot down first, then continue with the next plan. He changed his approach. Well, if you would tell me your wishes. Suddenly, Mangan received a phone call.
Watch out.
What is it?
I'm busy, so make it quick.
On the other end of the line was his subordinate.
There's an intruder.
Sir, they're near the old Kasong special zone.
The South Korean rats are getting close. It has been 2 weeks since the expedition began.
Mention's group had cleared out all the monster nests around Point A and gathered all forces to advance directly into Kasong.
The original goal of the expedition was just to clear the area around Kasong.
But with a series of miraculous victories without losing a single person. Along with the success in extracting cores with the guap former. Destroying 60 frigate cores and the byproducts obtained from the defeated monsters valued at around 500 billion. These extraordinary achievements had raised the morale of the expedition members to an unprecedented high.
MSU firmed his will.
I agree with the expedition leader's opinion.
We've come this far. Let's advance into Kasong. It wasn't hard for Mayan to get everyone's consensus, including VD.
I trust the leader. No, I should call him the expedition commander.
I'm so tired of him. Should we make a pact to forbid VD from mentioning the word monarch again? Only Ryan Shan didn't celebrate prematurely.
Commander, we need to halt our advance for a moment to kill ahead.
Troops from the north are advancing. But their condition is very strange.
Mention enhanced his vision.
Military enhanced vision.
Their numbers are quite large.
Why are those monsters with them?
He thought for a moment and made a decision.
Engaging the northern warlords is not part of our plan. Let's observe the reaction first and then decide.
Bongon shouted across the field.
You South Korean brats. Why did you crawl all the way up here?
I'll make this short.
Go back to South Korea now. Mention wasn't one to be easily ordered around.
You say you'll make it short, but your tongue is quite long, isn't it?
You think this land is yours? Bongon threatened loudly.
The ruler of Gwanghai province is the supreme leader Mongan.
Scum from South Korea get lost without permission.
Menshin came here intending to teach them a lesson.
So what if we don't want to?
Bongon was losing his patience.
This bastard. Comrades, bring that thing here. I will show these South Korean brats the true power of the supreme leader.
Everyone shuddered when they saw it was an S-rank monster.
Zoros, but why is a monster like that outside a gate? Bong and laughed smugly.
You bastards.
Aren't your eyes popping out after seeing the Metanoros?
Chin didn't expect to see a species like this again. Matoros, they modified it from a wyvern. Looking at its condition, it's even stronger than the one I met at the Monsusan Gate.
No wonder Mongan's army is so arrogant. But what's stuck in its teeth, bloodstains, and fabric scraps? Could it be?
Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "Hey, big guy.
What are you feeding that thing?" Bongan's reply was extremely provocative. See that brat?
That's right. Anyone who opposes the supreme leader Mongan becomes food for it. Minion gritted his teeth. In my past life, I took countless lives, but I never threw those who oppose me to be eaten by monsters. These guys are even more ruthless than I imagined.
If no one else will act, I'll handle them myself. MSU and Dongan stepped forward together. Don't act alone.
That's right. There's no negotiating with those who feed their own countrymen to monsters.
Bongon hadn't lost his arrogant attitude. You South Korean brats never listen to reason. Comrades, shoot them all for me.
Artillery shells rained down from the sky.
Minchin asked, "Is that self-propelled artillery?" Mincy stood in front. "Let me handle it." A prism wall was erected. Bangan ordered the monster charge. Metin Zoros. Minion's trump card. Go Benji. Benji's target was to block Bangan's monster. "You'll have to play with me."
On the side, Mshin handled it himself.
Conventional weapons like guns. Artillery may be useless against monsters, but against human heirs, there is still a very real threat.
I'll go first and take it all.
Riang Shan's guild advanced.
Don't fall behind the commander.
You think we'll be scared of you just because you can control monsters? Form a phalanx. Another one as arrogant as Bangan. "So, you're the leader of those bastards, huh?" Men was waiting to see what he would do. "What are these guys? Did the guy opposite him just pop a pill in his mouth?" "You coward. Are you just scared to move? It's too late to regret it now." Mention smelled sulfur.
I didn't expect to see a demon here again.
This confirms the link between Mungan's army and the Black Faction.
He ordered Benji, "Come here.
Swallow them whole."
Benji was pinning down Zoros.
"Ha! Master, what about this one?" Minion looked bored. "Oh, that one.
This is the right way to do it."
Mungan hadn't up. "You guys stop that monster." Benji just snapped Zoros's neck. Perfect. Time for Benji to enjoy his special meal. The enemy kept backing away. "You mangy dog, I'll turn you into stew."
And then Benji devoured his meal of the day. The voice of a horror dream called from above, "Master, it's Phoenix. We've spotted those metal pieces.
They're the ones firing the artillery from behind the enemy camp." Men Chin gave a simple order. "Destroy them all."
Bangan stood frozen like a statue.
What I am?
Bangan, commander of the 3rd Corps and cousin of the supreme leader Mongun.
Show me some respect.
Mention full of killing intent. Raised his staff.
"Oh, respect for scum like you. This is the only way to show respect." Bangan still acted high and mighty at this point. "What do you think you're doing?"
"I'm the cousin of the supreme leader Mongun.
Don't come any closer. Stay away."
At the temporary base in Kesang, after annihilating the 3rd Corps led by Bangan, an emergency meeting was convened by Menayan.
"Thank you all for your hard work. Is the battlefield cleanup and damage assessment complete?" Nathan reported, "Yes, everything has been fully inventoried. On our side, we have 10 killed and 311 injured. Meanwhile, half of the enemy forces were annihilated and about 500 were taken as prisoners."
Although that number was still a miracle, Minion felt that the weight of death was never light.
"This is the first time we've had casualties in this expedition. It seems the leaders in North Korea see us as a thorn in their side.
If we advance further, conflict is inevitable, but I cannot ignore their actions."
Minion had something difficult to express. Actually, attacking the North Korean army was part of the plan from the beginning. "I formed this expedition force to target the Black Faction in Niflheim. But the traces found on the Metanzoros, they are clear evidence of cannibalism."
And from the moment I realized that what boiled inside me was pure rage. In other words, what I'm saying now is to establish a just cause.
But my anger towards them is also 100% real.
Menu was the first to share his thoughts.
"I can't turn back now. Even if this isn't the will of the entire guild, I will still support the commander alone if necessary." VD was the same. "I will lead the entire guild into battle."
As for Dongchan, he seemed to lack confidence in himself.
"I guess it's a bit difficult to decide on my own. I will gather the opinions of the other guild masters and then decide." Chin nodded. "Yes, I think that's reasonable."
When the maintenance is done, we'll meet again in the evening to discuss further. According to the original plan, as long as he acted alone, it would have been a success.
With Minsu and VD's support, that alone was more than enough. Minchin turned to ask, "But why haven't you left yet?" VD smiled smugly. "Of course, I'm staying to support you." "What else?" "We're going to extract information from that bastard, right?"
"There are ways to make others suffer beyond physical torture."
"You know, Minchin." "Bored."
"Ah, right.
"You're a psycho." "I almost forgot."
"Indeed." "Make sure he tasted enough pain."
Bongon was tied up like a prisoner. And everyone knows what happened after that. Upon receiving the news, Mongun was furious. The third chorus has been annihilated. Wiped out that bastard. Even the Metanzaros and the Special Task Force were defeated.
At the very least, we should have kept that force safe.
No, this time it has to be an all-out war. The medic didn't know what else to say.
The demons and mutated beast were all my creations.
Yet they were all wiped out. No, maybe this is for the better.
This opportunity to weaken both sides will serve my future plans well.
Another call came in.
"Supreme Leader, sir, the South Koreans are attacking the second course. That place has now become a battlefield engulfed in fire and bombs.
Enemy blood stained. Everywhere.
Minchin single-handedly created this miracle. It seems things here have been cleaned up.
We managed to extract some valuable information from Bongon, including the locations of his units.
At first, he could withstand the mental attacks, but VD is from the demon race, famous for various types of torture and mental assaults by torturing both Bongon's body and soul.
We made him lose his sanity. At that point, Bongon cried and said, "I'll talk.
I'll tell you everything.
Ask me anything. Just spare me."
According to what was extracted from Bongon, there are a total of 5 corps under the army's control, except for the first corps directly under the Supreme Leader. The remaining corps are of similar size. Leader Mungun awakened the ability to control monsters during the Great Cataclysm and used that ability to seize Gwanhai Province during the chaos. The main food for the monsters were civilians. Mostly dissonants or those who opposed him. A truly insane man.
Benji happily announced, "Master, it's all done." Minion nodded. "Good job. Let's head back." Benji immediately demanded a gift.
"Master, remember to buy me lots of ruby meat later."
We annihilated the second corps right after the third. They must be in a panic.
If this continues, a gap will appear in their military strength, so it's likely they won't be able to act immediately.
That evening, welcome, Expedition Commander. All of our guilds have decided not to retreat any further. Minchin scratched his head, not understanding at all. "Huh? Weren't you all just carefully considering it?" Suddenly, they're overly enthusiastic.
Donchan said firmly, "We want to support you, Commander.
We cannot retreat at such a historic moment."
"We have seen the light for many days, Commander."
Nathan finally spoke up. "Commander, it seems you're a bit naive about this."
"Everyone was moved by your determination to personally lead the charge.
Liberating the oppressed people of the former North Korea."
Minchin looked at the sparkling light. "Yes, I was enraged because they threw people to be fed to monsters, but the reason I attacked the army was to aim directly at Diet's faction."
"I can't say that publicly." "Well, I guess I can be happy with this result." Next, Mayan took out a map. "This is the general plan. First, we will move the garrison unit near the port of Kesang.
In the meantime, the main force will maintain a defensive posture, protecting the land we have gained so far."
One of them had an opinion. "If we defend, won't we be at a disadvantage?"
Minion knew that, of course, yes, but controlling this port allows us to establish a stable supply line by sea.
In addition, it's a favorable position to monitor enemy movements. Of course, we have no intention of yielding the initiative to the enemy. We will attack with a separate special task force that includes me, hunters, MSU, Riangshan, and Riangsu. While about half of Guanhai province has turned into lost lands, the enemy must be struggling to maintain order there. We will seize that opening and launch a lightning strike. MSU felt a bit worried. The fact that you handled an entire unit by yourself before, did you plan that far ahead? Minion didn't treat it so seriously. Oh no. I just acted quickly, with the intention of landing a powerful blow. Alright, everything is ready. Let's move out. The real battle begins here. Shuren saw the news. Look, Dad. All stocks related to the expedition team have hit their upper limit. See, I told you this was a great investment, wasn't it? This person is the chairman of the Guaning group. A grown child shouldn't be giggling like that. You did well, daughter. Continue to invest heavily in the next reinforcement team.
And when Hunter mentions expedition is over, politely invite him to meet me. She chuckled to herself.
He's always as cold as ice.
Yet he acknowledged my investment was a good one. Ellie was alone in her small room. Indeed, our VIP is always the center of attention wherever he goes. And here I am worrying myself sick over it. Anyway, I'm truly relieved to know he's safe. I pray they both return to Korea safely. Rosenberg, the British royal family. Tsar places complete trust in that person because the guy, a former relenter to Korea, has proven to be effective. Countries all over the world have started sending requests. So, isn't it worth investing in? I believe Hunter Minion will use the Gaia former correctly, and thanks to his achievements, its value has skyrocketed. This man is Zer's older brother. Zaz, it seems that now everyone acknowledges that my younger brother's opinion was correct. We should not miss the opportunity Zeta has created. It is time for us to act for the honor and people of our country. Mongun had not stopped shouting since that moment, and it can't be. We've located them, deployed the elite team, and they disappeared again. I'll believe it when they're ghost. The information source must have been leaked. It's been a month and we still haven't found a single clue. So, you better think of a solution quickly. The medic ground. Even if you complain to me like this, his heart was full of frustration. In the past month, more than half of Mungan's forces have been annihilated. I want to get out of here, but I haven't achieved anything yet. I've already failed twice. If I fail one more time, that demon won't spare me. Considering the current situation, the medic smirked slightly. General, I've thought of a way to overcome this crisis. Mungan's attitude changed 360. Really? Tell me the plan quickly. The medic's suggestion was something very terrible. Would you like to accept the power of a demon? Unmentioned sighed. Director, what brings you here? Bang had just arrived. Not wanting to show my weakness to the younger generation, I hesitated before getting up and coming here. Minion scratched his head awkwardly. Even so, Director, I didn't think he would come here like this. Basang wasn't too concerned with formalities. Don't feel pressured. Mention returned the handshake. Then let's just talk normally. Okay. Senior veteran agents from the association and hunters selected from various guilds. A total force of 2,000 people gathered to form the second wave. Basang personally led the second wave, leading the team to the former territory of North Korea. With a proactive attitude, he led the support for the expedition team. He presented the noble goal of rescuing the abandoned people of former North Korea as if it were his steadfast mission. The association, the National Assembly, and the government quickly and officially recognized the second wave. Basang was afraid the other party would forget this. Junior, I have a favor to ask of you. When we get back, let's have a duel.
Minion nodded. Alright, let's have a match when we return to Seoul. I also have a favor to ask you. I want you to be the commander of the expedition team. Zhang thought he had misheard. Commander, I'm already the commander of the second wave. It seems he misunderstood the meaning.
I mean the commander of the entire expedition team. Starting today, Senior Boss will assume the role of the expedition's commander. All unit captains operating separately will regroup with the main force. Over the past month, the separate units rarely got any rest. They had traveled through Gwanghai province. Facing both military forces and continuous monster battles, they had endured double the hardship. The constant marches caused the unique commanders to gradually fall behind.
Chin gave one last instruction. Team leader Mathun of the Galactic Alliance will assist you. Senior Minion could finally relax a little.
In my past life, I had to fight for dozens of days without sleep.
People really like to exaggerate. I'm probably not suited to be a commander. I still prefer to act alone. Benji popped out. Alone? That's a bit lonely.
Minchin had forgotten he still had Benji with him.
Alright, my apologies. My secret weapon.
First, let's move to Hidu, the central city of Mongan's military forces.
Benji didn't understand. But why? Are we acting alone, Master? Minion explained as he flew. It would take the expedition team quite some time to reach Hidu because we need to rescue the people living in North Korea's territory.
This is also a deserted land, so there are many monsters. The military forces must have protected their residences until now, but we've ruined that.
Helping the people will take some time. But something is strange.
This village is near Hidu, so it should have been a safe place.
Yet, there's no sign of any life here. There were definitely people living here not long ago. There's no trace of monsters either, only human footprints. Benji quickly sniffed. These footprints lead straight to Hidu.
Minchin found it strange.
Everyone moved there. But why did they take the people to force them to do something? Suddenly, he realized something. Benji was still rambling like sacrificing people.
For something when Chin picked him up.
Hold on tight. We're going to head you right now. Chin had to speed up. That's right. Why didn't I think of it sooner? The black organization is behind them. The one directly related to Nlhim.
Forcing the residents to become sacrifices to summon a demon.
It's entirely possible.
Even with sacrificing residents, summoning a real demon would still be very difficult. But using humans as food for monsters just to turn them into sacrifices, the more I think about it, the angrier I get.
Menchin took in the scenery. We've arrived. That is Hidu, a dark sanctuary. That's a high-level magic circle that only a demon king can create. They must be aiming for something inside. Benji took a sniff. I smell sulfur. Chin knew this place better than anyone.
The dark sanctuary obstructs the natural flow of mana, so even stealth techniques are nullified.
Moreover, all routes are heavily guarded. Benji asked, Master, what are you going to do? Minion replied calmly, what else? We'll break through directly.
It seems the people here have discovered them. The army from South Joseon is here.
Fire. Minion deployed the protective demon aura.
In an instant, there were a few drops of blood. He smiled as the plan worked. Benji, the medic, was also nearby.
That thing has appeared.
The surroundings were flooded with a purple mist. The screams of the soldiers echoed endlessly.
That bastard from the South Joseon team is poisoning us. Chin wanted to end this decisively. I don't have time for despicable people like you. Hellfire Blade. A dark sanctuary changes its surroundings to harmonize with Nibelheim. Its influence is proportional to the karma I hold.
While the horror with opposing attributes are weakened, the immortal legion gains strength by absorbing the energy of the dark sanctuary.
With an abundance of mana, the firepower of the Hellfire Blade has also been enhanced.
Of course, for someone who isn't a demon king, I received the penalty of having my senses restricted. Those guys charged forward with all their might.
That skinny dog.
Benji alone took care of all of them.
Minion didn't even need to lift a finger.
Benji is also demonic, so he'll escape the penalty.
I can probably leave the rest to him.
For now, I have to try to destroy the dark sanctuary. That place radiated immense power.
The city center might be the core. I feel that something is wrong. In a destroyed city like this, there wouldn't be any residents. And the neighboring villages around Hidu, I don't know where they've taken the residents, but that can't be it, right? Those madmen, did they really turn the residents into sacrifices? The way this is set up, it's as if they were waiting for me to arrive. Are you Mon Gun? M Gun was now possessed by a demon you brought from South Joseon. Watch your mouth. If you know who I am, you should be bowing your head.
Before he could finish, Minion cut him off.
Stop talking nonsense. I have nothing more to say to someone like you.
The arrogant look on Mungan's face completely vanished.
Not good. Something is very strange. Minion focused on the blue-haired man, the one in the back. Are you the medic? For some reason, he laughed. So, you're the one who treated our member from the abandoned land so gently? Nshin's tone was like an interrogation. What on earth were you thinking? Sacrificing all those people.
The medics seemed to laugh at others' pain.
You still don't get it. It was all to capture you. Everything was set up to lure you here. And now it's time for the next phase of our plan. Mention prepared to attack. Who says he can't? The medic's face was full of pride. Oh my.
The ritual to welcome the advent of the God of Darkness has begun.
Mention's eyes widened. The advent of the God of Darkness. What nonsense is he spouting?
A divine entity can't just recklessly descend into the mortal world. Even I had to transfer my soul into another body to descend.
He activated the galactic flow. The galactic flow has detected something. Could it be that is the sky of Nahheim? Mention started to feel the pressure.
They forced there through the dimensional boundary and connected with Nahheim to reach Earth. If they are capable of such a thing, a being overflowing with evil appeared.
So, you are the one chosen to be my vessel. It's been a long time since I last visited the mortal realm. That's right. I am Dyad Mortal. I've heard about you from the medic.
Become my slave and I will forgive your sins.
Mention gritted his teeth.
With ridiculous diet. I didn't expect a Tier 3 Demon King to descend here.
At that level, he's equivalent to the clone I sent to Earth. The medic below said, a slave, sir.
That insolent fool is the one who interfered with our great mission.
Diet seemed to be angry. Medic, did I give you permission to speak? So, what did you say? Do you intend to accept my invitation? Nshin remembered that time.
The enemy is Diet, a supreme god on par with the thunder god I met in the tower.
But there is a way. Diet pointed his hand down. Mortal, you refuse a precious gift just to receive punishment. What a fool. Minion whispered. Benji, can you handle them? I'm counting on you. Diet's eyes narrowed. Mortal, what is that creature you summoned? Minion observed his opponent's every move. Did he sense the aura of power in the Immortal Legion? He provoked. Defeat me and then I'll tell you.
Fortunately, thanks to the memories of his past life,
Minshin knew this guy's fighting style. My power is limited and I've run into a god. The mythical hunter constellation is reacting to the presence of a deity. Diet considered it an ant bite trying to influence my divinity.
Such petty tricks.
Minion used heavenly demon's authority and overwhelming power.
Surprised, this is just the beginning. He would shorten the distance with his power and experience.
What's wrong? Having trouble. Diet kept repeating the same phrase with just a little trick. Your arrogance is truly impressive. Mention was surrounded by a red pentagram. If destroying them is impossible, I'll deflect them with minimal force. Alright, I can do this.
I will use all the knowledge and power I have.
Diet used White Knight's Judgment God Spear authority.
Mortal, I will punish your sins with the spear.
Minion's counterattack was the Mystic Hornbeast Spear.
You're not the only one who can throw spears.
Khan threw it from below. On Benji's side, things had also become very tense. The surrounding landscape was completely disrupted.
Never before had Dia been in such a situation. Just a lowly mortal, but you know how to make things interesting.
Impressive.
Chin grew more excited as he said that.
Is that so?
A normal spear can't withstand his attack.
But the mist horn has infinite durability. No matter what, it won't break or shatter.
Taking advantage of that, Minchin can use it like this.
A staff from hell that can burn away physical strength. Diet amplified his magical power even more.
Using my power as fuel to strengthen your energy is a rather interesting trick, but it's nothing to me.
Mention SM. This is the heavenly defense art. Isa. It coats black mana with holy power by using the White Knight authority.
That's how it's used as expected of a fallen angel. But if the output doesn't exceed 10 times that of the Hellfire Blaze, it will be consumed instead.
Once that energy latches onto the body, it can't be shaken off.
Minion activated the power of the Demon Eye.
Diet was furious. Just a mere mortal to humiliate me like this. He froze the dimension, then teleported behind me. Diet even created multiple clones. The power you're using is undoubtedly the power of sin. It's not a power that a mortal from a lower realm like you should possess.
Chin activated his supersensory illusionary vision.
That's just your point of view.
Diet continuously used Distortion Field, Disintegration, and Venom Strike, forcing Minion to use the Atlas Gravity Gauntlets.
Diet used everything he had. The way you dare to challenge me is truly insolent. Chin furiously used the Heavenly Flame. Diet couldn't remain calm.
That power belongs to my late older brother.
How does a mortal like you have it?
Minion felt his mind was in turmoil.
Now let's see if you can figure out the reason.
At a time like this, Minchin had to push him back quickly.
The two clash relentlessly.
They were impossible to observe in this space. A small skirmish usually lasts no more than 5 minutes while deflecting and repelling Diet's attacks. Minchin had used up half of his own energy.
If Diet hadn't been exhausted, I wouldn't have been able to last this long.
But he retreated, wary of the higher level hellfire. With this much, I can gradually close the gap and his fate will be destruction.
Diet is about to run out of energy. You insect mention struck him a blow. What's wrong? Things not going according to plan.
From now on, Chin saw this as a battle of endurance.
Diet's rage mounted. You insolent.
Minion had to block his attack with the Imperial Sword Style, the Primordial Life Sword, and the Fist of Destructive Lightning. Diet, covered in wounds, said, "You truly are a nimble rat.
However, your end is near."
Mention intended to provoke him.
You think so? Diet said, I've encountered this style of fighting before. Or king to mold for an insect like you. The title Demon King would be more familiar.
Mention didn't understand that guy died a long time ago at the hands of a hero. He thought to himself, he figured it out too quickly. Anyway, there's no point in revealing that I'm the hero's reincarnation. Diet added, yes, I was defeated by the sword Saint Callus who was sent to this land.
There's no trace that I was ever here.
Mention seemed not to believe it. The sword Saint Call was that hero's weapon.
Wasn't War King Demold on your side? Diet laughed loudly. It's not entirely unreasonable for a mortal like you to think so. However, think carefully.
A weapon capable of erasing Demold's soul. A weapon containing such immense spiritual power and strength could not have existed in this lower realm in the first place.
You think I would be on the same side as that lowly wingless creature? What a fairy tale. Dealt. That arrogant name.
The one who was erased in the lower realm was just a part of the grand plan.
Thoughts rose in Mention's mind.
Yes, it was because of that attitude that I fought him countless times in my past life.
And every time I was always the one who won. Moreover, even when I won, I didn't take his life. I just cut off his wings and left.
I spared him because we both came from the same dimensional team. And yet just for something so trivial, Jin needed an answer.
So what is this grand plan you speak of? Diet didn't want to reveal it. I've said too much. I can't reveal anymore. Insect, don't cross your limits. Mayan suddenly speared him. No, you're the one who has crossed the line. So the poison has finally taken effect.
This was Mshin's hidden plan. Finally, the gander poison is effective. I secretly transferred it to his wound, and by now it must have spread.
Moreover, with his divinity weakened by a mythical hunter, the effect will be even deeper.
It's a bit of a shame I couldn't hear the full secret of my death in my past life, but I've learned enough.
Diet weakly said, Mortal, I acknowledge you. Mention didn't understand. Acknowledge me. Just a moment ago, you called me an insect. Diet moved his knuckles. You are the variable in my grand plan. So now I will give it my all. I declare that I will destroy all that is inevitable under my name. You cannot escape. Countdown to destruction. All calamities are focusing on Mention.
This is a curse that uses the promise of power.
Power.
If the curse Diet cast is not broken within 20 days, Jin's level will be severely reduced and his soul will be destroyed. Your fate will also come to an end. A curse declared under the authority of Diet. It is a powerful curse that rewrites the laws of the world.
Mention is now bound to absolute death. Diet was smug. Are you finally scared? Mortal Mention appear more normal than ever. No. Why should I be yet? Diet was a little agitated.
You must have felt the premonition of death.
But denying it won't change anything. Well, that's right.
If this continues, Mention will die.
But why do I feel so calm? Hey, Diet's eyes widen. Could that be?
Mention held a small orb in his hand.
No way in a lower realm like this. There's an elixir just lying around.
A reward I received a few months ago while climbing the tower.
The legendary medicine elixir.
It is said to be able to heal any kind of wound and break all kinds of curses. It is also the only way for a mortal from a lower dimension to resist the countdown to destruction.
Dia was quite anxious. There's no way swallowing that thing will let you escape my curse.
After Mayan drank it all, the elixir has detected the curse engraved on the soul.
The power of life is struggling against absolute death. The countdown to destruction has been nullified. Diet couldn't believe his eyes. No, impossible.
The bond that tied his soul and heart had disappeared. On top of that, the enemy had been poisoned by Gander's venom. And after using that oath, he had completely exhausted his energy. Mention thrust his sword through him.
Now return to your homeland.
A legendary battle appeared in the old abandoned lands of North Korea. The fierce battle that took place in Hedo had finally come to an end.
Mention received a huge amount of experience points. The mythical hunter constellation, gunner's poison, and even the memories of my past life. If I didn't have any one of those, I couldn't have one. Benji ran over. Master, did you defeat that unbelievably tough warrior? Just looking at him gave me goosebumps. But Master, you are truly amazing.
Minion reminded him, if you recover to your original state, you could do the same.
By the way, there's one person we can't let get away. Benji bowed his head and replied, I know. Knowing you would say that, Master. I've already captured him. Chin sighed. All right. When we get home, I'll treat you to a premium red steak. The system detected divine power from a defeated enemy.
The mythical hunter constellation has partially stolen Diet's divinity from the White Radiance. Mentioned soul has acquired divinity, breaking the framework of his soul and entering a new stage. Benji looked at his new state. Master, could it be that you've become a god in this dimension? Minion shook his head. No, this has nothing to do with becoming a god or anything. He thought divinity, its essence, was created many years ago through the worship of many living individuals. One I received is strange. It's best to think of this as a special reward for defeating Diet. But wait, I can also accept an apostle. Apostles are reliable subordinates who will spread the name of the gods they serve, increasing that god's divinity. The rate of divine growth often depends on the apostle. So choosing an apostle is an important task for these deities. Since I'm taking divinity like a mythical hunter, it's not really important to me, but I can still accept an apostle. Maybe empowering a useful subordinate wouldn't be a bad idea. That's right. Then there's someone perfect for that position. After returning, Basang and Mitsu were both wondering, what do you mean Mongan's faction has collapsed? And what's this about a demon king's advent? After Mshinyan went to gather information himself, he returned to the tunnel and explained the situation that occurred in Hidu as concisely as possible. The expedition team abandoned all other actions and began preparing to advance directly to Hidu. Vid said, the advent of a demon king, perhaps the association should investigate this directly. As expected of my master, even though it was just a vessel, you defeated a Diet. Master of dimensions, no less. Menshin cut him off. That's enough. I have a gift for you. Hearing that, he quickly knelt down. A gift from my master. ID humbly accepted with honor. Menshin confirmed the target to receive as an apostle. I initially planned to make Benji an apostle, but in the long run, VD is the most suitable one. The target soul has accepted the divinity, temporarily consuming to 100 divinity. Chinyan withdrew his hand. His stats nearly doubled and a few skills rose to SNA rank. Its effect is more impressive than I thought. He probed his subord in its thoughts. So, do you like it? VD slowly felt it. This power, what's happening? I am overjoyed to become Master Minion's first apostle. But it seems you've been lying to me. Mensch suddenly realized it must be because becoming an apostle helped him realize I'm actually a human. Minion said nonchalantly, I have never lied to you. He waved his hand. Oh, come on. Didn't you claim to be the overlord of death before? Menshin reminded him clearly. Think carefully. I never claimed to be the overlord of death. You said that yourself. Vid felt a bit embarrassed. How could that have happened? With Mungan's death, the army lost its commander and collapsed immediately. The remaining scattered remnants were defeated by the expedition team. Thus, the liberation battle in Hidu province ended sooner than Chin had thought. 3 months later, he turned to Seoul. The expedition had attracted attention from the very beginning. While identifying the area around Gwanghai province was an outstanding achievement, the fact that another demon king was prevented from appearing became a global phenomenon. Nibelheim had openly violated the armistice agreement. The term demon king, which had been deeply ingrained in people's minds since Demel's advent,
once again shook the globe with the appearance of D. An unfortunate incident occurred in Korea,
the land where the armistice disagreement between Jotunheim and Nibelheim was arranged.
The international community and even the parallel universes in general were in constant turmoil. Diet had retreated to the center of Nibelheim. Although in a transformed state, his soul was destroyed and even his divinity was stolen.
The expedition team continued to fight relentlessly in Gwanghai province.
Even though Mongan's faction had disappeared, Gwanghai province still had many monsters.
The expedition team decided to stay there to investigate the remaining gate cores more deeply and took on the task of rebuilding the collapsed civilization. Since I no longer had a reason to stay in Gwanghai province, I decided to return with Nathan.
Bosong tried to stop me. Are you really okay with this? You're really letting the defeat of Diet be credited as the expedition team's achievement? Minion laughed.
Standing out too much causes trouble for me.
I plan to climb the tower again.
So, I'll leave the rest to you, senior.
After defeating Diet, Mention's level skyrocketed to 89.
At this rate, I'll reach level 100 and get the final power. And now, I've even received divinity to wield power that matches my rising stats.
I need to become stronger. Then, Mayan heard some news. Ha? What do you mean?
The person in charge has been replaced. Nathan said, yes, there hasn't been an official transfer order yet, but the Jamsen branch manager will be replaced sooner or later.
Mention couldn't maintain his composure. No, that's too sudden.
The Galactic Alliance's Jamsen branch is located right next to the tower.
It attracts the attention of both Nibelheim and Jotunheim.
And there's no doubt that it is the most important branch on Earth. For that reason, the position of the Jamsen branch director is much more competitive than other branches. This was clearly a demotion.
Mention stood silent for a moment. So that's why they came back to me. Does the personnel change have anything to do with the expedition team? Nathan smiled lightly. It seems so. Hunter mentioned, is something wrong? You look a bit tense.
He suggested, tell your superiors this. If they demote the Jamsen branch director, then they might as well cut ties with me.
Nathan's face froze. Ha? Wait. Hunter mentioned, I think there's a huge misunderstanding here, but I heard every single word. A misunderstanding. Does it make sense to demote someone for that reason? Nathan quickly explained. No, I'm not being demoted. I've been appointed as the overall supervisor for the Earth dimension. In recognition of the success of this expedition, I've been promoted to a leadership position in the Galactic Alliance.
Mention shyly looked away.
Ha? Is that so?
Nathan then teased him to think you felt bad for me.
Believing I was demoted. It really moves me, Nathan.
You know, if it was good news, Nathan should have been clear from the start so Minion could understand. It's not like I felt bad for you just because of that.
So shut up. Anyway, congratulations. I hope the next branch director is a competent person. Muthun smiled smugly.
No need to worry about that. They are certainly a very capable individual. It seems they've arrived. Judging by Minion's face, he was quite surprised. Because it was Ellie.
Oh my. Hunter mentioned you're here too.
I am Ellie, the one who will be taking over the position of branch director for the Galactic Alliance's Jams. And Branch, please take care of me.
Are you surprised? Mention was more than that.
Of course, today is truly a day of surprises.
Ellie hadn't had time to inform him. This was confirmed very quickly yesterday. I'm sorry for not being able to tell you beforehand.
Minion guessed there really was no one as capable as Ellie. For someone who's apologizing, you're smiling quite a lot.
If Ellie becomes the branch director, it's a good thing for Minion. I didn't know you would be here today. Right person, right time, huh? Minion suddenly brought up the issue. That's right. I have to fulfill my promise to you. Give me your hand.
Ellie nervously extended her hand.
Oh my, you still remember?
Minion slowly put it on for her.
Of course. Did you think I'd forget?
I said I would give you this bracelet when I returned safely from the expedition.
How is it? You like it? Ellie wasn't just satisfied.
She was extremely satisfied.
Of course. How could I say no? It's a gift from you.
Minion observed her expression.
Good thing I finally gave it to her and Ellie is happy with it.
It's been a long time since Ellie received a gift like this. Wandering around the department store with Minong was worth it after all.
I have something for you, too. Minion looked at the small box on the table. A gift to celebrate your promotion to branch director. A ring. I can feel a surge of vitality. It doesn't look like an ordinary item. What's this document that comes with it? A Reen item certificate. Ellie said something even more shocking. It's a marriage registration form. Swearing to be together for a decade. I'm just kidding. This is a special commission form I asked my family to write. Minion silently used the eye of truth. If you keep joking like that, I might die of a heart attack. How could she prepare something so impressive? Wait, what's this?
A certificate from the Kite Guild.
Within the Night Guild. Only families of noble rank or higher possess this. This pledge scroll is the same. It's definitely a secret technique of the Night Guild. These are items of unimaginable value.
I thought she was just an ordinary member of the Kite Guild, but that's clearly not the case.
Mention folded the paper.
A certificate from the Kite Guild and a scroll containing a secret technique.
I never expected to receive something like this. Ellie was happy he liked it as expected. You have a keen eye. Chin asked about the gift.
But don't you think what I just gave you is quite plain compared to its value?
Ellie didn't care about the value. It's fine.
It's the thought that counts. It felt like Chin had learned more about Ellie.
All right, then I will make good use of it. While walking, Ellie asked, "Are you planning to continue climbing the tower?" Mention nodded. That's the plan. But wait, I have a favor to ask.
I'm planning to buy shares of the Demon Guild with my own assets.
I will register my name as a co-CEO. So, I'd like to ask you to handle the paperwork. Ellie's face fell. Co-CEO with that guy. Don't tell me you forgot the contract you signed with us.
Mention waved his hand.
Of course not. I'm just lending my name. Ellie didn't look at him directly and said, "If this is just an investment, it'll be fine, but all official activities must go through us." Minion smiled wryly. Of course, it's just my name, really.
But, normally Minion wouldn't want to do troublesome things like being a CEO. He would create the position himself.
The current situation is a bit different. VD appeared. Always flamboyant. Beautiful lady. It's been a long time since we last met in Yenju. Ellie pouted. Your cheesy lines still haven't changed, huh?
Minion lightly scolded him.
Hey, who told you to use such outdated communication styles? Ellie doesn't like you. You know that. Do I really need to send you a telepathic message for you to understand? VD sighed. Why should I care about the feelings of some low-class Kai girl? Minion radiated a murderous aura from behind.
She's not just some girl from Kai. She's Ellie, the branch director. Next time, be sure to treat her properly. He cleared the dull atmosphere. All right, you just should get acquainted like partners do. Minion kept observing his orange-haired friend.
The reason I made a deal with the Galactic Alliance with a plan to be a freelance mercenary made it easier to lend my name to the Demon Guild. This way, it'll be easier for VD to use my name.
Although I've accepted VD as my apostle to spread my name, the reality is that modern Earth won't easily welcome the culture of worshipping new gods, and creating a religious cult focused on me isn't a good idea either. So I decided to raise my profile through guilds and companies with a title like Rising S Rank Hunter.
Manhwa has invested in this company, for example, that would also be quite effective. There's another reason too. Minion looked through the glass door. The reporters have arrived too. Ellie found it very normal. That's understandable considering the achievements you've made. The association proposed holding a press conference. Minion muttered to himself. A press conference? Ha! Right now I'm the center of attention.
Being famous is nice, but if I leave the spotlight, the attention will also fade.
However, by becoming the CEO of the Demon Guild, I can pass that spotlight to VD.
He knows best how to polish my name. This way, I'll have time to climb the tower. After that, Chin made a decision.
A press conference sounds good. It's better to get everything over with at once. Even if I just say one word. Won't the Galactic Alliance also benefit? When she got a call. Wait, I have to take this. Is this Mr. Minion? I'm fine. I've heard a lot about your recent achievements.
Tower of Trials, 5th floor, Sky Garden.
Thanks to Ellie, Minion became the CEO of the Demon Guild. All the troublesome matters, including the press conference, I've left to my apostle VD.
Finally, I contacted Neen to wait for Jinhame's move.
Previously, Neen had cried with joy.
As expected, it's you, Mr. Mchinyan, the one who defeated that disgusting diet.
Chin held the phone a little away.
Yes,
that's right. Has there been anything unusual lately?
N on the other end of the line shook his head.
No. After Nibelheim revealed their atrocities, our activities have also been restricted.
The supply of material for the ritual has been cut off.
Now we're planning to turn to the Galactic Alliance. Minion understood.
Now Jettenheim is trying to import materials through the Galactic Alliance, and Nathan is now the supervisor of Earth for the Alliance.
The timing couldn't be better. I left instructions for Muthan to block the supply route.
So for now, I don't need to worry about Jenheim anymore.
With that settled, I returned to the tower.
Without any lingering concerns, Minion visited the forge once again.
Long time no see. Hoenn is the thing I asked for finished. Hoenn was quite punctual. Take a look. I forged it in your personal style. This is the blessing of the Black Star set. Black Star type military uniform and Black Star type shoes. Mention immediately put both on.
The weight is almost non-existent.
It fits the body perfectly. The material is black mithril, isn't it?
Hakan nodded with satisfaction. You have a sharp eye as expected of someone skilled in controlling mana instead of engraving magic.
I focused on reinforcing defense and magic resistance. It seems the extra effort wasn't wasted.
Mention smiled as he saw Hoenn extend his hand.
He replied, "Thank you."
Hoenn said something that extinguished his smile. I didn't shake your hand to say goodbye.
I'm asking for the material cost 1.5 million.
Annoyed, mentioned the debt.
Remember that thing I asked you to handle last time? Subtract it from that. Hoenn wasn't happy as he tapped the screen. Fine, whatever. It's not easy to sell that stuff anyway.
The assets from the Ant Empire that Hoenn was tasked to handle, after subtracting a 10% commission. And material cost still amounted to over 5 million points.
Mention brought that thing out again. But you know what? There's still half of it left unsold. I'll leave that for you to handle. Minion turned to leave. At least I don't have to worry about points anymore. Suddenly, Hoenn called out again. Wait a minute. Let me ask you something. You're the one who wiped out the Mobius mages on the 6th floor, right? Chin was surprised and pointed his sword at Haken's neck. Excuse me. Where did you hear that from? Han knew he had misspoken. I was just guessing. Don't be so tense. Besides, you're a hot topic in the tower right now. Minion didn't think it was that simple.
Officially, my identity has never been revealed.
Tell me, how did you guess? Do you know who the most talked about rising star in the tower is right now? Han had, of course. Read the news. The record breaker of faith.
Floor challenge mention and the one who caused a commotion in the non-combat zone on the 6th floor.
There are only 2 of them.
Both appeared around the same time and share a common trait. They're regulars right before that event. The intelligence I bought from the 6th floor comparing the description of that rookie with the troublemaker there. I concluded they were the same person mentioned.
Besides, didn't you tell me your name yourself before?
Suddenly, Minion felt a bit guilty.
Thinking back, he's right. I pretty much advertised myself. He withdrew his sword. I was a bit too defensive just now. My apologies. Han had no ill intentions. Losing a regular customer like you would be a loss for me, too. Especially when the major communities are all searching for you.
And from what I know, both Mobius and Urchin have made their move.
So, it's better to be cautious. Minion nodded. Thanks for the warning.
As for who should really be afraid, we'll just have to wait and see, won't we?
Mention arrived at the Tower of Trials, 8th floor. The mission in the Forgotten World's shadow.
This place, a great city like Camelot, destroyed by a catastrophe.
The objective is to eliminate the monsters. A world that was once destroyed is now being represented in a mission. Truly a forgotten world to humanity. Perhaps the cities once swept by the apocalypse also looked like this.
No signs of life detected yet, but this sounds like zombies.
Of course, you are the ones who destroyed the city. What?
Expecting a low-class undead to answer is just foolish.
In a dark place, a light appeared. It is the light of extermination and destruction.
Mention's sacred flame cleansed this place.
Dozens of them turned to ash. Yet, the experience didn't even increase by 0.1%, too weak. They just charged forward instinctively.
Then turned to dust. The amount of experience is pathetic, but at this rate, they'll be wiped out before I even have to act.
Someone on the rooftop shouted down, "You fool! Put out that fire immediately. These aren't normal zombies."
Minion found it hard to sense their presence approaching without a sound.
Is it a stealth skill or an item?
He had no intention of retracting his power. Instead, he increased the power of the flames. I don't take orders from those weaker than me.
The more it's forbidden, the more I want to do it. They're just zombies. What's there to be afraid of? A terrifying zombie appeared next to Minion, more terrifying than the ones before. What the hell is that? Mayan stared, stunned at the monster before him. This is something I've never seen before. He squinted, staring at the monster.
It's not the kind of undead created by sorcery or summoning arts.
The system window showed information. Aha, looks like some kind of zombie.
To be more precise, the monster in front of me belonged to a zombie species with an infection trait.
What puzzled Mayan was? But what is infection?
It even has an X-rank trait, something even I don't possess. A series of blades were launched at the monster, but they seem to have no effect on it.
It let out a terrifying roar.
Mention calmly created energy vortexes.
This is starting to get annoying.
They are weak individually, but looking at the infection trait, it's clear they can't be underestimated.
If bitten, all resistance will be bypassed and the transformation into an undead will begin immediately. He felt annoyed. It's just like the script of a zombie movie.
Well, a little tension at the right time might make the game more interesting. In the hazy black smoke, Mention still looked interested.
Anyway, that scream earlier must have been because
this. Without hesitating for another second, he immediately launched himself to investigate who it was. A mysterious person faintly visible in the black smoke suddenly looked up, beckoning to Minion with his hand.
What's that so sudden?
Minion spun around using a binding energy slash to capture his prey. The ring on his hand flashed with light. He enveloped the iron chains. He created black star hell chains. The purpose was to corner his prey. Now the two were face to face. He suddenly realized, wait a minute. An ally of the Vulcan race. The other side was also surprised.
Haven't we met before?
What are you talking about? Mithrang also began to remember.
Wait, could it be the rookie I met in the mines? Mentioning that, Mithrang remembered and took the initiative to identify himself.
That's right. So that scream earlier was yours.
That's right.
I thought you were weak, but it turns out the weak one was over here. Muscles aren't the measure of strength and irregular with overwhelming power.
Could you be Xeon Minion? You're sharper than I thought.
That's right.
I am Xeon Minion. I am Mithrang, a warrior of the Vulcan tribe. Jin noticed. Your group seems to be missing someone. I remember you had 5 members before. Mithrang explained. One of us is elsewhere. He's not well, so he has to rest. Seeing his reaction, he's been infected, hasn't he? Mithrang admitted, yes, you're right. We need the antidote, but it's currently beyond our means.
For now, we can only use infection inhibitors to slow down the process. You guys are very loyal. Most others would have abandoned him long ago, Mithrang said sadly.
The Vulcan tribe never abandons a comrade.
Simple, values, strength, but is absolutely loyal. That's characteristic of the Vulcan race.
I know. Just now he even warned me about the danger.
I wonder how far their kindness goes. Jin smiled to himself and announced some good news to Mithrang.
I can get the antidote for you.
Really, but it won't be free. Mithrang was excited.
This is a comrade's life. Just name your price.
Jin thought he still owed him for the matter on the G floor.
Then tell me everything you know about the 8th floor first. I'll help out for now. Night fell.
As expected, as soon as the sun set, they appeared in terrifying numbers.
Even the ones hiding in buildings swarmed out. I thought the rumor about the body glowing at night was a joke.
So, it really shines like that.
Are you sure this is okay? Minion's face was serious. Of course, lead the way. Thanks to the information Mithrang provided, Minion learned that at night all the hidden zombies would swarm the city. The challenger's body would start to glow, making them easy to track.
You can use points or items to hide the light, but you have to be careful.
Some special mutations can still track you. In addition, the number of mutated zombies skyrockets at night. Myth spotted a mutated one. Blood knows, be careful. It moves at supersonic speed. We must focus on defense first.
Mention used the dual horn beast spear and sacred flame, cutting the blood nose in half with one strike.
Mithrang was aghast.
I was just about to tell you to focus on defense.
Let's go quickly. Sorry. Anyway, we're almost there. That's the clinic, right? That's right. The only reason to risk moving at night. The clinic where the antidote is located only operates at night.
Mithrang and Mention had arrived. Suddenly, something strange made Mithrang.
Wait, what's wrong? The clinic is right in front of us. You see that thing? Ha! Isn't that just another mutation? That's Nemesis, an immortal monster. It can only be killed with the antidote. As long as it's here, the clinic won't activate. Damn it. Why did it have to appear at this exact moment? Minion thought for a moment. So that's the mission's target, Nemesis. An invincible being, you say. Do you think it can be defeated without the antidote? We've attacked with all our might, yet we couldn't even leave a scratch. Hearing that, Minion grew more excited. Is that so? Hey, Vulcan kid, watch closely. Let me show you that there's no such thing as absolute in this world. Nemesis began to charge. Mention reappeared behind it. What's wrong? Unbelievable. This isn't the first time I've faced a monster like you. Nemesis possesses the mystic species trait, a title forcibly granted by the tower. This trait allows it to nullify over 90% of normal attacks. But that defense is completely meaningless against my divinity and the mythical power bestowed by the hunter's divinity. There's another SS trait, super regeneration. It's indeed frightening, but even that ability is useless if the entire body is incinerated in hellfire. Before it can regenerate, Mithrang couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. Impossible. The monster that they risked their lives against and couldn't even damage is now being crushed so easily. It's clear now. This is not a battle that any ordinary person dares to get involved in. I might have just met. Minion was full of confidence. A newcomer who has the power to turn the entire tide of this tower. A purple heavenly light emanated from him. Nemesis slowly collapsed. It was surrounded by Minion's series of lights. Chin stood tall and proud, holding his long sword, ready to fight at any moment. The system displayed his victory. You have defeated Nemesis without using the antidote. This is an unprecedented achievement. Menchin was annoyed. Damn it, that thing was incredibly tough. After about 30 minutes of fighting, Nemesis was finally defeated. Without the hunter's divinity and my own divine power, this would have been impossible. The reward Mayan received was 500,000 points and a legendary fragment. Mithrang was still dazed. You really looking at the wreckage defeated by Minion? What kind of monster is he? The system displayed the entity possessing the immortal core has perished. Searching for a new host, Minion was still striding towards his opponent. The nemesis that seemed to have been destroyed, but no, it was still staring at Minion. The host is being resurrected as an immortal general compatible with their abilities and soul. Before Mayan now was no longer the demon nemesis, but instead the form of a soldier in iron armor with sharp talent. Has gained a new immortal existence. It bows slightly. The Supreme Commander of the Immortal Legion sends his greetings. Wow. Mention laughed dryly. This is insane. He stood looking at the creature before him. Summoning an immortal general costs 300 immortality points. The average stats are GGG. Compared to an immortal knight with average stats around 500, the raw power per point seems lower. But the true value of a general doesn't lie in direct combat. It's in the Supreme Command trait. Just its presence strength and is the Immortal Legion. It can arrange formations, even create more corpses to supplement forces depending on the situation. In addition, there's a new trait, Immortal Power Absorption. The super regeneration ability provides incredible survivability. This means the Legion can expand on its own without consuming more of my immortality points. It assimilated all of Nemesis's abilities. I never expected the immortal power to have this function. This place is like an endless treasure trove. Mitra approached and asked, "Are you okay?" Minchin replied lightly, "Of course. I'm in a better mood than ever." "Then I'm glad. Anyway, Nemesis has been dealt with. There shouldn't be anything to worry about anymore, right? All that's left is to get the antidote. A challenger whose limits can't even be seen." "Limits? I don't have such a thing." Mithrang's comrades were worried sick. Will the captain really be able to bring back the antidote? Who knows? All we can do now is put our faith in that challenger.
Suddenly, a sound made everyone jump.
Captain, you did it.
Mithrang saw his comrades inside in relief.
Everyone's safe. What a relief. I told you everything would be fine. The antidote was quickly injected into the comrade who was infected with the poison. He suddenly woke up. I feel completely fine. Mithrang was overjoyed. I will never forget this favor. It's just a give and take. The information and map of the 8th floor are more than enough. Well, see you later. Minion decided to leave. Seeing the happy scene of Mithrang with his comrades, he thought, the goodwill Mithrang gave me on the G floor without any conditions. I've now repaid that debt. Without wasting any more time, Mention quickly flew into the air.
The condition to pass the floor has been met, but with the ability to steal traits through immortal power. It would be foolish not to take the opportunity to hunt more and collect more abilities. Mention's image was clearly projected on a TV screen. A mysterious figure seemed to be watching Mention's every move.
How interesting.
Administrator, you called for me.
Yes, a challenger has caught my eye. A challenger.
He's frantically hunting zombies and their variants on the 8th floor, but his speed is too fast. So, I want you to be in charge of monitoring him. The subordinate quickly complied.
Yes, sir.
The mysterious figure still didn't take his eyes off Mention.
A truly powerful challenger. Interesting.
But if you cause such a big stir, it will surely affect others who are impacted by your actions.
Is it still a fair challenge then? Mention landed. It's done.
A decisive command rang out.
Take it down.
The Death Knight standing beside Mention to protect him from the monster replied.
As you command.
Cruel authority is activated, preventing that creature from disrupting the Supreme Commander's campaign. The knight roared mightily and charged. In the meantime, I've defeated 7 more nemeses, increasing the number of generals to 8.
Mention watched with a bored expression. I've also killed countless mutated zombies and gained a large amount of immortality points. They fight pretty well now. I don't even need to give direct orders. Everything is so convenient.
At that moment, a stream of energy was released.
I've probably harvested almost everything I need here.
Mention was quite satisfied with the knight's performance.
Good job, charge.
Suddenly, a strange voice came through.
Hello, challenger. Zeon mentioned this feeling. I am the vice captain, the administrator's aide. I have intervened in this trial just to speak with you. Vice captain, no need to be afraid. Isn't it basic courtesy to show yourself when having a conversation?
You're right. The energy was still surrounding Mention. He squatted down thoughtfully, looking at the unfamiliar stranger who appeared before him. The mysterious person also revealed her identity.
I am the vice captain under Lord Air Rodeo. My name is Fia, the Naga race, a divine race from the DA dimension, taken the form of half human, half snake.
They are demigods who inherited the bloodline of the gods. They also possess divinity. For such a race to willingly become an assistant, Mention also spoke up. I never thought I'd encounter a Naga in this place.
So, can the administrators of the tower be considered gods who have reached the upper echelons? Oh, it seems you know quite a bit about the Naga. I was already interested, but you didn't come here just to chat, right?
To be blunt, your actions as a challenger have disrupted the tower's trial disrupted. You know that each floor is designed to measure a challenger's abilities, rewarding them based on their performance.
Right? However, even after completing the conditions to pass the floor, you lingered on the 8th floor, roaming the battlefield. As a result, the difficulty of the 8th floor trial has dropped sharply.
With the lower difficulty, other challengers have to easily won prizes.
Some have even climbed to the next floor
without truly experiencing a trial. That breaks the fairness of the tower.
Sounds more like your personal opinion.
If there really was a problem or cheating, the administrator would have intervened, but that didn't happen.
Right now, you're just a vice captain who came here to express an opinion. Vonya had to confess. Unfortunately, you are right.
That's why I have a proposal for you, challenger.
There is a hidden quest on the 8th floor. A hidden quest? I have shared the information of this quest with you. In return, I ask that you stop interfering with the trial's progress.
Inside a stately house, books were piled high.
A small tunnel was opened.
Tower of Trials, 8th floor, where mention is facing a hidden quest.
It seems the administrator thinks I'm still lingering on the 8th floor because of this quest.
Otherwise, she would never have proactively assigned a hidden quest like this.
Even a skilled hunter has his bad days, perhaps. Anyway, if they're willingly offering a reward, I have no reason to refuse.
I'm just curious what she would say if she knew I was already planning to climb to the 9th floor. Anyway, the hidden quest truly lives up to its name.
Grotesque ghostly figures appeared. Perhaps this will be truly interesting. I hope you don't disappoint me. The challenger has finally entered the laboratory.
Phew. Your prediction that he would actively seek out the hidden quest was correct. Via thought to herself. I deduced it after analyzing all his past actions.
I've seen many records of him touching upon hidden elements in the trials, so I could infer his intentions.
It's been a long time since a lone challenger has shaken up a whole trial like this.
Not even the dragon or that human who controls clay soldiers have ever caused this much chaos in the city, right? Absolutely correct. The administrator was still giving orders. Hey, you only showed him how to get in, right? Yes. I only pointed out the location and how to open the secret passage to the laboratory.
If he had gathered information thoroughly, he would also be aware of the situation inside.
You mean the traps and mutated zombies placed to prevent intruders, right? That's right.
So, entering without knowing anything will triple the difficulty.
He's going to have a hard time. That's the price for free information. Both the administrator and FIA were wondering, Vice Captain, what I'm seeing isn't illusion, is it?
You know very well that the administrator's gaze can see through all illusions.
So what I'm seeing is real. To be honest, even I feel like I'm dreaming. Damn it. This is so annoying. Why is this hallway ridiculously long? Mention was trying to defeat the monster. A ball suddenly exploded. Is this the place? Emergency warning. Emergency warning.
An intruder has been detected in this virus incubation room.
Activating final phase. Commencing awakening of the prime virus. Vice Captain. Was that door always so easy to break?
He ignored everything and charged straight in. That door shouldn't have been breakable unless an extremely powerful force was applied. Normally, one must activate the vaccine system in the laboratory to weaken the prime virus and open the door.
But he forced it open.
So now he will have to face the original unweakened form of the prime virus.
That challenger's skills are truly extraordinary.
But in this situation, the chances of success are almost zero. The probability is only 0.1%.
This is getting annoying.
We were wary of him only to maintain the balance of the trial. I can't let such a potential-filled individual die because of my mistake.
If necessary, I will use my authority to intervene. The prime virus is awakening.
Its sharp claws emerged. Mythical beast body has encountered a beam with divinity.
The mythical hunter's divinity immediately reacted to that divinity. Unless the prime virus is destroyed, it will be impossible to climb to the next floor by any means.
So that's the prime virus.
Why is it so disgusting?
And it has 9 cores.
Its long, sturdy legs stood firm and tall. Heavenly demon domain, overwhelming power.
Mention smiled smugly.
All right, let's see.
From within the sharp spikes, a powerful energy was released. Minion charged using Hellfire Blaze. His eyes glowed red.
The spikes pierced straight into the opponent. Chin's hand now glowed with a purple energy. Minion sneered. You need an antidote to heal.
Good. I specialize in physical therapy. I've defeated all the mutations and nemesis without needing an antidote. Let's see how long you can endure this experiment.
FIA, who was observing, was stunned. Is that the prime virus? Why does it look so terrifying?
Then suddenly, Harodio pulled something out of his pocket.
That challenger.
His abilities are impressive, but this time it will be very tough.
Just the number of antidotes needed to pass us. Vonya exclaimed in astonishment. Harodio, why are you suddenly using the master key? He replied calmly. Didn't I think this mission was impossible?
A 0.1% success rate means it's not entirely impossible.
Theo wanted to stop Rodeo even if that person has potential using this key. Harodio frowned.
0.1% and impossible are basically the same. However, he still felt a bit hesitant. If I forcibly intervene in the trial with the master key, I will have to suffer a penalty from the tower. But the reason the challenger is facing the final boss completely unprepared is partly my fault. If I hadn't talked to FIA, he probably wouldn't have gone this far. I will absolutely not let a challenger die because of my own misjudgment. On the other side, Mayan was observing silently. Hitting it with all sorts of debuffs doesn't feel much different from a regular nemesis.
One core is already destroyed. Maybe this will end sooner than I thought.
Suddenly, the part that was cut changed slightly, surprising Minion.
Ha! The monster's blood gushed out like flowing water. Then, a nimble human foot grew out. Minion looked at its current form and couldn't stop smirking.
So, this is the hidden quest.
Destroying the core spreads poison gas and even summons mutations.
They really went all out for this, but immediately after he felt it hard to breathe, restricting the combat area. So, this was the real goal. Poison gas in a confined space, plus a swarm of mutations. Then, Minion snapped his fingers.
Looks like there's no other way. In a flash, Minchin had summoned the Immortal Legion along with the Immortal General deploy. He ordered them. The next mission is to annihilate all mutations.
The Immortal General replied resoundingly understood.
Minchin already had a plan in his head. Unlike Nemesis, the mutated zombies don't have the divinity trait.
The Immortal Legion can handle them.
Minchin took a deep breath.
As for the poison gas, then he held his breath and activated the protective demon aura.
He silently calculated Zephus as in rank trait. Even the Jawmangander rope can't resist it.
So, I'll use the protective demon aura to prevent direct contact with the poison gas and hold my breath while fighting.
Chin immediately took his sword and circled behind the charging monster.
His face darkened, his cold eyes fixed on it.
You really think a little poison gas can stop me from moving?
We'll see who's better.
The monster was immediately beheaded by Mention.
The Immortal Knights bravely smashed each zombie. The monsters whined but still mindlessly charged forward.
Mention, annoyed, raised his hand and shouted, "Silence!"
He used the Silver Light Moonring Blade and the Lightning Compound Slash to cut them down.
This is the 8th core.
The zombies and Nemesis monsters cried out in pain. Mention, feeling a bit uncomfortable, covered his face.
The more cores I destroy, the more poison gas is released.
If I stand still, I could probably hold my breath indefinitely. But the more gas there is, coupled with a continuous movement, my stamina is being drained quickly.
Shinyan cautiously stepped back.
He controlled his breathing and contemplated, even if I get infected, as long as I find an antidote within 24 hours, it should be fine.
Can I just take a breath and get it over with?
I'm not sure what that thing is, but my intuition is screaming that if I get infected here,
it won't end well.
After thinking, Jin unconsciously tightened his grip on his sword.
Anyway, there's only one core left, even if it's reckless.
So, he didn't hesitate to charge forward and slash at the nemesis.
Mention's face was determined. It ends here. After that final blow, all the cores had been destroyed.
The nemesis let out a pathetic scream instantly. Perfect Nemesis activates ultimate infection acceleration. The spreading speed of all viruses within the range immediately increases by 100 times. At this moment, Jin's aura flared as he used divine light projection.
This move took effect immediately, the bright light scaring the nemesis. Seizing this opportunity, Minion commanded the immortal knights with authority. This is the end. Stop that thing, the mighty army shouted. Understood. Jin activated the blessing of the rainbow.
The user's life force recovered
quickly.
He gritted his teeth and thought, infection speed increased by 500 times.
If I get infected, I'll completely turn into a zombie in 10 minutes. Good thing I didn't inhale the poison gas because there is no antidote.
Mention's eyes burn with fighting spirit.
Now all that's left is its last desperate attack.
If I can endure this, it will truly be the end.
Let's finish it all here.
On the other side, Arod and FIA were frozen for a moment after watching.
Vice Captain, don't you have anything to say? She hesitated for a long time. That didn't you say the challenger only had a 0.1% chance of winning to the point where you were about to use the master key and yet he managed to overcome it?
FIA quickly defended herself. Statistically, that's correct. To defeat that thing at least 9 antidotes are needed, and if you're alone on average you need 15. Hearing this, Arodio raised his hand and thought, true, that sounds reasonable.
Via was a bit suspicious. But if he had a way to stop the poison gas from spreading, why did he wait until the end to use it? You mean that final move?
She looked at the screen and explained further. Whatever it was, it must have consumed a huge amount of mana beforehand. Just looking at the mana wave it emitted, you can tell it can't be used continuously.
It seems he didn't necessarily save that move because he knew about the ultimate infection acceleration. So, should we call it luck or super intuition? That challenger possesses something far beyond luck, something hard to quantify.
Now, I understand why L rated him as a rising star.
FIA said with astonishment. Lu, you mean the administrator of the Zeroth floor?
Yes, I heard she pays special attention to that one.
Anyway, as the one closest to the tower system, her judgment is truly extraordinary. You could call it that.
To be honest, I used to look down on him because he was an irregular, but I was wrong.
That challenger is truly. Wait a minute. What is that? Why did it appear here? Vonya was confused.
Minion was seen smashing the monsters. In his hand, he held a strange book.
Minion was surprised. Is this the reward? Total Eclipse Archives Volume 2. Quality Transcendent Master. Ability 500.
Just before, as Minion defeated the monsters, he had done something no one had ever done before. His name and achievements will be carved into the history of the tower.
Mention cracked his shoulders slightly. That was harder than I thought.
At this point, he had reached level 90. His strength and agility increased by 2 to 3 points. Suddenly, something started glowing in front of me.
Anyway, just a little more to level 100. Ha! The achievement reward is being distributed. He was a bit surprised. What's this? A reward. The Total Eclipse Archives Volume 2. Quality Transcendent Max Durability 500.
This book divides the primordial power into 3 parts with the Sun and Moon archives.
Collecting all 3 will grant the technique of chaos. Mention. Flip through the book. Deep in thought. A fundamental technique to control chaotic energy. What the? I can't read these characters. Characters at all. They look like characters I've seen somewhere before. He gradually felt a sense of familiarity. I remember now. It seems to be from the monoliths in the trial grounds on the Jonah floor. Maybe this book is related to those monoliths.
Chin made a silent resolve. Anyway, if I complete the set, I'll have a technique to use chaotic energy, and at the same time, my understanding of the divine realm will increase dramatically.
This could be the key to surpassing my past life. There's no way I'm letting anyone else get this.
The system continued to announce the target marked by the immortal decision has died. A new host has been found. Only then did Mention snap out of his thoughts about the book.
That's right. That thing is still around.
The new host possesses a different power from all previous deaths.
Granted the right of recognition.
Understanding of death has significantly increased.
Immortality points have increased to 3,000. Mention didn't seem surprised.
Oh, I predicted this, but the Prime Virus is truly special. Based on the target's abilities and soul, resurrected as the Immortal King, Chin was slightly taken aback. Oh, an Immortal King, where then he froze after seeing insufficient understanding to use. The Immortal King is demoted to a general.
Minion looked at the Immortal Knight and ordered. All right, let's proceed to the next floor.
The Immortal Knight replied with devotion. At your command, Vada on the side asked calmly.
What's in that book that made you so stunned?
It contains a secret of the tower.
That's all I can say, she said. No more. Understood. What I know about the Black Sun is very little.
Those who follow the tower's soul are still searching for it throughout the tower. Of course, the Sun archives and the Moon archives are already extremely rare.
But the total eclipse archives are much harder to obtain.
The trial that grants such a treasure.
FIA quickly understood. What I saw today I will keep secret.
It seems the time for the inheritor of that position is not far off.
FIA didn't want to speak too soon and reminded him, don't get ahead of yourself.
On the other side, Minion hesitated slightly, looking at the system as the 8th floor. The shadow of the forgotten world was cleared.
Moving to the 9th floor, it seems there are a few things to prepare before entering. The 9th floor's mission is called Proxy War. Borrowing the form of a mythical era. Recreate the war of the ancient gods in the universe. Choose a faction on the continent of Vigazite.
Raise your faction's divine race to its most glorious fame.
The faction's influence must reach 35% or more. Mention was a bit stunned.
So, I have to join one of those 5 factions and fight for them.
Just like a proxy war in the name of the odds.
Then he smiled mysteriously and tapped the screen.
Sounds interesting.
Even if I fight to the death, the penalty is only 7 days, not the risk of real death. On the screen was the Tuatha Dan faction. Shinyan considered for a moment and then made a bold decision.
I choose this faction. He was immediately transported into the mission. Current influence. 5% ranked 5th among the factions. Current cumulative contribution rate 200%.
I must raise the faction's influence to 35% or more to complete the mission.
Minion looked around.
So I've been placed in the Tuatha Dan faction.
It looks like a medieval city.
A wolf suddenly landed in front of him.
A new challenger. Minion asked suspiciously. And who are you?
The wolf slowly introduced itself.
My name is Silver, your guide.
I will explain everything about Aaron, the capital of our faction.
Follow me. Minion was dazed for a moment. Silver.
The two began to talk.
I don't see anyone. Are there any citizens in the city? This is a trial zone. There are no real residents.
No need for civilians in a war zone, but you can still use services like shops, guilds, barracks, and teleportation gates.
Silver slowly walked on. This is the last place I'll guide you to. A magnificent sacred temple appeared, representing the place where the gods reside. Chin asked curiously, "Can I enter the temple?" He replied flatly, "Not yet. Earn contribution points through war.
Then the gods will grant worthy rewards and blessings." Chin was a bit disdainful.
Blessings from the gods. I was a demon king in my previous life.
Silver looked at him coldly.
There is one thing I want to ask you. The Tua Dan is really weak. Why did you choose our faction unexpectedly? Xinyan was very calm. Is that really what you want to ask?
His answer made Silver's eyes widen.
If everything is too easy, it's no fun.
A bit of excitement grew in Silver's heart.
It seems another strange challenger is here.
At this moment, a strange shape appeared on Minyan's hand.
Vidget faction map has been registered. Touch the tattoo on your right hand to view it.
At the same time, Silver began to disappear.
The tour of the city is over. He left Minyan with a look of admiration. You're an interesting one. I hope we meet again. Minyan didn't seem to pay much attention. Hope we meet again. The way you brush yourself off like that. Have bugs on you.
You looked at the display screen. Oh, this map feature is really convenient.
It shows me exactly where to go. Attack, challenger, defending. Defense 2 on that battlefield. A deafening explosion just rang out. The warriors of Olympus with soaring spirits shouted, "Charge into the fortress." The level 3 to a Danan fortress named Dundalk facing hundreds of enemy Olympus faction members. Mention was brought to the walls of Dundalk. Influence 31%. He seemed indifferent.
Moving to Dundalk, suddenly he looked at the scene before him with some shock.
Seeing the Olympus warriors standing there, Minyan couldn't help but be stunned.
They've charged right into our home turf. Suddenly, a clear voice from somewhere rang out, catching his attention.
Forward. That voice onward to crush our enemies. Minyan followed the sound and was a bit disappointed. What? You two are in this faction too? The person who just spoke was from the Gemini Cloud team, Zigger Vanga.
She was extremely surprised.
You are?
The person next to her seemed to recognize mention Nadius Du.
He stammered, "Ah, it's you." After speaking, Zigger suddenly asked, "Why did you join this failing faction?" Menchen replied flatly, "Because it's failing." Hearing that, she became a bit excited. "Huh, you think like me?" He looked at the battle before them. But things aren't going as smoothly as planned, are they?
Zur hastily explained the situation. As you can see, we're having a very hard time defending.
Chin thought for a moment and then asked, "Do you know where the command post is?" Nadius looked towards the distance. "Over there."
They've set up camp right in front of the main gate. Chin replied with 2 words.
Got it.
Then he turned to Zigger.
Zigger, can you hold them off for me?
She looked at him confused.
I can hold out on my own for a while.
Then, without waiting another second, he jumped down from the gate, startling Zigger.
Then leave it to me.
She called out worriedly, "Hey, there are some mages related to phobia over there."
Chin replied arrogantly, "All right, thanks."
In his heart, he was full of confidence.
This isn't a battle where just holding on is enough. I have to take the offensive first.
The Dundalk gate was filled with smoke and the choking smell of gunpowder. Suddenly, Olympus warriors shouted, "Enemy sighted."
Form of phalanx.
Seeing this, Jin simply activated the Black Star Chain. The diminishing heavenly weight attack aimed at the Olympus warriors' formation, smashing them to pieces. Suddenly, a curse rang out.
You fool, daring to join a crippled faction. The Mobius Mitch was angry. Such a mighty force. What can you do to resist it? Mention then instantly summoned. Rise, O dead. The Olympus warriors who had just fallen were now rising again. The master has returned.
This is the raise dead technique. He said confidently, no need to send more troops.
These nameless soldiers are enough.
The mud on the other side was terrified.
What? The dead? No one said anything about this.
Before he could defend, the dead charged forward furiously. Minchin thought to himself, by combining Zager's clay forces with my immortal legion, the numerical disadvantage has been compensated.
I must find their commander quickly during this opening phase. While Minchin was distracted,
a flame shot towards him.
The flame unexpectedly hit Minion, causing it to burn even more intensely. The mages asked hastily, is it done? Just one irregular. Controlling so many troops and still taking a hit like that.
Anyway, with a direct hit like that, he definitely can't be unscathed. Those people kept focusing on the fire, not noticing that Minion had already rushed forward and struck a fatal blow to one of them, startling the other. It turned out that Minion had used protective aura, carelessly not confirming the kill.
Carelessness on the battlefield means death.
So the Moj of the Wong faction ran.
What? Surviving that attack is impossible. Retreat.
I'll retreat quick. But before he had a chance, Minion had in a flash eliminated the 7th general of Olympus. Olympus infantry within a 1 km radius have their stats and morale reduced by 20%.
The remaining mages began to panic.
He wiped out that entire army by himself.
Since when did Tuatha De Danann have a challenger like that? Mentioned. Sharp eyes glared at them. Anyone who came here today will not leave alive.
The super bloody battle ended quickly after I appeared, but the fortress suffered heavy damage.
Mention and Zager were talking.
You fought here 3 times already.
Yes, this was the 3rd siege. The fortress is now hanging by a thread. Are you doubting my abilities? Seeing Zager's puffy, angry face, Mention quickly explained. Not at all. It's because someone like you stabilized the front that it lasted this long. Zager was still a bit annoyed.
Well, Mention sank into thought for a moment, but holding out for 3 battles here is too impressive. But this raises a problem.
He then called out, hey kid. Nadius also looked annoyed. My name is Nadius. Write it down. But Minion didn't care at all. I just want to know why our side is so weak. He gave him an indifferent look. You really don't know anything, do you? Nadius explains seriously.
Because the other factions are receiving outside help.
Mobius supports Olympus Gullen, the Titans, Ghana.
In total, 7 major communities are expanding their influence, but author Dan has no support.
Without support from the community, Dan is collapsing quickly. Mention was still a bit curious. No help. Are there many cases like this? Nadia has acted wise. Of course not. If that were the case, the challengers would have all given up. Just bad luck.
Mention still felt something was fishy.
This can't be just bad luck.
He asked further.
What happens if a faction reaches 35% influence? Nadia is analyzed. Power is reset. The challengers of the leading faction will move to the next floor. The remaining factions will lose a portion of their contribution points and the weakest faction will lose all its benefits.
Minchin crossed his arms and gradually realized. In short, it's like small fish getting crushed in a whale fight.
He felt conflicted.
I came here thinking I'd earn some extra bonus points.
I didn't expect things to be this complicated. Nadia suddenly put on a completely ignorant face. By the way, how are your comrades, Tuma? How is that guy though, Nidian? He charged into the enemy camp alone 4 days ago and received the death penalty. Nadia sighed helplessly.
He won't be back for at least another 3 days.
Minion was also at a loss with Tuma. That's Tuma for you.
I guess I didn't teach everyone properly in my past life.
Minion's face was serious. The situation is worse than I thought. At that moment, Zigger and Nadia were discussing.
It's really another 3 months. We have to hold out at all cost until then. The more he thought, the more restless he became. At this rate, Olympus is sure to win. I have to turn the tables before that happens. If so, Minion suddenly called Zigger's name. She looked at him, startled for a moment.
What do you need me to do?
Mchin had a smug look on his face.
Let's join forces and do something big.
In the distance, the red flag of Olympus fluttered in the wind.
7 km north of Dundalk Fortress, Olympus Camp. Third rank fortress, Belfast.
One of the mages looking into the distance noticed something unusual.
What's that? Aren't those forces heading towards Dundalk?
A soldier suddenly shouted. It's the queen of the Dan faction.
The mage was utterly horrified. The enemy knows they're having trouble defending.
So why is she here? Seeing this, Mchin teased Zigger.
Oh.
Your Majesty, your fame is quite widespread.
Zigger shyly scolded him. Challenger, save the empty words for after the battle.
It turned out Mayan had proposed a counterattack to change the tide. Currently, Olympus is the strongest faction and occupies the largest territory. This means it is also the most targeted by other factions. With such a large area, the risk of multiple battles occurring at the same time is very high.
During that time, it's easy to neglect defending the Dan territory. Taking advantage of that loophole, the plan is to attack Belfast. Zigger agreed immediately.
Minchin praised her ability to summon hundreds, even thousands of soldiers with just a wave of her hand.
Zigger blushed, but still proudly affirmed. A numerical disadvantage can be turned around at any time.
Minion found it even more puzzling. They must have had some luck along with Nadius, who has the clairvoyant skill. The ability to skim several kilometers at once information on the battlefield has become more important than ever.
Nadia quickly shouted, they're starting a counterattack from their side.
Mention was startled.
On the Olympus side, they quickly activated the golems. Charge. Crush them. Nadius was stunned. What, everyone? They are defense golems, not statues. Minchin asked with confusion. Hey kid, do we have something like that? Nadia retorted angrily, I told you I'm not a kid. I'm Nadius. We used to have them, but Olympus destroyed them all.
Minion calmly walked up and instructed, anyway, stay here and protect the leader.
Nadius was a bit worried. Huh? Where are you going? Minion's entire body radiated a powerful aura.
To prove my worth, the counterattack begins.
Zigger saw the battle turning in their favor.
And thought to herself, seriously, how ridiculous.
Why didn't I think of a counterattack sooner? In my homeland, I was a renowned conquering tyrant. And yet, this is a reminder that taking the initiative is always the key factor in war. A golem running to the front was roaring aggressively. Drive out all the invaders. Minion was now behind it, holding his sword with determination.
As expected, to build a golem like this must have cost a lot of resources. Then, without hesitation, he slashed, causing it to fall. Zigger clenched her scepter.
Xian mentioned the giant I faced on the 7th floor. He's even stronger now than before.
There's something indescribable about his strength.
Mention summoned the AOC and ordered them resoundingly attack that fortress. The AOC replied in unison, yes, your majesty. Thoughts kept swirling in Zigger's mind. Does he even have a limit? Just a B rank mercenary. Unbelievable.
Each golem cost 100,000 points and activating a hound also cost 10,000 points.
Quite expensive, it must be said.
But when the golem defense line was crushed, the situation immediately turned in favor of the Danan army. The swarm of AOC flew like the wind, painting down the Mobius mages. Meanwhile, Zigger's endlessly regenerating clay army clung to the fortress walls, clawing at them until Mayan stepped on the last enemy's corpse and crushed it.
The counterattack was a complete success.
Level 3 Fortress Belfast has been captured.
Fortress durability 31%. Remaining usable structures, 3 barracks. However, Zigger panicked.
"Oh no, this is troublesome," Minion asked with some surprise.
"What's wrong?" She replied. "This fortress doesn't have a teleportation gate."
If there were a gate, reinforcements could be quickly sent from other fortresses or from headquarters.
But in Belfast, without a gate, reinforcements can only arrive by land.
The difference between having and not having a teleportation gate in terms of reinforcement speed is too obvious.
Zigger had a headache thinking about it. Staying here for too long is impossible. This is really a problem, but Mayan seemed to be looking around distractedly.
Then he replied casually, "But what's the big deal?" Zigger looked at him puzzled.
"Do you have a plan?" Minion looked very confident. "If there's no teleportation gate, then we just need to capture another fortress that has one, right? Let's go capture another fortress." After hearing that, Zigger froze.
She shouted, "Are you crazy?" A moment later, another sturdy fortress was attacked, surrounded by thick dust and smoke. The clash of weapons and loud explosions that shattered the ground. Mention shouted with satisfaction. "Oh, luckily this place has a teleportation gate. Level the fortress waterfall has been captured."
Zigger, almost exhausted, exclaimed to fortresses in one day.
Even Nadius was panting heavily.
That was too fast.
They all knew that for an effective defense, they definitely needed a fortress with a teleportation gate.
Minion walked over to the two and said to Nadius, "Hey kid, check the surroundings." Nadius quickly replied, "No one in sight."
Our troops advanced through the battlefield at lightning speed, capturing Waterfall. Waterfall is located by the sea with a towering mountain range in front, preventing enemies from crossing easily. It has a teleportation gate and basic defense systems. The next target was immediately set.
Level 1 Fortress, Gaw.
Minion looked at the ruins ahead and said.
"But attacking again now might be too much."
Zigger also agreed with him. "More importantly, we need to regroup and consolidate our supply lines." Minion suggested, "At times like this, we need to invest points boldly." 10,000 points were used. The recovery speed of Waterfall Fortress increased by 300%. In 12 hours, the barracks and port will be restored.
Mention asked Zigger, "We also need troops to form a battle line. What's the status of the Dan forces?" She answered bluntly, "Currently only 5,000 troops."
He was stunned after hearing that 5,000 troops. Olympus marches with tens of thousands of troops.
Isn't this number too small?
But Zigger didn't seem worried at all and slowly explained to Menchen.
Although the number of troops is small, all Dan soldiers are Jeton. 1 Jeton is more than enough to take down 100 hoplites. So they are few but strong. He pondered for a moment.
Even if they are strong with so few troops, it's hard to manage on a large battlefield. Then he said to her, "Maybe I should visit Aaron first." He asked while looking at Nadius in the meantime, "Who will stay to monitor this area?"
Seeing their gazes, he became scared. "Ha? Why are you all looking at me like that? It doesn't have to be me."
No matter how much Nadius resisted, Zigger and Menchen still entrusted this task to him. Until the fortress is fully restored, it will be extremely vulnerable to RA. We'll leave Nadias in charge of guarding the area around the fortress.
We'll temporarily return to Aaron. He wheezed. They really never give me a break, huh? In Aaron, it was morning and the sky was beautiful. Zigger and Minion were walking and talking. How many contribution points have you gotten? 25,000. Impressive. But with your achievements, it's not surprising. If you accumulate 100,000 contribution points like me, you'll be appointed as a commander and have the right to enter the sanctuary. Suddenly, a strange crowd gathered, catching his attention. Who are those people loitering in the field? Zur cursed angrily, ignore them. They're all trash. This made Mention a bit curious. Trash. Such harsh words. But she didn't care. My time is more precious than gold. I won't waste it on them. One of them whispered to another, Mention looked straight into the leader's eyes. Those guys look suspicious. Instantly, he said to Zigger, you go on ahead. I'll stay back and get acquainted with those guys. The leader of that group greeted Mention, I don't recognize you. Are you a new challenger? He replied without hesitation. You see me? The man said with a sarcastic tone, coming to Dan in this state. A foolish move for AB rank. Mention was not intimidated by him. Didn't you also choose this place for the same reason as me? A man next to him laughed with a hidden meaning. We used to think so, but not anymore. After all, this is a war between the 7 major communities. Another one mocked, we never had a foothold from the start. It's better to give up this round and wait for the next. This made Mention a bit disappointed. They're all just giving up. Suddenly, the leader said directly, Brank, give up on this trial. Olympus has over 1,000 trial takers. Their military force exceeds million. If we face them head-on, we definitely can't win. Mention looked at the man with disgust. Is this guy their leader? If he knows the scale of the Olympus army, he must have an information network. He cursed out loud. You cowardly pig. The man's eyes widened with anger. What? You dare call me that? But before he could do anything, Minion sent him flying with a single punch. The man's subordinate stared with wide-eyed astonishment. You bank, what do you think you're doing? Minion's eyes were full of challenge as he looked at them. What am I doing? I'm teaching you some manners. On another side, the flag of Amitabha Buddha was flying in the wind. A man with a cold voice said, This will hurt a little. Bear with it. He suddenly said a philosophical sentence. Buddha of infinite life. Next to him, a fierce-looking man was resentful. In the end, I was just barely able to push back Mobius in this battle. Damn it! He asked the man, Great hero, have you heard the news? This made the man a bit curious. What news? He said slowly. There's news that the 2 Off-Danon factions have launched a counterattack on Olympus. It said they've retaken 2 fortresses. Is that so? Can we take advantage of this opportunity?